Chapter 56, War Begins. Senior commanders and high-ranking officials of the expeditionary force assembled within the strategic sanctum of the Emperor's grand design. The vast chamber hummed with the weight of impending judgment. Auxiliary army generals bearing the scars of countless campaigns, fleet commanders whose vessels had conquered star systems, knight nobles of the imperial houses, veteran princeps of the god machines, and diplomatic envoys from newly compliant worlds all took their designated positions around the central command dais according to strict imperial hierarchy. Seated at the fore were the Emperor and several supreme commanders of the expeditionary force, their presence radiating absolute authority. The Primarchs occupied positions in the secondary tier, their gene-enhanced frames still learning the nuances of command. They remain students of warfare, not yet deemed qualified to operate with complete independence. Once all personnel had assembled according to protocol, the Emperor commanded that the received transmission be displayed for assembly review. The harmonic resonance of projection machinery filled the chamber as slender beams of coherent light pierced the recycled atmosphere. The luminous streams intertwined with sacred precision, outlining a sphere of pure radiance that expanded within the chamber's heart. Cascading torrents of data code and numerical sequences flowed like a digital tide across the sphere's surface. The holographic construct unfurled with mechanical reverence, transforming into a massive display screen suspended within the sanctified air. The screen flickered with interference patterns, the transmitted image dim and corrupted by astropathic degradation. Occasionally, hurried breathing and desperate footfalls echoed through the audio feed, as though someone had activated a recording device while fleeing in terror. In the distance, the piercing shriek of La's weapon's discharge cut through corrupted acoustics, intermingled with various human voices raised in desperation and defiance. Advance quickly, maintain formation. First squad holds position, intercept the enemy advance. Please do not abandon me here. For the Emperor, for the Imperium of Man. Humanity shall endure. They approach, we have nowhere left to retreat. The sound of footsteps gradually diminished as those recorded either remained behind to delay the enemy's advance, purchasing precious time with their lives, or scattered in tactical dispersal. Eventually, only the person maintaining the recording remained alive. The survivor fled into a communications chamber equipped with astropathic relay systems, immediately sealing the reinforced blast doors behind them. The resonant grinding of mechanical gear trains echoed through the transmission as the massive barrier descended and locked into position with imperial finality. The recorder located a control console and positioned the device upon its blessed surface with trembling hands. A male face bearing standard Mechanicus augmetics appeared before the recording apparatus. The man displayed obvious signs of extreme distress, his body trembling from terror and physical exertion combined. He straightened his posture and arranged his appearance with military discipline despite his circumstances. Facing the recording device directly, he performed the sacred Aquila salute with practiced precision. Loyalty unto the Emperor, loyalty unto humanity eternal. This transmission documents a massacre and war unleashed upon imperial citizens. The enemy claims origin from the cursed realm of Komorog, declaring us their chosen prey for this hunt. Imperial soldiers resisted with honor and courage, yet proved inadequate against their Xenos capabilities. They suffered horrific slaughter, their blessed remains subjected to desecrations that defy the Emperor's mercy. Their methods exemplify cruelty beyond mortal comprehension, twisted murderers drunk upon suffering itself. At that moment, the distinctive sound of rending adamantine echoed through the chamber as the enemies beyond attempted to force entry through the sealed portal. The man turned toward the blast doors, his voice filled with mounting terror despite his attempts at imperial discipline. They have located my position. They approach with malicious intent. He withdrew a standard-issue las pistol and checked its power cell with mechanical precision born of military training. I may represent the final surviving soul aboard the Star of Hope. Our battle group has collapsed entirely, transformed into prey for Xeno's predators. Intelligence indicates several vessels escaped into the outer system, perhaps survivors yet endure among the void. Whichever Imperial fleet receives this transmission, I beseech you by the Emperor's grace, come to rescue those survivors, or bring righteous judgment unto the madness of these Xenos. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted through the transmission. The reinforced blast doors were forcibly breached by alien technology. Several towering, unnaturally slender Eldar warriors entered the chamber with predatory grace. They wore form-fitting black armor crafted from unknown materials, crimson cloaks flowing behind them like spilled blood, wielding wickedly curved blades that seemed to hunger for mortal flesh. Even through the degraded recording medium, the assembled Imperial commanders could perceive the bloodlust and sadistic cruelty radiating from these Xenos abominations. Die, Xenofilth! The man suppressed his terror and discharged his weapon at the dark Eldar intruders. Yet their inhuman speed defied comprehension. Streams of crimson laser energy, brilliant as rubies, cut through the stale air but found no targets, each shot evaded with supernatural agility. Eerie laughter echoed through the confined space, as the dark Eldar warriors mocked the humans' futile resistance with genuine amusement. Swish! The cold whisper of alien steel sang through the dim chamber. The man's weapon hand was severed in a single, precise cut, arterial spray painting the bulkheads as both dismembered limb and last pistol clattered to the deck plating. Agony forced a wail of anguish from his throat before the dark Eldar seized him with deliberate care. The final segment of the transmission became increasingly corrupted and intermittent, flickering between individual frames of horror. The loyal servant of the Emperor suffered vicious torment as his flesh was methodically flayed from living bone. His skinless, blood-slicked form was bound with barbed chains of alien manufacture and suspended, inverted like a grotesque trophy. The Dark Eldar regarded him as a plaything, tormenting him with the most malicious methods conceivable to their twisted minds. The recording began to accelerate as temporal compression activated, yet the man's screams echoed throughout the extended ordeal without respite. Several hours later, according to the chronometer readings, the man's voice finally ceased, his tormented soul released unto the Emperor's mercy through death's embrace. The transmission ended abruptly, the screen fading to absolute darkness. Such cruel atrocities caused visible shock and righteous anger among all personnel present at the strategic assembly. Kurz displayed a complex and unfathomable expression as he processed the scenes of systematic torture. Witnessing such bloody and methodical cruelty provided him deeper understanding of fear's applications as both weapon and tool. The screen was deactivated with ceremonial solemnity. This constitutes the final intelligence we received from Battle Group 31. The information supervisor approached the projection dais, a heavily augmented figure whose frame bore extensive metallic prosthetics. His bulky physique supported several servoskulls that floated in synchronized patterns behind him, their eye lenses glowing with data streams. The projection screen illuminated once more, transforming into a comprehensive galactic strategic display showing surrounding star systems. The transmission originated from the Antimone system, classified as a standard single-star configuration. During humanity's golden age, it served as a major interstellar trade nexus with prosperous commercial activities spanning multiple sectors. After the age of strife descended upon our galaxy, the Antimone system was contested by numerous factions and transformed into a wasteland of competing interests. However, according to intelligence previously provided by Battle Group 31, substantial human populations continue struggling for survival within the devastated system. Battle Group 31 was likely attacked by Dark Eldar raiding forces while attempting to reclaim the Antimone system for Imperial compliance. Survivors may remain trapped within the system, unable to transmit distress signals through conventional astropathic means. No additional emergency communications have been received thus far. The information supervisor provided detailed intelligence briefings regarding the Antimone system's strategic significance to all assembly members. After ensuring complete comprehension among the gathered commanders, the emperor stepped forward with divine purpose. He required no amplification devices to project his voice to the most distant corners of the vast chamber, ensuring every soul present heard his words with crystal clarity. When he spoke, absolute silence reigned throughout the assembly. Such crimes against humanity cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Regardless of enemy identity or their perceived power, any who view humanity as prey, as targets for casual slaughter, must face inevitable retribution. The expeditionary fleet shall abandon its current operational parameters and proceed immediately to the Antimone system to rescue survivors and purge the Dark Eldar presence entirely. Terra shall also draft new legislation to classify the Dark Eldar as one of humanity's primary enemies, requiring complete annihilation. In this galaxy, no Xenos race that threatens human existence shall be permitted to continue. If such entities persist, they shall be reduced to ash within the fires of righteous war. Return to your units and prepare for immediate combat deployment. The Emperor raised his fist in declaration of war. We shall make them pay in blood for their crimes. The assembled crowd displayed fervent devotion and barely restrained bloodlust. When the Emperor raised his fist and proclaimed vengeance, they responded by raising their arms in unison, demanding that the enemy pay the ultimate price in blood and suffering. The Primarchs displayed excitement and anticipation befitting their warrior nature. The fighting spirit burning within their eyes transformed into literal flames of purpose. Lion El'Jonson and Horus met each other's gaze, both displaying competitive determination. They prepared to outperform their brother in the coming battle, proving their worthiness as first son through deed and valor. The raven, perched upon the Emperor's broad shoulder, also raised its voice in excited proclamation. Kill, 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 slice, dice, destroy. Let us invade Kamorag itself, butcher those Dark Eldar with appropriate implements, and exile them to frozen worlds for agricultural labor. Golden One, we must deploy Kurz as the vanguard of this assault. We must demonstrate to those Dark Eldar the true meaning of fear. Night Haunter, you must make those Kabbalite warriors weep like Gretchen, whose extremities have been crushed. The Emperors. Constantin Valdor. What manner of war cry was that? Why did it feel somewhat inappropriate for the gravity of the situation? Kurz appeared equally speechless at the raven's enthusiastic proclamation. This creature truly understood the concept of appropriate retaliation, an eye for an eye, terror for terror. Sniff, brothers, sisters, you have done it again, Tilda. You have shattered the goalpost as though it were the skull of a traitor. Hear me now, for I bring an offer you cannot refuse. Sniff, at this very moment, we stand at 300+ power stones. When this campaign began, I deemed the higher goal impossible. Yet you, my loyal readers, have proven me wrong. You break records as the Emperor breaks the enemies of mankind, without mercy. So here is my decree. If you reach the 1,000 power stone cap and leave me true, unflinching reviews, praise, or criticism alike, I swear upon the Golden Throne. I will scour the stars for a Warhammer 40K tale worthy of you. I will make it my sacred duty, my passion project, to bring forth only the finest 40K fix from across the galaxy. Be they grimdark, solemn, or laced with the rarest humor, they will always honor the vision of their creators. This is my oath. Give me your power stones, give me your words. And Studios will forever serve as the Fortress Monastery for 40K fans. So I ask you, will you answer the call? Chapter 57, Boarding, Unleashing the Night Haunter. The Strategic Assembly concluded with imperial efficiency. The generals, high-ranking officials, and Primarchs who had attended the War Council rose from their positions and departed according to protocol. The holographic projectors and luminescent arrays illuminating the vast chamber were systematically deactivated. The Emperor, the Raven, and Constantin Valdor remained beside the dimmed command console, their forms cast in shadow. The planned journey to new realities must be postponed indefinitely, the Emperor declared with divine finality. The massacre within the Antimone system constitutes an atrocity of unacceptable magnitude. This matter demands immediate resolution." Valdor inclined his head respectfully. "My lord, given the current strength of our expeditionary forces, annihilating these Dark Eldar raiders presents no insurmountable challenge." The Emperor shook his head with careful consideration. "I harbor no concerns regarding the imminent conflict within Antimone itself. My apprehension lies with their inevitable retaliation once the human empire declares total war upon the Dark Eldar as a species. The Eldar possessed origins ancient beyond mortal comprehension, their lineage traceable to the legendary war in heaven, that apocalyptic conflict which erupted between the Old Ones and the star-spanning Necronter dynasties. The Eldar had participated in that reality-breaking war as vassals and servants of the Old Ones, learning secrets of the universe that lesser species could not fathom. After the Old Ones faced annihilation and the Necronter fell into their great sleep, the Eldar inherited the Old Ones' technological legacy and became the galaxy's undisputed overlords. No rival species could threaten Eldar supremacy. Countless star systems were occupied and transformed into paradise worlds under their dominion. A substantial portion of the Webway, that extra-dimensional network the Emperor himself sought to master, had been constructed by their ancient ancestors. The difference between warp travel and Webway transit resembled the difference between treacherous mountain paths and perfectly maintained highways. Without external enemies threatening their existence, and possessing highly advanced technological capabilities that eliminated survival concerns, the Eldar gradually descended into complete decadence. Cults dedicated to excess and sensation arose throughout their empire. They pursued physical pleasure and increasingly cruel entertainments with obsessive dedication. The psychic emanations generated by their unrestrained revelry created powerful disturbances within the warp itself, agitating the sea of souls with their collective indulgence. Ancient entities of pure malevolence, eternal and hungry, were drawn to these psychic emanations like predators to wounded prey, eager to devour those unrestrained souls. When Eldar indulgence reached its absolute zenith, that ancient entity had accumulated sufficient power to manifest within real space. It emerged as Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, and was born into the material universe through their collective excess. The first shriek issued by this terrifying chaos god destroyed the entire Eldar empire in a single moment of cosmic horror. Most Eldar who had participated in the revelry were either consumed entirely or twisted into monstrous abominations beyond recognition. Slaanesh's violent birth tore permanent rifts between reality and the warp, transforming the once glorious heart of the Eldar Empire into the Eye of Terror, a wound in reality that would never heal. The surviving Eldar, no longer unified at their former peak, fractured into three distinct factions: the Exodites, the Craftworld Eldar, and the Dark Eldar. The Exodites had opposed their society's corruption from the beginning, maintaining hostility toward the cults of excess. Long before the fall and Slaanesh's birth, they had abandoned their privileged existence, choosing harsh lives upon savage worlds far from the Empire's decadent heart. The Craftworld Eldar had heeded warnings from prescient Farseers, who appealed to their people to cease their dangerous indulgences. When these warnings proved futile, this portion of the species planned their escape. They constructed planet-sized Craftworld vessels, massive arks that would preserve their civilization. On the eve of the fall, they boarded these vessels with precious artworks, genetic samples, and cultural treasures, escaping the Empire's destruction while preserving their species' flame. Finally, there existed the Dark Eldar, remnants of the Empire's former madness given form. During the catastrophic explosion of the fall, some indulgent Eldar escaped Slaanesh's predation by fleeing into the Webway's protective embrace. They continued the decadent lifestyle of their ancestors, pursuing hedonism with desperate intensity. To avoid having their souls consumed by Slaanesh like spiritual sustenance, they resolved the problem through a solution of perpetual torment. Since Slaanesh fed upon their souls, they replenished what was devoured by tormenting others and consuming their pain and anguish. To obtain sufficient torment material for soul replenishment, they transformed into interstellar pirates, piloting advanced Eldar vessels to raid vulnerable worlds. They treated captured slaves as spiritual beverages, slowly tormenting them to death to feed their own cursed existence. Most Dark Eldar resided within Komorog, an incredible hyperdimensional city powered by 2 stolen stars, existing partially within the webway itself. The Dark Eldar represented the faction that inherited the most substantial legacy from the ancient empire, possessing technological capabilities that rivaled or exceeded those of the Great Crusade. They controlled terrifying weapons beyond imperial understanding and maintained dominion over vast sections of the remaining webway network. They constituted an exceptionally dangerous adversary. The Emperor paced within the chamber's shadows, expressing his concerns with divine wisdom. The Dark Eldar possess vindictive natures beyond mortal comprehension. Once the human empire declares war upon their species, they will certainly retaliate through countless methodologies. They will raid worlds with minimal defensive capabilities, slaughter innocent populations, rob imperial merchant convoys, and assault strategically important military installations. Valdor's expression darkened beneath his helm. This presents a significant strategic problem, my lord. We cannot deploy sufficient military forces to every world capable of resisting these interstellar pirates. Raven, what counsel do you offer? The Emperor regarded the creature perched upon his shoulder. The optimal defense remains aggressive offense, the Raven declared with characteristic confidence. Deploy Astartes legions enhanced with gene engine implants directly into the webway itself. The webway's configuration proves excessively complex, a labyrinth of impossible geometry. Conventional forces entering might become permanently lost within its passages, the Emperor replied with careful consideration. Then prepare dimensional charges. When navigation fails, simply blast holes through the webway's structure to enter the warp, then return to real space from there. The Raven's suggestion embodied brutal simplicity. What constituted the fastest method of navigating a maze? Proceed in one direction while breaking through every obstacle encountered, and the exit would inevitably be found. Provided sufficient force was available, such miracles remained achievable. What consequences befell the webway proved irrelevant to humanity's interests. Invisible blades of translated reality sliced through the void of the antimone system. A dimensional rift manifested suddenly upon the surface of the physical universe, reality parting like torn fabric. Amber light poured from the warp breach with intensity exceeding 1,000 suns, assaulting mortal senses with its otherworldly radiance. The Emperor's grand design emerged first from the Empyrean's embrace, its massive hull bearing the scars of warp transit with dignity. Atmospheric venting ports cycled open, releasing pressurized steam in controlled bursts. Internal atmosphere was redistributed as gravity systems resumed normal operation, circulation sweeping through the vessel's blessed corridors. Conventional propulsion engines roared to life, driving the warship at sublight velocity into the antimone system proper. The expeditionary fleet, having successfully translated into real space, quickly discovered the massacre site where Battle Group 31 had met their doom. The shattered remains of Imperial battleships and cruisers drifted through the void like broken monuments to human valor. Leaking fluids formed glittering nebulae around the twisted debris, creating beauty from tragedy. "Emperor, preserve us," whispered the crewman responsible for Auspec's observation, his voice thick with horror at witnessing such brutal slaughter. Traces of plasma discharge were visible within spiraling clouds of frozen oxygen. Massive cargo containers filled with unexploded ordnance rotated slowly through the debris field. And there were thousands of corpses, Imperial sailors and soldiers floating in the eternal cold. Some had their limbs splayed outward while others were curled defensively. All appeared strangely peaceful, as though sleeping rather than dead. As the expeditionary force absorbed the shocking evidence of massacre floating before them, urgent alarm klaxons began blaring throughout the fleet. "Enemy vessels approaching our position," the information supervisor announced with professional urgency. "Confirmed identification, the Xenos raiders responsible for this atrocity." Massive data streams poured into the projection systems, causing holographic displays to flash rapidly while outlining different tactical patterns. Multiple overlapping projections created images as layered and complex as nebula formations. Slender Eldar bone warships appeared on the displays, accelerating toward the Imperial fleet with predatory grace. "Those Xenos filth have found us," the fleet marshal declared while studying the enemy vessels displayed on tactical screens, his voice filled with righteous killing intent. "Open fire immediately, let them experience the full wrath of the Imperium." Shortly thereafter, the opposing fleets made contact and began exchanging devastating fire across the void. Space itself was illuminated by brilliant energy beams and the fiery radiance of multiple explosions. The Dark Eldar warships demonstrated no intention of engaging in conventional void warfare. They utilized their superior speed, far exceeding Imperial vessel capabilities, to break through the outermost screening formations and advance directly toward the Emperor's grand design. They intend to initiate boarding actions. The Emperor immediately perceived the enemy's tactical intention. The Xenos fleet operated at severe disadvantages in both firepower and numerical superiority. If conventional void combat continued, victory would inevitably belong to the Imperium. The Dark Eldar had chosen to exploit their advantages while avoiding their weaknesses. By initiating boarding actions, they could negate the disadvantage in void-based firepower entirely. If they succeeded in decapitating the flagship's command structure, they could reverse the tactical situation and achieve victory despite numerical inferiority. Have Kurz and the 8th Legion prepare for anti-boarding operations, the Raven suggested with dark satisfaction. "We shall demonstrate to these pale Xenos who truly masters the art of fear." Chapter 58, The Price of Hubris. What pitiful creatures these Monkeith proved to be, bloated with ignorant courage. Blood Reaver Master Rakarth stood upon the command dais of the Thorn of Agony, his bone-wrought battleship cleaving through the void like a blade through flesh. Through the vast crystalline viewports, he gazed upon the conflagration that painted the darkness, the fires of war illuminating the prey ships of the Imperium with their pathetic defiance. His tone carried the arrogance of millennia, dismissing the human fleet as one might regard vermin. Rakarth's contempt was earned through eons of suffering inflicted and endured. He was Archon of the Blood Reaver cabal, and among the eldest of Komorog's denizens, a fossil of cruelty from an age when the galaxy knew different masters. Born ere the fall consumed his race in screaming excess, he had witnessed the birth-death of she who thirsts with eyes that had already grown cold with centuries of torment. He had perfected the art of extracting agony, each scream harvested to sustain his withered essence. His current span of existence exceeded the entire history of mankind's stumbling journey among the stars. It was only natural that he should regard them as livestock. Rakarth cared nothing for the Byzantine politics of the Dark City, devoted solely to the path of exquisite pain. This raid with the Thorn conspiracy served but one purpose: to gather sufficient material for his experiments in suffering. Death had claimed him countless times. In pursuit of the ecstasy found at extinction's threshold, he had often courted oblivion with the hunger of an addict. Each resurrection had carved away another fragment of his soul, leaving only malice wrapped in flesh that defied natural law. His exposed vertebrae jutted through rent skin, twisted and malformed. Limbs in various states of decay hung from his corrupted spine like grotesque ornaments. His visage had been sewn to his skull with strips of tanned hide, creating a mockery of life that should not be. He resembled a broken marionette animated by spite, a living violation of reality's laws that would drive mortals to madness through sight alone. The most twisted horrors conceived by human imagination paled before his reality. He was nightmare given form, fear made manifest. The Thorn conspiracy had detected the Immaterium's disturbance the moment the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet translated to real space. After brief observation, they had elected to employ time-tested tactics, board the flagship, and decapitate the enemy command structure in a single stroke. Following a perfunctory exchange of fire, The Drukhari vessels used their superior maneuverability to disengage from the escort ships, driving hard toward the massive form of the Emperor's grand design. As they closed distance, the bone ships concentrated their firepower upon the Imperial flagship. Scythe missiles carved burning contrails through the void, impacting against the vessel's void shields in cascades of tortured energy. Dark matter lances struck in sequence, each blow designed to drain the enemy's power reserves through systematic overload. The sustained bombardment pushed the grand design's ventral shield generators beyond their tolerance thresholds. With a thunderclap of discharged energy that lit the void like a dying star, the protective barriers collapsed, exposing naked adamantium to the hungry darkness. "The Monkeith shields have failed," shrieked a conspiracy warrior, his voice tight with anticipation. "Let the harvest begin. Let them comprehend the true nature of fear," Rakarth smiled, the expression a horror carved from living flesh. The Cabal's elite shared his anticipation, their minds already savoring the torments to come. They would break these humans with exquisite care, each scream extracted with the precision of a master craftsman, each moment of agony stretched to its utmost duration. The Thorn Conspiracy's fleet encircled the Imperial flagship like carrion birds around dying prey, their positioning designed to prevent any rescue attempt by the escort vessels. At Rakarth's command, the boarding parties assembled in the translation chambers. Each warrior wore the midnight carapace of their calling, bearing blades honed to molecular sharpness. They stood upon skyboards, anti-gravitic platforms equipped with razored wings capable of cleaving through power armor with contemptuous ease. These were the favored steeds of the Drukhari, instruments of swift slaughter and aerial artistry. The translation altar, wrought from the bones of countless victims, began to glow with eldritch radiance. Reality warped and twisted until a luminous portal tore open in the fabric of space. "Kill," commanded the lead warrior, his voice a promise of death. The bone ships surrounding the Emperor's grand design launched their boarding assault as one, the Thorn Conspiracy committed to total victory. Aboard the Emperor's grand design, the command bridge thrummed with mechanical harmonies, the breathing of secondary systems, the urgent footfalls of crew members responding to crisis, voices raised in coordination and controlled alarm. Void shield matrices compromised across multiple sectors. Generator Array 451, starboard ventral, showing critical overload. Shield gap confirmed. The auger supervisor gripped his control lectern with mechadendrite appendages, struggling against the ship's motion. Crimson alarm lumens painted his augmetic features in hellish light as he turned toward the golden throne. "My Lord Emperor," he called across the stratagem. "Auger arrays detect massive immaterium disturbance. Warp translation signatures are spiking, they are preparing to board. Focus all sensor arrays upon the translation coordinates," the Emperor commanded, his voice carrying absolute authority across the bridge. His gaze fell upon the assembled Primarchs. All save Conrad will respond to boarding actions across the vessel. The master of mankind's attention shifted to the pale figure of the Night Haunter. "You and your 8th Legion will execute counterboarding operations against their flagship. You have complete tactical discretion. Show them the true meaning of terror." "It shall be done, Father." Conrad's smile was the promise of nightmares made flesh. They will learn fear from its master. The Primarchs departed to coordinate with their legions, each moving with the purpose of born weapons unleashed. Without warning, circular patterns of eldritch light blazed to life across the command platform. The custodian guard reacted before mortal senses could register the threat. Constantin Valdor moved fastest of all, his guardian spear igniting with power field energies that turned its blade into concentrated death. An elliptical portal tore open in reality's fabric, and the translation corridor stabilized. "Monkeith filth tastably." The first Drukhari warrior never completed his battle cry. Valdor's spear had already cleaved him in twain, the consecrated blade parting black carapace as though it were parchment. The Xenos was bisected in a spray of alien blood, the stench of spilled vidi fouling the sacred air of the bridge. His skyboard careened past, its razored wings embedding deep into the marble deck plating. The remaining conspiracy warriors had no opportunity to comprehend their error. The custodian guard, their gene-forged bodies enhanced beyond even Astartes' capabilities, moved with transhuman precision. In the space between heartbeats, they had reduced the boarding party to scattered fragments of flesh and shattered bone. The engagement lasted perhaps 3 seconds. The Drukhari who had dared defile the Emperor's bridge were annihilated utterly. "Advance through their portal," Valdur commanded his warriors. "Show them the folly of challenging the Emperor's custodians." The golden-armored guardians required no further instruction. They plunged through the still-active translation gate like avenging angels, bringing righteous slaughter to the Xenos ship beyond. The Drukhari crew on the receiving end of the portal watched in disbelief as the custodians emerged from their own boarding tunnel. For a crucial instant, shock paralyzed their response, and in that instant they died. Guardian spears swept through alien flesh like wheat before the scythe, each stroke guided by transhuman skill and gene-forged strength. The boarding chamber became an abattoir, Xenos blood painting the bone-rot walls in patterns of death. The custodians advanced through the vessel like a golden plague, turning the thorn of agony into a charnel house. No quarter was given, no mercy shown. The bone ship's commander, lifted by a single guardian spear through his torso, stared in dying incomprehension at his killer. "How did these Monkeith become so strong?" he gasped, alien blood frothing from his lips. "By the Dark Prince's embrace, are these monkeys cheating?" The boarding actions against other sections of the Emperor's grand design had initially proceeded according to Drukhari expectations. Their superior mobility and weaponry allowed them to carve through mortal crew with contemptuous ease. But when the Primarchs arrived with their Astartes legions, the balance shifted decisively. The gene sons of the Emperor required no orders, no coordination. They were weapons of war incarnate, each strike precisely calculated for maximum lethality. The conspiracy warriors found themselves outmatched not merely in strength, but in speed, skill, and tactical acumen. Many of the Astartes bore the genetic modifications of captured technologies, their already superhuman capabilities enhanced beyond previous limits. They moved with a swiftness that matched the Xenos, struck with force that shattered alien carapace, endured wounds that would fell lesser beings. Within 30 standard minutes, every Drukhari warrior who had dared board the flagship lay dead, their remains scattered across decks consecrated by Imperial blood. Simultaneously, Conrad Kurz and his 8th Legion had completed their own boarding action against the Thorn of Agony. Through the bone ship's corridors echoed a voice like the whisper of oblivion itself. "We are the Night Haunter, and we have come for you." The hunt had begun. Chapter 59, Night Haunter vs. Blood Reaver. Conrad Kurz stalked through the bone-rot corridors of the Xenos vessel, his lightning claws weeping crimson in the perpetual twilight, like death incarnate. The Drukhari patrol he had encountered upon translation had provided brief entertainment. Their screams of terror as he dismembered them had been particularly melodious. The warriors of the 8th Legion surrounded their gene-father in perfect formation, moving with the practiced silence of apex predators. Captain Taxer, a Terran veteran bearing the first-generation gene template modifications, commanded this strike force with the cold efficiency expected of the Night Lords. They advanced through corridors of crystal and soulbone, past twisted sculptures that defied sanity's grasp. The air hung thick with the copper tang of spilled blood, while unknown fluids made the deck plates treacherous beneath one's feet. From the vaulted ceiling, flayed creatures dangled on hooks and chains, their torment preserved in unending agony. "The stench is overwhelming," muttered one of the legionaries. "This vessel is not but a charnel house given form." "Exquisite depravity," Kurz whispered, his voice carrying undertones of dark pleasure. "As my father ordained, such abominations have no rightful place within his galaxy." "What are your orders, my lord?" Taxer inquired. Although Primarchs held no formal command authority over the legions, the gene bond between father and son created ties that transcended the military hierarchy. Taxer, despite his rank, deferred instinctively to the Night Haunter's will. "Exterminate all who would resist us," Kurz commanded. "Leave none alive save those we require." Shall we take prisoners for interrogation? The Primarch nodded slowly, his pale features touched by an expression of grim satisfaction. Indeed, they shall serve as laborers upon the ice worlds, tending to agricultural installations. Taxer's brow furrowed in confusion. Agricultural installations, my lord, upon frozen worlds. Kurz halted mid-stride, his obsidian eyes growing distant. The specifics elude me, yet something within my mind insists this is of paramount importance, more vital even than capturing this vessel. His voice dropped to a whisper. Perhaps the harsh conditions will enhance the nutritional value of their crops. An unusual strategy, but we shall execute your will, Taxer replied, though uncertainty colored his tone. The Night Haunter issued his final commands to his Gene sons. Advance to the lower decks, destroy their reactor core and defensive systems. I shall proceed to the command bridge and claim their leader. Operating alone carries significant risk, Taxer observed. I have always hunted in solitude, Captain. Execute your orders. Though Taxer might have questioned the authority of others, he found himself nodding in acknowledgement of his Primarch's will. It shall be done, my lord. The forces separated, Taxer leading his warriors toward the vessel's vital systems, while Kurz ascended to spread terror through the upper levels. The Night Haunter moved through the bone ship like a living nightmare, occasionally accessing the vessel's communication arrays to broadcast whispered threats. The hour of judgment approaches. His voice would echo through the corridors, each word calculated to breed paranoia and dread. When direct confrontation would not serve, he laid cunning snares throughout the vessel's arteries. Conspiracy warriors sent to locate the intruder would either trigger carefully placed explosives or round a corner to find themselves face to face with death itself. A pale specter whose smile promised eternal suffering. Fear spread like contagion through the thorn of agony. Every shadow might conceal the haunter, every sound could herald doom. Blood Reaver Master Rakarth, typically composed in his ancient malice, found his eternal calm fracturing. The Monkeith intruders possessed capabilities far beyond their species' typical limitations. In the void beyond, his fleet was being systematically destroyed, their death screams transmitted across all frequencies. From the vessel's lower reaches came reports of crimson-eyed giants conducting methodical slaughter, while above, an entity calling itself the Night Haunter was weaving a tapestry of terror. We are the masters of darkness and despair. Night Haunter, I shall find you. The voice echoed through the ship's bone corridors. Rakarth resolved to abandon passive defense. He assembled his finest killers, not merely conspiracy elites, but several mandrakes, shadow wraiths whose skills commanded premium rates throughout Komorog. Each was a master assassin, capable of depopulating entire hab blocks through stealth and savagery alone. Yet the Blood Reaver's decision proved catastrophically premature. The moment his hunting party departed the command bridge, Rakarth sensed malevolent observation, eyes tracking his every movement from the darkness beyond perception. His bodyguards employed every detection method at their disposal, yet the Watcher remained hidden. A scream rent the air as one warrior was dragged into the shadows. The mandrakes responded with inhuman speed, their forms blurring as they pursued, only to find emptiness where their quarry should have been. Seconds later, dismembered remains tumbled before Rakarth's feet. The lifeless eyes still held echoes of the exquisite agony their owner had endured before release. Enough, Rakarth snarled, his ancient composure finally shattering. For the first time in millennia, he was prey rather than predator. The hour of judgment approaches, Rakarth. The voice emerged from the corridor's end, where a towering silhouette observed them with predatory patience. Two mandrakes launched themselves forward with blinding velocity, their passage leaving afterimages in the stale air. Poison blades carved through their target, bisecting the figure cleanly. Yet neither assassin celebrated, both recognized the trap too late. The explosion scattered their remains across the corridor, painting bone-white walls with alien viti. The hour of judgment approaches, Rakarth. The voice seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, a curse given audible form. The Blood Reaver stared at the mandrake's mutilated corpses, feeling an emotion he had not experienced since the fall itself: genuine fear. I shall remember this insult, he hissed. Withdraw now. Rakarth turned and fled, abandoning his hunt. The void battle was lost, his fleet dying ship by ship. He could not afford to continue this deadly game with the Shadow Stalker. Recognizing tactical futility, the ancient Xenos chose discretion over valor, retreating toward the vessel's launch bays. Kurz followed like Death Shadow, observing his prey's desperate flight with cold satisfaction. The surviving conspiracy warriors formed a protective cordon around their master, racing through the flagship toward the hangar decks where Raven fighters waited beneath cloaking fields. If they could reach the craft and escape into the void, the webway would carry them safely back to Komorog's depths. Rakarth swore vengeance upon this night haunter. One day, he would repay this humiliation with interest. The Monkeith would learn why the Blood Reavers were feared throughout the galaxy. The corridors through which they fled had grown eerily silent, filled only with the mechanical harmonies of ship systems. Crew and slaves lay scattered where the human specter had found them, some dismembered, others flayed and suspended from overhead cables in grotesque displays. Throughout their retreat, Rakarth's force continued to diminish. Whenever they passed through particularly shadowed areas or regions where lumens flickered, the darkness would claim another victim. Each loss fed the growing terror that consumed his survivors' minds. Just as the launch bay came into sight, a blinding flash and thunderous detonation hurled them to the deck plating. Let us conclude this dance. Footsteps accompanied the voice as a shadow detached itself from the darkness. Silver lightning claws caught the dim illumination, revealing a figure of magnificent and terrible bearing. When the night haunter stepped fully into the light, Rakarth beheld a face pale as bleached bone and eyes like chips of midnight stone. Kill him, the surviving conspiracy warriors screamed. Neurotoxin rounds and monomolecular blades descended like a metallic storm upon the Primarch. The engagement lasted mere heartbeats. When silence returned, only Blood Reaver Master Rakarth remained standing among the scattered corpses, his left arm severed at the shoulder, alien blood pooling beneath him. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Blood Reaver Master, Kurz said, approaching his wounded prey with predatory grace. That terrible, bloody smile spread across his features once more. The consumption of the first victim's brain had revealed everything he needed to know about Rakarth, his crimes, his fears, his weaknesses. The hunt was complete. Chapter 60, The Serpent of Time. The Dark Eldar fleet dispersed like smoke before the storm. The Black Spike conspiracy's hubris had sealed their fate. They had sought to penetrate the expeditionary fleet's battle line with characteristic Xenos arrogance, attempting a boarding action against vessels that carried the Emperor's own gene sons. Such desperation reeked of madness, a gambit that would deliver them either a headless fleet to torment or see them annihilated utterly. The latter proved their destiny. The expeditionary fleet's warships outnumbered the raiders by a factor of 10. When the boarding assault failed, when the 8th Legion's sons counterboarded the flagship Black Spike itself, the alien corsairs found themselves encircled, trapped like prey beasts in a snare of adamantium and wrath. The void became a slaughterhouse. Missile barrages and lance beams carved luminous death through the darkness. Void mines, scattered like the Emperor's judgment across the system's approaches, chained into brilliant detonations that rent armor plating asunder. One Torture-class raider, fleeing toward the system's edge, triggered a mine cluster. Its engines guttered and died. The expeditionary fleet descended upon it with predatory efficiency, solid shot, and focused energy carving through its grotesque hull. The alien ship endured 20 seconds of concentrated bombardment before its spine cracked. A moment later, its power core achieved critical mass. A miniature star bloomed in the void, perfect, terrible, and brief. Nearby Imperial vessels activated their viewing port filters against the nuclear fury. They maneuvered with practiced precision to avoid the expanding debris field that had once been a ship of torturers and murderers. The other Corsair vessels met similar fates, overwhelmed by Imperial firepower and gene-forged fury. The Black Spike hung dead in space, its engines and reactors gutted by the 8th Legion's methodical savagery. Those Dark Eldar who had resisted to the last were scattered as corpses throughout their ship's twisted corridors. The survivors, those whose cowardice had preserved them, now wore restraint collars that crackled with punitive current. When the slaughter ended, Kaz materialized aboard the Emperor's grand design through teleportation's embrace. As always, the transition through the Empyrean brought visions, stars consumed, brothers turning upon brothers, the chittering laughter of entities that should not be. He felt the familiar urge to peer deeper into those twisted depths, to embrace the truths that writhed in subspace's heart. He resisted, as he always did. The path of damnation was paved with such curiosities. Reality reasserted itself. The dense warp energies dissipated, leaving only the sterile air of the flagship's bridge and the weight of his spoils, Blood Reaver Master Rakarth, unconscious and secured. "It seems you have won a great victory." The Raven's voice drew his attention. Kaz looked toward the command throne and saw the strange being perched upon the master of mankind's shoulder. A fragment of memory stirred, something about keeping prisoners, about cultivation on ice worlds. Yet whenever his gaze left the Raven, such recollections faded like dreams upon waking. Even recorded notes seemed to slip from his awareness, ignored by some deeper compulsion. Kaz cast aside his confusion and hurled the captive Dark Eldar before the Emperor's throne. "My lord, Master Raven, this wretch held the highest rank among our enemies." Rakarth raised his head, his predator's gaze sweeping across each figure before him as if memorizing their faces for future vengeance. Blood trickled from his lips as he spoke. "This matter will not end here." The Raven descended from the Emperor's shoulder, alighting before the captive with an almost curious tilt of his head. "You are correct, this matter cannot end here." Rakarth's expression faltered. This was not the response he had anticipated. Where were the threats? The righteous anger? The predictable human rage that would drive them to hasty execution and grant him the swift death that would trigger his resurrection protocols? Every few cycles, he reset the temporal triggers in his Komorog laboratory. Should he fail to provide the proper codes, his resurrection would commence automatically, soul fragments and flesh samples reassembling into life, seeking the memory cores that would restore his consciousness complete. "Tell us of Komorog," the Raven continued conversationally. "Share what you know, and we shall consider mercy." "You wish to understand the Dark City?" Rakarth's tone carried acid mockery. "Do you jest?" "Is there a problem?" The Raven seemed genuinely curious. "We intend to visit Komorog personally, to discuss reparations for your attacks upon human colonies." You wish to enter Komorog, to discuss reparations?" Rakarth stared as if witnessing madness. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" He turned toward the Emperor and Kaz, seeking sanity. "Do you find amusement in letting a dead bird mock me? You." Kaz's lightning claw punched through Rakarth's throat before the insult could fully form. Arterial blood sprayed across the deck plates as the Astartes withdrew his weapon. "You will not speak ill of Master Raven." The wound, while painful, was insufficient to kill a Dark Eldar of Rakarth's enhancement. It did, however, encourage silence. "Share what you know," the Raven said mildly. "In return, we shall grant you a quick death." "Never," Rakarth snarled through bloodied teeth. "No one threatens a Blood Reaver and lives. I will remember this day, Corvid. All of you will pay the price for this humiliation." The Raven studied him for a long moment, then glanced around the chamber. After confirming they were alone save for the Emperor and his son, he turned back to the prisoner. "My lord," he said conversationally to the Emperor, "perhaps we might locate a chaos cult. Sacrifice this one to Slaanesh. I refuse to believe he can resurrect himself from the Prince of Excess's embrace." Rakarth's defiance crumbled like ash. "Wait." The bird was more vicious than any torturer he had known. Once offered to the Dark Prince, no resurrection protocol could reclaim his soul from that eternal torment. "You wish to know of Komorog? Ask. I will tell you everything, every district, every portal, every political alliance. I will guide you personally if required. Better that the fools die in the Dark City's labyrinthine depths than that he face an eternity of Slaanesh's tender mercies." Thus motivated, Rakarth proved remarkably forthcoming. He detailed the Dark City's defenses, its political structure, its hidden vulnerabilities. Every secret he possessed spilled forth like blood from an opened vein. When the interrogation concluded, the raven smiled, an expression that would have given pause to demons. Send him to the ice world. Set him to growing potatoes. Should his agricultural efforts prove insufficient, find some cultists and sacrifice him anyway. All captured Dark Eldar received similar treatment: restraint collars and involuntary relocation to agricultural servitude. The Emperor's justice took many forms, but it was always absolute. While the expeditionary force concluded various affairs in the Antimone system, the Emperor and the Raven discussed their postponed journey. "Antimone's matter is concluded," the Raven said. "We must embark upon a new journey." "Which universe shall we traverse?" the Emperor asked. "The end of eternity," the Raven replied. "There, we shall have the opportunity to acquire temporal technology that permits travel through past and future." The Emperor's golden eyes fixed upon his companion. "This realm, what awaits us there?" "Temporal mastery," the Raven said simply. "Technology that grants dominion over past and future." The Emperor contemplated this revelation. To possess such power would render the Imperium truly eternal. "When do we depart?" he asked. As the Emperor's grand design faded from view, the Emperor felt the strange thrill of anticipation. Each universe they conquered brought new tools to the Imperium's arsenal. Each reality they plundered made humanity stronger. Soon, even time itself would kneel before the Aquila. Here, in eternal spacetime, the next phase of the Great Crusade would begin. Chapter 61, Hunted Upon Arrival. "Then let us depart." The Emperor nodded, accepting Raven's counsel. Raven spread his wings and ascended, circling above the Emperor and Valdor. Behind him, a vast, misty realm faintly materialized through the dimensional veil. The Raven's jet-black form erupted into cascading light, the strands weaving together to outline a spacetime conduit leading to distant realities. The Emperor and Valdor stepped forward into the luminous passage. The wondrous sensation of transcending all material bounds returned, that moment of existing beyond the constraints of singular reality. In the crystal labyrinth of the warp, the Master of Change felt the dimensional disturbance and lifted his gaze toward the eternal void. The accelerating mutations in real space caused his power to surge exponentially. He had become the dominant force in subspace, his influence beginning to eclipse even his brother gods. The architect of fate understood well that the Cursed One had triggered these cascading changes across reality, though the specific mechanisms remained obscured. He sought to trace the Emperor's path, to divine the source of such cosmic disruption. His efforts yielded nothing. Beyond the universe's edge, past the eternal void itself, he found only absence. The transcendent sensation faded. Soft illumination drew the Emperor back into material existence. The constantly shifting spacetime vistas stabilized around him. Dreamlike, prismatic colors slowly dissolved into mundane reality. The Emperor found himself standing upon a pristine street. Silver buildings rose on either side, their surfaces gleaming with mirror-bright perfection. Spherical light orbs floated beside the structures, resembling luminous soap bubbles, and displayed various advertisements and civic announcements. In the sky above, sleek silver shuttles wove through aerial traffic lanes between the towering spires. The Emperor observed the pedestrians, all of whom possessed handsome, symmetrical features. They wore coordinated silver garments and moved with composed, purposeful bearing. This was a civilization that had achieved both material abundance and social harmony. "This realm appears prosperous," Valdor remarked, "though their aesthetic sensibilities favor uniformity. Everything gleams silver." Unlike their arrival in the three-body universe, Valdor had not fallen into deep unconsciousness, merely experiencing mild disorientation. Multiple dimensional transits had granted him increasing resistance to varying universal constants. "Perhaps monotony serves their cultural ideals," the Emperor replied. With their transhuman intellects, both warriors rapidly assessed their new environment. Anti-gravity systems, mass energy conversion, and other advanced technologies were seamlessly integrated into every aspect of daily life. This was undeniably a highly developed technological civilization. Strangely, despite such sophisticated human achievement, they had made no apparent progress in space exploration. After researching archived historical records, the emperor discovered troubling patterns. Whenever humanity showed promise in aerospace development, catastrophic accidents would occur, disasters that shattered confidence and diverted resources away from stellar expansion. It was as if some invisible hand guided destiny itself, preventing humanity from reaching beyond their world. Just as the emperor prepared to investigate this mystery further, the unexpected occurred. As they crossed a grand plaza adorned with cascading fountains, the surrounding air rippled like disturbed water. Spherical metal pods materialized around them with threatening precision. Hatches split open, and armored warriors emerged, their gear streamlined and purposeful. The deployment vehicles faded from view as all combatants fixed their attention upon the emperor. Energy blades ignited from their wrist gauntlets with hissing brilliance. "Kill him! Kill him, protect eternity!" The warriors shouted with blatant hatred and charged toward the emperor and Valdor. "Big guy, do you have enemies in this universe?" Raven looked at the emperor. "Otherwise, why would someone want to kill you the moment we landed?" The emperor sidestepped an attacker's thrust and delivered a devastating counterstrike that shattered bone and ceramite alike. "You chose this universe, you're asking me. Raven, are you trying to get rid of me and seize absolute power over the Empire?" Raven smiled. "I didn't have the idea originally, but now that you mention it, I do. Once I seize absolute power, I'll make those planets pay fries and ketchup as tithes. Sounds pretty good, actually." After a joke, Raven brought the conversation back. "This is our first time in this universe. Logically, no one should notice us. Big guy, tell me honestly, besides offending those guys in the original universe, did you bully any passing evil gods? I seriously suspect that when others passed by, you just kicked them a few times for no reason. That's why we were retaliated against as soon as we transmigrated." "I didn't," the emperor said. "What kind of image do you have of me? Why would you immediately think I was the one who caused trouble?" Raven glanced at him and said faintly, "Your image has always been that of an arrogant freeloading debtor." The emperor's speechless. Who understands? He was just poked in the heart. Valdor silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. It was too accurate a description. If anyone else criticized the emperor, Valdor would be very angry. But when Raven complained about the emperor, he just wanted to give a thumbs up silently. The enemies were well-trained and wore high-tech armor, but they were no match for the emperor and Valdor and were quickly dealt with. The emperor captured one alive, removed his helmet, and asked, "Why did you attack us?" The man glared, as if the emperor had a blood feud with him. "Butcher, executioner, everyone should punish him. We will never submit to you, tyrant. One day, we will reclaim everything that belongs to us." Raven said, "Big guy, let me handle this. I'm good at getting information." The emperor nodded and brought the captive before Raven. Raven used the authority of the mist space to read the opponent's information directly. Soon, he understood the identity of these attackers. They are Time Guards, the defense force of eternity. Time Guards, eternity. Valdor looked confused. "How should I tell you?" Raven scratched his head. "Let me first tell you the predetermined fate of this universe. Perhaps you'll find the answer. The technological development of humanity in this universe differed from that in other universes. They did not develop nuclear energy, nor did they build aerospace technology. Instead, through various coincidences, they developed time technology. A man named Marson created the first time field in the 24th century. In the 27th century, humanity deduced the Lefebvre equation, unraveling the secret of time travel. Using time travel technology, a small group of human elites established eternity. They utilized time travel technology to construct a time well, drawing energy from the sun's future explosion to sustain the time field and travel through various points in time. At its inception, eternity did not interfere with the development of human civilization. It merely served as a platform for intertemporal trade and technological exchange. However, the people of eternity soon discovered that by making minor changes in the past, they could alter the entire future without being detected. For example, by slipping a few adult magazines into a confident teenager's school bag. This made him obsessed with women, uninterested in studying, and unable to complete his education. This way, the teenager would not become a scientist in the future. A technology that would have been born because of him would not have come into existence. Because the timeline had changed and reality had been reshaped, in the new reality, those people would not know what eternity had done. Initially, eternity only interfered with those who would bring about doomsday disasters for humanity. Slowly, they began to influence important decisions, conflicts between nations, and the selection of leaders. Ultimately, how the real world should develop was decided by them. As long as they deemed a particular technology or person unfavorable, they would initiate a change, erasing that technology and person. Upon hearing this, the emperor showed a look of shock. So arrogant and reckless. How dare they so casually decide the direction of an entire human civilization? They won't think they're wrong. Instead, they'll believe they're protecting humanity. Raven shrugged, preparing to continue. Just then, a female voice suddenly echoed in the air. Emperor Valdor, Raven, hello, I am here to help you. Chapter 62, Journey to the Future, 11 million years beyond. A streamlined, oval-shaped shuttle materialized before the Emperor and his companions with the silent grace of advanced technology. The hatch split open with mechanical precision, and a beautiful woman in military uniform emerged alongside several soldiers in formation. Valdor stared intently at the woman, ready to act without hesitation if she showed any hostility towards the Emperor. The woman bowed respectfully to Valdor. Lord Valdor, please put aside your hostility towards us. Valdor frowned when he heard her address him by name. He checked his perfect memory with methodical precision. He confirmed that he had never met this woman before. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Noi, and I come from 11 million years in the future. In the future, I know you, the Emperor, and Mr. Raven, Noi said, taking out a golden device crafted from unknown materials. This was given to me by Mr. Raven from the future. He said that if you saw this, you would believe me. After pressing the activation control, streams of coherent light shot out from one end of the device. The light beams danced like luminous spirits, outlining a perfect holographic projection of Raven. Big guy, big corncob, stop being so wishy-washy, hurry up and follow Noi. Valdor's pupils slightly widened when he saw the projection. Raven had been with them ever since he entered this universe. What was the deal with the projection in her hand? You are Noi Lambent. Raven appeared before Noi with characteristic suddenness. He naturally knew who Noi was. Eternity, under the guise of benefiting humanity, constantly used time technology to alter reality, hindering humanity's development of aerospace technology. Such insidious actions prevented humanity from leaving their home planet for countless millennia. When humanity finally ventured into the void between stars, they discovered they were too late. All star systems had already been occupied by other races, alien civilizations that had claimed the galaxy, while humanity remained trapped in temporal stasis. Without sufficient resources, humanity didn't even have the qualifications to wage war and could only retreat to their home planet in defeat. Realizing they couldn't reach the stars, humanity then went extinct in despair. In the original timeline, future humanity 11 million years hence also developed time technology. However, they only observed the past and refrained from interfering with it or the future. After encountering several instances of reality disturbances, they realized the problem. After observation and calculation, they identified the culprit as eternity. They also realized that eternity had become a cancerous tumor hindering the development of human civilization. To change humanity's fate of extinction, future humanity decided to destroy eternity. Noi was a crucial link in the plan to destroy eternity. She was arranged to fall in love with a time technician named Harlan. The reason for this was that the emergence of eternity involved complex temporal causality loops that defied conventional understanding. Marson, who created the first time field, was initially named Brinsley Sheridan Cooper. He was not from the 24th century, but was an eternal from the 78th century. Eternity sent him to the 24th century to teach a scientist named Vico Marson specific techniques. During this process, Marson suddenly died. Cooper had no choice but to impersonate Vico Marson. He built the time-field machine in the 24th century, guiding humanity to develop an interest in space-time technology. Then he developed mathematics, deduced time equations, and formed the causal chain that made the existence of eternity inevitable. In fact, in true history, Cooper was Marson. The high-ranking officials of eternity were aware of this. They secretly guided Cooper, arranging everything for him, ensuring he met all the conditions to become the Marson of history. Harlan, in this causal chain, was responsible for teaching Cooper the true history and sending him to the 24th century. Noy's mission was to make Harlan fall in love with her, use him to send Cooper to other centuries, sever the causal chain of eternity's existence, and promote the development of nuclear energy for humanity. This way, humanity would go to the stars, instead of being trapped on Terra. Noy saw Raven and bowed to him. "Respected Lord Raven, may fries and ketchup always be with you." "You know me?" Raven asked. "Of course, Mr. Raven. Every member of the Time Bureau knows your name and your great deeds. You are the Emperor's guide and redeemer. Without you, there would be no Emperor, no Empire. You are the only one." Raven winked at the Emperor and Valdor, showing a triumphant expression. "Did you hear that, big guy, big corn cob?" Valdor turned to Noy, ignoring the endlessly thick-skinned Raven. "Noy, who sent you?" Noy pointed at Raven. "Mr. Raven sent me back to complete the causal loop." "Ah, it's me." Raven's eyes widened. Just as he was about to ask for the full story, he saw Noy continue to play the recording. "Also, pass me, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up, get out of here quickly. Be careful not to get caught and made into spicy Raven's head." "Raven!" He turned to complain to the Emperor and Valdor. "Why is future me so mean? It makes me want to punch him." "Present you is also mean," Valdor added. "Honestly, sometimes I really want to punch you too." Raven looked at the Emperor. "Big guy, how about we arrange for Big Corncob to go back to Terra to guard the pond?" "Valdor, I was just agreeing with you, and now I have to go back to Terra to guard the pond. How infuriating. Serving a king is like serving a tiger, fine. Serving a raven is also like serving a tiger, right?" At this moment, ripples once again surged in the surrounding space, and gleaming metal spheres appeared one by one. The hatches opened, and soldiers in various styles of armor poured out, each piece of equipment representing different centuries of technological advancement. "Kill the tyrant. Protect eternity." They shouted slogans, their voices filled with madness. Wielding various weapons, they unleashed a barrage of bullets and energy beams at the Emperor and Valdor. 177th Century Delta Force. 255th Century Hell Vanguard. Has eternity gone mad? If they keep this up, the entire spacetime will collapse. The shuttle behind her automatically activated its protective field. A faint light barrier appeared, blocking the incoming bullets and energy beams. "Hurry up and go. Those people from eternity have gone crazy." Noy told the Emperor and Valdor to enter the spacetime shuttle, preparing to take them out of this spacetime. The interior design of the shuttle was quite futuristic, constructed from shiny, smooth silver-white metal that gleamed with inner light. Data interfaces floated in the air, displaying complex code and data curves. There were observation windows on both sides of the shuttle, through which they could see the raging enemies outside. "Is this a spaceship?" Raven asked. "No, this is a time machine that travels through time," Noy explained. She sat in the shuttle's control seat, set the control parameters on the glowing screen, and then pushed the sleek, smooth joystick. A hum sounded, and the shuttle was enveloped by a peculiar time field. It didn't produce any displacement. However, the scene outside the observation window changed. The surrounding space rapidly warped, then melted into a colorful, shifting, kaleidoscopic space. "A bit nauseating," Valdor said. "We're clearly not moving." "No, we are moving," the Emperor said. "Not spatial movement, but movement on the scale of time." Noy nodded. "We are heading to 11 million years later, where eternity cannot reach." Half an hour later, the humming sound of the shuttle gradually diminished. The scene outside the observation window also changed accordingly. The colorful, shifting, kaleidoscopic space disappeared, replaced by a futuristic reality space. The original plaza was gone. Magnificent towering buildings, reaching into the clouds, appeared before them. Streamlined flying vehicles shuttled between the buildings. Looking up, they could even see the lights of a magnificent orbital space station and the silhouettes of giant starships. Clearly, humanity, 11 million years in the future, had ventured into space. "My mission ends once I deliver you here," Noi said. "From now on, it's up to you." "What should we do?" Valdor asked. Noi said, "Once you go down, the Time Bureau will detect an anomaly and send a special operations team to apprehend you. You must negotiate peacefully, avoid conflict, and say you have important matters to discuss with the Time Bureau's high-ranking officials. Once they arrive, you must persuade them to abandon their original plan and instead establish the human empire, wage war against eternity, and truly lead humanity into the stars and the future." "And you, where are you going?" Raven asked. "Back to your future selves," Noi said, "and here's something for you." Noi took out an exquisitely crafted silver-white pendant and hung it around Raven's neck. "This was left to me by my mother. If my past self doesn't believe you, give this to her." The hatch opened. The Emperor and Valdor stepped out. "Good luck, Mr. Raven. See you in the future." Noi waved goodbye, then pushed the joystick. The space around the shuttle shimmered and warped, and then it disappeared. Raven looked around. Will a special operations team from the Time Bureau really come to apprehend us? No sooner had the words left his mouth than several hovering combat vehicles flew from the distance, circling above their heads. More than a dozen soldiers in high-tech battle armor leaped down, surrounding them. "Time smugglers, you are surrounded. Immediately put down your weapons, or we will use force according to the law." Chapter 63, The Burden of Infinite Futures. The Time Bureau existed as humanity's desperate gambit against entropy itself. Forged in the crucible of the 110,000th century, when mankind had gazed upon the face of temporal oblivion and found it wanting, this organization bore a singular purpose: to shield the future from the malignant influence of eternal spacetime. Their mission was born from necessity: to preserve the timeline beyond their epoch from arbitrary manipulation and dissolution at the hands of those who had made themselves masters of causality. Within the sterile confines of a Time Bureau detention chamber, the Emperor of Mankind and Constantin Valdor awaited their audience. 2 hours had elapsed since the Raven's prophetic words had manifested into stark reality. The prescient Corvid had scarcely completed his warning when operatives of the Bureau's Temporal Enforcement Division materialized around them, their movements precise and coordinated. Heeding the future counsel provided by Noi herself, neither the Master of Mankind nor his Captain General had offered resistance. Instead, they had chosen the path of discourse with these soldiers of tomorrow. They had claimed urgent business with the Bureau's hierarchy, specifically requesting an audience with the woman known as Noi. After deliberation, the unit commander had acquiesced to their transport back to the Bureau's temporal stronghold. Iron gates, iron windows, iron chains, leaning on the iron window looking outside. How beautiful life is outside. The Raven's melodic lament echoed through the detention facility, his song carrying the weight of countless imprisoned souls throughout history. The Emperor and Valdor maintained their silence, though the Corvid's theatrical display of captivity was not lost upon them. Approaching footsteps interrupted the avian performance. Several figures in military dress uniforms approached the energy barrier that contained them, their bearing marking them as officers of significant rank. At their head walked a woman whose very presence commanded attention. Her uniform bore the insignia of high command, and her bearing spoke of battles fought across impossible timelines. This was Noi, the architect of temporal intervention, whom they had specifically requested to meet. "My name is," she began, only to be cut short by the Raven's sudden materialization before the assembled officers. "I know who you are," the Corvid declared with characteristic boldness. "You are Noi." A frown creased the woman's features as she regarded the talking bird, her tactical mind processing this unexpected variable. Intelligence reports had made no mention of a sentient corvid among their captives. "You claim knowledge of me." "Of course," the raven replied without hesitation. "You are the one who guided us to this temporal coordinate." Noi's expression hardened. "Impossible, I have never encountered you before." "It was your future self who brought us here," the raven explained, his tone carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "She spoke of escape from the hunters dispatched by eternal spacetime. She promised aid, that you would help us establish the human empire, then strike against eternal spacetime itself, leading humanity beyond the confines of Earth and into the infinite expanse of the galaxy." Murmurs rippled through the assembled Time Bureau personnel. Even Noi's composed facade cracked, revealing a flash of genuine shock. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I am the Raven," came the proud response. "You do not yet know me, but I have already walked alongside your future shadow." "Your claims require substantiation," Noi stated with professional skepticism. Without ceremony, the raven produced a silver pendant, its surface catching the chamber's artificial illumination. "This was bequeathed to you by your mother. Your future self entrusted it to me, claiming it would serve as proof of our shared destiny." The color drained from Noi's face as she stared at the pendant. Her hand moved instinctively to her throat, withdrawing an identical piece, perfect in every detail, down to the microscopic scratches that marked years of wear. The Bureau's security protocols demanded verification. Molecular scanners and temporal analysis equipment were brought forth, operated by specialists whose expertise spanned millennia of scientific advancement. Their conclusions were undeniable. Both pendants were the same object, merely separated by the dimension of time itself. "It appears my future self did indeed facilitate your arrival in this temporal coordinate," Noi admitted, her analytical mind accepting the evidence despite its impossibility. A square-faced man stepped forward from among her entourage, his bearing marking him as someone accustomed to authority. "However, we maintain no intention of engaging eternal spacetime in direct conflict. Such action would result in the complete dissolution of the timeline as we understand it. Our current stratagem involves disrupting the causal matrices that allow eternal spacetime to achieve temporal closure," he continued. "Nothing more." Valdor stepped forward, his auramite armor catching the chamber's light as he spoke for his gene father. "Circumstances have evolved beyond your original parameters. This is why we stand before you now." His voice carried the authority of 10 millennia of service to the throne. "Furthermore, conducting negotiations, while your guests remain confined behind force barriers, hardly reflects the hospitality one might expect from humanity's temporal guardians." Noi's lips quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. She gestured to her subordinates. "Deactivate the containment field. Release them." "Understood, Commander," the guard replied, his fingers dancing across the control interface. The energy barrier dissolved with a barely audible hum, returning the prisoners to the status of guests. "Might I inquire as to your temporal origins?" Noi asked as the field dissipated. "We do not originate from this continuum," Valdor replied with characteristic directness. "We are travelers from beyond the boundaries of this universe entirely." The Captain General saw no advantage in deception. Their abilities remained largely intact despite the temporal displacement, and the Raven possessed the capability to extract them from this facility at will. Transparency would serve their purposes better than subterfuge. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the assembled officers. "Interdimensional travelers," one whispered. Hushed consultations followed, with several personnel departing the chamber only to return bearing classified reports. These documents circulated among the senior staff before being presented to their unexpected guests. The files contained comprehensive analyses of their group, classifying both the Emperor and Valdor as temporal anomalies. According to Bureau records, their party had manifested in the 575th century without precedent, absent from all observable past and future timelines. "The evidence supports your claims," Noi acknowledged after reviewing the data. You exist outside the boundaries of causality as we understand it. Her expression grew thoughtful. Perhaps this explains my future self's decision to render aid. Only beings who exist beyond time's reach might possess the potential to reshape it entirely. Noi outlined the Bureau's original stratagem, severing the causal chains that bound eternal spacetime, enabling humanity's development of nuclear technology, and facilitating mankind's expansion into the void between stars. Valdor voiced the question that had formed in his gene-father's mind. Why do you perceive this as a choice between alternatives? The development of temporal manipulation and stellar expansion need not be mutually exclusive pursuits. A bitter smile crossed Noi's features. Our observations encompass countless simulated realities that emerge from timeline alterations. In every scenario where eternal spacetime maintains its existence, humanity invariably chooses the path of least resistance, safety over ambition, stagnation over growth. She paused, her gaze distant with the weight of impossible knowledge. The Eternals, in their determination to preserve their transcendent status, actively prevent humanity's expansion beyond Earth. Additionally, our species possesses an inherent aversion to risk that compounds this problem. Our original protocol demanded forcing humanity into the space-age regardless of their preferences, she continued. To achieve this objective, we must completely eradicate eternal spacetime, not merely disrupting their operations, but erasing every timeline of their existence and rebuilding reality from its foundations. Valdor nodded slowly. I understand your reasoning. However, my lord envisions a superior approach. The square-faced officer, Line, as his identification marked him, leaned forward with interest. His role within the Bureau involved observing the realities erased by eternal spacetime's transformations, documenting lost technologies and cultural achievements that vanished with each temporal revision. What approach? He inquired. Reject the premise of choosing between alternatives, Valdor replied, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of one who had stood at the Emperor's side for millennia. Establish the human empire. Destroy eternal spacetime. Allow the Time Bureau to assume complete dominion over the timeline. He gestured with practiced authority. When humanity faces extinction-level crises, the Bureau becomes our failsafe, enabling temporal reversion and repeated attempts until mankind's glorious future is assured. The Raven offered a silent gesture of approval, recognizing the Vision's perfect alignment with his patron's character. The Emperor's ambitions had always transcended mere survival. They encompassed dominion over existence itself. Line's expression grew troubled. The energy requirements for such an undertaking, he trailed off, calculations racing through his mind. Eternal spacetime requires stellar detonation merely to maintain Earth's temporal field. A chronological barrier encompassing entire galaxies or the universe itself, what power source could sustain such a construct? The unspoken question hung in the air like a sword of Damocles. Would they sacrifice entire universes to fuel humanity's temporal dominion? The Emperor's vision was as magnificent as it was terrible, uncompromising in its scope, absolute in its ambition. It was the dream of a being who had witnessed the species' potential across 10,000 years of struggle, who understood that humanity's destiny lay not in mere survival, but in transcendence itself. In the sterile chamber of the Time Bureau, surrounded by the technology of humanity's distant future, the seeds of empire were being sown across the very fabric of reality. Chapter 64, The Weight of Erased Souls. Many would perish in such an undertaking, Noi admitted, her expression betraying the weight of moral uncertainty that pressed upon her conscience. Do those erased through timeline manipulation not qualify as casualties? Valdor's voice cut through the chamber's sterile atmosphere like a blade through silk. His question hung in the air, challenging the assembled Time Bureau personnel with its stark implications. These are living beings, individuals with bonds of kinship and friendship, possessed of their own thoughts, their own capacity for joy and sorrow. The Captain General continued, his auramite-clad form radiating the authority of millennia. Does the absence of visible blood and corpses grant you the comfort of believing such erasures are not deaths? Valdor's interrogation rendered Noi and her colleagues speechless, forcing them to confront the philosophical implications of their temporal manipulations. What constituted death? It was the termination, the absolute obliteration of existence itself. The knife thrust that ended a life was murder, certainly. But erasing an individual from the timeline, rendering them as if they had never drawn breath, this too was murder. Perhaps the latter represented an even greater malevolence than the former. At least those slain by conventional means left behind memories, witnesses to their having once walked among the living. But temporal erasure consumed even these traces, obliterating every record of their existence with surgical precision. Such cruelty transcended mere death. It was the annihilation of ever having been. "Abandon this hypocrisy and embrace my lord's counsel," Valdor declared, his gaze sweeping across the assembled temporal technicians. "The casualties inflicted through timeline modification will scarcely differ in number from those of conventional warfare. What we must ensure is that their deaths serve a greater purpose." His voice carried the weight of absolute conviction. "Destroy eternal spacetime, preserve the Time Bureau, grant humanity the glorious future it deserves." Valdor's words found fertile ground among many of the Bureau personnel. The plan he described would indeed prove more brutal in its execution, but it would preserve their organization and its capabilities. The foundation stones of this new epoch would rest upon the salvaged remains of the original timeline and its appropriated technologies. Victory against eternal spacetime would herald humanity's ascension to the stars in the 24th century, the precise moment when the species would achieve temporal mastery without external interference. Beyond mere stellar expansion lay treasures harvested from countless obliterated realities. The large-scale matter replication systems of the 300th century exemplified such prizes, miraculous devices capable of converting pure energy into perfect material duplicates of any conceivable object. Eternal spacetime had seized this technology to fuel their expansion, then systematically erase the timeline that birthed it through orchestrated revolution. Such acts of temporal larceny had repeated throughout the eons. Whenever eternal spacetime deemed a technological advancement undesirable or threatening to their hegemony, they would appropriate it before obliterating the entire causal chain that brought it into existence. With access to these stolen innovations, humanity could establish a civilization spanning multiple galactic clusters. The 24th century marked a critical threshold, the moment when humanity first constructed their temporal field generators. All history preceding this point constituted what scholars termed prime history, and alterations to this period carried unpredictable consequences. After extensive deliberation, the Time Bureau's Leadership Council reached consensus. The human empire would serve as their instrument of resistance against eternal spacetime's tyranny. Reports then reached the chamber. Representatives from eternal spacetime had arrived, demanding audience with the Bureau's senior command. Initial discussions favored refusal, but the emperor's will superseded such caution. He desired to hear what these temporal manipulators might offer. As they proceeded toward the diplomatic chambers, the master of mankind established psychic contact with his corvid companion. "Raven, why has no reward manifested for altering this timeline's fate node?" The emperor's calculations indicated his actions had shifted this universe's predetermined destiny by more than 5 percentage points. Under normal circumstances, such significant alterations should have triggered their cosmic reward mechanisms. The Raven's mental voice carried notes of grim understanding. "This reality operates under different parameters, my lord. Here, beings traverse timelines with impunity. You must see this endeavor through to its conclusion to claim your prize. Otherwise, the moment we depart, these temporal manipulators will restore everything to its original state." The inhabitants of eternal spacetime had designated the span from the 100,000th to the 150,000th centuries, basically between 10th and 15th million years, as the hidden epoch. Previously, they had maintained careful distance from this period, avoiding interference for fear of provoking catastrophic warfare. Now, desperation compelled them to breach their own protocols. They had fought their way into this forbidden era to seek out the time bureau of the hidden epoch, driven by necessity that brooked no alternative. Various sectors of eternal spacetime burned under the wrath of the tyrant from beyond time. Only his elimination could halt the devastation consuming their civilization. They had journeyed from the future to this temporal coordinate with singular purpose: to persuade the Time Bureau against cooperation with the interdimensional despot. They sought assistance in eliminating the tyrant and preventing the temporal war that would consume countless realities. The delegation's leader was high-level temporal technician Xuanhuan, a man whose very presence spoke of authority earned through centuries of service to eternal spacetime's cause. In the Time Bureau's original stratagem, fate would have arranged for Noi to encounter and form romantic attachment to Xuanhuan. Through this relationship, Xuanhuan would have assisted in severing the causal chains binding eternal spacetime's existence, enabling humanity's earlier expansion into the void. The Emperor's arrival had shattered these careful arrangements. The Time Bureau had abandoned their subtle approach in favor of establishing the human empire, preparing to destroy eternal spacetime through direct military action. Xuanhuan and Noi, naturally, had never met under these altered circumstances. Upon witnessing the Emperor and Time Bureau personnel arrive together, Xuanhuan's expression shifted from surprise to indescribable rage. Recognition dawned. He had arrived too late. The tyrant had already swayed the Bureau's leadership, and cooperation had been established. "Are you aware of the atrocities he has committed?" Xuanhuan demanded of the Time Bureau assembly, his voice carrying the weight of witnessed horrors. "This being has launched temporal warfare, obliterating numerous spacetime sectors. Countless Eternals have perished in that conflict." "And what of the crimes perpetrated by eternal spacetime?" Line retorted, his square features hardening with righteous anger. "Humanity lost its opportunity to reach the stars because of your interference. Your actions condemned our species to despair and extinction." Xuanhuan's response carried casual dismissal that chilled the assembled listeners. "What matter is extinction? Every species faces such fate. It is merely a question of temporal sequence. If you consent to remove the barriers preventing our access to the hidden epoch, we can correct this trajectory. Throughout all eras accessible to eternal spacetime, we have consistently achieved humanity's optimal welfare without failure." Before the Time Bureau personnel could formulate responses, Valdor stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chamber with imperial authority. "Welfare as defined by whom?" "Executioner of the tyrant, you possess no standing to speak," Xuanhuan shouted, his composure cracking under the custodian's scrutiny. Valdor's response carried the cold contempt of one who had witnessed true nobility. "My lord may be your tyrant, I may serve as his instrument of justice, but what are you? Eternals who fashion yourselves as deities. We are the devoted guardians who protect human civilization through sacrifice and contribution," Xuanhuan retorted, his excitement betraying the desperation beneath his words. Valdor's tone remained arctic. "Permitting humanity's extinction, manipulating the fate of every individual, disregarding their free will, casually erasing their existence, you term this sacrifice and protection." Xuanhuan's face flushed with anger, his counterarguments appearing increasingly feeble. "These are necessary sacrifices made to preserve human civilization." To Valdor, such reasoning represented the height of absurdity. You murder entire populations, then proclaim it serves human civilization. Xuanhuan attempted forced justification. "You deliberately misrepresent our actions. We do not murder." Valdor's voice resonated with the power of absolute moral certainty. "Altering time, erasing conscious thought, is this not murder? Appropriating technologies from various realities before obliterating the timelines that created them, is this not a crime against all humanity?" The accusation hung in the air like a death sentence, its truth undeniable despite Xuanhuan's mounting protests. In the sterile diplomatic chamber of the Time Bureau, two visions of humanity's future stood in stark opposition, one offering transcendence through conquest, the other promising safety through submission. The choice would echo across eternity itself. Pushpin 1 power stone on the book page equals 100 on chapter pages. Visit the book page to donate your power stone. Leave a review and drop a comment. Also, get access to 270 plus bonus chapters across all my stories. Chapter 65, The Spoils of Temporal Victory. Valdor's words carved through the assembled Eternals like molecular disruptor blades, dissecting the accumulated arrogance and hypocrisy of their temporal oligarchy. His accusations revealed them not as noble guardians of human civilization, but as a collective of increasingly pathological tyrants. These paranoid manipulators had convinced themselves that genocide served the greater good. Harun's complexion shifted between pallor and flush, his form trembling with the weight of cognitive dissonance that could no longer be suppressed. "Our methodologies are sound," he insisted, his voice cracking under the pressure of Valdor's relentless logic. Permitting ordinary citizens access to such technologies would herald only catastrophe. Consider atomic energy, dream manipulation devices, dimensional gateway systems. Once placed in civilian hands, these innovations spawn conflicts that consume billions. The existence of eternal spacetime offers no benefit to humanity, Valdor countered with the patience of one instructing a particularly slow student. Allowing your organization to monopolize spacetime manipulation technology has achieved only one outcome: the species' inevitable extinction. Another Eternal stepped forward, desperation bleeding through his professional composure. "You possess no authority to judge Eternal spacetime's methods." Valdor's gaze settled upon the speaker, with the weight of 10 millennia's accumulated wisdom. "You possess no authority to determine humanity's worthiness for technological advancement, and even less right to dictate our species' destiny." His voice carried the inexorable weight of natural law. "You believe yourselves entitled to erase others, to reshape reality according to your whims. By that same logic, others possess equal right to destroy you, to remake reality in forms more suited to their vision." The Captain General's final words fell like the closing of a tomb. "Do not fashion yourselves as victims in this conflict. Those countless souls you erased through your temporal manipulations will offer no sympathy for your plight. They would consider your deaths insufficient payment for your crimes." The Eternal delegation fell into stunned silence, their arguments crumbling before the inexorable logic of their judge. The Raven observed their speechless fury with something approaching amusement. "Foolish beyond measure," he muttered, his corvid eyes glittering with dark humor. Engaging the Emperor's will in debate, they truly lack understanding of their opponent's nature. This is a being capable of deceiving even the ruinous powers themselves. Though the words emerged from Valdor's mouth, the Raven understood they reflected the Emperor's own assessment of the situation. Following the complete ideological decimation of their position, the Eternal representatives departed in defeat, their dreams of alliance with the Time Bureau reduced to ash. They departed knowing that persuading the Bureau to unite against the interdimensional tyrant had become an impossibility. Under the combined leadership of the Emperor and the Time Bureau, the human empire rose from the foundations of possibility itself. As in countless other realities, its banners bore the symbol of the double-headed Aquila, the eternal emblem of humanity's cosmic destiny. The Raven emerged from the shadows of secrecy, his identity becoming known throughout the Bureau's hierarchy. His reputation as the Emperor's enigmatic herald spread among the temporal technicians, though few truly comprehended the depths of his significance. Before the official commencement of hostilities, the Emperor gathered the assembled forces for pre-war address. His words ignited the blood of every listener, transforming doubt into absolute conviction and fear into righteous fury. When the time came for the Raven to address the troops, the tone shifted in directions no tactical manual could have predicted. Like all precious things in existence, succulent tubers prepared with fermented vegetable extract represent the common heritage of all humanity, the Corvid declared with absolute solemnity. Remember to preserve samples of these delicacies from every temporal coordinate we liberate. His voice grew increasingly passionate. Eternal spacetime has altered reality countless times. who can calculate how many perfect preparations of seasoned tubers have been lost to their manipulations. This represents one of humanity's most tragic cultural losses. By his conclusion, the raven was practically shrieking his battle cry. No more culinary treasures shall be destroyed, for the preservation of seasoned tubers and fermented vegetable extracts. Those familiar with the raven's peculiar obsessions smiled and raised their voices in support. Valdor, witnessing this scene, felt his gene-forged heart sink with the weight of prophetic dread. The future stretched before him, and he could not imagine what bizarre forms human civilization might take under such unique guidance. The temporal war erupted across the breadth of causality itself. Flames of conflict burned at every coordinate in spacetime's vast matrix, consuming realities that had never been born and obliterating those that had existed for eons. The Emperor, commanding the combined might of the Time Bureau, initiated operations from the 110,000th century and proceeded backward along the timeline's flow, systematically destroying eternal spacetime's temporal strongholds. The Bureau's technological capabilities proved marginally superior to their opponents. In matters of temporal manipulation, the Bureau possessed the capacity to simultaneously observe timelines that had achieved manifestation and those that remained potential, a crucial advantage over eternal spacetime's limitation to observing only existing temporal threads. Leading his forces with the tactical genius that had conquered the galaxy in another reality, the Emperor swept through eternal spacetime's territorial holdings. Eternals either submitted to his authority or perished beneath his wrath. The vast infrastructure that eternal spacetime had spent millennia constructing crumbled before the Emperor's advance with startling rapidity. Confronted with imminent defeat, eternal spacetime's supreme authority, the All-Temporal Council, abandoned their final pretenses of civilized warfare. No longer concerned with collateral temporal damage, they dispatched strike forces from multiple timelines to the coordinates where the Emperor had first manifested, intending to eliminate the source of their destruction. Noi, the Raven, called to the Time Bureau commander, his tone carrying unusual gravity. The task of completing the causal chain falls to you. Upon learning of eternal spacetime's desperate gambit, the Raven entrusted Noi with a critical mission: transport his holographic projection to assist their past selves in the coming confrontation. Should they question your authority, activate my holographic recording, he instructed. The image will provide necessary authentication. Understood, Master Raven, Noi replied with military precision. Do you require samples of the seasoned tubers from the 575th century? The Raven's head tilted in what might have been disappointment. Unnecessary. I sampled those preparations upon our initial arrival. The quality proved adequate but unremarkable. Indeed, while the Emperor and Valdor had conducted their intelligence gathering, the Raven had prioritized securing samples of local cuisine. In his philosophy, empires might fall and heroes might perish, but exceptional food represented civilization's true treasures. Unfortunately, despite the 26th century's technological sophistication, their culinary arts had proven mediocre at best. Remember, the Raven added as Noi prepared for temporal transit, ensure that you provide your pendant to my past self. This element remains crucial to the causal chain's integrity. Noi nodded with professional assurance. Fear not, Master Raven. Both pendants remain in my possession. The task shall be completed. For seasoned tubers and fermented vegetable extracts, she declared, raising the battle cry before her shuttle flickered out of existence. Mere seconds later, the vessel reappeared. Noi emerged from the temporal transport, her mission completed with characteristic efficiency. Master Raven, she greeted with formal humor, we meet again in the future. With the causal loop properly sealed, the Emperor ordered the final assault upon eternal spacetime's primary stronghold. The enemy's resistance proved fierce. Those who remained were the organization's most fanatical adherents, true believers who would accept no outcome save victory or death. After brutal combat that left the temporal corridors carpeted with the fallen, the Emperor and his forces stood before a massive portal of silver-white construction. The gateway towered above them, its apex disappearing into a dimensional haze that hurt mortal eyes to observe. As the Emperor approached, the portal rumbled open with the sound of reality itself groaning. Members of the All-Temporal Council emerged alongside the surviving Eternals, their hands raised in surrender. Gone was their former arrogance. Defeat had reduced them to broken figures, their faces bearing the hollow expressions of those who had witnessed the collapse of everything they believed to be absolute. Their capitulation marked the Emperor's complete victory in the temporal war. The master of mankind stepped across the threshold into eternal spacetime's heart. Immediately, cascading light screens materialized before him, displaying the conquered organization's accumulated knowledge and technologies. Vast quantities of primordial energy flooded into his enhanced physiology as the cosmic systems that governed their multiversal journey dispensed rewards that had accumulated throughout the campaign. Fate node altered 5%. Acquired mass energy conversion technology, dream-making technology, large-scale item replication technology. Fate node altered 10%. Acquired mass energy weaving technology, human enhancement serum, four-dimensional pocket technology. Fate node altered 15%. Acquired Lefebvre-style time field principles. Fate node altered 20%. Acquired time pot construction technology, portable teleportation gate technology. Fate node altered 30%. Acquired knowledge of spacetime relativity, spacetime shuttle manufacturing technology. As the Emperor absorbed this comprehensive understanding of temporal manipulation, his mastery over the fundamental forces of causality reached levels that defied mortal comprehension. He had not merely conquered eternal spacetime. He had inherited their accumulated mastery over time itself, becoming something beyond even his previous divine nature. The temporal war was won. The spoils of victory would reshape not merely humanity's future, but the very nature of existence across an infinite number of realities. Chapter 66, The Eternal Vigil. The time war had ended, yet its echoes would reverberate across the chronostream for millennia uncounted. For the Emperor and his chosen, shielded within the protective embrace of the time field's blessed aegis, the conflict had spanned mere years. But for the masses of humanity dwelling in baseline reality, the war had consumed more than 8 million years of existence. Throughout the long centuries, stretching from the 24th millennium to the 80th, the Eternal Ones had manifested as harbingers of conscription. They descended without warning, claiming the finest warriors of each epoch, dragging them into the temporal maelstrom to serve as expendable fodder in their chronological crusade. None returned. The time war had ravaged every thread of spacetime. Reality itself bore the scars of forbidden weapons unleashed by both warring factions, creating a patchwork universe riddled with temporal wounds. Disasters cascaded through the ages as causality collapsed, and crossing events multiplied like a contagion. Future-born interlopers fled backward through time, pillaging technologies and cultural achievements that belonged to eras yet unborn, ascending to heights their meager talents could never have achieved. Their theft of destiny's fruits rendered the already fractured timeline into utter chaos. The very foundations of existence groaned under the strain. Paradoxes multiplied like cancer. Men whose ancestors had perished in the Time War's devastation continued to exist despite the logical impossibility of their births. They walked as living contradictions, testament to causality's complete collapse. To heal these wounds and prevent their recurrence, the Emperor and the Time Bureau enacted the reforms they had long contemplated. In the 24th century, humanity was guided toward the stars. Knowledge of sublight propulsion and hyperspace translation was bestowed upon that epoch's children, replacing the war-torn reality with a new timeline of infinite possibility. To ensure that no organization might rise to threaten temporal stability as the Eternal Ones had done, the Emperor decreed the spacefaring timeline sacred and inviolate. Any attempt to corrupt or destroy this blessed chronostream would be judged a crime against the very essence of humanity. With humanity's expansion into the void assured and time mastery secured for the Imperium's future needs, the Emperor prepared for departure. Before his withdrawal, he summoned his mortal allies. "You depart from us," Linyi spoke, her voice heavy with the weight of impending loss. The emperor remained silent as carved stone. Valdor, ever his voice in matters requiring mortal comprehension, replied with measured precision. "My lord has obligations that transcend this reality. What could surpass the welfare of all humanity? Remain with us, we beseech you." Noi's plea carried the desperate fervor of one who had witnessed divinity walk among mortals. "For my lord," Valdor intoned, "nothing indeed exceeds humanity's welfare. Yet you represent but a fragment of the infinite multitudes. Beyond this universe stretch countless others where human civilizations struggle for survival against impossible odds. They require my lord's intervention. His mission here reaches completion. The new empire's destiny rests now in your hands. In time's fullness, my lord shall return. When that day dawns, humanity will achieve true unity and forge a civilization of incomparable glory." The raven approached Noi, its voice carrying warmth beneath the weight of farewell. "Little Noi, until we meet again. I hope that, when next we cross paths, you'll have perfected even more delectable varieties of ketchup and fries." The raven dissolved into streams of coruscating energy, weaving the fundamental forces into a space-time conduit. The Emperor and Valdor stepped through the rift and vanished from that universe. Upon his return to the primary timeline, the Emperor immediately established superspatial communion with Malkador. Ethereal static danced through the chamber's sanctified air, coalescing into the spectral form of the Sigillite, cloaked in shadow, his staff of office glowing with eldritch power. "Congratulations, my Emperor," Malkador intoned. "Congratulations, Master Raven. Another journey through the myriad realities reaches triumphant conclusion." The Emperor's response carried the weight of absolute certainty. "Old friend, such expeditions are not adventures for one such as I. Nothing can unmake me save humanity's own curse upon itself. Even should the ancient powers manifest directly within reality's bounds, they would find me beyond their reach. This venture has proven most illuminating. It has also revealed critical flaws in our grand design." "What would you have me do, my lord?" Malkador inquired. "Two tasks require your immediate attention," the Emperor commanded. "First, I shall bestow upon you a portion of our temporal mastery. Gather the Mechanicum's finest sages and construct the time anchors. Should humanity falter in the wars to come against the great enemy, these anchors will grant us the power to restart the entire chronostream, to gift our species a second chance at survival. Second, establish a secret organization, the Time Inquisition. We must ensure the current timeline remains inviolate, protected from interference or destruction. The Time Inquisition's sacred duty shall be the detection and elimination of all temporal anomalies that threaten our reality's integrity. Temporal manipulation was not humanity's exclusive domain. Throughout the galaxy's darkest reaches, countless entities wielded chronostream mastery. The space necrons, ancient beyond measure, commanded technologies that could rewrite history itself. Within the Immaterium's chaotic depths, beings existed that scorned linear time entirely. The material universe embodied rational order, bound by immutable physical laws. The warp existed as its antithesis, emotion made manifest, subjectivity elevated to cosmic principle, a realm where will alone shaped reality. Though unreal by material standards, it possessed undeniable existence. When demons spawned within the warp's depths, they existed simultaneously across past, present, and future, temporal omnipresence that mocked causality itself. To contend with such entities, humanity required equivalent power. Temporal technology represented humanity's greatest strategic asset, the trump card that would secure dominion over the physical universe. Just as demons achieved immortality through warp resurrection, humanity would achieve victory through temporal iteration, rewinding reality until triumph was assured. Malkador's expression darkened as he absorbed the Emperor's decree. "The technical specifications you have transmitted are daunting, my lord. Operating a time field capable of encompassing a single world would require the energy output of stellar detonation. The time anchors you envision, with their vast sphere of influence, would demand energy reserves beyond current comprehension. What power source could sustain such mechanisms? Unless we establish temporal conduits to the universe's genesis moment, drawing upon the primordial energies released during creation itself. But would altering the past not affect our present selves? The Emperor's response brooked no doubt. Solutions will present themselves. Our technological advancement continues unabated. Complete the preliminary construction. We shall activate the anchors once adequate power sources are secured. If necessity demands, we shall indeed harness the Big Bang's primal fury. Should humanity face extinction, what purpose would the universe serve? Recognizing the Emperor's absolute resolve, Malkador could only acquiesce. The communication ended, and the Sigillite immediately began marshaling resources and personnel for the Time Anchor's construction and the Time Inquisition's formation. The Imperium would be ready. Time itself would bow before the will of mankind. Chapter 67, I am Alpheus. The Emperor gazed upon the dimly lit communication interface, his divine mind exploring possibilities across countless permutations. A rare uncertainty flickered in his golden eyes before, at last, he turned to the Raven. When next we traverse the dimensional barriers, it would serve our purposes to visit a reality where infinite energy mastery might be obtained. The Raven's eyes widened, a ripple of unease passing through him as he studied the master of mankind's impassive features, searching for any hint of doubt or reassurance. You're becoming quite ambitious, aren't you? The Emperor had already acquired mass energy conversion technologies from the end of eternity universe, an achievement marked by both pride and the burden of irreversible consequences. The ability to transmute energy into matter at will was in itself a feat that could bring a golden age to any civilization. Now, should he master the technology of infinite energy generation as well, he would gain resources beyond any mortal comprehension. At such a juncture, even the mightiest chaos gods would tremble before his wrath. No wonder the ruinous powers fear you so much, the Raven mused, its tone laced with a mixture of admiration and palpable apprehension. It harbored strong suspicions that in the Emperor's original designs, the webway had never been intended as humanity's final gift. The master of mankind had already accomplished miracles beyond counting, but even these marvels left the Raven unsure if any achievement would ever be enough for him. Even purging the warp itself was hardly beyond his capabilities. The Emperor must have included warp in his grand design for humanity's future. There existed a sound reason why all four chaos gods had united against him. Believing the Emperor would content himself with mere webway construction was akin to trusting Slaanish's claims of innocence. Is such a thing beyond your capabilities? The Emperor inquired, a rare note of vulnerability flickering in his tone. If so, dismiss the notion. I shall devise alternative methods. Beyond my capabilities, the Raven's voice carried wounded pride. You dare suggest that a proud Raven cannot accomplish what you require. Mark this well, you must never again imply I cannot fulfill your will. I will find the universe you seek, not to prove myself, but because the challenge compels me, though it shall take time. Your patience will be tested. Infinite energy was the peak of technology across all realities. The Raven considered potential candidate dimensions. First came the reality chronicled in the gods themselves, a universe containing parallel electron pump technology. This system exploited differing physical laws between realities, producing limitless energy through dimensional exchange. Such power, termed para-energy, functions similarly to gravitational potential in hydroelectric generation. That dimension would also yield cosmic egg conduit technology, the perfect complement to parallel electron pumps. While electron pumps destabilized universal constants, cosmic egg technology could correct shifting physical laws by linking to unborn realities. When pushed to its ultimate expression, cosmic egg conduits could nurture singularities, trigger controlled big bangs, and birth entire universes. The Imperium could then sustain itself by harvesting the primordial energies released during cosmic genesis. Multiple objectives achieved through a singular action. Or, the Raven added, We enter Marvel's continuum and claim a cosmic cube or energy matrix. The Marvel reality teemed with esoteric technologies and divine relics. Several might serve as infinite energy sources. The sole complication lay in that universe's abundant population of mighty entities, the octessence, the celestial host, the living tribunal. Mighty beings existed in multitudes, while lesser gods scurried like vermin. With your current strength, surviving in Marvel's borders is trivial. Taking those artifacts, though, that's where it gets tricky, the Raven finished, voice taut with anxiety. The Raven understood clearly that a deified emperor, and his current mortal form, represented vastly different capabilities. As the Dark King Ascendant, the Emperor could annihilate any universe through inexorable consumption. In his present human state, he could contend with beings such as Odin or the Dimensional Lords as equals. Yet overwhelming, decisive victory remained beyond his reach, a bitter truth that even the Emperor could not banish from his thoughts. After extended contemplation, the Raven found no reality where infinite energy could be easily claimed, and wondered if presenting alternatives might elevate its station in the Emperor's favor. A subtle frustration gnawed at the Raven's thoughts, fueling an unwelcome sense of inadequacy. Suddenly, an inspiration struck him. Hey, big guy, for now, the infinite energy proves elusive. Perhaps we should collect the Cetan shards instead, reassemble them, and utilize the star gods as emergency power sources. The Cetan represented the most formidable non-psychic entities in existence, true gods manifest within material reality. Their alliance had enabled the Necron victory during the war in heaven. If their scattered fragments could be gathered and the star gods restored to wholeness, they might serve as colossal batteries to power temporal field generators. Feed them stellar matter while exploiting their energies. A perfect arrangement, the Raven mused, imagining ways to make these gods toil for eternity without paying a single dime. Ha ha ha, work for me, my future slaves. What? Are you concerned about human and labor rights? Cetan were not human, therefore possessed no claim to human consideration. The Cetan, intriguing, mused the Emperor, but their power is formidable. What methods could bind them and ensure their compliance as energy sources? The star gods consumed stellar matter for sustenance and wielded the most devastating forces in physical reality. Had they not exhausted themselves battling the old ones while simultaneously warring amongst themselves during the war in heaven, the Necrons could never have successfully ambushed them. Reconstructing and enslaving them would prove extraordinarily challenging. The Raven had dared suggest this course because a solution already existed within his thoughts. We shall construct a pocket dimension to serve as their prison. Cetan power depends upon reality's fundamental constants. By modifying the pocket dimension's physical laws, we can severely limit their abilities and contain their exotic capabilities. Then, by establishing conduits between the pocket dimension and our temporal anchor systems, we can continuously drain energy from the imprisoned star gods to power our chronostabilization arrays. The Emperor found merit in these words. Your counsel has value. Malkador's recent reports indicate pocket dimension construction has entered the planning stages. Once completed, modification for this purpose becomes feasible. The Raven's expression turned predatory, resembling a scheming villain more than a trusted advisor. Following our Synthesize Imperial Primarch mission, the Synthesize Star God project now receives official authorization. The Imperial military must add another objective to their upcoming Great Crusade: locating dormant Necron tomb worlds and seizing Cetan fragments or intelligence regarding their locations. The Emperor nodded gravely. I shall inform all expedition fleets that reclaiming human colonies must include searching for star god remnants. However, infinite energy acquisition cannot be abandoned. Multiple contingency plans will increase our probability of success. The Imperial Palace. A vast corridor stretched before them. Angron and Lemon Russ walked side by side, their transhuman strides covering ground with mechanical precision. Palace personnel genuflected as they passed, offering reverence to the gene sons of the Master of Mankind. Both Primarchs ignored the displays, their conversation continuing unabated. Russ, surely you support the abolition of slavery throughout our father's domains. The Wolf King's expression radiated long-suffering patience. I support your cause, Angron, but could you cease this constant discourse? I have endured this same conversation 800 times. My ears grow weary of repetition. Angron produced a data slate. Sign this petition and add your name to mine. I shall then grant you silence. For every enslaved soul who... Angron halted mid-sentence, his attention fixed upon a shadow-draped alcove. A towering Astartes stood motionless within. What troubles you? Russ observed Angron's sudden stillness, his predatory focus locked upon the warrior's position. He is not what he appears, Angron growled. That is no true battle brother. The Primarch of the World Eaters possessed enhanced psychic sensitivity, allowing him to perceive the subtle wrongness emanating from the disguised figure. Hearing this assessment, Russ immediately drew his blade, its disruption field crackling to life. Without hesitation or parley, the Wolf King charged. He trusted Angron's judgment implicitly in such matters. Angron's battle cry echoed through the corridor as he joined the assault. The disguised Astartes reacted with superhuman reflexes. Realizing his deception had failed, he activated his weapon to deflect Russ's strike. Yet he could not avoid Angron's massive fist, which struck his abdomen with bone-crushing force. The tremendous impact hurled him backward, his armored form crashing into the corridor wall with a thunderous boom. As both Primarchs prepared to continue their assault, the figure raised his hands. Hold, I am your brother. Skeptical but cautious, Russ approached and removed the warrior's helm, revealing an unfamiliar yet undeniably noble visage. Identify yourself, Angron demanded, his psychic senses confirming the stranger's Primarch nature, despite having never encountered him before. I am called Alpharius, the figure replied with quiet dignity. I am the 20th Primarch. Chapter 68, The Lord of Ultramar's Triumphant Return. Alpharius, Russ frowned, his wolf-keen instincts stirring. You claim brotherhood with us, yet neither have I laid eyes upon you nor heard your name spoken. Angron's scarred features mirrored the same bewilderment. No word has reached us of any Primarch's recent return. Alpharius straightened against the wall, his bearing revealing the inherent nobility shared by all Jean's sons of the Emperor. I was the first of our father's children to return to his side, even before the Great Crusade began under his might. To protect me and mislead our enemies, the Emperor had erased all records of my existence. Your ignorance of my presence is entirely expected. Angron and Russ exchanged meaningful glances. Their father's propensity for secrecy ran deeper than either had imagined. The 20th Primarch had returned in the earliest days, yet the Emperor had never acknowledged his presence. He had even permitted Horus to claim the title of First Found. Russ's lips curled in sardonic amusement at the thought of the War Master. Today proves most fortuitous indeed, does it not, Angron? The World Eater's Primarch appeared momentarily confused. Fortuitous? In what manner? Horus will not enjoy today's revelations, Russ said, a predatory glint in his eye. Only then did understanding dawn on Angron's face. Horus had long basked in recognition as the first found son. Alpharius's emergence would utterly shatter that distinction. For absolute certainty, Russ pressed for further inquiry. You truly returned before our father unified Terra's surface. Alpharius nodded gravely. Indeed. Russ's laughter echoed through the corridor. Then by all rights, you are the first found. In every meaningful sense, that distinction belongs to me. Come then, brother. Allow me to introduce you to our siblings. Russ seized Alpharius's arm with characteristic directness. Together, they left the corridor and made their way toward the communal dining hall, where the other Primarchs would be gathering for their evening repast. Despite their various conflicts and rivalries, the Jean sons maintained the pretense of fraternal unity during shared meals, a display orchestrated for their father's approval. The Imperial Palace Refectorium. Alpharius's appearance, claiming precedence as the first returned Primarch, sent ripples of shock through the assembled Jean sons. Horus stood frozen, his noble features registering profound dismay. He had spent considerable effort competing with the lion for recognition as eldest son and heir apparent. Recent events had seen the lion's prestige eclipse his own, particularly after the First Legion's commander gained their father's explicit favor. The First Legion represented the Emperor's inaugural legion, their battle honors stretching back to Terra's earliest campaigns. Though the 16th Legion had performed admirably since Horus's return, their achievements paled before the First Legion's accumulated glory. Now, even his treasured title of First found faced usurpation. The weight of diminished status pressed upon him like a physical burden. "Don't lose hope so easily, brother," Sanguinius said softly, his expression radiating compassion. "The Great Crusade has barely commenced. Temporary setbacks mean nothing. Victory belongs to those who endure until the final hour." Horus cast his angelic brother a look of profound gratitude. "Your kindness honors you, Sanguinius. In these dark moments, your words bring solace." Russ gestured toward Alpheus's borrowed battle dress. "If we're truly brothers, why use deception instead of revealing yourself? Why take another's identity? That heraldry, raven's wing upon emerald field, marks you as wearing Dark Angel's livery. Where rests this armor's rightful owner?" "The Astartes whose colors I borrowed is unconscious in a stasis pod," Alpheus replied, unapologetic. "I needed time to observe, to see if any of you had been corrupted by the enemy." "What traces might our enemies have left upon us?" Conrad Kerr's voice emerged from the shadows like a whispered threat, his words carrying ominous weight. "Our father has spoken similarly," Rogel Dorn added, his fortress builder's mind seeking concrete answers. "Do you possess knowledge of our enemy's identity?" "My understanding remains fragmentary," Alpheus admitted. "Yet I am forbidden to share even these limited insights." Disappointment registered across multiple faces. All burned with curiosity regarding the powers that had scattered them across the galaxy's breadth. "Why have you ordered such quantities of fried potatoes?" Alpheus inquired, noting an incongruity. Beyond the standard feast and wine, the clatter of utensils and the aroma of fried tubers mixed with the tang of red sauce, occupying a third of the table's surface. "Ordering such fare has become customary," the lion replied, scratching his head in apparent confusion, "though the reasoning escapes me now. I retain only vague recollections of someone claiming that mastery over the most delicious fried preparations could secure positions such as War Master or Regent." Sanguinius added thoughtfully, "Not merely high office, but the revelation of all secrets as well." Alpheus stared in bewilderment, his expression flickering between disbelief and reluctant amusement. What manner of organization selected supreme commanders based on culinary achievements with processed vegetables? The 20th Primarch's appearance left his brothers desperate for answers. They required an immediate audience with their father. Imperial Laboratory Complex. At that moment, the Emperor pursued experimental verification within his sanctified laboratories, testing technologies acquired from the eternal universe for compatibility with local reality. Upon learning that Angron and the Lion had discovered Alpheus's infiltration, the Raven turned to Valdor with obvious delight. "Your vigil has failed, custodian. Perhaps Terra's pawn duty awaits your return." Alpheus penetrated the Imperial Palace undetected. Such negligence demands consequence. Valdor's jaw tightened with barely contained irritation. "I must inform you that Terra's population expansion and infrastructure development have eliminated all natural pawns." "No matter," the Raven replied with malicious cheer. "I shall request that Malkador construct one specially for your assignment." Valdor struggled against the urge toward violence. The 20th merely adopted an Astartes guise for infiltration. Battle brothers move freely between vessels and installations. Deception required minimal effort. The Adeptus Custodes possess no precognitive abilities. Detecting him from initial arrival was impossible. The Raven cackled with undiminished pleasure. "Excuses matter little. I care only for your prompt reassignment to pawn-guarding duties. Such dereliction cannot stand unpunished." "You seek petty revenge," Valdor accused, "merely because I called you irritating within the eternal universe." "Absolutely not," the Raven protested, turning away with transparent insincerity. I harbor no capacity for such pettiness. My assessment derives purely from objective judgment of your failures. Truly objective, Valdor studied the creature with calculating eyes before continuing. Terra's agricultural researchers have developed new potato varieties with ice crystal texture. When prepared as fried strips, they achieve unprecedented crispness. The raven's entire demeanor transformed instantly. Valdor represents the Imperium's greatest asset. Without his guidance, our realm would surely collapse into ruin. The laboratory echoed with the faint hum of machinery and the sterile scent of antiseptic. Pawn duty, unthinkable. Promotion, immediate elevation is required. I shall personally recommend that the Emperor appoint Valdor as Grand Marshal of all Imperial forces. The Emperor ignored his subordinates' theatrical dispute, focusing entirely upon mass energy conversion protocols and industrial replication systems. Once these technologies were successfully integrated, the Imperium could produce armies and equipment at unprecedented scales. The Great Crusade would become as simple as breathing. Several days passed without the Primarchs gaining audience with their father, yet another Gene Sun's return commanded their attention. Custodian squadrons dispatched to the Macragge system had located the 13th Primarch. Upon discovery, he had been constructing warships, recruiting military forces, and planning expeditionary campaigns to restore humanity's lost glory. Learning of his true origins and the Imperium's existence, the 13th bid farewell to his adoptive mother and accompanied the custodians to meet his genetic progenitor. His escort included more than a dozen warships from Macragge's naval forces. The 13th commanded immense respect among his adopted people. Local military commanders refused to allow their sovereign to depart with unknown warriors without substantial protection. Elite formations accompanied him throughout the journey to Terra, banners fluttering and armor glinting under the shipboard lights. Without question, the 13th's return achieved the highest profile among all recovered Primarchs. None of his previously found brothers had arrived with entire fleets in attendance. "Does he consider himself some manner of king?" Horus muttered, tension creeping into his usually confident tone as he watched the approaching vessels. Why does he bring an army to this reunion? A more formidable rival than the Lion had apparently emerged. Angron's scarred features twisted with cynical amusement. He appears less interested in meeting our father than in conducting military conquest. The Lion added with characteristic terseness. Perhaps his true intention involves claiming the Emperor's throne for himself. Chapter 69, The Raven's Cutting Truth. Imperial Palace Docking Bay. A sleek gunship emerged from the void, flanked by escort stormbirds forming a protective formation. It passed through the energy barrier, maintaining atmospheric integrity, and landed precisely on the massive platform. Hydraulic systems hissed as the forward ramp lowered, revealing 10 custodians clad in auramite armor, their crimson cloaks flowing with each step. Then appeared a figure of divine nobility. His features showed the classic perfection shared by all Primarchs, noble demeanor combined with transhuman majesty. Short-cropped golden hair topped his head, while azure robes of fine fabric flowed with graceful fluidity. "I am Robout Guilliman," he announced, assessing the assembled Gene Suns with sharp focus. "It is an honor beyond measure to meet you." Recognition immediately set in him. Their extraordinary presence could only be the brothers described by the custodians. "I am Horus," the Warmaster stepped forward, extending his hand with his usual diplomatic smile. "Welcome to our father's domain, brother." "My name is Lion Eljohnson," the first Primarch quickly added. "I am the eldest of our father's sons, first among his gene-wrought children." Horus tensed at the claim. "We came from the same chambers, Lion. Your number means nothing compared to our shared blood." "Precedence is earned through deeds and respect," the Lion replied with quiet confidence. Horus felt a familiar sense of frustration, confident that he remained the most accomplished son, regardless of his position in the family. Guilliman watched their rivalry with sharp intelligence, choosing to wisely stay neutral. The other Primarchs approached one by one, exchanging formal greetings and affirming brotherhood. "Your wings," Gilliman asked with genuine wonder, clasping Sanguinius's hand. "You look like angels from myth made real." "Your words honor me, brother," Sanguinius responded humbly. After all introductions, Gilliman raised his main concern. "Where can I find the master of mankind, my genetic progenitor?" Before Sanguinius could describe the Emperor's secluded laboratory, a voice of utter authority echoed across the bay. "I am here." All eyes turned toward the approaching figure. The Emperor of mankind, flanked by his custodian guard, moved among his gene sons with divine authority. His familiar corvid companion perched on his shoulder. The raven immediately called out with playful irreverence. "Smurfs, Astartes, great to see you both. Care to share some delicious fried potatoes?" Gilliman stood silent, puzzled. Who was this raven, and what did that silly name mean? Alpheus, despite being at the Emperor's side for a long time, also felt bewildered. He had never encountered this creature before. His sense of superiority, born from believing himself uniquely informed, faded into confusion. The Imperium and his father kept secrets beyond his understanding. "This is Master Raven," Angron explained quietly. "Another ruler of our empire. He loves condiments, fried foods, and giving nicknames." Russ, barely containing amusement, added, "Would you like to know what the lion and Horus are called?" "What are they?" Gilliman asked curiously. "King Meow and Baldy Horus." Gilliman's eyes widened as he fought to hold back laughter. Two hawk / the raven took flight, circling once before landing on Gilliman's shoulder, glaring at Russ with theatrical outrage. "Are you two whispering slander again? I'll report your treachery to the big guy and exile you both to icy worlds to supervise Dark Eldar captives growing potatoes," Russ joked. "It's a misunderstanding," Russ protested. "I just shared existing nicknames with our new brother." "New Syrian merchants brought new potato varieties," Angron added diplomatically. "When fried into strips, they taste remarkable." "Then exile only Two Hawk," the raven declared. "Angron represents imperial talent beyond measure. His absence would dim the Aquila's very luster." "Your praise honors me, Master Raven," Angron replied with genuine gratitude. Russ stared in disbelief. Such blatant bribery and favoritism exceeded all bounds. While Raven and two Primarchs were discussing bribery, Gilliman also studied the raven thoughtfully for a moment and spoke. "Lord Raven, my home world, Macragge, also breeds numerous varieties of potato. I will order a comprehensive collection and shipment for your sampling pleasure." Both Primarch looked at Gilliman in awe. He just came here and is already bribing one of the highest authorities of Imperium. They now looked at Gilliman with newfound respect. His political skill had become immediately apparent. "Excellent, excellent," the raven nodded with obvious satisfaction. "Tell me, little Smurf, does the Macragge seek technological support from the Imperium? This is your home, no need to be shy, ask away." Gilliman, in all his political acumen, ignored Raven's nickname for him and used this opportunity to his full advantage. "Macragge is committed to preserving honor and enriching culture, Lord Raven. It would be wonderful if you helped us in the development of diverse food cuisine across every world we govern." "Subrshi. Well said, little Gilliman, big guy. Send tech priests immediately. The era of food wars awaits us." The raven's enthusiasm piqued at Gilliman's word. The Emperor just looked at both of them silently, then nodded gravely. "My son, your proposal is approved. The Imperium shall provide Macragge with advanced technological support for your technological growth and food cuisine." Horus, Angron, and other brothers watched this exchange with growing amazement and awe at how easily their new brother had just become the most favored son in the Imperium. Could Master Raven honestly be swayed through such simple offerings? Providing exceptional condiments and fried dishes earn not only high favor with the figurehead of Imperium and secret knowledge, but also political favor. They looked at their brother now standing beside them, his face not bearing innocence, as if he had just not bribed the second ruler of Imperium himself. Truly, politicians and bureaucrats are another breed. Horus was deeply troubled. One lion and Alpheus were not enough, and now this Gilliman also appeared, and he was even more shrewd than the others. He could already imagine the future, where Gilliman would be praised as the most proud son by the Emperor and Raven, simply because he had introduced a new cuisine. No, it can't be. Brother, does something trouble you? Gilliman's words brought Horace out of his grave thoughts. He looked at Gilliman, who was looking at him with genuine worry in his eyes. No, my brother. On the other side, Valdor, who stood a step behind the Emperor, looked at this whole drama from start to end. Valdor, maybe for the first time since becoming Emperor's spear, released a heavy sigh as he embraced his total defeat. It seems the 13th Legion would become the first to march under banners proclaiming, "For fries and ketchup." He looked at the Emperor's magnificent back and prayed. My Emperor, what have we done? At this rate, these Primarchs will be debating the creation of food delicacies instead of war strategies. The Emperor was not ignorant of what was happening in his presence. His mind had already calculated how to address this situation. And so, in the end, he wisely decided to ignore his most loyal servant's prayer and deflect the focus elsewhere. His gaze fixed on Alfarius, with displeasure clear on his divine face. Your foolishness disappoints me, Alfarius. Father, I only wanted to observe my brothers, Alfarius replied, trying to defend himself. I didn't want to be discovered. Your actions today could lead to grave consequences. I have always ordered absolute secrecy about your existence. Now, your exposure without a doubt will attract our greatest enemy's attention. Divine wrath radiated from the master of mankind like crushing gravity, bearing down on Alfarius' body. Alfarius immediately knelt on both knees, terror overwhelming his transhuman physiology. Every cell in his body screamed out mercy at the Emperor's anger. Please forgive me, Father. I will bear any judgment for my failure. The assembled Primarchs felt primal dread creep down their spine. Never before had they seen such anger from their creator. Enough already, the Raven said gently, as though a mother stopping father from giving belt treatment to his son. He learned his lesson, though he acts foolishly. No serious harm has occurred yet. Alfarius will find his redemption through his service to the Great Crusade. The Emperor listened to Raven's counsel, withdrew his oppressive presence, and made Primarch breathe normally again. This should never happen twice, make sure of it. The Emperor gave a final warning, his voice promising grave judgment for defying his authority once more. He then focused his attention on his other sons, who straightened their posture even more than it already was as his gaze settled on them. This warning applies to everyone here. Do not transgress the boundaries I have set. Father, Horace gathered all his courage to speak. We, as your son and herald of the Great Crusade, need to understand this great enemy that concerns you so deeply. You have no need for such knowledge for now. Follow my commands and respect the boundaries I have established. The Emperor refused to discuss chaos. Mere awareness of those entities could lead to corruption. Even sons who were like divine incarnate among mortals were nowhere close to facing them. The lion's expression grew visibly thoughtful. On Caliban, he had learned some partial truths. Maybe the Emperor's hidden knowledge shares common ground with his homeworld secrets, possibly the same threats. He nodded to himself resolutely as he stepped forward, backing Horace's position. Ignorance cannot protect us forever. Don't you agree, Master Raven? All Primarchs looked toward Raven as they awaited his answer. Even the Emperor looked at his companion with a furrowed brow, though Raven was always indulging with Primarchs. It didn't mean chaos could be treated the same. You speak truth, little cub. Ignorance offers no protection forever, the Raven said bluntly, but revealing truth to beings too weak for even mere knowledge also serves no purpose. Don't you agree? They expected many answers, but never imagined they would be considered too weak even to have knowledge of their enemies. As if they were not Primarchs, the Emperor's creation but mere mortals, who could not even hope to catch a glimpse of their foes. The Corvid's harsh judgment genuinely hurt the Primarchs, as it silenced them. Chapter 70, To Strike at the Heart of Darkness. Silence descended upon the assembled Primarchs like a shroud, broken only by the distant mechanical hymns of the palace's industrial complex. Within the Imperium, the Gene Sons represented the apex of martial prowess, living weapons forged by the Emperor's own hand. Yet according to the Raven's assessment, they remained too weak even for knowledge of their true enemies. After long, thoughtful moments, Sanguinius, the first to break from his thoughts, stepped forward. Though his perfect features tried to hide it, it was clear as day to Raven, Emperor, and Valdor that his mark was one of wounded pride. Are we truly so weak, Father Raven, that we lack the worthiness even to know the truth of our enemies? Yes, you are a child, the Raven replied without hesitation. Though his voice was gentle, as if he was soothing kids who had been denied their favorite toys, and not God among men. Understand this, my little bird. There is always a time for certain things. Their premature revelation would only harm you. Children, you all get it through your head. There is no need for excuses here. You are simply too weak in both will and strength. Few beings within the entire Imperium could defeat us in combat, Lord Raven, Angron protested, his scarred features betraying inner turmoil. How can such power be called too weak, even to know the truth of our foes? Too weak, Tilda, the Raven repeated, rhyming his words. All of you, every single one, no exceptions, that is why neither the Emperor nor I share these truths freely. Raven fixed his gaze on Angron with a piercing stare, making him want to avoid direct eye contact, though he stopped himself. Dear Angron, can you manipulate the temporal flows of time? Can you extinguish the stellar fires of stars? Can you bend the space like a piece of fabric to your will? Can you, tell me? Raven asked, with each question his rising in weight that seems to dwarf all Primarchs in their might. As if he were not asking questions, but crushing their very mind under the weight of 1,000 mountains. 3 questions struck like hammer blows, leaving Angron speechless before he managed to utter 2 words. I cannot. You cannot, yet our enemies possess such abilities. They can twist entire galaxies, trample universal constants, and disregard causality itself. Stretch your imagination to its absolute limits regarding enemy capabilities. Even then, what you conceive represents merely the smallest fraction of a billionth or even trillionth of their true power. When you speak their names, they know it immediately, learning of your existence, probing your thoughts, discovering weaknesses in your minds, and corrupting your essence entirely. They are ancient beyond any measure, eternal above the concept of space and time, immortal and indestructible. Their dreams birth countless universes during slumber in their domain. Upon awakening, those same realities crumbled to dust. With casual gestures, they tear through past and present, cutting through time as if it were merely a river. They obliterate causality and shatter natural laws. The Raven's rhetoric grew increasingly dramatic, weaving elaborate exaggerations that left the Primarchs staring in bewilderment. Even the Emperor and Valdor exchanged knowing glances. While Raven's words held truth, his tendency toward exaggerated presentation exceeded all reasonable bounds. Facing such overwhelming adversaries, the Raven concluded with theatrical gravity. Tell me, my children, are you truly prepared? Angron regarded his own hands with newfound weakness. He could not even rend titans bare-handed. How could he contend with entities capable of plucking stars and shattering reality itself? Forgive us, Father, Master Raven. Horus took it upon himself to apologize for their collective skepticism of their father's action. They couldn't even hope to defeat their father, or Raven, or even head custodian Valdor and Sigillite Malcador. Yet when such beings refused to talk about their true enemies, they, in their brazen ego, questioned their decision. Truly, we are still a long way from standing on the same ground as them. Horus apologized humbly. Our impatience was foolish of us. If his father and Arven said they were not ready, then they were not. Think nothing of it, the Raven replied, surveying all assembled Gene sons. Your potential knows no bounds, and you all are destined to reach heights where you can challenge those enemies. However, remember this lesson from me to you all. Anyone who whispers in your ears to show you universal truths seeks your destruction. Their singular purpose is your corruption and ruin. To me, so-called cosmic revelations hold less value than properly prepared fried potatoes. When you prove ready to bear such knowledge, I could share it for a single serving of fries. If I refuse to speak, only one possibility exists. You lack sufficient strength to endure such truth. This preemptive warning against chaos deception served its purpose. The Primarchs must not mistake honeyed whispers for enlightenment. Convinced by the Raven's verbal assault, the Gene sons abandoned any further questions. "Come," the creature announced. "Let us proceed to the feast hall and celebrate the reunion of your newest brothers. Treasure these moments together. Soon, duty will scatter you across the galaxy's breadth. Such family moments will become even rarer." The Raven had successfully redirected their attention, as all Primarchs took their leave and headed for the feast hall. Within the vast hangar, only he and the Emperor remained. Valdor and his custodians maintained a respectful distance. "You should not have made such promises," the Emperor remarked, his gaze piercing the viewport to survey the depth of stars. His enhanced perception detected the warp's colossal tides, filthy, self-proclaimed gods raging in eternal fury, coveting the material realm with predatory hunger, intent upon destroying everything he had built. "You must treat them as individuals, not tools," the Raven countered. "They possess the right to understand their origins. When they know everything, they will comprehend your actions and stand with you against those creditors of yours." The stern-faced master of mankind twitched his eyelids as he felt unexpected emotion at the words he heard. "Creditors? What creditors?" Did you not rob those four blind? They will certainly demand repayment eventually." The Raven shrugged with characteristic nonchalance. "Well, it doesn't matter in this age. Debtors hold all the advantage. They even forget they have any credit. Besides, why should we return what we have acquired through legitimate conquest? If they have any objection, we will simply defeat them again and continue our credit and debit relationship. What if they are chaos gods? It's their fault they got robbed. They didn't understand advanced business tactics. If it happens again, we can simply drain the warp dry." The Emperor, for the first time since the Iron Rebellion, found himself speechless. His millennia of experience meant nothing before the honeyed shamelessness of Raven. The way he spoke, with that tone and face, made him seem almost naive, as if he wasn't talking about robbing warp but being the most trusted merchant. At that moment, Valdor approached them, bearing a data slate. "My lord, according to the intelligence provided by Rakarth, our fleets have located a webway portal leading to Kamarag. Should we begin the military deployment?" The Emperor took the data slate in his hand, as he analyzed thousands of lines of reports in seconds. After contemplative silence, the Emperor spoke. "Transmit coordinates to the bridge. Relay my orders. The fleet shall depart for Kamarag as soon as possible. I shall personally cleanse Kamarag of its filth." "My lord, our current expeditionary forces lack sufficient strength to destroy Kamarag entirely," Valdor observed. "This assault seeks not destruction, but education, Valdor," the Emperor clarified. "We shall teach those Xenos that humanity has returned to reclaim its birthright. Anyone who comes between humanity and its destiny shall be turned to dust." "Excellent strategy," the Raven exclaimed with obvious delight. "Where enemies tread, the Imperium follows. When we capture Dark Eldar, we will assign them to labor endlessly on agricultural worlds, with overseers applying corrective discipline with whips that break the sound barrier with each hit. And we can organize them into competing groups. The least productive team will face sacrifice to the filthy Prince of Debauchery. Oh, perhaps we should also capture cultists of the Prince of Debauchery and force summoning rituals within Kamarag itself. This way, the judgment plan shall achieve perfect symmetry on all levels. What do you say, big guy, corncob, isn't it perfect?" "Muhahaha, I know, sometimes my intelligence even terrifies me." Raven finished presenting his master plan as he, with no trace of shame, continued to boast about his genius. The Emperor and Valdor exchanged glances of shared disbelief. Even demons of warp would flee from the Raven's malicious creativity. How did the creature devise such vindictive schemes while maintaining such cheerful delivery? It's hard to imagine such a vicious and creatively malevolent creature drooling over some fries and food delicacy. Imperial Fleet Command Bridge. Coordinates transmitted to navigation systems. Sailing orders bearing the Emperor's seal reached every vessel. Engage the engines. All ships achieve maximum velocity toward designated coordinates. The captain rose from his command throne, augmented displays, casting harsh illumination across his weathered features. communication officers relayed orders throughout the fleet. Accompanied by Mechanicus hymnal chanting, warship after warship ignited plasma drives, azure flames erupting from massive thruster arrays. The assembled fleet, maintaining perfect formation, was sailing toward the Webway portal coordinates. For all the crimes these Xenos did against humanity, the Imperium would carry out its righteous judgment on the Dark City. Chapter 71, First Glimpse of Komorog. The Imperial fleet emerged from the void with predatory grace, arriving at the coordinates the Eldar Rakarth had provided. A lonely, icy world loomed before them, far from any star's warmth. From the decks of the warships, the captains watched the planet's surface extend endlessly in white, devoid of all life. Fully armed gunship formations descended through the dense atmospheric cover, their engines roaring loudly as they touched down on the frozen wasteland with a thunderous impact. The superheated exhaust from their engines gouged deep crevasses in the ice, while steam erupted in towering, swirling columns. Yet the planet's merciless cold reclaimed everything. The vapor froze instantly, rising only 2 meters before crystallizing into shimmering cascades. The gunship's adamantium hulls creaked under the harsh grip of freezing temperatures. A delicate web of frost spread across their surfaces like shimmering silver lace. When the boarding ramps lowered, icicles had already formed along the craft's wing edges, resembling frozen fangs. The Raven, resting on the Emperor's grand pauldron, gazed across the expansive icy field and took a deep, sharp breath. What a pleasant world. When we capture some dark Eldar in Komorog, we shall have them cultivate potatoes here. Do you possess no other ambitions? Valdor inquired, his voice carrying the measured tone of the Captain General. All you ever contemplate is agricultural endeavors. Of course not. I also desire you to return to Terra and stand watch over a pond. I believe you should keep pursuing your horticultural goals here. The Emperor paid no heed to the familiar exchange between Raven and Valdor. He led his custodian guard and the Primarchs onto the solid ice. Their boots crunched upon the frozen surface with the weight of demigods in mortal flesh. Father, there is nothing here. Horus spoke the words that hung in the frigid air. The Primarch's breath misted before his battle-scarred features. No, my son, there is something. The Emperor raised one massive gauntlet toward a towering wall of ice. I sense fluctuations from the Empyrean. His golden eyes fixed upon the barrier with terrible certainty. Bring forward the melta charges. We'll burn through the ice to create a path for us. The accompanying custodians carried out their Emperor's will without hesitation or doubt. Massive clouds of superheated steam shot upward under the glowing fury of the melta beams. The ancient ice shrieked as it was dissolved. But even this violence could not withstand the world's relentless cold for long. The vapor froze before reaching the upper atmosphere. Within moments, the custodian's auramite armor was coated with thick layers of frost. My lord, it's the Wraithbone. A custodian's vox crackled from within the carved tunnel. His voice carried the excitement of discovery. They had breached into a passage of alien construction. Walls of Wraithbone gleamed with unnatural luminescence, leading deep into the planet's frozen heart. Within it lies the altar that opens the Webway portal, Rakarth said. His voice held the careful deference of one who had learned the price of imperial interrogation. You just need to activate the altar, and your fleet can enter the Webway. All Webway entrances possessed elaborate permission protocols. Eldar warships carried integral authorization systems, allowing them to manifest portal access at will. The Imperium of Man currently had no such vessels in its possession. As such, they needed anchor points to breach the dimensional barriers. Only through these focal points could the Webway entrances be activated for Imperial passage. Proceeding deeper into the alien construct, the Emperor and his retinue entered what had once been an Eldar city. Grand temples lay frozen or collapsed beneath the weight of ages. Their Xenos architecture spoke of vanished glories. Lonely statues stood sentinel beneath layers of accumulated frost. Their alien features gazed sightlessly across ruined plazas. The bones of the dead lay, scattered like broken ceramite. As Imperial forces passed through these bones, they crunched beneath ceramite boots, echoing in these hollow halls. Lifeless Eldar wraith constructs stood or lay among the organic detritus and crystalline dust lining the thoroughfares. Their spirit stones flickered weakly in the gloom. Twisted undead creatures roamed within the city's skeletal remains. They had once been Eldar, caught in the psychic maelstrom at the time of their species' fall. The Prince of Pleasure had claimed their souls. Now they walked as animated corpses, forever denied rest. The custodians activated their gene locks without wasting any time. Their guardian spears carved through the abominations with remarkable efficiency. Finally, the Emperor and his retinue reached the city's deepest sanctum. There in the middle stood a magnificent altar made from pure wraithbone. Its alien geometries are too harsh for mortal eyes to perceive. Faint Empyrean fluctuations emanated from its crystalline structure. Power flowed through conduits, which were older than human civilization. This was the anchor point of the webway entrance. The Emperor gestured with one massive gauntlet. The custodians dragged Rakarth and his fellow Dark Eldar forward without any gentleness. "Open it!" The Emperor's voice carried the weight of absolute authority, his golden gaze fixed upon Rakarth with divine intensity. Of course, of course." Rakarth nodded with desperate enthusiasm. His former arrogance had been thoroughly excised. Under Raven's constant threats of sacrifice to the Prince of Pleasure, the Archon had accepted pragmatic servitude. He has chosen to serve as the Imperium's guide rather than face damnation. Rakarth had lived for many millennia, long enough to lose all empathy for his own species, long enough to fear actual death above all else, especially the prospect of his soul being consumed by she who thirsts. Whether Kamorag survived or burned held no meaning for him. The Dark City was a realm of cruel indifference. No one would remember those who sacrificed themselves for its protection. His cold-blooded kindred would only mock the fallen as weaklings. Rakarth and several other Dark Eldar began their ritual around the altar. They chanted ancient incantations in their flowing tongue. They guided energies from the ruined city to charge the Wraithbone focus. Power flowed through channels. The runes surrounding the altar ignited one by one. They moved through the air as if possessed of malevolent life. The atmosphere erupted with surging psychic energies. Reality itself began to buckle and strain. Dark purple illumination mixed with fire and lightning. It converged above the altar, forming a pillar of eldritch light that pierced the heavens. The beam tore through fragments of reality itself. It pried open the barrier between the material realm and the immaterium. The Imperial fleet observed from orbit as a massive rift manifested in the void. The phenomenon was so complex that its true nature could not be easily defined. The edges of the rift glowed with a brilliant golden hue, while its core pulsated with swirling purple paradox light and delicate white ethereal arcs. That was the webway entrance. It looked like a demon's eye embedded deep within the fabric of spacetime, its unsettling gaze sending shivers through even the transhuman observers. The portal was large enough to hold an entire battle fleet. Ships of the line could pass through its dimensional opening. After triggering the ancient device, the Emperor and his retinue expertly exited the ruins. Hovering swiftly, gunships carried them back to the flagship. The Grand Design and her escorts charted a course toward the rift, entering the webway through the gaping portal. The webway stretched before them in all its alien majesty. Peculiar mists swirled through passages older than most civilizations. The Emperor observed the webway intently through the flagship's observation portals. His golden eyes were studying every detail. This was the technology he had once sought to claim for humanity's benefit. It was once the key to mankind's liberation from warp dependence. Once the webway was mastered, humanity would possess efficient, faster-than-light travel. They would be freed from reliance upon the treacherous immaterium. Now, webway technology was no longer humanity's sole salvation. The Emperor possessed other means of ensuring mankind's ascendancy. Although the webway was no longer essential for human survival, the Emperor had not abandoned his grand plan. It still remained a valuable goal. After all, it represented an investment for lasting gain. The infrastructure would benefit humanity in the future. Moreover, the webway's existence could filter the ethereal energies flowing into real space. It would serve as a bulwark against chaos. Comorog's location remained utterly secret. No ordinary being could hope to navigate these ancient, labyrinthine passages. Fortunately, the Imperium had captured Rakarth as their makeshift guide. The Archon's knowledge would serve Imperial purposes. Under his direction, the fleet passed through the intricate webway passages. They emerged at the outer boundaries of Comorog. Although Comorog was merely a city within the webway, its immense size was beyond the realm of scientific understanding. It spread across dimensional space like a spreading cancer. Countless ports, ramps, and hidden conduits connected massive space habitats. Satellite structures orbited the primary metroplex in complex patterns. The city's periphery was home to numerous vassal kingdoms. These smaller realms served the Dark Eldar's vile purposes. This was the place where the Eldar conducted their abhorrent rituals, where they formulated their wicked schemes against each other. The kingdoms originated from the chaotic era before the Eldar fall, when the cult of pleasure first gained prominence among their species. Nobles had constructed private domains within the depths of the webway. They served as venues for dark rituals and hedonistic entertainment. Two enormous black suns loomed over Comorog, resembling watchful, baleful eyes. Surrounding them were countless webway entrances, forming a protective perimeter. Towering spires of magnificent architecture encased spheres of captured fire, gleaming orbs representing dying stars, each telling a silent story of destruction and decay. The Dark Eldar had stolen these artifacts from real space through forbidden technology, and they became the city's primary energy source. The human Imperial fleet's appearance instantly triggered alarms across the outer defenses. Weapon systems sprang to life with aggressive speed. Defensive void shields were powered to full strength as energy signatures appeared across the sensor arrays. Dozens of Eldar bone ships advanced, their spiked sails unfurled, and their weapon ports emitting a menacing glow of barely restrained violence. Just as tensions reached their zenith, Rakarth's voice transmitted to the lead Xeno's vessel. "Would you like to experience the homunculi's cruel mercy, you fool?" His voice carried all the authority of Comorog's most feared torturer. "Open your eyes and observe who addresses you. I am Rakarth, Comorog's most terrifying homunculus. Lower your alert status and grant me passage immediately, or you can cut your own throat. That might reduce the agony." On the deck of the Imperial Space Fleet, Rakarth shouted his demands at Comorog's guards, while the custodian's spear hummed close to his neck. Upon hearing Rakarth's name, the guards were instantly struck with terror. Just hearing his name was enough to freeze even the most seasoned Dark Eldar in their tracks. Facing the wrath of the most feared homunculus master meant that death was the greatest mercy imaginable. Shut down all weapon systems and lower the shields. Grant Master Rakarth immediate access to the port. Chapter 72, Sigismund and Karn. Comorog once served as the Eldar Empire's central hub for the webway, the largest center of their interdimensional labyrinth. After the fall of the Eldari Empire, the webway shattered into perilous fragments. Ancient pathways faltered or became infested with deadly predators from the immaterium. The deepest reaches now harbored entities that defied comprehension. Things that had crawled forth from the spaces between reality. Yet the Dark Eldar kept access to countless nodes. From these, they launched raids on 1,000,000 worlds across the galaxy. Every day, new ships arrived at Comorog's ports, carrying loot and captives. The port that welcomed the Imperial fleet belonged to the Hesperax dynasty. Their lineage could be traced back to the war in heaven itself. Archon Hesperax commanded not just wealth and influence. She held a seat in the Comorog Council. No single tyrant ruled the Dark City. During the height of the Eldar Empire's golden age, Comorog had answered to the High Council alone. After the Empire fell, the city's order lasted only out of necessity. Later, the strongest Archon houses established their own governing body. The Hesperax dynasty earned its position through more than just political maneuvering. Their military strength was absolute and terrifying. No one dared to challenge their authority within these docks. and those who were foolish enough to try suffered fates worse than death, their screams serving as warnings to others. Rakarth's reputation in the city helped the Imperial fleet pass the defensive lines directly at port without any problem. All batteries begin firing. Authorization permits the complete and unrestricted destruction of Xenoflith. The Emperor's voice carried absolute authority across the fleet channels. Our singular objective is maximum destruction. Show this dark city the price of defying humanity. The Imperial fleet responded with immediate and devastating precision. Lance batteries discharged their fury, whilst macro cannons roared their hunger. Each legion stood ready for planetfall, warriors eager to bring the great crusade to this nest of Xeno's degeneracy. A bone-pale Eldar battleship, caught by complete surprise, was destroyed in a single lance strike. Its hull ruptured in spectacular detonation. Burning debris rained down across the port like falling meteors, each fragment igniting anything it touched. Dark Eldar vessels prioritized speed over safety. Within the narrow confines of the port, this mindset proved to be their fatal flaw. The wreckage of one ship became the executioner of another. A chain reaction of destruction spread throughout the harbor. The port turned into a slaughterhouse. Imperial warships moved forward unchallenged, their guns roaring in relentless thunder. Fighter squadrons burst from launch bays, raining death upon the city's aerial traffic and crucial infrastructure. Within minutes, every vessel in the port lay broken. Countless structures burned whilst their occupants perished in the flames. Rakarth, how dare you lead these primitive beasts to our sanctuary? Word of the human invasion spread rapidly throughout the city. When the Council Archons discovered Rakarth's betrayal, their heart burned with righteous fury at this betrayal of their species. The Homunculus Covens felt a deeper betrayal. Rakarth had brought dishonor to their ancient brotherhood. Swift consensus formed between the Council and Covens. Unity fueled by shared outrage and wounded pride at being invaded by Monkig. Deploy our finest killers. Every single one of these invaders must be eradicated without exception. And capture that traitorous bastard Rakarth alive. He must suffer for thousands of years for this betrayal. While the rulers of Dark City were busy launching a counterattack against the Imperial forces, the object of their disdain knelt inside the strategic room of the Imperial ship, as holographic images of Komorog's districts gradually rotated before him. Honored Majesties, please observe the Spire District. This is where the Council Archons and High Families reside in their palaces. Rakarth's gesture indicated the relevant tactical markers. His voice carried the eagerness of a newly converted individual. I offer to guide Imperial forces in a direct assault. The screams of my former colleagues shall be my gifts to you. Rakarth understood his position with perfect clarity. Even Imperial mercy could not protect him from Komorog's assassins. Therefore, he would achieve something previously unthinkable. He would taste the fear of those who had once commanded him. Their screams would surely surpass those of mere slaves. More piercing, more exquisite, more satisfying than any he had heard before. Drop pods stormed through Komorog's polluted atmosphere like blazing meteors. The sound of their retro thrusters was loud in the alien sky. The pods struck the dark metropolis with thunderous impact, shattering architectural domes and triggering secondary explosions. Dust from crushed stone filled the air, and smoke columns rose in the air like funeral pyres. The city's foundations shook under the attack of Imperial forces. Assault ramps lowered with loud hydraulic noises. Power-armored legionaries entered the fallen city for the first time. Karn stepped out of his pod with a predatory gaze. Combat stimulants flooded his enhanced physiology. Warhound gene engine functioning within safe limits. Rampage protocols activated. The neural interface informing of his body status. Every aspect of his transhuman capabilities was enhanced beyond mortal limits. The hour of slaughter has arrived. Karn shrugged his shoulders and showed his teeth. The face held no trace of mercy in it. He led his squad against the Eldar fighters, who were attempting to take defensive positions. Chainax and combat blade carved through their bodies. Alien limbs separated from torsos as blood painted the walls. You primitive mammals will regret this violation of our sanctuary. A dark Eldar commander spat his curse before fleeing on anti-grav propulsion. His skimmer carried him beyond immediate retaliation. Hold your position and establish operational perimeters and wait till reinforcement arrives. I will pursue that fleeing Xenos. Karn's Vox transmission carried his orders to his brothers. Then he turned towards the direction in which the Eldar commander fled and ran towards him. The target held a significant rank within the local hierarchy. His death would surely add luster to the 12th Legion's honor rolls and bring honor to their Primarch. Father will approve of this trophy. Karn followed his quarry into a towering spire. Anticipation of victory drove him forward through the alien corridors. The interior revealed chambers of horror. Mummified corpses of several species hung from chains and hooks. The road ahead was lined with twisted sculptures and artworks created from substances better left unnamed. Truly revolting, as expected of filthy Xenos, Karn muttered through his Vox grill. As he reached the upper platform, he was immediately ambushed in hidden locations. The Kabalite warriors stepped out of their hiding spots with weapons ready, attacking the lone Astartes. Ancient technology of the Eldar clashed with modern genecraft of the Imperium in fierce combat. As Karn battled the Kabalites, he found himself surrounded by them. Despite his enhanced transhuman power, he was slowly being overwhelmed by the Xenos. The moment he killed one of them, another attacked him. Crystalline blades opened wounds in his ceramite plating. Karn was aware of his grave mistake. His overconfidence in his enhanced ability and powerful weaponry might become his death today. Just as the Kabalites were gaining the upper hand, a warrior in a yellow-plated Astartes battle gear dropped from the platform above them. His blade took a Kabalite through the spine before it could strike Karn's exposed flank. Karn felt relief as he looked at his Astartes brother from the Imperial fists. Reinforcement had arrived. My gratitude, brother. It is unnecessary. The response carried formal chill, professional courtesy rather than warmth. The remaining Dark Eldar continued their attack from multiple directions. Anti-grav skimmers provided mobile fire platforms. Karn found himself fighting in perfect synchronization with his unexpected ally. 2 Space Marines are moving as a single unit. The Xenos stood no chance against their combined might as they fell like grass before the scythe. Their inhuman coordinated strikes left no room for a counterattack from the Kabalites. When the enemy commander finally died under the blade of Karn, silence fell upon the chamber. Only the sound dripping cooling blood marked their victory. Eldar corpses lay scattered across the platform. Crimson pools reflected the chamber's sickly illumination. What designation do you bear, brother? Karn regarded the warrior in Imperial Fist's livery. His yellow ceramite armor bore the scars of recent combat. The legionary removed his helm to reveal a face carved from duty itself. I am Sigismund of the 7th Legion, Terranborn. I am Karn of the World Eaters, Sigismund. Will you accept the bond of sworn brotherhood? Karn's helm came away as he spoke. His expression held nothing but earnest sincerity for this Astartes warrior who saved his life. Sigismund studied him with penetrating intensity. Seconds stretched whilst he weighed the proposal. Finally, he nodded once, with the greatest honor, brother. So, how was it? Did you guys like it better than the previous chapter? Additionally, I wanted to let you know that I am currently working on another fanfic. It's a Friarn fanfic, and from tomorrow, I will post chapters here on Webnovel. I generally work on fic that has a good concept and idea. I like it. I work on it, as you can see, and try to bring it to you with good quality. And you are all one of the best readers one could ask for. You are honest and straight to the point. You tell when it's good and when it can be better, and you give honest critique. Some of you might think that I may get upset over a 1-star review, or maybe even sad. However, I like it because it provides real information about what I'm missing. And how should we get better? So, for being honest and sharing your opinion, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Also, have you all decided whether you want that gender bender Primarch fic? We are almost half of our initial goal of 1,000 Power Stones. I can start working on it and then post here. If you can confirm, I can prepare early and avoid overwhelming myself. Again, hope you enjoyed this. And why am I yapping so much? Well, we'll meet again, brothers. Chapter 73, The Strife of the Firstborn. The sky that had always stayed dark in Comorog now turned crimson, illuminated by the burning fires of imperial wrath. Many weapons of mass destruction, such as torpedo salvos, missile barrages, and lance strikes, devastated the shadowed spires of Comorog. The air was thick with chaos and destruction. The Dark City's magnificent architecture, monuments to 10 millennia of cruelty, excess hedonism, and vile debauchery, crumbled beneath the Emperor's judgment. On this day, the Imperium brought illumination to countless Dark Eldar, and their chattel who had dwelt their entire existence in the lower reaches of the Webway metropolis, never knowing the warmth of a star's embrace. In that golden light, they found their salvation and walked free from bondage. The vaults of Comorog thundered with the symphony of war. Storm clouds of ordnance curled through the air like iron serpents. Fire streaked across the vast halls, creating brilliant arcs similar to fireworks in the sky, while explosions blossomed like deadly flowers throughout the alien realm. Obsidian Emperor-class Titans advanced with ponderous majesty through the shattered streets. Their massive forms, armored in blessed ceramite and adamantium, carved paths of unstoppable destruction through the Xeno's stronghold. These were war machines consecrated for one single purpose: absolute annihilation. From the moment of their creation in the forges of Mars, they existed to erase all enemies of mankind. Each Emperor Titan bore armor plating several meters thick, armed with weapon systems capable of leveling city blocks and void shields rivaling those of Imperial battleships. They were mobile fortresses of the Omnissiah's wrath, instruments of the Great Crusade's unstoppable advance. Behind the god machines strode cohorts of warlord-class Titans and entire knight households. Like a spear tip, they penetrated the outer districts of Comorog, driving toward the Dark City's heart without pause or mercy. Tens of thousands of Dark Eldar fled in fear as they fell like mere ants before the advancing war engines. Those Xenos warriors brave enough to lead resistance were crushed beneath adamantine feet or vaporized in the crossfire of macro weapons. The Titan crews paid no heed to such insignificant opposition. The follow-up forces would eliminate whatever remaining vermin forces were left. The Legio's main goals were to destroy key structures and eliminate the engines of pain as they progressed to engage them. The Dark Eldar had inherited much from their fallen empire. Among these legacies were colossal war constructs made from psychically responsive wraithbone. Unlike their craftworld counterparts, the denizens of Comorog could not use the souls of their ancestors to control these titans. Their rejection of psychic arts deprived them of the primary way to operate wraithbone constructs. To bypass this limitation, they used forbidden alchemy and heretical technologies to create pain cores, abominations that fed on despair, agony, and terror. Through these vile abominations of machines, they corrupted the elegant wraithbone titans into engines of pain, then bound tormented souls within to serve as pilots. The clash between Imperial god machines and Xeno's abominations erupted across Comorog's sprawl. Titan weapons fired with the brightness of newborn stars, casting stark shadows across the battlefield. Both forces fought like gods of war, their exchanges shattering spires and reducing city blocks to rubble. As the battle entered a brutal stalemate, the Emperor's grand design continued to unfold. Through the Rakarth's tireless entreaties, both the Master of Mankind and Raven had agreed to his audacious proposal. They would assemble an elite strike force to assault the Spire district directly and eliminate the ancient noble dynasty of Comorog. After capturing those high-ranking Xenos, I humbly request that you entrust them into my custody, as was promised. They are yours, Rakarth, do as you please, Raven replied. The homunculus smiled with satisfaction, but immediately knelt to demonstrate complete servitude. You honor me with your mercy, Lord Raven. Why did you agree to this Xeno's request? The Emperor inquired through their psychic link. Why should I not? Those creatures have perpetrated atrocities beyond counting for 10 millennia. Would it not be wasteful to grant them swift death? Raven's mental voice carried unmistakable anticipation. It is way better to deliver them to this artisan of suffering than killing them in one go. We should let them experience the pain and terror they have inflicted upon countless other souls. Moreover, this Rakarth could be valuable in future endeavors through the webway. Perhaps we should keep his services as a consultant for interrogating warp entities. Your capacity for calculated cruelty rivals my own, the Emperor observed after considering Raven's explanation. Exactly, or else how could we function as such effective partners? Raven responded with obvious satisfaction. Say, Emperor, would you like to bear the honor of being my partners in eternity? That will not be necessary. Our cooperation is most efficient as it is. Any further, and it will be a pointless ceremony. The Emperor declined immediately. His experiences in the eternal universe had instilled in him a profound respect for Raven's vocal performances. By the throne, the master of mankind actually expressed gratitude. Holy Terra, is the sun rising in the west or what? Raven exclaimed with exaggerated shock through their psychic connection. The Emperor considered it wise to maintain dignified silence. While Raven continued to ask the Emperor whether the sun rose from the west, on the other side, the final strike force had assembled on the teleportation deck. The Primarchs were honored to accompany their father into battle. Horus participated in pre-combat rituals as Mechanicus Adepts, blessed his warplate with sacred oils and incense. Among those present with Primarch Horus were 1st Captain Abaddon, 4th Captain Haster Sejanus, 5th Captain Horus Aximand, and many other warriors of the 16th Legion, who gathered in respectful attendance around their Gene Father. With the successive recovery of the Primarchs and the triumphs of the Great Crusade, the Legions Astartes had earned names to match their numbered designations. The 16th Legion, through exemplary conduct in a recent campaign, had received the Emperor's commendation and the title of Luna Wolves. Across the staging area, the 1st Legion bore their honors as the Dark Angels. Horus observed his brother and rival, Lion Eljonson, who was conducting his preparations. A circle of 1st Legion warriors attended their Primarch, Marier Estellan, and Corswain from Terra, alongside Luther, Sar Daviel, and other knights who had been recruited from Caliban, which now served as their home world. The Lion's preternatural awareness detected Horus's scrutiny, and he turned to meet his brother's gaze. Lion, Horus acknowledged his brother. Horus, came the measured reply from Primarch Lion Eljonson. Kamorag presents us with an ideal proving ground for our capabilities. It also offers us our most anticipated opportunity. What manner of opportunity do you speak of? Lion asked his brother, though he already knew the answer. A chance to determine which of us truly deserves the title of firstborn. HMPH, you're still reacting to that like a child, brother. You should now accept that such determination isn't needed, Lion replied with his usual dignified straightforwardness. That matter was decided at the moment of our creation, and you already know I am the Primarch of the 1st Legion, and you are of the 16th. The number our Legion bears no credibility as to who is first. We are all brothers created simultaneously, yet it was I who first bore the banners of our father, Horus countered with evident conviction. The sequence of our reunion holds no ground for who is the first son. Tell me, Horus, do no better proposal answer this question of precedence? Or has it become your habit to waste our time in your childish banters? Horus' eyes gained a sharp edge as he closed the distance between him and Lion and spoke. The title of firstborn of our father is not a matter of childish banter, Lion, and if you want a challenge, that's exactly what you'll get. He raised his arm, pointing towards the Kamorag below, which has turned into the land of Hellfire. We both will lead a strike team to the Spire district of Kamorag, and the victory shall belong to whoever arrives first and captures the most high-value prisoners. This will be the battle, to finally decide who holds the right to be called the first son of the Emperor. Do you accept it? Horus's proposal struck a chord in the knightly heart of the Primarch, as visible anticipation flickered in the Lion's pale eyes. He looked at his assembled Gene sons. Can I depend on you to bring this honor to the 1st Legion? Without question, my lord. Estellan spoke immediately with no moment wasted on hesitation. "Victory shall be ours if you will it. Perhaps you should consider choosing your words more carefully before making such bold claims," Abaddon interjected, his Seathonian temperament flaring at the perceived arrogance. Estellan replied without backing down, saying, "I can prove the truth of my words right now, if you'd like." "Gladly," Abaddon began to advance, but Horus raised a restraining hand. "Stand down, the teleportation will commence momentarily." Lion also commanded Estellan to stop his provocations before they jeopardized the mission. The lion held Horus with a steady gaze, and Horus returned the stare. Both demigods in mortal form, eager to assert their firstborn rights, looked at each other with such focus that any mortal would have fainted, overwhelmed by the aura radiating from both Primarchs. Lion spoke his final words. "The victor shall bear the title of firstborn, and the defeated will never mention this again. Do you agree, brother?" Horus responded, "You stole my words, brother, and I will prove to all that I am Father's greatest son." Lion looked at Horus of Seathonia with a condescending gaze, and Horus took one final look at the Lion of Caliban. The warriors of both legions stared across from each other, their eyes showing no doubt, only fiery, absolute confidence that victory would be theirs to command. Chapter 74. Let Primarchs know what lies beyond the veil of stars. The master of mankind stood at the formation's front like an immortal deity of war. The emperor bore his golden aegis, its surface wrought with the imperial aquila in finest detail. A bronze cloak of overlapping scales billowed behind his towering form. The blade in his hand pulsed with terrifying psychic might, coruscating flames dancing along its edge. Raven sat perched upon his shoulder. Together, the twin sovereigns would lead the imperial forces to victory in this campaign. The Primarchs assembled behind the emperor, and Raven in perfect formation. Each of them had a presence and physique so mighty and divine that it was as if demigods had manifested into mortal flesh. Alongside golden custodians in gleaming auramite and Astartes from multiple legions flanked the emperor and his gene sons. Beneath their feet stretched a magnificent teleportation array. The emperor's grand design incorporated all the latest technologies from the many realities they had experienced. These innovations, refined through the emperor's exceptional intellect, found new uses within this universe. The flagship of the emperor served as the first testing ground for such advancements. This teleportation matrix incorporates principles found in the super gene universe, allowing precise materialization at specific coordinates. "Commence the teleportation," the emperor commanded. "Forward, everyone. Let us deliver humanity's judgment upon these Xenos," Raven declared. The machinery beneath the teleportation deck hummed to life as it consumed power. Massive reaction columns blazed with brilliant electrical discharge, crackling with barely contained energy. Reality itself began to distort around the assembled force. "This is the teleportation technology without the warp transit," Conrad Kurz observed. He experienced none of the transcendent revelation that accompanied traditional warp journey, which gave him a momentary glimpse into the fundamental truths lurking within the warp's depths. Instead, he felt as if motion sickness was affecting him. The other Primarchs felt similar discomfort, though they could sense the spatial distortions happening around them. Everything twisted into impossible geometries before snapping back to normalcy. They materialized upon a platform of magnificent and terrible design. The ground consisted of crystalline formations stained with congealed blood that bubbled through surface cracks. Shrines dedicated to the Dark Muses decorated the surrounding architecture. Each of these monuments was revolting. These architectures were no place of worship, but pyramids made of human bones and displayed several mummified corpses as decoration. Slaves who had been caught as loot from Eldari raids had their entire skin flayed, and now they were hung from barbed spikes around the platform's perimeter like some charm bell, echoing the shrine with their eternal agony. The air in this place carried a vile smell of a nauseating mixture of hallucinogenic compounds and the metallic tang of spilt blood. The unexpected arrival of the Emperor's retinue left all the dark Eldari warriors shocked. They had set up defenses in this place since the start of the invasion, setting up traps, ambushes, and sensors. Yet somehow, the invading force had appeared out of thin air. Their surprise lasted mere heartbeats before they reacted with characteristic malice, shrieking war cries as they launched themselves at the Imperial formation. "Destroy them," the Emperor commanded, his voice roaring like thunder, echoing through the ears of all present. Sanguinius was the first among his brothers to answer the call of his father. He launched himself upwards with the help of his mighty wings. In his hands were the blessed blade and spear, wreathed in holy fire. The angel carved through the enemy ranks like divine lightning made manifest, his blade cutting the finest Eldari warrior before they could even know what happened, and his mighty spear ripped the head of Xenos along with their spine in a single thrust. Divine steel sang the tune of slaughter, and the alien blood flowed as he moved through their formation with transcendent grace. The other Primarchs followed behind with thunderous war cries, their powered weapons springing into action as they unleashed their wrath upon their Eldari host. Custodians and Astartes advanced in perfect synchronization, unleashing devastating volleys that turned dark Eldari battle lines into butcher grounds. Combat enhancement protocols activated, reaction time and physical output increased. The gene engine's alert resonated within Abaddon's consciousness, granting him supernatural speed and devastating strength. Sejanus, Aximand, do not become bogged down in melee combat. We shall advance directly to the Spire District. We must show those arrogant dark angels that the Luna Wolves are the supreme angels of the Emperor. A dark Eldari tried to ambush Abaddon from above, but to his surprise, Abaddon grabbed his leg with ease, and he smashed his body onto the ground. Abaddon kept his grip on Xeno's leg, pinned his head under his giant boots, and proceeded to tear his body slowly. The Eldari's agonizing screams filled the air. The Eldari's scream did nothing but widen the menacing smile on Abaddon's face as he finally ripped him apart, throwing his torso at another female Eldari, who caught the half-torn lower body in shock, and an expression of sadness flashed on her face before Abaddon proceeded to cut through her in a show of his inhuman speed. In a display of bold gore and violence, he addresses his battle brothers through Vox channels. "For Horus, for the Luna Wolves." His companions roared louder with fierce loyalty. They rallied to their Primarch and advanced toward the Spire District under his leadership. Luther observed the Luna Wolves maneuver from across the battlefield before addressing his gene father. "My lord, the wolf cubs are advancing toward the Spire District." Lionel Johnson looked toward Luna Wolf and Horus, then raised his sword, roaring his command for all his sons to hear. "Form upon me, we shall reach the Spire District before them. In this wager we shall come victorious, and Horus will learn of his place, charge my son S. For the PRMRCH." The lion harbored no intention of accepting subordination. He was the Night King of Caliban, and by rights should stand first among the Primarchs as the Emperor's eldest son. For the Dark Angels. For the Luna Wolves. For the first PRMRCH, X2. Both the Dark Angels and the Luna Wolves roared their slogans, already shouting their Primarch as first, as they advanced like twin spears of unstoppable doom thrust toward the Spire District. Both forces pressed forward with ferocious determination, each resolved to outpace their rivals. Across the battlefield were the Ultramarines, who butchered through the alien defense line with ease. However, they kept themselves composed, unlike the violent brutality of Luna Wolves or the hurried march of Dark Angels. If they can contend for primacy, why should our Primarch not do likewise? Marius Gage, who had witnessed the competition between the two legions, ordered Ultramarines elites to rally around Guilliman. "We should not involve ourselves in this rivalry, Marius," Guilliman stated. "My lord, ancient wisdom teaches that possessing no blade and possessing a blade, but refusing to draw it are fundamentally different circumstances. We must command sufficient influence. Even if you do not seek the position of eldest son, you should surely demonstrate adequate strength to earn your brother's respect and rightful place as the strongest Primarch." Marius Gage tried to persuade his father. He had long witnessed the rivalry between the 1st and 16th Legions. Previously, he would turn away and vent his frustration on the training grounds, and when watching the sunset, he would always wish for his father's return. When he finally did, their happiness soared. Not only did their Primarch return, but he also brought incredible wealth and support for their legion. Deep in the Ultramarines' hearts, their father was undeniably the strongest. After all, who was more noble, more dignified? It was their father without a doubt. Marius and his battle brothers would even gather after training, discussing plans to showcase the strength of their Primarch and inform everyone. There is no such thing as the first Primarch. Only their Primarch was deemed worthy of being the Emperor's favorite son. What need proof? You fool, look at the wealth of resources and technology the Emperor provided to Macridge, which equals the 13th Legion, a blessing that no Primarch received on their reunion day. None. Guilliman paused, observing his Gene son. Though he wouldn't voice it, he could read his son's thoughts exactly. Guilliman mused as a smile appeared on his face, but he had to admit that Marius' words carried some weight. The Emperor created 20 Primarchs, and none of them would willingly admit to being inferior to their brothers. Competition among these Gene sons was inevitable. This was not a matter he could choose to avoid. Very well, we shall also advance to the Spire District, Guilliman declared, raising his fist. We shall achieve victory. Victory! The Ultramarines responded with passionate roars. Other legions, witnessing the 13th Legion suddenly join the competition, likewise rallied to their respective Primarchs and advanced toward the Spire District. No legion would admit inferiority to their cousins. The Primarchs faced no other choice. Their sons were incredibly persuasive, yet they knew they had no option but to partake in the contest. While on different planes of the battlefield, the legions lacking their Primarch could only suppress their bitter expressions of resignation. If only their Gene father were here, they could have also marched proudly to take part in a contest to win glory for their Primarch. Alas, those blessed with their Gene father's presence were treasured beyond measure, while those still separated remained as forgotten weeds. Their actions are getting more emotional than rational. I fear that such actions may fracture the Imperium in years to come. Constantine Valdor inquired with evident concern. Throughout human history, struggles for succession had frequently resulted in fraternal conflict and devastating civil wars. The Emperor's expression remained passive, but he also could not help but have similar worries. At that moment, Raven spoke. If we remained confined to this galaxy without expansion opportunities, competition among the 20 Primarchs would indeed prove more destructive than beneficial, potentially leading to civil war. However, we now possess the means to venture into infinite realities. Why concern ourselves with such limitations? Let them compete across the multitude of universes. Let us observe who can claim the most realities, who can become the supreme overlord governing infinite worlds. Big guy, I say once the Kamorog campaign concludes, we shall implant the latest gene engine iterations into them. Raven addressed the Emperor with unusual gravity. The Emperor expressed reservations. Would such action not prove excessively dangerous? They already possess tremendous power. They must command sufficient strength to contend with those malevolent deities if we are to ignite their ambition for multiversal dominion, Raven replied. Once the latest gene engines are implanted, we shall take them on our next journey across realities. We shall show them the true scope of existence. We shall demonstrate that existence extends far beyond this universe, that a single galaxy is unworthy of internecine conflict. Raven resolved to locate a realm of sufficient power to demonstrate what lay beyond their current understanding. Valdor asked, will this strategy prove effective? Without question, Captain General, Raven responded. If they master godlike power and witness the infinite scope of existence, yet still fixate upon this minor galaxy, then what reason would you have to fear them? Chapter 75, The Bewildered Lion and the Radiant Horus. If we continue to enhance the Primarchs beyond their current capabilities, I fear it shall lead to consequences we cannot foresee, Valdor said with precision. His golden armor shining in the light of Terra's sun as he stood before the vast stratagem. With our current technological mastery, given sufficient time, human civilization shall venture into the many unknown universes. The custodian's voice carried grim weight. The Primarchs are not strictly a necessity for such expansion. Valdor could envision the chaotic fragmentation that would plague the Imperium in centuries to come. Primarchs leading their Astartes legions to conquer and occupy entire universes. Each would become a warlord of vast scope. They would ignore the commands issued from Terra itself. They would listen to orders, yet refuse to heed declarations. The Raven shook his obsidian head slowly, as he offered his contrasting perspective. Valdor, there exists no such thing as a permanent solution in this galaxy. His eyes gleamed with certainty. Our task remains unchanged, to ensure humanity's ascension above all other species. As for what the distant future may hold, let the future generations come and strive against their own challenges. The Raven's tone grew more thoughtful. While we currently possess technologies that challenge the achievements of the Dark Age, whether humanity can truly venture into the multiverse and establish dominion remains uncertain. His voice dropped to a more threatening note. Do you believe only our universe harbors the chaos gods and their malevolent influence? Are there no monsters lurking in the void between realities? No demons that feast upon the dreams of mortals in distant realms? Few exist, my friend, one worse than another. When these entities perceive that a rising humanity threatens their dominion, do you truly believe they will not rally their forces against us? The Raven's question hung in the air. Even if the Primarchs should lead their legions to preside over distant regions and establish themselves as warlords, at least humanity would have ascended to greatness. At least our species will possess choices beyond mere survival. His voice hardened with finality. If we cannot even achieve this rise to power, what purpose exists in discussing these theoretical dangers? The Raven turned his piercing gaze toward the Emperor. What do you say, big guy? Which path do you choose? Should we empower the Primarchs to lead the Imperium into the multiverse with unstoppable force? Or shall we, in our hesitance to avoid future conflicts, restrict the Primarchs in this universe alone? And for what? To watch them fight for power among themselves, while greater opportunities slip beyond our grasp. Valdor observed the exchange with growing unease. The weight of their decision today would echo across eternity itself. The Emperor remained motionless for long moments. His golden features betrayed no hint of the calculations racing through his mind. Valdor could feel the psychic pressure radiating from his master as possibilities were weighed against risks. When the master of mankind finally responded, it came not through words, but through the pure communion of thought. His psychic voice carried authority. If you refuse to claim your seat at the table of destiny, you will never witness our final glory. We shall make this gamble with confidence higher than any false gods. The declaration struck Valdor heavily. In all his millennia of service, he had never heard such acceptance of risk from his emperor. Once this campaign reaches its conclusion, the latest iteration of the gene engine shall be implanted within each Primarch. The Emperor, having declared his decision with finality, fixed his gaze on the Raven. Raven, you must locate a universe that possesses sufficient power to challenge them, one desperate enough to demonstrate the true cruelty that exists beyond our realm. His psychic voice intensified. They must comprehend the necessity of human unity in the face of such threats. Consider the task already done, my friend. The Raven's response carried confidence as he struck his chest with one wing curled into a fist. I promise you they will never forget this experience, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle echoed through the twisted architecture of Komorog. Plasma fire illuminated the perpetual city as Imperial forces carved their way deeper into the Dark City's heart. For the Emperor, for Horus, for the glory of the 16th Legion. The war cry of the Luna Wolves erupted across the battlefield like thunder. Their battle cry echoed as they surged forward with unstoppable momentum, crushing all opposition under their boots. They shattered 3 defensive positions in rapid succession. Each breakthrough came with precision and the devastating force of an orbital lance. At the entrance to a palace that twisted to the sky, Horus Lupercal came to a halt for the first time since he stepped on the battlefield. The Primarch assessed the current state of the battlefield. The fire of competition burned within him. Every step forward represented not merely tactical achievement, but proof of his worthiness as the first son. However, the lion's presence somewhere in this maze of alien architecture drove him to achieve even more. The Imperial landing forces had already carved out territory in the heart of the Dark City. Vast columns of auxiliary troops were advancing towards the Komorog's administrative district. Tank formations rolled forward in formations, while the Titans strode among them like walking cathedrals of destruction. The situation above remained more precarious. The Xenos fleet had recovered from the initial devastation at a remarkable speed. Dark Eldar vessels moved with predatory grace as they executed strikes against Imperial warships. Although the Imperium maintained superior firepower, the enemy's numerical advantage in their home turf could lead them to the breaking point. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion shook the artificial atmosphere. One of the Imperium's battle cruisers dropped helplessly as plasma fires consumed its superstructure. The dying vessel plummeted toward the Dark City below, slow but destructive. Its burning hull crashed through residential towers, sending tremors through the alien architecture. The ship's plasma reactor malfunctioned, causing a brilliant hemisphere of energy to burst from the impact site. This explosion lit up the eternal twilight with a mix of yellow and orange, resembling a sun rising over this dark city. Horus felt the tremor through his boots. Despite the competition, each Imperial loss weighed upon him, yet the tactical situation demanded focus on the mission at hand. Victory here would demonstrate the Luna Wolves' superiority. The First Legion is maintaining nearly identical advancement speed to our own forces, Horus observed over the Legion's communications array. Ezekiel Abaddon wiped gore from his power sword after dispatching a witch renowned for agility by nailing the Xeno on its own blade, crushing the head under his boots. The warrior's blade work had proven useless against Abaddon's brutality and crushing superiority. "We will reach the objective before the Dark Angels, Father," Abaddon replied with certainty. The first captain's voice carried conviction, no doubt in it. Haster Sejanus stepped forward, his armor bearing fresh scars from close combat. "The Luna Wolves shall claim victory this day, as we have claimed every victory before." The surrounding Astartes raised their voices in acclaim. Their passion burned hot in the fires of death around them. Horus could not help but smile a little with pride. With such warriors at his command, the 16th Legion would surely distinguish itself above all others. The lion would learn his place today at last. On the other front, Lion Eljanssen's blade carved through the torso of a dark Eldar warrior with ease, splitting the body in half. The sleek obsidian armor offered no more resistance than a parchment before the Primarch's strength. Crimson blood splattered across the stonework, as the alien's death scream joined the battle symphony amidst Komorog's twisted corridors. The lion moved through the chaotic battlefield as though it were empty space. No obstacle could slow down his advance toward his objective. He was the first, the Lion of Caliban, master of the First Legion. Horus might claim the title through political talk, but true supremacy would be proven through deed, not declaration. The heavy weapons failed to achieve target lock on him, and light arms of Eldar proved incapable of penetrating his transhuman physiology. He resembled nothing less than a deity of slaughter from Caliban's myths. His presence brought death to all who dared to face him. His sword traced deadly patterns through the air. Wherever the lion's advance carried him, blood flowed like rivers while alien corpses covered the ground. A mandrake attempted to ambush him from the shadows, but immediately the creature's form dissolved as Lion's blade separated its torso from its legs in a single motion of his sword. The Primarch paused to cleanse his weapon of Xeno's blood. His enhanced hearing picked up heavy footsteps approaching from behind him. The tech sergeant bore mechanical augmentations across his left side, and servoskulls orbited his position while data streams were displayed on his visor display. "How is Horus progressing toward the primary objective?" the lion inquired without turning. The tech sergeant checked his sensor readings. "The Luna Wolves have already breached the 4th defensive perimeter, my lord. They are advancing toward the central spire at maximum speed, barely stopping to deliver brutal death to Xenos." Additional Legion forces are also following us in close pursuit. Intelligence has arrived. They also seek the honor of eliminating the enemy leadership. Brother Captain Alajos called out over the communications network. "My lord, we must accelerate our advance if we are to claim victory." The lion raised his gaze toward the towering spire that dominated Komorog's skyline. The structure twisted upward like a blade thrust toward the artificial stars. Victory, there would settle the matter of primacy once and for all. Increase the attack speed immediately. Show these Xenos the true meaning of Astartes warfare. The 1st and 16th Legions raced toward the central district. Both forces wanted to prove themselves the superior legion through this action. Each Astartes warrior burned with the desire to demonstrate superiority over their brotherhood. After all, this competition would determine which legion stood strongest among the Emperor's chosen. However, an unforeseen variable emerged to disrupt their calculations. As both forces were near the spire where Komorog's nobility maintained their courts, a figure plummeted from above. He descended like a falling star, striking the ground before the spire's main entrance. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward through the alien architecture. Dark Eldar guards in midnight armor were hurled aside by the force of his landing. Their formations scattered like leaves before a hurricane. The newcomer wore golden warplate trimmed with crimson that gleamed like blood. A pair of pristine white wings spread from his shoulders. He appeared as nothing less than an avenging angel torn from Terran mythology. A flaming sword occupied his right hand, while a blessed spear rested in his left. This was Sanguinius, the Angel of Baal. His combat prowess was second to none. Some dark Eldar warriors who dared to attack him didn't even survive a second before falling to his blessed weapons. "This glory belongs to the 9th Legion," Sanguinius proclaimed as he severed the head of a Cabal Archon in one clean strike, "to the Blood Angels who fly above all." He impaled the alien's head upon his spear, raising the trophy high for all to witness. His declaration echoed across the battlefield. The Blood Angels in crimson, warplate roared their approval behind their Primarch, their voices echoing to the heavens above Komorog. "Holy shit, I didn't know Sanguinius was a camper." Well, you learn something new every day. Chapter 76, Implanting Gene Engines into Primarchs. "Let us call this engagement a draw, brother," Horus declared, his voice carrying the measured authority of a war master. His amber eyes fixed upon the lion with genuine respect. "This outcome serves both our honors well. After all, neither of us succeeded in breaching the spire's defenses first." Lion L. Johnson inclined his head with characteristic stoicism. The first Primarch's features remained impassive as he weighed his brother's words. "Since you speak thus, Brother Horus, then a draw it shall be." The wager they had struck now seemed a distant folly. Sanguinius had claimed the primary glory through his own magnificent assault, rendering their competition moot. To dispute this matter further would invite mockery from their other brothers. Their father would undoubtedly view such petty rivalry with profound disappointment. Both Primarchs felt the sting of wounded pride, though neither would voice it. They had been so focused on their rivalry that another had claimed the victory they both sought. After their brief council concluded, the Lion and Horus parted once more. Each led their respective forces back into the fray, their movements sharp with barely contained frustration. Imperial wrath continued to fall upon the Dark Eldar like the hammer of divine justice. The spire's defenders fought with the desperate fury of cornered predators. These elite assassins and warriors represented the finest killers of the ancient houses of Komorog. They extracted a heavy toll in Imperial blood for every meter surrendered. Yet their resistance proved ultimately futile against the Emperor's finest. The spire's defenses finally collapsed under sustained assault. When the fighting ended, the battlefield resembled a charnel house. Countless corpses littered the dark city's twisted architecture. Severed limbs and broken bodies created a tableau of absolute carnage. The patriarchs and power brokers of the great houses lay dead or shackled. Those who survived the Blood Angels' methodical slaughter now faced a far worse fate. By the time the Emperor arrived with his custodian guard, the battle's outcome was assured. Corvus Corax walked at his side, his pale features grim beneath his raven-black hair. The prisoners were being marshaled into ordered ranks by the 9th Legion warriors. "Rakarth, you miserable traitor," one captive snarled. Hatred dripped from every syllable like venom. "Your reckoning will come, wretch." The sight of the turncoat following in the Emperor's wake drove the prisoners to fury. Their curses filled the air with murderous intent. "For the remainder of your worthless existence, you shall know no peace, Rakarth. Kamorag will hunt you across the stars. Even death will not grant you sanctuary from our vengeance." The speaker was the Archon of the Hesperax family, his aristocratic features twisted with rage. Rakarth's betrayal had doomed his house above all others. The port he had revealed, the districts first struck by Imperial forces, all belonged to the Hesperax. Thousands of his kinsmen had perished in the opening moments of the assault. Their ancient bloodline now faced extinction, regardless of the fate of Kamorag. Rakarth surveyed his former peers with undisguised satisfaction. A chilling smile spread across his scarred features as he approached. From his surgical kit, he withdrew vials of concentrated neurotoxin. Each prisoner received their dose with clinical precision. Those who had cursed at him most vehemently earned double portions. Agonized screams erupted as the toxins took hold. Rakarth threw back his head and laughed with genuine delight. His terrifying bionic limbs unfolded like the wings of some mechanical predator. The sight inspired both terror and loathing in equal measure. "Have you fools still not comprehended the hierarchy?" he sneered. "Who among us is the master and who the slave? From this moment forward, you are no longer the aristocrats of Kamorag. You are my property, my experimental subjects, my entertainment. I shall savor every scream you offer for cycles uncounted." The pre-battle negotiations had granted Rakarth dominion over all captured nobles. The terror in their eyes confirmed they understood their fate perfectly. Each knew intimately what horrors awaited in Rakarth's laboratories. "The primary objectives are secured," the Emperor commanded. "Initiate withdrawal protocols." Cruz nodded his agreement, adding, "Once the cultists complete their sacrificial ritual, eliminate them." The initial assault's overwhelming success had achieved its strategic purpose. Imperial forces had established a viable beachhead within Kamorag itself. Their foothold in the Dark City remained secure despite fierce resistance. However, the expeditionary forces' limited numbers presented growing challenges. Reinforcements poured in from the outlying districts of Kamorag. They came like predators drawn by the scent of blood and violence. Swarms of hellions descended from the twisted spires above. Scourge skiffs darted between the ruins, seeking targets of opportunity. Witches and arena gladiators launched ambushes from every shadow. For each enemy slain, two more seemed to take their place. As the conflict spread, Imperial casualties mounted steadily. The various factions of Kamorag were setting aside ancient grudges. A united purpose drove them to resist the human empire's intrusion. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy fleet found itself increasingly outnumbered. Extended engagement would inevitably result in complete encirclement. Kamorag resembled nothing so much as a wounded beast. Attempting to deliver a killing blow would only provoke devastating retaliation. The Dark City required careful bleeding until its strength finally failed. Only then could its head be severed with certainty. Kamorag lacked any single supreme ruler. Even destroying the captured nobles would merely sow chaos rather than victory. Understanding this tactical reality, Imperial forces began a systematic withdrawal. The massive Titan and Night war machines were evacuated first. Astartes formations assumed rearguard positions with discipline. Other units retreated in sequence, methodically contracting their defensive perimeter. The leaders of Kamorag's myriad factions raged at this humiliating end of the battle. The human empire's assault was an intolerable insult to their pure dominion. To allow these invaders to withdraw safely would compound that humiliation several times over. Their heart burned to trap this imperial army, especially its immortal leader. Only by capturing the master of mankind could they salvage their tattered pride. However, human malice exceeded even their twisted imagination. Conrad Cruz smiled as he positioned chaos cultists near the conquered spire. Their sacrificial ritual employed the mangled Dark Eldar corpses as offerings. Soon, in a matter of moments, the Prince of Pleasure's servants answered their blasphemous summons. Slaanesh demons poured into Commorragh through the weakened veil. These entities wrought carnage far exceeding anything the humans had achieved. The various factions faced a terrible choice: pursue the retreating Imperials or confront the demonic infestation threatening their city. In the end, survival instinct overcame their wounded pride as reality pressed on them. The expeditionary force departed Commorragh, laden with prisoners and glory, leaving behind the city in flames, destruction, death, and a demon invasion in progress. Asdrubal Vecht stood upon a ruined tower, surveying the devastation below, caused by the damned Monkig. The Archon of the Black Heart Cabal watched demons rampage through his city. His subordinates worked systematically to purge the entities and restore order. Vecht possessed age beyond measure, having witnessed the fall itself. His wisdom was matched only by his ruthless ambition. Through sheer cunning and brutality, he had ascended the treacherous hierarchy of the Commorragh. The Black Heart Cabal represented his most significant achievement, a power capable of challenging even the ancient nobility. Upon learning of the Imperial invasion, he had ordered his forces to consolidate as soon as possible. Let those damned nobles and Monkeith bleed each other while he preserved his strength. Now those same nobles knelt under the Imperial chain, leaving a perfect power vacuum for him. Vecht smiled coldly as the implications crystallized in his ancient mind. This was an opportunity that could come in once in several millennia, and he would use it to its fullest. The era of inherited privilege ends this day, he declared to the burning city. The age of Asdrubal Vecht begins. The successfully withdrawn expeditionary force celebrated its triumph aboard the fleet. As the warrior who first breached Commorragh's power spire, Sanguinius received the highest honors, and the 9th Legion shared in their Primarch's glory. The Blood Angels held their heads high as they passed through cheering crowds of mortals and Astartes alike. From this moment forward, they bore that noble title. The shameful epithet of vampires was finally laid to rest. Each Primarch processed the victory differently. Horus and the Lion maintained cordial expressions, though both wrestled with the bitter taste of being outshone by their brother. Guilliman observed the ceremonies with analytical interest, already composing after-action reports in his mind. The Emperor did not attend the grand ceremony. Upon his return to the flagship, he immediately sequestered himself within his personal laboratories. The weight of the next phase pressed upon his immortal consciousness. More than half a month passed in absolute isolation. The ship's Mechanicus adepts whispered of strange energies emanating from the sealed chambers. Custodians stood vigil, but none knew what transpired within. Finally, the Emperor summoned his Primarch sons. The message was simple, yet carried profound weight. Report to Laboratory 7 immediately. Come alone. Each Primarch felt an electric anticipation as they made their way through the ship's corridors. Something momentous was about to unfold. The laboratory's sterile confines hummed with barely contained energy. Ancient machinery lined the walls, their purposes known only to the Emperor. The air itself seemed charged with thick anticipation. As the Gene sons gathered, they could sense the magnitude of what was to come. Their enhanced perception detected subtle changes in their father's bearing. Something fundamental had shifted during his isolation. The Emperor stood before them, his golden eyes reflecting depths of knowledge that mortal minds could never fathom. In his hands, he held devices that pulsed with inner light, each one crafted specifically for the warrior before him. "My sons," he began, his voice carrying the weight of eternity, "the time has come for your next evolution." Raven perched on a nearby apparatus, his dark eyes gleaming with anticipation. "The Great Crusade has shown us the galaxy's scope," the Corvid said, "but the universe extends far beyond even our ambitions." The Primarchs exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their superhuman features. What lay beyond their current understanding? These gene engines represent the culmination of technologies from realms beyond this reality, the Emperor continued. Each has been adapted to your unique physiology, designed to unlock capabilities you did not know you possessed. Lion L. Johnson was the first to speak, his voice steady despite the momentous implications. "Father, what manner of trials await us that would require such enhancements?" The Emperor's gaze swept across his gene sons, each a masterwork of genetic craft, each destined for glories beyond imagination. "The trials of infinity itself, my son. Soon, you shall witness what lies beyond the veil of stars." The time had come to implant the gene engines suited to their unique physiologies. Each would receive modifications tailored to their individual characteristics. The Emperor had spent these weeks of isolation refining the process, ensuring compatibility with their transcendent genetics. The next phase of the Great Crusade required these enhancements. But more than that, the multiversal expansion that Raven had spoken of would demand capabilities beyond even a Primarch's considerable gifts. As the Gene Sons prepared for their transformation, none could have imagined how profoundly this moment would reshape their destinies. Chapter 77, Blood Engine Successfully Loaded. Within the sanctified halls of the laboratory, sterile light cast harsh shadows across surgical steel. The Primarchs lay supine within the experimental containment pods, their transhuman forms prepared to receive the gene engine implants that would elevate them beyond even their current sublime capabilities. The adepts of the Mechanicus, their forms shrouded in blessed protective vestments, commenced their sacred labors. Each movement was precise and calculated as they assisted the master of mankind in completing the complex implantation procedures. This reality differed fundamentally from the super-gene universe, which was untainted by the warp's dimension's malevolence. Gene engine technology required extensive localization modifications to achieve optimal functionality within these dimensional parameters. Arkan Land, tech priest and archaeologist of the Red Planet, could barely contain his euphoria at being permitted to assist the Omnissiah himself. The tech priest was an absolute genius, though he had witnessed merely 5 Terran standard years. His linguistic prowess encompassed 50 distinct languages, and his mastery of various mechanical encoding systems bordered on the supernatural. Land had deliberately rejected memory imprinting or cognitive core reinforcement procedures. His reasoning remained simple. He feared that such crude interventions would diminish his natural genius through the clumsy mental modifications of lesser minds. Such intellectual arrogance had earned him the resentment of his peers across Mars. Yet his astonishing reserves of knowledge and unparalleled professional expertise had secured his place aboard the Emperor's grand design. He had earned the privilege of following the expeditionary forces to recover lost, standard template constructs from humanity's golden age. The artificial simian perched perpetually upon his shoulder, constantly scurrying, scratching its metallic cranium, and studying everything with wide optical sensors, served as his electronic companion. Its design was based on the monkeys that had achieved extinction on ancient Terra. Land had painstakingly researched the appearance and biological functions of these creatures, maintaining their characteristics as accurately as his archaeological studies permitted. How precisely does a monkey possess a tail configured as a spike? The Raven materialized beside the tech priest, voicing his curiosity with characteristic directness. Memories of the Raven automatically surfaced within Land's enhanced consciousness. He understood that this seemingly unassuming figure ranked among the human empire's supreme rulers, the Omnissiah's most valued partner in the great work. He rendered the appropriate respectful salute with mechanical precision. Honored Lord Raven, the extinct monkeys of Terra bore precisely this configuration. The Raven tilted his corvid head, examining the artificial creature composed of blessed metals and vat-grown flesh. He shook his head with obvious disagreement. No, monkeys do not possess such characteristics. Land refused to yield despite the Raven's exalted status within the imperial hierarchy. I have prepared extensive documentation from my debates with lesser scholars. My research details precisely why monkeys develop tails bearing venomous stingers, the inevitable result of their evolutionary adaptation over countless millennia, serving as their primary offensive capability against natural predators. The raven studied the data slate clutched within the tech priest's augmetic appendage, his expression darkening with concentration. The slate contained complex genetic equations, citing numerous authoritative sources from the dark age of technology. The final conclusion, derived through rigorous scientific methodology, confirmed that monkeys possessed tails equipped with venomous stingers. Perhaps during the later age of strife, these creatures underwent significant mutation. The raven muttered these words to himself before dismissing the matter entirely. Monkey mutation would hardly prove surprising, considering the human empire's golden age misuse of genetic biochemical weapons across countless worlds. Whether a monkey's tail bore spikes or not would alter nothing of consequence. No rational purpose existed in wasting precious time tracing the evolutionary history of monkeys across every historical epoch, merely to resolve academic disputes. The gene engine implantation proceeded with flawless efficiency. When the assembled adepts of the Mechanicus chanted in perfect unison, "Great Omnissiah," the roaring machinery achieved harmonious synchronization. The blessed mechanisms sang a beautiful symphony of technological perfection. This proclaimed the successful completion of the gene engine implantation procedures. The emperor removed his protective gloves and cast them aside with casual authority. He reached upward to unfasten the neck seal of his protective vestments, removing his breathing apparatus with deliberate movements. After studying his completed masterwork with satisfaction, he spoke with divine certainty. "Awaken them all." The tech adepts obeyed his command without hesitation, initiating the prescribed resuscitation protocols. They chanted sacred binaric verses while operating the blessed machinery with practiced reverence. The nanonerve bundles connected to the Primarch's superhuman forms retracted smoothly, revealing dark silver neural interfaces beneath. Sanguinius achieved consciousness first among his brothers. During his enforced unconsciousness, his awareness had descended into a churning sea of black and crimson blood. The blood sea writhed with unnatural motion, and terrifying sounds emanated from its lightless depths, sounds filled with fevered battle lust. The presence called to him insistently, claiming that his power derived from its ancient source. Sanguinius witnessed numerous visions of potential futures unfolding before his enhanced perception. The galaxy burning in an eternal war. Darkness was returning again, consuming him and his sons. Primarchs turned against one another, attacking their brothers with terrible hatred, swinging blessed blades in fratricidal madness. In later visions, he observed his own death with detached horror. Darkness was returning again, consuming him and his sons. His pure white wings lay broken and bloodied, his form abandoned upon desolate ground. He witnessed the human empire, established by the emperor's vision, descending into ignorance and superstitious foolishness. The emperor himself was trapped within a terrible torture device, enduring agony day and night for 10,000 years. Despair and suffering filled every corner of that dark timeline. Indescribable sorrow arose within Sanguinius's noble heart, and he wept for humanity's shattered dreams. Then he heard a voice cutting through the nightmare. "Oh, oh, my little angel, why are you crying? Uncle Raven will take you to get some fries." This seemingly mundane sentence possessed strange power, and the desperate nightmare shattered like spun glass. In its place materialized a magnificent, glorious vision of humanity's true destiny. Within that prophetic dream, humanity opened passages to all universes across the infinite multiverse. They raised the double-headed eagle banner high, conquering every reality within their reach. He witnessed Gilliman ascending to become king of 500 great universes, ruling with perfect administrative efficiency. He observed the lion hunting an ancient and colossal being, malevolent, dark, humanoid, with a creepier smile stretched to its face, vast as entire universes, bringing it low with transcendent skill. He saw Horus raise his arm in triumph, and the shadow wolves transformed into a pack of predators, pouncing upon terrifying enemies with coordinated ferocity. The entire myriad of universes bowed before their inexorable advance. Those unimaginable ancient beings and terrifying evil gods wept in abject fear at the arrival of the Imperium of mankind. Sanguinius jolted awake with transhuman reflexes. He sat upright within the containment pod, his eyes glazed with confusion, consciousness still partially immersed in the prophetic visions. "Hey, little angel, why do you appear so uncertain? Do you require some fries?" The raven materialized before Sanguinius with characteristic informality. The word fries anchored the dazed Primarch's consciousness, drawing him back to present reality. "Lord Raven, have you adapted successfully to the power you have just acquired?" The raven inquired with genuine concern. Sanguinius closed his eyes, focusing his enhanced awareness upon the changes within his transhuman physiology. His consciousness was drawn inexorably into a space of absolute darkness. Blood-exclusive gene engine has achieved binding. Host identified, Sanguinius, loading corresponding programs. Sanguinius opened his eyes and regarded the raven with newfound understanding. This gene engine technology, does it function identically to that implanted within the Legion warriors? No, yours represents a far more advanced configuration, the raven explained with technical precision. Your capabilities exceed theirs significantly. At this moment, the remaining Primarchs achieved consciousness in rapid succession. After brief periods of disorientation, they all regained perfect mental clarity. Blood engine loaded successfully. All systems are functioning within optimal parameters. Spatial psychokinesis control loaded, dimensional mastery loaded, phase teleportation loaded, time anchor loaded, time acceleration loaded. Dense notification sequences echoed within Sanguinius's enhanced consciousness. The mere designation of these abilities conveyed their abnormal and transcendent nature. Sanguinius surveyed the laboratory and observed his ceremonial armor positioned in the far distance. With focused intent, he manifested a miniature sun before his position. An invisible spatial force field materialized instantly, containing the stellar manifestation within precise parameters. This demonstration caused the newly awakened Primarchs and laboratory personnel to display expressions of profound shock. Sanguinius had, through mere thought, created a miniature star and bound it within his will. Such power transcended mortal comprehension. It could only be described as divine authority. Observing their collective amazement, the raven stepped forward with wings positioned upon his hips, speaking with characteristic irreverence. "The capability is barely adequate. You must utilize it effectively to conquer those universes and cultivate them with extensive crops of tomatoes and potatoes. Adapt yourselves to the gene engine capabilities you have received." The Emperor continued the raven's instruction with imperial authority. "In due time, the raven and I shall escort you to witness certain realities, to provide a preliminary understanding of your future adversaries. Wait, Emro is coming." Chapter 78, Choosing the Universe. The Primarchs, forged from the essence of two worlds and tempered by the Emperor's artifice, had transcended mortal comprehension in their might. Gene engines pulsed within their transhuman frames like captured stars, granting abilities that bent reality to their will. Even against the gods of distant realms, they felt certainty burn within their hearts. Conrad Kurz tilted his pale features toward his gene sire, shadows writhing across his midnight-clad form. "Father, Lord Raven, I find myself curious. What manner of existence would dare stand as our adversary?" The other Primarchs nodded, voicing agreement, their enhanced voices carrying absolute confidence. They were apex predators now, beings of such terrible majesty that reality itself seemed to bend before their presence. If some pretender deity dared manifest before them, they would test their blades against divine flesh without hesitation. Raven's obsidian features twisted into that familiar expression of dark amusement. "I harbor sincere hope that, after you witness what the master of mankind and I shall unveil, you will retain even a fragment of your current pride." Robot Gilliman stepped forward. "Lord Raven, what manner of truth do you and our father intend to share?" His analytical mind parsed the implications hidden within those cryptic words. "Let that remain a mystery for now. You must uncover these answers through your own endeavors." Raven rustled his dark wings with barely contained anticipation. He had no intention of spoiling the surprise. Proceed to familiarize yourselves with your gene engines, the Emperor commanded, his golden radiance pulsing with paternal authority. Should you feel compelled to test your newfound might, conduct such trials in the void. With their gene engines integrated into their beings, dismantling the very foundations of the Emperor's ship, grand design, would be accomplished with casual ease. Upon hearing their father's directive, the Primarchs withdrew from the laboratory. No sooner had Lemon Russ reached the corridor's threshold than battle hunger blazed in his wolfish eyes. Which among you would dare test steel against the Wolf King? I shall serve as your opponent, brother. Angron emerged from the shadows, his features alight with savage anticipation. The World Eater's transhuman heart thundered with the need to measure his strength against worthy opposition. Then let us begin. With a thought, Russ activated his spatial manipulation abilities. Reality folded upon itself as he transported both himself and Angron into the star-drunk void beyond their battle barge's adamantine hull. Angron struck first, seizing a massive asteroid and hurling it toward his brother with the force of colliding worlds. The Wolf King's laughter echoed across the vacuum as he unleashed a thunderous battle howl. Russ raised his hands, his gene engine singing as spatial cutting fields shimmered into existence. The asteroid separated with clean lines, its bisected halves tumbling through cosmic dark. What followed was a symphony of violence that would have humbled gods. The two Primarchs clashed with devastating fury, their enhanced forms moving so fast that even the finest Astartes would struggle to see even their shadows. Each blow carried the force to shatter continents, unleashing energies that reduced the surrounding debris field to component atoms. The battle raged with such intensity that the battle barge's auger arrays struggled to track their movements. Imperial crew members gathered at observation galleries, their voices raised in awed reverence as they witnessed the destruction of their genesire's might. After the Primarchs departed for their trials, the crimson-robed servants of the Omnissiah filed from the laboratory with mechanical precision. In the end, only 3 figures remained: the master of mankind in his golden majesty, the enigmatic raven with wings of shadow, and faithful Malkador. What progress have you achieved regarding our potential destinations? The Emperor's voice carried infinite authority as his luminous gaze settled upon his dark-winged ally. I have identified several promising candidates, which among them captures your interest. Through careful deliberation, Raven had narrowed their options to the most suitable battlegrounds. With a sweep of his obsidian wings, clusters of light materialized in the laboratory's air, each containing compressed data streams. Taoist Universe, Saint Ruins Universe, Divine and Eerie Universe, Marvel Universe, SCP Foundation Universe, Cthulhu Universe, Xiling Universe, No Game No Life Universe, Tyrael Universe. The luminous spheres orbited through the chamber like captured stars, each pulsing with the weight of entire realities. The Taoist realm, the Emperor extended his radiant hand, and the first data cluster flew to his grasp. The sphere dissolved into mist that merged with his consciousness, transforming into pure understanding. Within moments, the Emperor grasped the true nature of the Taoist universe, a realm that had descended into absolute chaos and lacked any genuine intellect beyond competition. External pollutants had corrupted the great cosmic consciousness governing that reality. The entire universal framework had become a writhing mass of frenzy and chaos, where impossible contradictions existed in defiance of natural law. Every world within that tortured realm was a monument to despair and endless suffering. The divine beings who dwelt there had been twisted into abominations whose very forms defied description. It possesses sufficient insanity to serve our purposes, the Emperor acknowledged with grim satisfaction. Should they choose this destination, his sons would learn the meaning of terror. They would discover that not every universe bowed to the comforting laws of physics and rational thought. Rather than rush to judgment, he continued his examination. The Saint Ruins universe operated under physical constants that diverged significantly from the framework of the Taoist realm. While the Taoist reality encompassed extraordinary phenomena, it had not entirely abandoned the boundaries between the possible and the impossible. The St. Ruins universe, however, represented a complete merger of reality and paradox. The beings dwelling within could achieve power that transcended mundane limitations with disturbing ease. The worlds themselves had grown beyond standard cosmic scales. Entire continents, the size of galactic clusters, drifted through the void in displays of impossible magnificence. In the St. Ruins reality, an extraterrestrial entity of supposed immortality had somehow perished. The ash of its death had created contamination beyond comprehension, a bizarre plateau that served as an altar to cosmic horror. Certain beings had discovered this accursed location and drawn power from the remains of the fallen god. These greedy plateau dwellers conducted universe-spanning blood sacrifices at regular intervals, offering endless flesh and souls to their ashen deity. The Emperor's analysis continued to the next candidate. The divine and eerie universe represented the quintessential reality of pollution. The concept of eeriness had become fundamental to universal law, and even the great cosmic consciousness had transformed into an eerie object of unspeakable nature. The surviving civilizations could only endure by exploiting the unique characteristics of various eerie phenomena, walking a razor's edge between utilization and consumption. These universes all possess significant merit, yet they offer nothing but despair. The Emperor rendered his assessment with measured consideration. The first three realities were terrifying beyond mortal comprehension. Each was a tableau of blood-soaked rivers and cruel indulgence, where human beings could not escape their endless torment. They could only struggle without hope and sink deeper into darkness. This occurred because the rulers of these universes were not conventional adversaries, not some mad regime destined for collapse, but immortal and indestructible entities of pure malevolence. The pain and despair of countless beings had given birth to these eternal, nightmarish existences. If the Primarchs venture into such realms at their current stage, they would likely be broken to the point of questioning their very existence. What you desire, I guarantee they shall learn. There always exists someone of greater power, Raven proclaimed with unmistakable pride. The Emperor's features showed a trace of paternal concern. After reviewing these three universes, I fear that should they venture there, they will be beaten into such despair that they lose all confidence in confronting truly powerful enemies. Raven's dark head lowered, disappointment flickering across his obsidian features. Very well then, select from the remaining candidates. These also fulfill the requirements you specified. The Emperor nodded and continued his deliberation. The Foundation universe presents humans dwelling in adequate despair and ignorance, while the adversaries possess sufficient strength to provide our sons with the necessary education. It qualifies as a candidate. The Xiling universe offers exceptional value. Its apex civilizations have mastered interuniversal travel technology. Venturing to this reality would not only educate the Primarchs, but also provide us with the means to acquire such capabilities ourselves. The Cthulhu universe seems to be an extension of much wider cosmic horror, even more hopeless than our own. It would allow our sons to experience the terror of the outer gods firsthand and comprehend the fundamental absurdity of existence itself. The Marvel universe represents a unique synthesis of technology and paradox, containing various advanced technologies and individuals of remarkable power. The Emperor's luminous gaze swept across the remaining data clusters, each promising trials that would forge his sons into beings capable of facing the infinite darkness beyond the stars. The choice would determine not merely their next destination, but the crucible in which the Primarchs would be tested, tempered, and transformed into the weapons humanity would need for the wars yet to come. Chapter 79, Tzinch, I've discovered your secret. The Emperor of Mankind absorbed the data clusters floating before him. Each one contained entire universes, their histories, laws, and futures flowing through his consciousness. He weighed each reality against his needs. The Primarchs required education, not annihilation. Too much power would break their minds, too little would prove worthless. The Taoist and St. Ruins universes blazed with overwhelming power. the Emperor dismissed them immediately. Realities where mortals could reshape existence itself, no. He would not subject his sons to such defeat before they understood their own nature. The Xiling, Cthulhu, and Foundation universes presented different challenges. They were another beast. Each harbored entities that existed beyond singular reality. The Xiling universe particularly concerned him. Its civilizations had mastered technologies that made even his achievements seem primitive. Should conflict arise with such powers, the results would cascade across the entire multiverse. One miscalculation might face the Imperium with a war spanning whole planes of existence. The Cthulhu universe was a part of the greater multiverse. The entities that didn't reside in it created and played with it. In fact, they were even more dangerous than his known enemies of warp. After analysis, 2 candidates remained. Marvel Universe, the Emperor examined the first reality. DC Universe, the second pulsed with similar energies. Both realities shared comprehensive chaos. Their material planes swarmed with enhanced beings, alien invaders, and cosmic threats. Their immaterial realms crawled with demons and horrors. More importantly, neither universe would suppress Primarch abilities. The Raven's reconnaissance suggested they could enter with full capabilities intact. The Marvel Universe shall serve our purposes. The Raven materialized beside him. Marvel Universe, that one's quite popular among mortals of other universes, isn't it? His corvid features twisted into a grin. Avengers, Emperor's Era, now that's a title with a certain ring to it. The Raven's thoughts danced with possibilities. That purple-skinned titan who fancied himself a farmer, Thanos. Perhaps he could be convinced to cultivate something more productive than mad philosophy. Potatoes grown in soil, fertilized with infinity stone residue, might prove interesting. Indeed, the Emperor's approval carried weight. Beyond the Primarch's education, we may discover technologies of value to the Imperium. The Marvel reality was marked by scientific achievements, including arc reactor technology, vibranium metallurgy, PIM particles, and Stark Industries fusion cores. If even a fraction could be adapted to Imperial use, humanity's dominion would become unassailable. In the void between realities, 2 Primarchs continued their combat. Lemon Russ fought with primal fury. Each blow could shatter continents. Across from him, Angron matched him strike for strike, his rage given form through spatial manipulation. They had been fighting for 27 hours. Russ launched himself forward, void frost gathering around his fists as he drove a haymaker toward his brother's jaw. The punch carried enough force to crack asteroids. Angron crossed his arms, psychic energy forming a barrier. The shield held for 0.3 seconds before shattering. The Wolf King's fist connected. The impact sent Angron through 3 asteroid clusters before he arrested his momentum against a planetoid. The crater could have housed a hive city. The Red Angel reached across impossible distances, psychic talons seizing Russ by the ankle. With a roar, Angron spun his brother 17 times before hurling him into another asteroid field. Throughout the Imperium, billions watched through picked feeds. The Primarchs were no longer merely superhuman warriors, they had become forces of nature. When exhaustion claimed them both, they floated in crystalline debris. The duel had proven they were equals in power as much as blood. You will glimpse a fragment of ultimate truth. The Emperor's words echoed through the assembled Primarchs in the palace's highest spire. 20 demigods arranged in formation. The Raven spread its wings, its form dissolving into energy. Beams of darkness and starlight wove together as the space-time tunnel took shape. The portal yawned before them, showing a swirling vortex of potential destinies. Follow us, the Emperor stepped forward, his radiance swallowed by the tunnel's depths. One by one, the Primarchs obeyed. The crystal labyrinth erupted in fury. In the deepest reaches of the warp, a colossal phantom burst forth from its prison. Tzint had observed the Imperium's transformation with alarm. Humanity was ascending beyond chaos itself, and that could not be permitted. The variables he had manipulated for millennia now moved according to alien mathematics. The Raven's influence was reshaping the fundamental equations of existence. The phantom fragment tore through subspace, its essence condensed into a form that could survive multiversal transit. A blue-skinned humanoid with twin avian heads, clutching a staff of starlight. The raven maintained vigilance during multiversal crossings. Each transition required perfect balance to avoid dimensional feedback. As they materialized within the Marvel universe, a vast consciousness turned its attention toward them, ancient and displeased. The one above all had detected an intrusion, carrying the stench of chaos corruption. The raven's feathers rustled as he sensed the pursuing fragment. Tzeentch's spy had penetrated his camouflage. The fragment's presence triggered defensive protocols. Reality convulsed as the one above all's will manifested as pure force, colliding with the Tzeentchian fragment in an explosion across 17 dimensions. The spacetime tunnel buckled, its structure threatening to collapse. "Big guy," the raven's voice carried dry amusement. "Intervention required?" the Emperor asked. "No, just wanted to inform you we're experiencing turbulence. Please ensure your gene sons are in the upright position." The Emperor's mental sigh was audible. "Must you maintain that tone at such moments?" "It's part of my charm." "Focus, you insufferable corvid." The raven spread his wings, vast dark energies wrapping around the tunnel. The tunnel held, barely. They emerged into the Marvel reality, but the violent transition had scattered them across space and time. Instead of a controlled arrival, they found themselves deposited amid chaos. Wakanda. On the plains before the kingdom's barriers, two armies clashed. The Avengers fought desperately against Thanos and his Outrider legions. War Machine's repulsors carved through alien ranks. Captain America's shield deflected mountain-leveling energies. Thor's lightning split the sky as Stormbreaker carved through enemies. But they were losing. Even Earth's mightiest heroes could not stand against the Mad Titan's power. Then the sky cracked open. A meteorite blazed across the battlefield, its trajectory too perfect to be natural. The impact shook the Earth, throwing combatants into the air as a crater opened in the battlefield's center. Dust clouded the air. Both armies approached cautiously, weapons raised. As the dust settled, they beheld a figure that defied comprehension. A giant in azure, ceramite armor lay motionless in the crater's heart, his massive frame twice the height of any human present. The armor was a masterwork that made Stark's suits seem primitive, protective plating that gleamed with inner light, power conduits pulsing with energy. "What the fuck was that?" Rhodes's voice crackled through the comm system. Both armies held their breath. Then the giant's eyes opened, burning with light that had witnessed the birth of stars. The Infinity War was about to take a different turn. Chapter 80, God of War Gilliman. Gene engine initialization failure detected. Cause, unknown, initiating emergency retrieval protocols. Failure analysis, cosmic parameter deviation beyond acceptable thresholds. Scanning local universe matrix, establishing baseline reality constants, redefining operational parameters. The gene engine's cold litany echoed through Robot Gilliman's consciousness. Data flowed like rivers of liquid light behind his closed eyelids. Reality constants, physical laws, and dimensional parameters, all being cataloged against his transhuman biology. When the Lord of Ultramar opened his eyes, those azure depths held more than awareness. They contained the tactical genius of 1,000 campaigns and something new, the fundamental equations of an alien reality. His massive frame stirred within the impact crater. Ceramite plates ground against pulverized earth. Every breath filled lungs designed for toxic atmospheres. Every heartbeat pumped blood engineered for superhuman endurance. When Gilliman exhaled, the air rippled with barely contained force. The entire Wakandan battlefield fell silent. Even distant war engines seemed to pause. Two armies found themselves holding their collective breath. Primal instincts whispered warnings older than civilization. Apex predator, Primarch, death incarnate. Gilliman spread his arms. His massive frame began to rise from the crater without visible means of support. Psychic energies lifted him skyward. His presence radiated authority that made mortal minds quail. The spell of silence shattered like crystal. "He's not with us," Cull Obsidian bellowed across the battlefield. "Kill him." The Black Order lieutenant launched himself into the air. The ground shook under his force. To mortal eyes, his leap seemed superhuman. Tons of alien muscle and armor hurtled through space with lethal intent. Gilliman's eyes blazed with cold fury. No mortal perception could track what happened next. Reality seemed to stutter. One moment, Cull Obsidian was ascending. The next thing he was falling in two separate pieces. Blood painted the sky in crimson arcs. The alien warrior's remains crashed to earth with bone-jarring impacts. The Avengers stared in stunned silence. What the hell was that? Falcon's voice crackled over comms. Earth's greatest heroes struggled against that thing, War Machine observed. This guy just cut him in half. Captain America adjusted his grip on his shield. Stay alert, we don't know if he's friend or foe. Eliminate that target, Corvus Glaive shrieked with desperation. All units converge and destroy. The Outrider swarms responded with mindless fury. Their alien voices rose in cacophony as they surged toward Gilliman. The Primarch's gene engine processed tactical data in microseconds. Troop dispositions, weapon capabilities, and battlefield geography are all cataloged and analyzed. The strategic situation became clear. Two forces locked in desperate combat. One defending this world, the other is seeking to claim it. Humanity's children stood against an alien invasion. The choice required no deliberation. Enemies of mankind, Gilliman's voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Behold your doom. The Lord of Ultramar descended upon Thanos' legions like divine wrath. Where his fist struck, alien flesh ceased to exist. Where he passed, formations dissolved into component atoms. This wasn't a battle. It was a fundamental force applied with surgical precision. Holy shit, Rocket muttered from his position. Who is this guy? Language, Captain America replied automatically, then paused. Actually, never mind. Holy shit is right. Outriders that had weathered Asgardian lightning found themselves torn apart by bare hands. Their nervous systems couldn't process the speed. Chitauri warriors watched their weapons fail against armor forged in Mars's deepest forges. Ammunition sparked harmlessly against blessed ceramite. This is incredible, Black Widow observed. He's cutting through them like they're made of paper. In minutes, the tide of alien flesh became scattered corpses, littering the savannah. The survivors fled beyond the energy barriers to regroup with their master. Thank you, sir. Captain America approached with careful respect, shield held loose but ready. Your intervention saved countless lives. Gilliman's visor retracted with a soft hiss. Features that belonged more to classical sculpture than mortal flesh were revealed. High cheekbones framed eyes that held centuries of experience. His jaw spoke of unshakable determination tempered by wisdom. The assembled heroes felt an immediate impulse to kneel, not from fear, but from instinctive recognition of nobility. The defense of humanity's interests requires no gratitude, the Primarch replied. His voice carried the authority of one born to command star systems. It is duty incarnate. Damn, Falcon whispered. Even his voice sounds like royalty. Black Panther stepped forward. He offered the greeting gesture of his people. Welcome to Wakanda, mighty one. Thanos' servants nearly broke our defenses. Your arrival has preserved more than just our kingdom. If Wakanda falls, Earth loses this war entirely. Gilliman's tactical mind processed this information with growing bewilderment. This conflict encompasses your entire world. His gaze swept the battlefield, defensive positions cataloged with increasing dismay. Where are your orbital defense platforms, your artillery positions, your strategic reserve forces? War Machine blinked. Orbital what now? We don't really do orbital platforms, Falcon added. Budget constraints. Wakanda requires no such crude weapons, Black Panther replied with evident pride. He displayed his vibranium spear. Energy coruscated along its edge like captured starlight. We possess technologies beyond the outer world's comprehension. The gene engine completed weapon analysis in 0.73 seconds. Gilliman's expression shifted from confusion to outright incredulity. Your advanced technology consists of a superior mineral refined through primitive techniques. His criticism cut with surgical precision. attached to a delivery system that would shame a feral world blacksmith. Remove the vibranium's natural properties, and you possess weaponry inferior to items produced in Terran factories 30 millennia past. The assembled Wakandans flushed with indignation. Okay, that's just rude, Shiri's voice came over the comms. Our spears are perfectly functional. Such tactics suffice against enhanced individuals, Black Panther retorted. His pride was stung. Conventional firepower proves useless against beings of such power. Gilliman's laugh was utterly without humor. Because you face opponents marginally superior to baseline mortality, you cease considering yourself mortal. The Primarch's tone carried the patience of a teacher correcting a slow student. I could end your existence 17 distinct ways in the span of 5 heartbeats. Well, that's not ominous at all, Rocket muttered. Before Black Panther could formulate a response, his communication array crackled with panicked transmissions. Thanos has breached the outer perimeter. We cannot contain him. Wanda has retreated with vision toward the forest sanctuary. Someone must reach them before. The transmission dissolved into static and screaming. Captain America's expression hardened. Vision carries the Mind Stone. If Thanos claims it, the universe dies, Gilliman completed. His gene engine had assimilated sufficient data to understand the stakes. Lead the way. Can you keep up? Falcon asked. The Primarch's response was to vanish simply, reappearing 50 meters ahead in the direction of the forest. Never mind, Falcon sighed. Stupid question. They arrived too late. In a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, Wanda Maximoff cradled Vision's lifeless form. Her hands still glowed with chaos magic that had destroyed the Mind Stone. And with it, the synthetic being she loved. But Thanos stood unmoved by her sacrifice. The Time Stone pulsed with eldritch energies. Reality reversed itself, undoing death with casual indifference. Vision's form reassembled from constituent atoms. The Mind Stone blazed to life once more in his forehead. No, Wanda whispered. No, no, no. I am sorry, the Mad Titan rumbled. He lifted the synthetic being by the throat. With deliberate cruelty, he tore the Infinity Stone from Vision's skull. The corpse dropped like discarded refuse. You monster! Captain America hurled his shield with all his strength. Thanos caught it one-handed without looking. 6 gems, 6 aspects of universal law made manifest. Thanos raised the final stone toward his gauntlet. Triumph was written across his scarred features. At last, reality tore open behind him. Space folded upon itself. A portal yawned wide. Through it came a fist wreathed in azure lightning. The blow connected with force that made the continental shelves shift. Thanos' massive form catapulted through the air. He impacted Earth with enough force to create a crater visible from orbit. The Mind Stone spiraled away from his grasp. Its light painted rainbow patterns across the sky. What just happened? War Machine asked. Gilliman materialized fully through his spatial gate. The Mind Stone settled into his palm as if drawn by magnetic force. Around him, air still shimmered with dimensional distortions from his transit. Impressive, Thanos emerged from his crater. Purple skin was split and bleeding. Another champion rises. His voice carried grim satisfaction. No matter, none can stand before infinite power. The remaining 5 Infinity Stones blazed with collected fury. Thanos channeled their energies through his gauntlet. Reality, power, space, time, and soul. Fundamental forces that have shaped existence since the universe's birth. They converged into a beam of annihilation that made supernovas seem like candle flames. Take cover, Captain America shouted. Detecting conceptual-level threat, engaging emergency protocols. Constructing reality anchor barriers. Estimated duration, 4.7 seconds. Energy barriers materialized around Gilliman. Layers of crystallized physics are designed to deflect attacks beyond mere matter and energy. Is he insane? Rocket yelled. Nobody takes a hit from 5 Infinity Stones. The beam struck like the death of stars. Reality itself screamed as infinite energies met Primarch defenses. For precious seconds, the barriers held. Ancient technologies forged in the Dark Age matched themselves against the fundamental forces of creation. Then cracks appeared. Warning, barrier integrity compromised. Gene engine loading is incomplete. Complete defensive suites are unavailable. Recommend immediate tactical withdrawal. The barriers are breaking. Shiri's voice crackled over comms. The barriers shattered like spun glass. Raw infinity claimed its due. Gilliman's massive form hurtled backward. Ceramite plates were scored and smoking from contact with forces that should have rendered him atomic vapor. The Mind Stone tumbled from his grasp as he carved a furrow through earth and stone for nearly 100 meters. Momentum finally abandoned him. "Is he dead?" Falcon asked quietly. Thanos stared at the fallen Primarch. Genuine shock replaced his earlier confidence. The combined might of 5 Infinity Stones should have erased any mortal being from existence. Yet this unknown warrior had merely been knocked unconscious. "Impressive," the Mad Titan murmured. He claimed the Mind Stone once more, but still insufficient. The Divine Realm, City of Omnipotence. In the spaces between spaces, 2 more Primarchs had found themselves cast adrift by dimensional turbulence. The City of Omnipotence stood as a testament to divine cooperation. Spires reached through 17 dimensions. Architecture existed in conceptual space as much as in physical space. Forums where beings of unimaginable power debated philosophy. Lesser gods maintained the infrastructure of prayer and worship across 1,000 worlds. It had endured for 200 billion years, a refuge built from the ashes of the War of the Gods. That terrible conflict had seen pantheons rise and fall like wheat before cosmic scythes, until the survivors realized cooperation offered the only path to continued existence. Into this realm of ancient treaties and careful diplomacy had fallen 2 beings that defied all classification. Lemon Russ, the Wolf King, lay unconscious against a crystalline plaza. The surface sang with harmonics audible only to divine senses. His massive form twitched occasionally, locked in dreams of endless hunts through forests that spanned galaxies. Beside him, Lion L. Johnson had awakened first. His gene engine was apparently more compatible with divine space's reality parameters. The Primarch of the First Legion crouched in a defensive position, power sword drawn. Figures in elaborate armor approached with evident hostile intent. "Damn you, you mangy wolf." Lion's voice carried frustration sharp as a blade's edge. God guards surrounded their position with weapons that blazed with conceptual fire. "You had energy enough to fight for 27 hours, but now you sleep like a lapdog." The lion hefted his unconscious brother's bulk onto one shoulder, no mean feat even for a Primarch. Russ's mass exceeded that of a main battle tank. With his free hand, he activated his power sword. Its energy field howled with barely contained fury. The God Guards closed in. Their forms shifted through multiple dimensional phases. Weapons trained on the intruders who had somehow bypassed the city's defenses. The Lion of Caliban bared his teeth in a feral grin. "Come then, little gods." His blade hummed with anticipation. "Let me show you why mortals learn to fear the knights." "So yeah, I'm getting my shit together, get exercise rope skipping, actually, maybe gym, don't know. And read some good things, maybe develop some skills." I love Jim Rohn's quote, "Work on yourself harder than you do on your school, college, or company." It doesn't mean you work less on those, just enough. Well, winter is coming, so I guess this will be the time to join the trend. I mean, it comes up every year, who knows? And yeah, working on this Friday, and well, we'll work on the Warhammer 40K one, which is quite long. It is good, you guys will like it. I mean, who doesn't like this one? Yeah, that's it, and no, I did not forget the Power Stone or the challenge. Have to say you guys are persistent. Now bye, live well. Chapter 81, A Knight, a Wolf, and the Celestial. The City of Omnipotence sprawled across dimensional space, like a jewel beyond mortal understanding. Temples stretched through 17 layers of reality. Their marble surfaces hummed with sounds only divine ears could hear. Gold veined through every structure, not crude metal, but something that existed as much in thought as physical space. Crystal plazas connected buildings that followed impossible geometry. Their surfaces reflected light that had never touched stars. Fountains cast liquid starlight into the air. The spray carried scents of flowers that bloomed for just a moment. Music drifted through eternal twilight. Not mere sound, but concepts of beauty given audible form by beings whose thoughts reshaped reality. For 200 billion years, perfect harmony had ruled this place. Today, that harmony was shattered. God guards swarmed through the city's streets. They bore blessings from 1,000 pantheons. Some appeared as golden-armored warriors from human myths. Others looked like crystal beings whose presence sang of cosmic order. All possessed planet-breaking strength and endurance that mocked time itself. Yet they struggled against a single mortal, if the towering figure in midnight blue ceramite could be called mortal. Lion L. Johnson moved through their ranks like death given purpose, his power sword carved through divine flesh with surgical precision. Each stroke was calculated, devastating, perfect. Lesser beings would have been overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The lion adapted, exploited, and conquered. But even Primarchs had limits. Whoosh! A spear wreathed in fire lanced toward the lion's chest. Its trajectory aimed to pierce both his hearts simultaneously. He twisted away. His blade intercepted the weapon in a shower of sparks that burned through 3 dimensions. The impact sent shock waves through his skeleton as divine metal met disruptor technology. Reality hung in balance for a microsecond, then training reasserted itself. The lion's blade slipped along the spear shaft, finding where divine blessing met physical matter. Golden blood sprayed across marble as another god guard fell. But 10 more pressed forward for every enemy that died. The lion's enhanced muscles burned with fatigue. His combat systems struggled to adapt to cosmic parameters that defied every law programmed into his being. Gene engine reconstruction at 67% completion. Advanced combat suites remain offline. The mechanical voice offered no comfort as another wave of attackers surged forward. Behind him, Lemon Russ lay unconscious. His massive frame was dead weight that prevented any tactical withdrawal. Damn that mangy wolf! A gleaming spear thrust toward Russ's motionless form, aimed at his secondary heart. The lion didn't think. He abandoned his position and threw himself into the weapon's path. Ceramite cracked as divine metal punched through armor blessed by the Emperor. Pain flared along his nerves, but Lion L. Johnson had endured worse. His return stroke separated the attacker's head from his shoulders in one fluid motion. "You worthless, mangy cur," the lion snarled, pulling the broken spear from his torso. Blood flowed for exactly 2.3 seconds before his enhanced healing sealed the wound. "I should abandon you to these false gods and save myself the trouble." But even as he spoke, the lion knew the words were lies. Russ might be crude, undisciplined, and insufferably arrogant, but he was a brother. They shared a genetic heritage traced back to the Emperor himself, bonds forged in the fires of the Great Crusade. The Dark Angels had never abandoned their own. The lion would not start now. Forced into a tightening circle by pressing enemies, he dragged Russ's unconscious bulk into a nearby temple's sanctuary. The structure's threshold blazed with protective wards that gave even god guards pause. Treaties between pantheons forbade direct assault on places of worship. It wouldn't hold them long, but it might be enough. The lion took position at the entrance. His power sword hummed with lethal promise. Behind him, golden statues of forgotten deities gazed down with expressions that might have been approval or judgment. In the city of omnipotence, the distinction had lost meaning long ago. Gene engine reconstruction complete, underlying data structures re-encoded. Fenris engine initialization successful, beginning awakening protocols. Massive eyelids fluttered as the Wolf King stirred. Dreams of ice-locked Fenris dissolved into awareness, weapon clashes, divine blood sense, and combat's taste in recycled air. Lemon Russ opened his eyes to find his brother standing guard at the temple entrance. Ceramite showed scars from dozens of wounds. The lion's blade wove death patterns among enemies, pressing forward like a golden tide. "Oi, Nighty!" Russ's bellow echoed through the temple, causing several statues to crack. "Where in the All-Father's name are we?" The lion's shoulders tensed as he parried 2 spear thrusts at once. His counterattack opened throats with surgical precision. "I am the Emperor's firstborn son, you mangy dog. Show some respect for your elder brother." Russ scratched his gray mane, unimpressed by the cosmic warfare around them. "Have you settled that dispute with Horus yet? Because last I checked, he wasn't acknowledging your claim." Without turning, the lion tilted his head to avoid a spear thrust. His return blow removed the attacker's arm at the shoulder. "Nothing good ever comes from that mouth of yours. I should have left you for these tin-plated gods to claim. Stop asking stupid questions and show your fangs. We need to carve our way out of this divine mess." The Wolf King's grin showed pure predator hunger as he rose to his feet. His frost-rimed blade sang clear of its sheath. Fenrisian runes blazed along the weapon's edge as gene-forged muscles coiled with anticipation. "Now that's more like it." Russ exploded into motion like a hunting wolf released from its cage. Where the lion fought with disciplined precision, the Wolf King embodied barely controlled fury. His blade carved through divine armor like parchment. Each stroke was driven by mountain-toppling strength. God guards who had weathered the lion's calculated assault found themselves unprepared for feral savagery. Russ fought without pattern or predictability. His blade found gaps that shouldn't exist, exploiting weaknesses that appeared only in the moment of strike. With his brother awake, the lion's effectiveness doubled. No longer protecting an unconscious ally, he could unleash the First Legion tactical doctrine's full spectrum. The two Primarchs flowed around each other in deadly harmony. Lion and wolf, order and chaos, precision and fury united in fraternal warfare. The God Guards, despite divine blessings and endless stamina, found themselves harvested like wheat before the scythe. Golden blood painted temple walls as the brothers carved toward freedom. Then the sky fell. WHOM. Reality screamed as a finger, the size of a mountain, descended toward their position. Both Primarchs felt their spatial awareness trigger emergency warnings. Their gene engines detected an attack existing on scales beyond mortal understanding. They scattered with transhuman reflexes. Space folded around them as emergency teleportation engaged. Where they had stood, marble, gold, and divine flesh were reduced to atoms by forces that made stellar fusion seem gentle. When the dust settled, both brothers stared upward at a sight challenging even their enhanced perceptions. A face gazed down from the heavens, metallic, emotionless, vast beyond description. 6 apertures blazed with energies older than galaxies. Features that might once have been expressive were rendered alien by sheer scale. "By the All-Father's beard," Russ whispered with uncharacteristic awe, "that's one big bastard." The gene engine's analysis was automatically engaged. Scanning target, classification, celestial, height 30.7 kilometers, mass incalculable, threat assessment extreme. Note: celestial beings represent fundamental cosmic evolution forces. Confrontation not recommended without full gene engine capabilities. 30 kilometers tall, the lion said, his tactical mind struggling to process warfare on such a scale. "Emperor preserve us, how do you fight something that treats cities as stepping stones?" The Celestial's second finger descended with inevitable slowness. Reality bent around its passage. Both Primarchs abandoned dignity for survival. Their spatial displacement carried them through collapsing architecture as the divine city shook beneath cosmic footsteps. "We can't fight this," the lion shouted over the crumbling reality's sound. "Our gene engines aren't fully operational. We need extraction." Russ nodded, his usual bravado tempered by practical acknowledgement of their limits. "Lead the way, brother. Even wolves know when to retreat." Navigation marker established. Extraction point, 2.3 kilometers northwest. The Primarchs fought through the city of Omnipotence's collapsing glory. God Guards were forgotten in the face of cosmic disaster. Temples that had stood for billions of years crumbled around them as the Celestial reshaped local reality through movement. As they fled through a magnificent hall, Russ suddenly stopped. His enhanced vision allowed him to catch details that defied explanation. "Lion, you need to see this." His voice mixed amusement with disbelief. There's a steamed bun god here, and some giant eyeball deity. The lion's response carried typical disdain for distractions, childish observations at a time like. His words died as his gaze followed his brother's pointing finger. On a crystal pedestal sat what could only be called a divine dumpling. Steam rose from its perfectly pleated surface. Nearby, other displays confirmed the absurdity. A crystal eye the size of a vehicle pulsed with dream energy. Pedestals held stone gods, tree gods, and what appeared to be a slime deity quivering with uncertain purpose. Scanning, entity classification, god of sustenance, subsect, steamed bread, worshipper base, 47 million sentient beings across 23 worlds. The lion processed this with the same efficiency he applied to enemy analysis. I stand corrected. This realm contains deities for every conceivable concept. We've stumbled into a cosmic pantheon convention, Russ observed with dark humor. Throw a rock and you'll brain 2 gods and wound a third. Accurate assessment, the lion agreed grimly. Lightning split the air before them. Not crude electrical discharge, but illumination that existed in pure meaning as much as physical space. Thunder followed, carrying words that resonated through dimensions. Outsiders, surrender immediately. Zeus materialized from the lightning's heart. His form shifted between interpretations, bearded patriarch of classical myth, storm-crowned sky father of 1,000 worlds. Divine authority radiated from every line, backed by the divine council's collective will. The Primarchs exchanged glances. Behind them, a celestial continued reshaping reality through movement. Ahead, the king of Olympus blocked their path with power drawn from billions of prayers. Russ's grin showed pure predator anticipation. Well, brother, shall we add deicide to our accomplishments today? The lion's blade hummed to lethal readiness. Why not? We've already made enemies of their servants. Let's show this pretender what happens when mortals refuse to kneel. Chapter 82, The Thunder Bender. Machine spirits sang as twin cogitator, arrays blazed to life within the Primarchs, neural pathways. Lion L. Johnson felt familiar algorithms awakening in his mind. Beside him, Lemon Russ's enhanced consciousness registered activation protocols flooding through his awareness. Anomalous cosmic parameters analyzed. Underlying code reconstruction complete. Dark engine officially activated. Related ability programs loaded. Great Wolf engine officially activated. Combat protocols engaged. The transmissions echoed through their minds simultaneously. Both Primarchs felt a surge of satisfaction as their capabilities were fully unleashed. The gene engines had shed their final restraints. Mortal, choose surrender or death. The voice carried millennia of arrogance. Both Primarchs turned their attention to the figure before them. Zeus stood in golden armor, his lower body clad in white martial robes. Lightning danced between his fingers as he conjured a weapon from storm essence itself. Russ studied their opponent with a hunter's calculating eye. The being's attire spoke of old powers, civilizations that had claimed divinity before humanity reached for stars. Target analysis initiated. Designation, God King Zeus. Member classification, Divine Council, governing body of the City of Omnipotence. And this passes for divinity, Russ murmured, lip curling in contempt. The Great Crusade recorded numerous encounters with countless Xenos who claimed to be gods. Each had proven as mortal as any other when faced with imperial truth. You dare blaspheme against divine order. Zeus's fury erupted in electrical cascades. His eyes blazed with contained storm power. Lightning writhed across his form like energy serpents. The weapon in his grasp, thunder lightning itself, pulsed with barely controlled destruction as he raised it skyward. The heavens answered his call. Lightning descended in torrents. Each bolt carried a city-leveling force. The air screamed as electrical discharge sought its targets. Enemy weapon analysis initiated. Designation, thunder lightning, artifact classification confirmed. Allocating processing power, establishing a comprehensive analysis model. Thunder lightning properties, lightning energy matrix, atmospheric manipulation protocols, genetic binding detected, soul lock engaged. Concept modification module activated. initiating ownership transfer protocols. Unsealing protective matrices, 1%, 2%. For the first time in eons, Zeus felt his weapon resist him. Thunder lightning, forged in cosmic fires and bound to his essence through rituals older than stars, it trembled against his grip. The impossibility sent confusion through his divine consciousness. He hurled the weapon with all his strength, unwilling to contemplate the implications. Thunder lightning screamed through the air, trailing destruction. The bolt struck both Primarchs with world-colliding force, sending their forms hurtling across the crystal plaza. Light energy protection, activated. Electrical discharge negation, activated. Anti-concept strike barrier, engaged. The gene engines responded with mechanical precision. Protective protocols engaged microseconds before impact. What should have been annihilation became an inconvenience. The Emperor's technology proved superior to primitive divine fury. Feel divine wrath, mortals. Zeus caught his returning weapon, rage mounting as he witnessed their survival. How could mere flesh endure thunder that had shattered titans? He raised thunder lightning again, calling upon powers predating human civilization. Analysis complete, control of thunder lightning acquired. As the weapon descended a second time, Russ leapt with inhuman grace. His ceramite-enhanced fingers closed around the crackling shaft. He felt the weapon's spirit immediately submit to his will. Zeus stared in complete incomprehension. His weapon, his birthright, rested calmly in alien hands as though it had found its true master. "Now this," Russ said, his face splitting into a predatory grin that revealed enhanced canines, "is a proper weapon." Artifact, Thunder Lightning, complete analysis achieved. Thunder Strike, single target lightning summoning protocols. Thunderous Fury, multi-target engagement parameters. Divine Punishment Protocol, area saturation bombardment systems. Divine Punishment. The words left Russ's lips like a death sentence. Thunder lightning blazed with power, dwarfing its previous displays. The sky above the city of Omnipotence split open like a wound. Lightning descended in sheets. Each bolt was guided by a Primarch's will, one who had tamed the weapon in moments where its previous wielder required centuries. Zeus bore the brunt of his own divine wrath. Bolt after bolt sent his golden form tumbling across shattered marble. When he regained his footing, his face showed a being whose understanding of reality had crumbled. The weapon he had mastered through the ages now obeyed another with perfect submission. Had the Cyclopes forged it wrong? Had he been found wanting by his own birthright? The questions ate at his psyche like acid. It reminded him of discovering Hera's betrayal, how she had feigned disinterest for millennia until the right mortal awakened passions Zeus never suspected she possessed. Divine punishment consumed the city of Omnipotence with ruthless efficiency. Palaces that had stood since the dawn of consciousness crumbled into smoking ruins. Temple guards with power and authority were reduced to scattered atoms in lightning's embrace. From their sanctuaries came other gods, drawn by the scent of genuine threats. They emerged like living nightmares given form. The blue-skinned god of magic with pristine white wings, Quetzalcoatl in bronze magnificence, lion goddess Sekhmet with predatory grace, Ninni-Nani of the Cronan worlds, Bastet of the panther cults, the moonlight god with glowing wings, each being whose blessing could elevate mortals to superhuman status. Their combined might could sterilize galaxies. Against lesser foes, their united pantheon would have been unstoppable. Against Primarchs with fully awakened gene engines, divine authority proved insufficient. The battle that followed was less a conflict than a systematic dismantling. Lion L. Johnson moved with lethal precision. His blade work was a study in perfect violence as he claimed Ares's war sword and turned it against his divine kin. The weapon sang through the air in a perfect arc. It pierced Bastet's divine form before separating her head from her shoulders in a spray of golden blood. The Panther Goddess's corpse struck ruined ground, with finality echoing across dimensions. Far away on a lost colony world, T'Challa felt the divine connection that defined his bloodline suddenly cease. The heart-shaped herb's power, drawn from Bastet's essence across dimensional veils, guttered like a flame in a vacuum, as generations of accumulated strength were drained from his enhanced physiology and heartbeats. "What happened?" he whispered to the empty air, unaware that his patron deity lay headless in a realm beyond imagination. Did the goddess abandon Wakanda? The city of omnipotence burned around the two Primarchs, as they carved through divine opposition with methodical brutality. Zeus's thunder lightning had become their instrument of destruction. It turned the god's seat of power into a charnel house of smoking rubble and cooling corpses. When surviving deities finally retreated to lick wounds and plot revenge, Lion and Russ commandeered one of the pilgrim vessels that had brought worshippers to witness divine glory. The ship's engines screamed as they drove it beyond safe parameters. They fled into cosmic deep while gods howled impotent fury behind them. In the Shadow Realm, where color was a forgotten concept, three figures materialized from a dimensional breach. The Emperor of Mankind stood between his companions. His golden presence was the only thing retaining radiance in this place of eternal gray. "You will provide an explanation," the Emperor said. His voice carried absolute authority as he turned to Raven. "Where are my sons? Where are all of them?" Raven lowered his head with genuine contrition. The easy humor he displayed elsewhere was nowhere to be found. "Big guy, you know dimensional travel isn't exactly precise," he said, falling back into casual speech patterns that marked him as distinctly non-imperial. "Tzint followed us through and caused some complications, but the Primarchs are fine. Scattered, but safe. We just need to track them down." "The ruinous powers have discovered our methods," the Emperor observed. His tone was grim with implication. "Our next translation will require more comprehensive preparation." "What kind of preparation?" Raven asked. The Emperor's response was cut short as his physical form began to dissolve. Golden light scattered like wind-blown sand. The cohesion holding his material presence together stopped. Raven stared in shock for several heartbeats before comprehension dawned. "Oh crap, I forgot about the purple nut job," and his finger snapping. His voice carried genuine alarm as he watched the last motes of the Emperor's form fade. "Big guy, tell me you're not actually dead. Please tell me you've got some backup plan for this." "What the fuck will I do without you, man? Big GUYYY. The Shadow Realm offered no answers. Only endless gray silence of a dimension where hope itself had been drained of color. Chapter 83, Death and Resurrection. "I witnessed the Emperor's death with my own eyes." Raven's words carried genuine shock as he spoke into the crossing recorder. His usual irreverence was gone, replaced by something close to awe. The statement hung in the gray air of the Shadow Realm. Valdor watched his companion with barely hidden frustration. Military discipline warred with his urge to voice his irritation. Since Raven had joined their dimensional journey, existential crises had become frustratingly common. The Emperor stood nearby, examining his recently restored form with clinical detachment. He studied himself like a master geneticist, analyzing a fascinating specimen. Death had left no mark on his golden radiance. "The Infinity Stones," he said, satisfaction clear in his voice. "Fascinating constructs." Raven had explained the mechanism of his temporary destruction. No cosmic conspiracy had targeted him specifically. Just the mad whim of a titan called Thanos, who had gathered 6 artifacts of immense power. With a single gesture, he had eliminated half of all life in the universe. The reasoning was simple and flawed in equal measure. Finite resources, infinite population growth, inevitable collapse. Random culling on a universal scale was supposedly the most logical solution. "His reasoning is defective," the Emperor observed with the tone he might use for a malfunctioning servitor. "Countless methods exist to address population dynamics. He chose the most inefficient option. He could have imposed the economic structures of ancient Terra's industrial periods. Universal labor requirements of 16 hours daily would reduce population far more efficiently than random elimination. The casual brutality was delivered, with the same tone he might use to discuss crop yields. "My hope is that the Imperium will master the creation of such stones," he continued. The true value wasn't raw power, but rule enforcement capabilities. 6 stones, properly combined, could impose the wielder's will on an entire universal framework, reality manipulation that went beyond mere force. Such constructs had limitations, functioning only within specific universal parameters. But for conquest, those limitations didn't matter. If infinity stones could be manufactured for targeted universes and distributed among imperial forces, entire realities would fall before the Legion's advance. The Imperium would become truly invincible. Dominion over infinite realities would shift from aspiration to mathematical certainty. "You're getting greedy, big guy," Raven said. His tone carried grudging admiration rather than criticism. "But it's not impossible. The Infinity Stones were forged from 6 singularities containing infinite energy. Basically, the building blocks that existed before the Big Bang. If we could simulate the birth process of universes on demand, we might recreate the formation conditions. Reverse engineer the manufacturing process." "Intriguing," the Emperor acknowledged, "though impractical given current imperial capabilities. Unless controlled universal genesis becomes standard protocol for our Mechanicum adepts. I had hoped this reality possessed the framework for Infinity Stone creation. Such knowledge could support the power requirements for temporal anchors across our dimensional network." "If any universe had that level of mastery," Raven replied, "they'd already be unstoppable. The whole time travel thing for getting multiple stones only works within Marvel's rules. Step outside this universe and you're carrying pretty rocks." "Rather than pursuing theoretical replication," the Emperor said practically, "our efforts would be better directed toward the Time Variance Authority. We need their temporal manipulation technologies." The Time Loom was the TVA's core component, a device that converted raw temporal energy into stable timeline constructs while maintaining their sacred timeline. Beyond the loom, the TVA possessed numerous chronological technologies that would prove invaluable to imperial expansion. As they discussed infiltration strategies, the shadow realm around them suddenly erupted into violent motion. The gray landscape writhed with malevolent purpose. Twisted shapes began forming from pools of living darkness. Shadow constructs emerged one after another, grotesque combinations of spite and hunger that made sounds barely recognizable as voices. They launched themselves at the Imperial Party with mindless aggression. "Go get 'em, big corncob beast," Raven shouted with renewed enthusiasm, flapping his wings like an excited trainer commanding a prized fighter. "Eliminate those evil forces and protect our Raven's safety." Valdor moved with lethal efficiency. His enhanced muscles launched him forward with such force that the ground beneath cracked into a spider web of fractures. The war halberd in his hands hummed to life, its blade wreathed in the faint glow of disruption fields. Operating within the Marvel universe had clear advantages. Their full capabilities remained unrestricted by dimensional limitations. This reality possessed enough flexibility to accommodate their true potential. The shadow creatures looked like living nightmares. Blood-red eyes, forms that defied anatomy, surfaces that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Their appearance meant nothing against a Space Marine's war halberd. Valdor carved through their ranks with methodical precision. Each strike reduced another creature to dispersing mist. They had no staying power, no coordination, just blind aggression designed for intimidation rather than actual combat. The real threat revealed itself when their hidden master abandoned subtlety. A figure emerged from concealment. White robes, hood drawn to hide his face, and in his grip a blade that radiated absolute negation. The weapon struck Valdor's halberd with the sound of colliding starships. Both combatants moved with superhuman speed. Their battle created cascading afterimages as they tested each other's limits. Residual energy from their conflict carved gouges in the landscape, sending fracture lines racing through local spacetime. Superior training and equipment decided the outcome. Valdor's final strike sent the black sword spinning through the air, landing far from its wielder, its metallic song fading to silence. "Don't kill him," Raven's voice carried genuine urgency. The halberd's point stopped less than 5 centimeters from the fallen warrior's throat. Another heartbeat, and the fight would have ended with decapitation. Raven descended to perch on Valdor's shoulder, studying their defeated opponent with curious intensity. The figure had a powerful build, eyes that burned with accumulated hatred, and facial markings that pulsed with dark energy. Gore the God Butcher, Raven identified. The fallen warrior offered no response, just raised his head to meet their gaze with pure loathing. "We're not gods," Raven said gently. "You don't need to hate us." The statement produced a visible change in Gore's expression. The hatred receded slightly, though wariness remained. "Why prevent his execution?" Valdor asked with professional curiosity rather than criticism. "Because he's another victim," Raven replied with unusual somberness. "Broken by gods who treated mortals like expendable toys, let him live." The Emperor approached and claimed the fallen necrosword for examination. His enhanced senses analyzed its composition, resonance patterns, and energy signatures that marked it as far beyond conventional weapons. Gore's history was written in the blade's psychic resonance, a chronicle of faith destroyed and vengeance embraced. Born to a barren world where survival itself was victory, he had been a devoted believer until disaster claimed his tribe. Only he and his daughter survived. Their journey to seek aid from Rapu, his patron deity, had been marked by constant prayer and desperate hope. Rapu's response had been contempt. When Gore's daughter died in his arms and he finally reached the god to ask why such suffering was allowed, Rapu had called him a dog. He declared that mortal suffering was the only meaning mortals could possess. The confrontation that followed nearly ended with Gore's execution, until the necrosword, freed from its previous owner's corpse, chose a new wielder. Divine blood christened its blade, and a god butcher was born from betrayed faith. "This weapon has considerable merit," the Emperor observed, studying the blade with genuine appreciation. The necrosword's ability to enhance both itself and its wielder through the absorption of divine essence represented a fascinating application of psychic resonance technology. In the right hands, properly understood and perhaps improved through imperial knowledge, such a weapon could prove invaluable in their multiversal conquest. After all, they would encounter many gods in the realities ahead. And gods, the Emperor had learned long ago, were just another category of enemy to be systematically eliminated. Chapter 84, Infiltration of Time Variance Authority. The necrosword was forged by Null, the symbiote god king who existed before the first stars ignited, Raven explained, his voice carrying the weight of cosmic history. Its singular purpose, divine annihilation. Gore's expression shifted from hatred to shock. As the blade's current wielder, he had never learned its true origins. Who were these people? How did they possess knowledge even unknown to him? "A weapon designed specifically for deicide," the Emperor mused, examining the dark metal with renewed interest. The implications were immediately apparent. Such a creation represented possibilities beyond mere armament. His golden gaze fixed upon Raven with intense focus. "Can we acquire the forging methodologies behind this weapon?" "To obtain the necrosword's manufacturing secrets," Raven replied, "we'll need to change his predetermined fate." He gestured toward Gore with one wing. "Only by altering destiny's course can we reasonably claim our rewards." Without ceremony, the Emperor cast the necrosword back to land at Gore's feet. The blade struck the gray ground with a sound like distant thunder. "From this moment forward, you serve under my command." "I will submit to no gods," Gore snarled, his hand instinctively finding the necrosword's grip. "Kill me instead." "I am no god," the Emperor stated with absolute certainty. "I was not divine in the past, I am not divine now, and I shall never become divine in the future. If I possessed such a nature, that blade in your hands would prove capable of ending my existence." Gore studied the golden figure before him with suspicious eyes. The aureate armor, the perfect features, the power that radiated from his form like heat from a stellar core, everything about this being suggested divinity made manifest. Yet his words carried a conviction that resonated with something deeper than mere deception. "What would you have me do?" Gore asked finally. "Kill gods," the Emperor replied with deadly simplicity. "I will grant you enhanced capabilities to better accomplish this sacred duty." Raven interjected with characteristic enthusiasm. "And while you're at it, collect those god corpses and help me grow some potatoes and tomatoes. Even in the face of cosmic conspiracy and temporal manipulation, Raven's priorities remained unshakable. No matter what realities they traversed or what decisions they faced, the pursuit of perfect fries and ketchup would always claim a portion of his attention. Potatoes and tomatoes cultivated in divine remains should qualify as legendary elixirs, right? His voice carried the excited tone of someone discovering a particularly clever exploitation. We could take them to those cultivation universes, the ones with all the Taoist immortals. Picture it, we trick them into thinking our fries and ketchup are peerless divine medicines, then convince them to plant potatoes and tomatoes in their spiritual herb gardens. Raven's laughter carried the malicious glee of a mastermind contemplating his greatest prank. The image of ancient cultivation sects tending potato patches in place of thousand-year ginseng was apparently too amusing for him to contain his mirth. Seeing that the emperor showed no signs of disapproval for this plan, Gore nodded slowly. "If you do not interfere with my divine extermination campaign, I will follow your commands." Before the emperor could respond, Raven's head snapped upward. "Big guy, we've got company." 4 golden portals materialized in the colorless expanse of the Shadow Realm, their radiance cutting through the gray atmosphere like sunbeams through storm clouds. Time itself seemed to crystallize around them, and Gore suddenly froze mid-motion, his form locked in temporal stasis like a sculpture of living flesh. Raven, the Emperor, and Valdor remained unaffected by the chronological paralysis. Their exposure to the eternal spacetime had granted each of them independent temporal fields, localized bubbles of causality that could not be externally manipulated. The portals dilated, disgorging armed figures in mechanical exoskeletons. The Time Variance Authority's enforcement arm, the Minutemen, specializes in temporal criminal apprehension and the elimination of timeline deviations. The lead agent's eyes widened behind his helmet's visor as he registered their continued movement. "This is impossible. The temporal lock is fully engaged. Why are you still mobile?" His voice carried the bewilderment of someone whose fundamental understanding of reality had just been challenged. Only beings on the level of Dormammu or other dimensional entities should possess such temporal immunity. "Speak of the devil," Raven said, materializing fully before the TVA operatives. "Perfect timing. We were just discussing a visit to your headquarters to acquire the time loom and related technologies." "Oh, and we should bring our god butcher along." Raven opened his beak and discharged a beam of chronological energy that enveloped Gore's frozen form. The temporal field extended around him, restoring his ability to move and act. "What happened? Who are they?" Gore demanded, staring at the suddenly materialized agents with confusion written across his marked features. "You have violated temporal ordinances," the lead Minuteman announced, drawing what appeared to be a specialized baton from his equipment harness. Its tip housed a crimson crystal that pulsed with ominous light. "Surrender your weapons and submit to custody or face erasure according to TVA protocols." Retcan emitter. Direct contact results in complete historical and existential erasure from all timeline variants. "Surrender? Who? Me? Us?" Raven was genuinely shocked at the stupidity of these TVA agents. They had gadgets for time travel, but not to see who they were messing with. "Corn Beast, Gore Beast, eliminate these idiots, ha 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 ha." Raven commanded with the enthusiasm of a trainer directing prized fighting animals. Valdor's expression darkened further at the new designation. First Big Corn Cob, then Corn Cob Beast, and now simply Corn Beast. The indignities were accumulating at an alarming rate. When they returned to Imperial space, he would personally oversee the confiscation of every single potato chip and ketchup packet in Raven's possession. Not a single bite would pass those irreverent lips. Gore displayed equal bewilderment at being addressed as Gore Beast by an avian creature. He, who had struck terror into the hearts of cosmic deities, was reduced to the status of a domesticated animal. First, a god refused to be called God, even showing disgust at the word, and now this Raven treated God Butcher like his dog. The universe grew more and more absurd with each passing moment. The TVA agents possessed minimal combat capabilities. Their standard operating procedures relied heavily on temporal manipulation and advanced technology rather than physical confrontation. Even the gods of the City of Omnipotence proved helpless when subjected to chronological paralysis. Most missions required no violence whatsoever. Against Valdor's superhuman prowess and Gore's divine-slaying expertise, the Minutemen lasted less than 2 heartbeats. The lead agent found Gore's blade piercing his chest cavity, his final breath escaping in a mechanical wheeze. Collect their time terminal operators and retcan emitters, Raven instructed as Valdor and Gore gathered the fallen equipment. Consider them spoils of war. Then, with characteristic boldness, he led them through the golden portal and into the heart of the Time Variance Authority itself. Titan. Sanguinius Horus, return to Terra with us. Please, you need to help us, we can't do it without you. Tony Stark's voice carried the raw desperation of a man who had lost almost everything. And now, if he couldn't reach Earth, he would not live even to see his family one last time. Light crossed his haggard features as he addressed the 2 towering figures before him. His fight with Thanos' fighter had brought him to Titan alongside Spider-Man, where they had joined forces with the Guardians of the Galaxy in a coordinated assault on the Mad Titan. The siege had failed due to Star-Lord's emotional breakdown, allowing Thanos to escape and complete his collection. Horus and Sanguinius had crashed on Titan's surface after Thanos' departure. The initial encounter had been violent. Stark and his allies had assumed the Primarchs were the Titan's reinforcements and attacked accordingly. The subsequent combat had been thoroughly one-sided. Both Primarchs had held back considerably to avoid permanent harm, but their superiority had been immediately apparent. After resolving the misunderstanding and establishing their shared humanity, the 2 groups began coordinating their efforts. Then Thanos had obtained the final Infinity Stone and enacted his universal culling with a simple gesture. The heroes on Titan, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, the Guardians except for Nebula had dissolved into ash within moments. Horus had begun to suffer the same fate until the Shadow Wolf engine detected the threat to its host and activated temporal reversal protocols, restoring him to full vitality. The display had filled Stark and Nebula with desperate hope. Thanos' snap had cost them everything that mattered. Watching Peter Parker, the young man who had become like a son to him, disintegrate in his arms had nearly broken Tony's spirit entirely. Nebula shared his sadness, having witnessed her newfound family vanish before her eyes. They desperately needed Horus's temporal manipulation capabilities to retrieve their lost loved ones. Terra, Horus mused, using the ancient name with unconscious familiarity. The mention of humanity's birthworld carried special significance for one of the Emperor's sons. That is humanity's cradle, he continued, his decision crystallizing as he spoke. If I know our father, he will inevitably be drawn to that world as well. All the Primarchs understood the Emperor's obsession with humanity's welfare and advancement. Even in this alien universe, Terra would represent both a strategic objective and a sentimental pilgrimage site. Then Terra it is, Sanguinius agreed. The Angel and the War Master would return to the birthworld of their species, though in a reality where that world had never known the touch of their father's guiding hand. Chapter 85, The God of Mischief and the Raven. In the vast void where stars were distant memories, only cold and darkness ruled. No wind disturbed this realm, no sound carried across the vacuum silence. A spatial distortion tore through the calm like a wound in reality. Crackling energies danced at the rift's edges before a battered spacecraft tumbled from hyperspace into real space. The vessel's drive systems had failed. The engines sat silent and cold. Without power, it could only drift through the void, carried by whatever momentum remained. Fuel depleted. The crimson warning blazed across the main control screen, casting red shadows across the cramped cockpit. Tony Stark slumped in the pilot's chair, staring at the display like a man watching his death sentence. They flew what remained of the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship. The great battle had mauled the vessel. Many systems lay beyond repair, held together by desperate fixes and hope. After the emergency repairs, it could barely manage flight, let alone interstellar travel. Their plan had been simple: set course for home and hope to encounter some civilization or trading post along the way. Somewhere, they could make proper repairs and refuel. The galaxy was vast, but surely not so empty that they would find nothing. How wrong they had been. Stark heard movement behind him and turned to find Nebula, Horus, and Sanguinius standing in the cramped space. He hadn't heard them approach. "How did we drop out of hyperspace?" Nebula's voice cut through the silence. "What happened?" Stark's reply carried defeat. "We're out of fuel. The signal transmitter took damage in the last fight. We can't even send a distress call." Nebula's features twisted into a scowl. "No fuel, no way to call for help. That means we drift here until we die, doesn't it?" "That's about right." Stark leaned back, closing his eyes. "Damn it all." Nebula's fist slammed into the bulkhead, leaving a dent in the metal. Horus observed the exchange with calm. When he spoke, his voice carried quiet authority. "The lack of fuel is problematic, but hardly a cause for surrender." Stark's eyes snapped open, hope flickering. "You have a solution." "Naturally." Horus moved to the navigation console. "You have the coordinates for Earth." "Yeah." Stark's fingers danced across the interface, creating a three-dimensional star map that filled the cramped space with blue light. The display showed their position near an unnamed system, a collection of worlds orbiting a yellow star. More than 2,000 light-years distant, a single point pulsed with golden light: the Sol system and home. "The solution is simple," Horus continued, studying the display. "We navigate to the nearest star. Once we get close enough, I can draw upon its energies to construct a long-range portal. From there, we return to Sol in moments." For the first time in hours, excitement sparked in Stark's eyes. Then reality hit and his shoulders sagged. "But we have no fuel, no power. We can't even change course, let alone reach that star." Sanguinius stepped forward, his features calm and confident. "Then I shall provide the force. I will guide our vessel to its destination." Stark stared at the winged Primarch as if he had suggested juggling grenades. "This is a spaceship, not some broken-down car we can push to the nearest gas station." "Indeed," Sanguinius replied with the faintest smile. "It is a spaceship. That is precisely why I must push it." Without further explanation, he spread his white wings. Space folded around him and he vanished. Moments later, the ship shuddered as some force took hold of its hull. Slowly, their trajectory began to change. What had been helpless drift became purposeful flight toward the distant star. "Well, I'll be damned," Stark muttered, watching their course correction. "Guess I've still got a lot to learn about this universe." Through the dark they flew, guided by an angel's strength toward their salvation. Hours passed like years until finally they entered the inner system of the distant star. Horus felt the familiar tingle of vast energies within his reach. His enhanced body, forged on Terra and strengthened by the Emperor's will, let him commune with forces that would reduce lesser beings to ash. "Starting spatial translation," he announced, his voice carrying harmonics that suggested vast power barely contained. "Importing cosmic constants, calculating spacetime variables, drawing stellar energy." The star responded to his call. Its fusion fires lent their strength to his purpose. Reality bent and twisted at his command. Hyperspace aperture achieved. A wormhole bloomed before them, its edges crackling with contained energies. The portal swirled with nameless colors, large enough to fit their vessel with room to spare. Guided by Sanguinius's gentle strength, they entered the maelstrom. Space and time compressed around them, and in moments they had crossed distances that should have taken decades. They emerged at the edge of the Sol system, Earth's blue jewel visible in the distance like a sapphire against black velvet. Avengers compound Earth. Even with the protection of his limit engine, technology that bent reality to his will, Gilliman had paid a terrible price for directly confronting 5 Infinity Stones. The energies involved had pushed even his enhanced Primarch body beyond its limits. When he finally emerged from the healing trance that had claimed him, the war was long over. Half of all life in the universe had turned to dust by Thanos' snap. The cosmos itself mourned. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Steve Rogers' voice was hollow with grief. So many others, all gone. It's like living in a nightmare, Natasha Romanoff whispered, her usual composure cracked by loss. Gilliman studied these mortals who had stood against impossible odds and paid the ultimate price. In another age, in another galaxy, they might have served in the legions Astartes. They had the hearts of warriors, even if they lacked the enhanced bodies to match. Hey, what's this thing doing? War Machine's shout cut through their brooding. What is it, Rhodes? Bruce Banner asked, his scientist's mind always seeking answers. That pager Fury left, it was transmitting something. Now it's stopped. Transmitting to who? Natasha's trained paranoia was already analyzing threats. No idea. Gilliman's enhanced senses detected the disturbance before the others. The limit engine whispered warnings directly into his consciousness, detecting massive energy fluctuations. A powerful entity approaches. The remaining Avengers looked around in confusion, but Gilliman's words proved right. A figure wreathed in stellar fire descended from the heavens, punching through the compound's roof as if it were paper. The impact sent shockwaves through the building. When the blazing light faded, they saw a woman in blue and gold, her eyes still crackling with barely contained energies. She radiated power like a miniature star. "Where is Fury?" she demanded. Gilliman's limit engine had already completed its analysis. Target classification, enhanced human, possesses significant cosmic energy manipulation capabilities. Physical resilience approaching 4th generation divine body parameters. A pause as deeper scans were completed. No conceptual strike capability detected, non-dimensional strike capability, no spatial manipulation, no temporal displacement ability. Interesting, he murmured. Strong in the material realm, but limited to purely physical applications of power. Steve explained the catastrophe to the newcomer, the weight of defeat heavy in his voice. When he finished, she straightened with arrogant confidence. "I am Captain Marvel," she announced. "Carol Danvers, we're going after Thanos now. We'll take back the stones and fix this." Gilliman stepped forward, his presence filling the room like that of a walking god. Thanos, wielding 6 Infinity Stones, represents a threat level beyond current capabilities. The rational course is to gather additional assets before engaging. "You lost before because you didn't have me," Danvers replied with the supreme confidence of one who had never faced true defeat. "Now you do, we'll win. I regret to inform you that your presence, while strong, would prove insufficient against an opponent wielding universal artifacts." Something in his tone sparked her anger. She blurred into motion, intending to demonstrate her power through speed and force. She found herself trapped in a spatial construct that folded back on itself, a loop that turned her velocity against her. The harder she flew, the more she remained exactly where she was. "Sir Gilliman," Steve said carefully, "she's on our side." "A demonstration seemed necessary," Gilliman replied, releasing the spatial lock. "Thanos, with unlimited access to 6 cosmic stones, represents a threat beyond my current capabilities. Humility, Captain Marvel, is not weakness, it is wisdom." Danvers glared at him but said nothing. The lesson had been learned. "First things first," Steve said. "Tony and Strange went to Titan. We need to know if they survived." Before anyone could respond, the compound's communication systems crackled to life. "Avengers Headquarters, this is SHIELD Orbital Command. We're tracking an incoming vessel. Sending telemetry now." The holographic display showed something impossible. In the void above Earth, a winged figure wreathed in golden light was carefully guiding a battered spacecraft toward the planet's surface. "That's our ship," Rocket Raccoon recognized the vessel immediately. "But who's the winged guy?" Gilliman stepped forward, his expression calm but firm. When he spoke, his voice carried quiet authority without any hint of anger. "That winged figure is my brother, Sanguinius," he said evenly. "Perhaps a more respectful term would be appropriate." Rocket looked up at the towering Primarch, recognizing the gentle correction. "Right, sorry about that. Didn't mean any disrespect to your brother." "None taken," Gilliman replied with a slight nod. "He would likely find your initial assessment amusing, actually. Sanguinius has always possessed a sense of humor about such things." The spacecraft's approach was visible on every screen in the compound. Within hours, it had descended through Earth's atmosphere, and settled onto the landing pad with surprising grace, its damaged hull still bearing the scars of countless battles. As the ramp lowered, Sanguinius emerged first, his perfect features lighting up with joy as he spotted Gilliman waiting. "My brother," he said simply, and crossed the distance between them in swift strides. The embrace was brief but heartfelt, as two demigods were reunited after being separated across impossible gulfs of space and time. For a moment, Gilliman's carefully maintained composure cracked, revealing the relief he felt at seeing his brother alive and whole. Horus emerged from the ship, his own face showing the satisfaction of a mission completed. He approached his brothers with easy confidence, but his eyes held depths of weariness that spoke of trials endured in the darkness between stars. "Did you encounter the Emperor?" Gilliman asked, "or Valdor?" "No," Horus replied, though his tone carried certainty. "But our father is resourceful beyond measure. Wherever he has found himself, he will survive and adapt." "He will come to Earth," Sanguinius added with quiet conviction. "He would never abandon the humans he has grown to care for here. This world holds meaning for him now." The Time Variance Authority, Chaos Incarnate. Across the dimensional barriers, in the sterile corridors of the Time Variance Authority, chaos reigned. The organization that had once maintained order across infinite timelines was experiencing what could be called a fundamental reorganization. The Emperor moved through the facility like a force of nature, his golden presence turning the authority's own temporal weapons against their creators. Valdor flowed through the complex like liquid shadow, gathering intelligence and valuable artifacts with surgical precision. And Gore carved through the facility's defenses with the methodical efficiency of one who had dedicated his existence to the death of gods. In one of the countless storage chambers, an unusual partnership was unfolding. "Quickly now, Loki Beast, gather all of these." Raven's voice carried gleeful excitement as he directed the god of mischief's attention to a mundane janitor's drawer. Inside, dozens of infinity stones lay scattered like colorful marbles, artifacts that had shaken entire universes, here reduced to paperweights and drawer stops by the authority's dimensional superiority. "I am a god," Loki replied with as much dignity as he could muster, "not a beast of any description. I demand proper respect." Raven's expression grew thoughtful. "Shall I summon Gore to discuss proper forms of address with you?" The mere mention of the god butcher's name sent chills down Loki's spine. He had seen what the dark sword could do to beings far more powerful than himself. Suddenly, Loki Beast seemed like a perfectly reasonable nickname. "Esteemed Raven," he said with a smile that was only slightly forced, "perhaps we should also acquire one of those infinity gauntlets. For organizational purposes, naturally." Chapter 86, Kang the Conqueror. Raven studied Loki, then his expression shifted to disgust. "This simpering behavior ill-suits you, Loki. Where is the arrogant bearing of a god, the imperious manner that once graced Stark's tower?" Raven's voice carried mock disappointment. "I remember exactly what you said. I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by." The reminder hit Loki hard. That awful day came rushing back. He'd been making his big speech when the green monster grabbed his ankle and slammed him against the floor over and over. He could still feel every impact. The worst part was when the beast spat on him and said those two words, "Puny god." Getting beaten was one thing, but being mocked, having his failure thrown in his face, that was too much. Anger built in Loki's chest. How dare this thing remind him of his worst moment? Even if he died here, he would teach this upstart some respect. "Lord Raven." Gore's voice cut through Loki's anger. The god of mischief's rage died instantly, replaced by survival instinct. With the necrosword around, all gods could die. "I am a god, you fools," Loki said, straightening up and forcing some dignity back into his voice. His smile was razor-sharp. "Good," Raven nodded. "That's better than groveling." Gore walked over, covered in blood from head to toe. None of it was his. To most beings, the Time Variance Authority was unstoppable. Even Thanos, even the gods of Omnipotent City, became helpless against the temporal agents. The reason was simple. They controlled time. Strip away someone's time, and it didn't matter how powerful they were, they became statues waiting to die. Too bad for the TVA, their three main enemies had something that made this weapon useless: independent time fields. The Emperor's divine nature put him beyond such tricks. Valdor's connection to the master of mankind gave him similar protection. And Gore, the Necrosword, had eaten gods for eons, absorbing their time essence until he existed partly outside normal time. The result was more a massacre than a battle. The facility that once controlled infinite timelines became a slaughterhouse. Halls ran red. Death stank up every room. Those who had casually erased universes died screaming. "What is it?" Raven asked, seeing something in Gore's expression. Gore flicked blood off his sword. "The survivors ran, scattered across different time coordinates. Should we hunt them?" "No," Raven said. "Let them run. We need to find the Emperor and Valdor, then get out of here." Gore nodded, understood. In the Time Guardian Hall, silence ruled where authority once sat. The elite guards lay scattered like broken toys, their weapons and shields useless against superhuman rage. Bodies twisted in death, blood pooled across clean floors, the air tasted of metal and death. The three-time guardians, those judges of infinite realities who sat on floating thrones, had died easily. Their heads lay separated from robot bodies, sparking electronics showing through cut necks. So these ran the Time Variance Authority. Valdor pulled back his spear, its energy field still crackling. He studied the destroyed robots, noting their build and mechanisms. For beings who supposedly knew everything, they died pretty easily. "No," the Emperor said. "These are just puppets, hiding the real power behind this place." "Then who really runs this?" Valdor asked, already knowing the answer would be complicated. Before the Emperor could answer, a familiar voice echoed through the bloody room. "Time to go." Raven appeared in the doorway, still sitting on Loki's head. Gore followed, his sword finally clean. Raven barely looked at the robot corpses. He'd expected nothing more from fake constructs. "Aren't we going after whoever really runs this place?" the Emperor asked. Raven shook his head confidently. "I already absorbed their tech, the time loom, the reset charges, all of it. We got what we came for." He paused, looking serious. "Plus, staying here much longer means trouble we can't handle." The Emperor studied his small ally, then nodded. "You've been right so far, we follow you." They moved through corridors toward the exit. Alarms wailed. Emergency lights bathed everything in red, making the clean halls look like a scene from hell. On screens throughout the complex, something huge was happening. The sacred timeline, that single thread that had been the only allowed reality, now grew branches like a tree. Each branch made new branches, spreading across the display like a disease through healthy tissue. Without the TVA's constant cutting, infinite realities would now bloom. Parallel worlds where different choices were made, where heroes fell and villains won, where entire species evolved differently. And with infinite realities came infinite war. The multiversal war that the TVA was created to prevent was now certain. For Raven, this chaos meant opportunity. Each new timeline, each branching reality, fed him cosmic energy. The knowledge and tech he'd stolen were just the appetizer compared to what was coming. But their escape wouldn't go unchallenged. As they reached the Time Portal Hall, a figure stepped from the shadows to block them. He was tall, wrapped in robes that flowed like liquid time. His face showed someone who'd seen civilizations rise and fall, who'd walked through the ashes of countless worlds. "Kang the Conqueror," Raven said, recognizing him. This guy was the Marvel Universe's version of Rick Sanchez, a master of time travel, tech, and jumping between dimensions. Like that genius, Kang's brilliance matched his ruthlessness and his willingness to sacrifice entire realities for his vision of order. The similarities were clear. Kang had once been a regular man in the 31st century who discovered parallel universes. He'd reached out to his variants across the multiverse, sharing knowledge and technology in what started as a cooperative effort. But peace wasn't in Conquest's nature. Among the infinite Kangs were those who saw the multiverse not as a chance for teamwork, but for domination. The multiversal war that followed raged across countless realities, eating entire timelines. In the end, only one Kang won, this one, who tamed the time entity Alioth and used its power to create the TVA. With that cosmic eater as his weapon, he'd cut the multiverse down to one timeline and built an organization to keep that order. You know me, Kang's voice showed surprise. After his victory, he'd erased all knowledge of the multiversal war. No one should remember who he really was. Who wouldn't know the famous Kang the Conqueror? Raven replied casually. But we're done here, move aside. You destroyed the sacred timeline, Kang said, his voice heavy with authority. Did you think you could just walk away? Kang stepped forward, and reality bent slightly around him. This was someone who'd fought wars across infinite realities and won. His power wasn't just technological, it was built into the very fabric of spacetime itself. I won wars that ate entire universes, he continued, his voice growing harder. I've seen the multiverse burn and rebuilt it my way. If I let you leave, you'll just destroy whatever new order I make. His ancient, terrible eyes looked at each of them. So you stay here, Alioth is hungry and you'll feed it well. The threat hung in the air. Around them, the facility was in chaos, alarms screaming, lights flashing. But in this moment, all of that faded. The Conqueror of Time had made his challenge. Now they'd see if Master of Mankind could stand against the Master of Time. Chapter 87, The Collapse of Understanding. Kang's words had barely faded when reality began to scream. A red wound tore through the air, bleeding light into the halls of the Time Variance Authority. Through this tear, something vast and terrible pressed against the barriers between dimensions. An eye the size of a mountain looked through the breach, ancient and hungry. Its pupil dilated as it fixed on the group, and in that alien stare was the promise of total consumption. This wasn't just death, it was complete erasure, the unmaking of everything they had ever been. The owner of that terrible eye began to squeeze through the tear. Alioth emerged like a nightmare-given form, a rolling mass of darkness that ate light, sound, and substance. Where it touched the facility's walls, reality came to a halt. The TVA's order began to collapse as basic forces unraveled. Space cracked around the breach like glass hit by a hammer, sending fragments of broken spacetime tumbling into the void. Each falling shard widened the wound, letting more of the entity's bulk force its way through. Black mist poured from the expanding rift like blood from a cut artery, washing over everything with the promise of oblivion. Valdor stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself between his companions and the advancing tide. His enhanced body, forged in Terra's deepest vaults and blessed by the Emperor's hand, allowed him to utilize technologies beyond mortal understanding. The gene engine embedded in his frame came alive at his mental command, its processors analyzing the crisis with inhuman speed. Spacetime collapse detected, allocating computational resources to establish a temporal barrier. A shimmering wall of crystallized time appeared around their group, its surface rippling with energies that bent light into impossible angles. The barrier held against Alioth's first attacks, creating an island of stability in an ocean of chaos. Temporal barrier established, currently maintaining spacetime integrity. Wave after wave of destructive force crashed against Valdor's defenses like a tide of liquid midnight. Each impact sent tremors through the barrier, and the Captain General could feel the strain building in his enhanced nervous system. Temporal barrier under assault. Estimated time until structural failure, 203 seconds, 202 seconds. Before Alioth, all resistance is meaningless, Kang said with satisfaction. It will devour all things. Your defiance only delays the inevitable. Raven's response was to grab one of the curved horns on Loki's crown and give it a sharp shake. Time for your grand entrance, Loki beast. Me, Loki's voice cracked, deal with that. He pointed first at himself, then at the cosmic horror that was eating the time variance authority around them. The gesture carried all the dignity of a man asked to wrestle a hurricane. This joke has gone too far, he muttered. There's nothing funny about this. Raven nodded casually. Indeed, you, as the most skilled sorcerer of the 9 realms, you were born for this moment. I must respectfully decline, Loki said, shaking his head harder. I'm not even qualified to be that thing's appetizer. Raven's tone grew pointed. Use your psychic abilities to control Alioth. Refuse, and Gore will show you how sharp his blade is. The god butcher moved smoothly, drawing the necrosword in one motion. The weapon's dark edge came to rest against Loki's spine, positioned precisely over his heart. If Raven gave the word, Gore wouldn't hesitate to end the god of mischief. Faced with such motivation, Loki had little choice. He raised his hands, and green energy began to flow from his fingertips, threads of sickly light that snaked through the air toward Alioth's rolling mass. The psychic tendrils made contact with the entity, and Loki closed his eyes to focus on the mental realm. What he found there defied description. Alioth's consciousness was a storm of competing hungers, ancient and chaotic beyond understanding. Making even the most basic psychic connection required massive effort, and Loki felt his magical reserves draining like water through a broken dam. Within moments, he was nearly spent. His enhanced Asgardian body, trained through centuries of sorcery, couldn't sustain the energy required to commune with such a being. Then, suddenly, power flooded into him from outside. Not Asgard's orderly magic or the dark dimension's wild chaos, but something more primal. It instantly filled the void in his reserves and continued to pour in, ensuring he wouldn't run dry regardless of how much energy he used. The source was clear. Raven was lending him his own power, transforming Loki into a conduit for forces that dwarfed his natural abilities. Drunk on this cosmic energy, Loki threw back his head and laughed. When he thrust his hands forward, the green light that erupted from his palms was no longer a trickle but a flood. It washed over Alioth's massive form like a tsunami of pure will, wrapping the entity in coils of psychic energy. The battle that followed was fought on planes beyond physical understanding. Loki's consciousness, amplified by Raven's power, grappled with the cosmic devourer's fundamental nature. Where once there had been only hunger, he imposed structure. Where chaos reigned, he made order. Where ancient instincts drove mindless eating, he created channels for directed purpose. The process was both exhausting and thrilling. When it was complete, Alioth hung motionless in the air, still terrible, still immeasurably powerful, but now awaiting Loki's commands like a faithful dog. Impossible, Kang stared at the tamed horror with wide eyes. This cannot be. I needed eons to achieve even basic control over that entity. His voice cracked with disbelief. Everything he had built, everything he had sacrificed, had been based on the idea that he alone could command Alioth. Your turn, Raven said, shifting his attention to the Conqueror. You will regret this, Kang replied, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The sacred timeline is ruined. Countless variants of myself will return from across the multiverse, and chaos will rule. Valdor had heard enough. The moment he confirmed that Alioth no longer threatened local spacetime, he dismissed his temporal barrier and activated his Guardian Spear's power field. The weapon hummed to life as he charged toward Kang. The Conqueror wasn't defenseless. He produced a temporal device, trying to slow Valdor's approach while an energy shield flickered to life around him. In raw physical strength, Kang couldn't hope to match gods or superhumans. His strength lay in his mastery of time and his access to tech from across infinite realities. But Valdor had something Kang hadn't counted on: his own temporal field, generated by the same enhancement that let him use the gene engine. The Conqueror's time manipulator proved as useless as his other weapons. The energy shield lasted exactly long enough to delay Valdor's spear by a few milliseconds, a delay so brief as to be meaningless. When the weapon punched through both barrier and flesh, Kang found himself lifted into the air, impaled like a butterfly pinned to a board. That's it, Raven observed, studying the defeated Conqueror with obvious disappointment. I expected more from the master of the multiverse. Indeed, for all his grand speeches and cosmic authority, Kang had proven surprisingly fragile when faced with straightforward violence. Perhaps that explained how a variant Loki had managed to kill him with nothing more than a dagger. What do we do with him? Valdor asked, his tone suggesting several unpleasant possibilities. We take him back, Raven decided. Death seems wasteful. He can join the others in farm work. After Loki dismissed Alioth back to the void, their group used the TVA's portal system to return to Earth. They picked a point in the timeline after Thanos had finished his work, the Mad Titan having snapped his fingers twice. First to eliminate half of all life, and then again to destroy the Infinity Stones themselves. Raven wasn't sure how many cosmic artifacts any given universe could handle, so he chose what seemed the safest insertion point. They appeared in the Avengers' compound during what looked like a strategy meeting. The surviving heroes had gathered every ally they could find and were deep in discussion about how to challenge an enemy who had already proven himself unbeatable. The sudden appearance of several unknown figures in their secure facility triggered immediate defensive responses. The heroes moved into combat positions, surrounding the newcomers. Loki. Thor's voice cut through the tension like a thunderclap. The god of thunder pushed past his allies, his eyes fixed on a figure he had watched die in space. Without hesitation, he swept his brother into a fierce embrace. I knew it, Thor said, his voice thick with emotion. You never could resist a good trick, you magnificent bastard. The weight of recent losses pressed down on Thor like a physical burden. His father had died, his home had burned, his people had been scattered to the cosmic winds. He had watched Loki die before his eyes, adding one more grief to an already unbearable load. Seeing his brother alive again was like finding solid ground after drowning in despair. Loki stood frozen in the embrace, his eyes wide with confusion. This wasn't his Thor. This was a variant from another timeline, mourning a brother he had never truly been. The Loki of this reality lay dead in space, while he was merely an interloper who had taken his place through cosmic accident. He opened his mouth to explain, then heard the barely suppressed sob in Thor's voice and chose silence instead. Some truths could wait. Father, Horus said, stepping forward. My Lord Raven, Sanguinius added, bowing his head with respect. Captain General, Gilliman concluded, acknowledging Valdor with formal courtesy. Valdor responded with a slight nod, the closest thing to open emotion his disciplined nature would permit when reuniting with Jean's sons. The Emperor's gaze swept across the three Primarchs before settling on Horus. Where are your brothers? We have been unable to locate them, Father, Horus replied, his tone carrying the weight of failure. They remain scattered across unknown regions of space and time. That will be fixed soon enough, Raven said, reaching up to grasp one of Loki's horns again. Loki Beast, produce the stones and gauntlet. Loki, having pulled himself from Thor's emotional reunion, nodded and reached into what appeared to be empty air. When his hand emerged, it held objects that made every person in the room draw breath at once. Multiple infinity gauntlets and more than a dozen infinity stones, their surfaces gleaming with cosmic power. The silence that followed was deafening. Tony stared at the collection of universal artifacts as if they were poisonous snakes. Bruce Banner's scientific mind reeled. Steve Rogers simply stood frozen, trying to process what his eyes were telling him. No, Stark said finally, shaking his head harder. No, this isn't possible. There's only one set per universe. That's the whole point. His voice cracked with the strain of denying evidence that stood before him in blazing contradiction to everything he thought he understood about cosmic law. The other Avengers shared his reaction, their minds rejecting what they saw. These had to be fakes, illusions, anything other than genuine artifacts of universal creation. Then Loki put a complete set of stones into one of the gauntlets and spoke a single word at Raven's prompting. Fries. Reality bent to his will without resistance. A serving of perfectly prepared French fries appeared in his free hand, steam still rising from their golden surfaces. The Avengers' worldview didn't just crack, it shattered completely. What in God's name is happening here? Steve asked, stepping forward on unsteady legs. How do you have so many infinity stones? Chapter 88, The Summoning of Primarchs. Ah, Captain America, Raven exclaimed with obvious delight upon spotting Steve among the heroes. Steve Rogers froze, uncertain whether to be flattered or insulted by the casual familiarity. The nickname felt strangely diminishing coming from this cosmic entity. Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff exchanged glances, their eyes drifting to assess Steve's posterior. After a moment's consideration, they both nodded. The moniker, while unexpected, was not entirely wrong. Where do these artifacts come from? Bruce Banner stepped forward, like a scientist seeking answers. Multiple infinity stones contradict everything we understand about cosmic law. Loki Beast, Raven began with apparent mischief. Tell them about your nightmare. How the big green one grabbed you by the ankle and used the floor to demonstrate basic percussion principles. Banner's face flushed with embarrassment at the reminder, while Loki's expression shifted to resignation. Some humiliations, it seemed, would follow him across dimensions. Must we revisit that incident? Loki asked with what remained of his dignity. Surely there are more pressing matters at hand. And Stark, Raven continued. The abundance of infinity stones stems from our recent encounter with the Time Variance Authority. Loki interrupted quickly, desperate to redirect the conversation before more embarrassing revelations emerged. The Avengers exchanged confused glances. The name meant nothing to them, which was precisely what the TVA had intended. Loki recounted their interdimensional adventure, explaining how he was captured by temporal agents and rescued by Raven's group. He spoke of the sacred timeline, the pruning of variant realities, and the cosmic puppet strings that had guided their lives without their knowledge. As the tale unfolded, Thor's expression grew somber. The realization that this Loki was not his brother, not the sibling who had died in his arms aboard Thanos' ship, settled over him like a weight. This was merely another variant, a reflection of what had been lost. Regardless of your origin, Loki said, noting Thor's pain, you are still my brother in all ways that matter. Thor managed a weak smile, and you mine, whatever timeline you call home. Loki then gestured to the bound figure of Kang, who had remained silent throughout the explanation. This being created the Time Variance Authority and established what he called the sacred timeline, Loki continued. Every victory, every defeat, every death and triumph, all followed his script. Any deviation would bring temporal agents to prune the timeline and restore his chosen course. The implications hit the heroes like physical blows. Tony Stark's face went pale as it sank in. You're telling us that everything we've done, every choice we've made, was nothing more than following someone else's script. Indeed, Loki confirmed. Rocket raccoons snarled at Kang with fury. Even the ones who got dusted, that wasn't random, was it? Steve Rogers felt a chill as understanding dawned. If he controlled the entire timeline, then who lived and who died was decided long before Thanos ever collected the first stone. The revelation transformed their view entirely. The cosmic balance Thanos claimed to serve, the random selection of victims, the heroic sacrifices made to stop him, all of it had been predetermined by a being who viewed their lives as entertainment. I acted for the greater good, Kang protested weakly. Allowing other possibilities would have triggered multiversal war, chaos beyond imagination. You manipulated the fates of trillions under the pretense of protection. Steve's voice carried absolute condemnation. The other Avengers closed in, their eyes blazing with fury. After fighting so long against Thanos, they had found the true architect of their suffering. Raven watched their anger for a few moments before growing bored. Loki Beast, he said, tugging on one of the god's horns, time to expand our family. Summon Russ, Angron, Dorn, and Alpheus to join their father. Loki nodded, raising the Infinity Gauntlet and focusing his will on the cosmic artifacts. Reality bent to his command as he snapped his fingers. The effect was immediate. A bright rift tore through the clear sky above the compound, its edges crackling with energy. The roar of struggling engines echoed from within the breach. A battered spacecraft burst through the portal, its hull scarred by weapons fire. But the vessel was not alone. Something massive was chasing it through the gap. First came a hand that blocked out the sun, so vast that mountains would seem like pebbles in its grasp. The hand groped blindly through the rift, seeking to capture the fleeing ship. Celestial, Raven observed. One of the cosmic judges. Their power can reshape or destroy entire worlds. An equally huge head followed the hand, its features bearing the cold beauty common to the celestial host. The being was trying to force its way through the dimensional barrier, its cosmic bulk straining against the boundaries between realities. Kill it, Raven commanded. Loki responded instantly, snapping his fingers with the gauntlet's power focused on spatial manipulation. The portal collapsed with surgical precision, severing the Celestial's head and arm as cleanly as a blade through silk. The cosmic being's blood fell like red rain, each drop containing enough energy to power solar systems. The severed head hit the Earth with the force of a falling mountain, its impact sending tremors through the continental shelf. The arm followed, creating a second crater and painting the landscape in substances that predated mortal understanding. "Loki beast," Raven said with fake disappointment, "you've murdered a Celestial. How unfortunate." "You ordered me to do it," Loki protested. "Did I? Who heard such a command?" "I heard no such thing," Raven replied with mock seriousness. "You acted entirely on your own. I do hope you're prepared for the host's inevitable vengeance." Loki stared at his small tormentor, finally understanding that he had met his match in manipulation, and compared to this entity, his reputation as the god of mischief seemed almost quaint. From the crashed vessel emerged a figure that commanded immediate attention. Lemon Russ stood atop the ship's hull, lightning crackling around his form, not the pale imitation generated by technology, but actual celestial electricity seized from Zeus himself during their recent adventures in Omnipotent City. "That was quite the chase," Russ called out, grinning with satisfaction. "The gods of that place do not appreciate visitors who question their authority." Behind him came another Primarch, the lion, bearing the marks of recent combat. Both warriors had been chased across dimensional barriers by angry deities, only to be saved by Loki's timely intervention. "Next," Raven announced, as if running some cosmic carnival. Another portal opened, and Angron burst through in barely controlled fury, his chain axes still dripping with alien blood. "Sakaar shall know true freedom," he roared, then paused as he took in his new surroundings. "Send him back," Raven said quickly, "immediately." Before any of the other Primarchs could greet their brother, Loki reopened a portal behind Angron and shoved him back where he had come from. The Lord of the Red Sands found himself returned to the gladiatorial world of Sakaar at the climactic moment of a slave rebellion. His brief absence had caused panic among the revolutionaries, while their oppressor, the High Evolutionary, had begun to celebrate what seemed like divine intervention. That celebration proved premature. Angron's return sent shockwaves through both armies, and the revolution resumed with renewed vigor. Within hours, the High Evolutionary found himself imprisoned, awaiting execution for his crimes against the enslaved population. Back on Earth, Raven continued his summoning. Rogel Dorn appeared with the stoic bearing that had made him the Emperor's most trusted fortress builder. Conrad Kurz followed, his midnight-clad form radiating the predatory menace that marked him as justice incarnate. Finally came Alpharius, or perhaps Omgan with the twin Primarchs. One could never be certain which was which. All three bore the marks of recent combat: damaged armor, weapons stained with alien blood, faces marked by the satisfaction of duties completed. Each had their own tale of adventure across the cosmic void, but those stories would wait. "One more summons," Raven announced. "Bring us Thanos." The suggestion caused tension among the Avengers. After everything they had endured at the Mad Titan's hands, the prospect of facing him again awakened old traumas. "Must we?" Loki asked nervously. "That being represents considerable danger, even when we have cosmic artifacts." "Fear not, Loki beast," Raven replied, channeling even more power through their psychic link. "You now possess strength sufficient to humble gods and topple empires. Thanos is merely another obstacle to overcome." Magic surged through Loki's enhanced form like molten gold, each spell now carrying the potential to reshape continents. With such power at his command, even the Mad Titan seemed manageable. "Very well," Loki said, raising the gauntlet once more. "Let us summon the Architect of Genocide." Reality parted like curtains, revealing a portal that dumped its contents with efficiency. Thanos tumbled through, clutching a garden squash in one hand and a farming hoe in the other. Half his face bore the terrible burns he had sustained destroying the Infinity Stones, while his clothes spoke of a simple farm life. The Avengers fell upon him before he could orient himself, their combined might pinning the weakened Titan to the ground. "Don't kill the purple potato," Raven called out, his voice cutting through their rage. "We have need of him alive." Thanos stopped struggling, recognizing he couldn't resist. His eyes fixed on the infinity gauntlet on Loki's hand, and his expression shifted to confusion. "Impossible," he whispered. "I destroyed them all. The stones were unmade by my own hand." Indeed, after completing his great work, Thanos had used the stone's power one final time to ensure they could never again threat the cosmic balance he had achieved. The process had nearly killed him, leaving him scarred and powerless on his chosen world of exile. No one bothered to explain the truth to him. The Avengers dragged him away to join Kang in imprisonment, where perhaps the two architects of universal suffering could commiserate over their shared fate. "Might we borrow the gauntlet?" Steve asked, approaching Raven carefully. "There are those we would bring back to life, friends and allies, everyone lost to the snap." "All in good time," Raven replied with a dismissive wave. "First, I must complete a task of paramount importance." "Which is?" Steve inquired. Raven's chest swelled with pride as he delivered his answer. "Acquiring the finest French fries and ketchup this universe has to offer. Surely you understand that such matters take precedence over mere resurrection." Chapter 89, Cancerverse. "Is this the most meaningful thing you can think of?" Steve Rogers stared at Raven with confusion. This strange figure made no sense to the super soldier's trained mind. Here stood someone who clearly had the respect of the golden-armored emperor and his sons, yet he cared about the simplest things. "Fresh fries dipped in ketchup are the most delicious thing in this world that can heal the deepest sorrows," Raven declared, hands on his hips. "Isn't that the most meaningful thing in existence?" Steve nodded despite his confusion. He didn't understand the logic, but Raven's certainty left no room for argument. "All right, could you please hurry up?" "Loki Beast, did you hear that? Hurry and make your wish." Raven turned to the horned figure wearing the infinity gauntlet, his voice mixing encouragement with impatience. "I am not Loki Beast, I am Loki," the god of mischief protested, though he moved to comply. The emperor and his sons showed power that left little room for defiance. Loki raised his gloved hand and prepared to snap his fingers, focusing his will on getting the most delicious and perfect fries and ketchup in the universe. It should have been easy. The previous wishes had worked without trouble, reality bending under the Infinity Stone's power. Yet as Loki tried to channel that cosmic might toward such a simple desire, the universe itself fought back. Loki felt his life force bleeding from his body. Only Raven's steady hand on his shoulder, channeling some unknown energy into his failing form, stopped him from turning into a dried husk. The Infinity Stones blazed with fury, their light threatening to blind everyone watching. The Infinity Gauntlet itself grew white-hot, its metal straining against forces that could destroy entire star systems. Loki's scream tore through the air as he struggled to bring his fingers together. What had once felt as simple as breathing now felt like trying to move entire worlds. Each finger carried the weight of cosmic law itself, reality's rules screaming in protest against his wish. The heroes watched in stunned silence, as the god of lies writhed in agony from trying to conjure a serving of fried potatoes. "My apologies," Loki gasped, letting his hand fall. "I cannot. The power would turn me to ash." Raven shook his head in disappointment. "Loki Beast, you have failed to meet my expectations." His gaze swept across the heroes before settling on the green-skinned scientist. "Dr. Banner, would you like to try the Infinity Gauntlet?" Banner's eyes widened behind his glasses. "Me." Raven nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, you have qualities that may work better." Bruce Banner looked toward his fellow Avengers, Captain America, Black Widow, and Iron Man, seeking their advice. Each nodded their agreement. If fulfilling Raven's simple wish would let them restore those Thanos had erased, then any price seemed worth it. "All right," Banner agreed. "I'll try." The transformation began with a low growl that came from Banner's very bones. For months after their return from space, the Hulk had stayed hidden, refusing to emerge even during Wakanda's desperate hour. Through painful negotiation and compromise, Banner had finally made peace with his other self, regaining access to that terrible strength. His clothing shredded as green flesh expanded, muscles swelling to sizes that rivaled even the towering suns who watched with interest. The Hulk's massive frame cast shadows across the battlefield, his presence radiating barely contained fury. The Infinity Gauntlet, which Eitri the Dwarf King had forged in stellar fires, adapted to its new wearer. The Hulk flexed his now-gloved fingers, feeling the 6 Infinity Stones pulse with universe-shaping power. He made the same wish that had nearly destroyed Loki, focusing his will on getting the perfect fries and ketchup. The stones erupted with terrifying energy, their combined might flowing through the Hulk's body like molten metal through his veins. Even his legendary healing struggled against such cosmic forces. The Hulk's roars echoed across the battlefield as he fought to stay conscious, his massive form trembling under the strain. Before he could even attempt the snap, his legs buckled, sending him crashing to his knees. Just a serving of fries? Why is this happening? Thor's confusion showed as he watched the mighty Hulk suffer. His own experiences with the Infinity Stones had been painful, but not impossible. Perhaps the wish involves some special vocabulary, Tony Stark observed, his analytical mind cutting through the chaos. Like most delicious or perfect. The genius billionaire's insight struck at the heart of the matter. The universe operated according to fixed laws, perfection demanded infinite power to achieve. No most delicious food could exist in absolute terms, for such a thing would violate the very foundations of reality. Unable to bear the cost, Raven's disappointment showed as he watched the Hulk struggle. His wish for the ultimate food slipped beyond reach. Through their mental link, the Emperor's voice reached him. I could attempt it myself. No, Raven refused without hesitation. The golden-armored master of mankind anchored them, guaranteeing their safe passage through the dangerous currents of the multiverse. If the great bird of change had pursued them once, the united might of the 4 chaos gods might follow next time. The Emperor could not risk something as trivial as fried potatoes. Though privately, Raven almost hoped the chaos gods would attempt another assault. He had preparations in mind, surprises that would teach them the price of venturing beyond their familiar realm. Bring me a serving of super delicious fries and ketchup. Raven changed his request, removing the impossible absolute from his wish. This time, success came easily. The Hulk managed his snap, and reality produced a steaming serving of golden fries with perfectly portioned ketchup. Valdor caught the food with practiced grace, passing it to his charge. The first taste sent visible shivers of pleasure through Raven's frame. The Infinity Gauntlet produced this, truly a masterpiece. While Raven savored his cosmic fast food, the Hulk seized his opportunity. This time, his wish carried far more weight. The safe return of every soul Thanos' mad crusade had erased. The Infinity Gauntlet unleashed power that made his previous attempt seem trivial by comparison. His screams tore through the air, but he endured. His right arm blackened and charred under the cosmic forces, but still, he held on. With a final, desperate effort, he snapped his fingers. The effect hit immediately and globally. Across Earth and throughout the galaxy, figures began materializing from motes of golden light. Families reunited with tears of joy, heroes returned to resume their duties, and the dead walked among the living once more. The Hulk collapsed, his massive frame trembling with exhaustion, but the deed was done. The Avengers rushed to tend his injuries while around them, the restored celebrated their resurrection. Yet not all had been made whole. T'Challa, the Black Panther, found his prayers to Bast met with silence. The Panther goddess had withdrawn from Wakanda entirely, abandoning her chosen people for reasons beyond mortal understanding. Could the goddess be missing? T'Challa murmured, his composure cracking. But she is divine, how could she simply vanish? The question hung unanswered as Steve Rogers approached Raven's group. On behalf of the Avengers, I formally invite you to join our ranks. Raven looked at the super soldier with genuine surprise. You're not joking, are you? Of course not. You resolved this crisis entirely, Steve replied with characteristic sincerity. Having you as part of the Avengers would be an honor. We appreciate the offer, but we lack the time to fulfill such duties, Raven declined. Soon they would depart this universe entirely, making such commitments impossible to honor. Steve's disappointment was brief, replaced by practical concern. "Then, can I ask what you plan to do with the Infinity Gauntlet and the stones? If possible, could you spare us a Mind Stone and a Time Stone?" The request was carefully diplomatic. "We need the Mind Stone to potentially restore vision, and Doctor Strange requires the Time Stone to combat entities like Dormammu." "I can part with those stones," Raven agreed, "but I have one condition: change the Avengers emblem." Tony Stark stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. "Change it how?" "To fries and ketchup," Raven announced with complete seriousness. Valdor's expression remained carefully neutral while the sons exchanged knowing looks. Raven's behavioral patterns had become entirely predictable. His affection could be purchased with quality fried food, and his cooperation secured through culinary tributes. After a brief consultation, the Avengers agreed to the modification. Such a small price for 2 Infinity Stones seemed almost criminally generous. The remaining stones and the gauntlet itself, Raven distributed to Loki and Gore. "The multiverse war approaches, and the battles ahead will test even the mighty. You will need these tools for survival." Both recipients stared in shock at their gifts. Such cosmic artifacts were beyond price, yet Raven handed them out like battlefield awards. "Having subdued Alioth and gained the Infinity Stones," Loki mused, "perhaps being Loki Beast carries certain advantages after all." The irony was not lost on him. Years of scheming and warfare had failed to secure even 1 Infinity Stone, yet aligning himself with Raven had brought him 6. Sometimes choosing the right allies mattered more than personal ambition. Using the gauntlet's power, Loki retrieved Angron from Sakaar. The son materialized without his usual weapons, instead carrying official documents marked Scrapyard Raw Material Recycling Plan. Clearly, the revolution had succeeded, and reconstruction had already begun. "Father, my Lord Raven." Angron rendered proper honors to both leaders before joining his brothers, who had gathered to exchange tales of their recent adventures. Each had faced unique challenges during their separation, experiences that had broadened their understanding of warfare beyond their home galaxy. "Shall we participate in the coming multiverse war?" Raven asked the Emperor privately. "We shall," the Golden Giant replied after observing his sons. "They require exposure to conflicts beyond our realm." Raven nodded his agreement. "With you handling the heavy combat and me providing tactical coordination, we should dominate any opposition, assuming the ancient powers of this reality remain dormant." The Emperor's response carried an undertone of amusement that seemed almost out of character. "Why don't you first demonstrate this tactical coordination you speak of?" Raven blinked in surprise. Where had the Emperor's usual stoic dignity gone? How had he developed such unexpected humor during their brief partnership? Valdor struggled to suppress his smile at witnessing Raven's bewilderment. Finally, someone had managed to deflate this bird's confidence. Indeed, the Emperor remains the Emperor. If anyone can handle this corvid, it's the Emperor. The anticipated period of peace, before the multiverse war, never came. Conqueror Kangs from parallel realities launched attacks against their variants, while entities like the Scarlet Witch and corrupted versions of Doctor Strange began crossing dimensional barriers, leaving chaos in their wake. But the gravest threat emerged in the form of the Cancerverse, a reality where the fundamental concept of death had been eliminated. In that cursed universe, heroes fearful of mortality had embraced ancient evils known as the Many-Angled Ones, sacrificing every death deity to achieve twisted immortality. Without death to drive the cycle of renewal, all life became eternally preserved in grotesque parodies of existence. The Cancerverse swelled beyond its dimensional boundaries, its hunger driving it to expand into parallel realities. Their conqueror Kang, transformed into a writhing mass of immortal flesh, but retaining vast knowledge, opened portals for the Cancerverse's armies. Endless hordes of corrupted beings poured through, consuming and converting entire universes into extensions of their blasphemous realm. When the invasion reached reality, Raven and the Emperor brought their sons to witness this new form of warfare. The sight of Cancerverse entities, writhing masses of tentacles, tumorous growths, and unnatural appendages, shocked even warriors accustomed to the horrors of their galaxy. How can such abominations exist? Angron's disgust was evident as he carved through a corrupted creature. They violate every natural law. My eyes have indeed been opened, Dorn agreed grimly. The sight of life preserved through cosmic horror was more disturbing than any battlefield death. Initially, the Suns handled lesser entities in the Cancerverse with ease. But as corrupted versions of Celestials, Odin, and even Galactus emerged, the conflicts became genuinely dangerous. Even with their enhanced capabilities, victory against such foes would require significant sacrifice. Having achieved their purpose, broadening the Suns' tactical experience, the Emperor and Raven prepared their departure. The universe they left possessed sufficient strength to resist the Cancerverse, especially with Loki wielding the Infinity Stones and Alioth, while Gor's God Butcher abilities proved especially effective against the corrupted divine entities. As they bid farewell to their temporary allies, Raven opened a space-time tunnel back to their origin reality. The Emperor and his sons stepped through, leaving the Marvel Universe to face its multiversal crisis. During their journey home, Raven cataloged their acquisitions. Knowledge of the Black Death Sword's forging, time variance authority technology, Tony Stark's various innovations, and numerous other advanced techniques. All would be presented to the Emperor upon their return to enhance the Imperium's capabilities. The rewards had been substantial, though Raven silently admitted he had nearly forgotten to inventory them properly. Fortunately, the Emperor had never inquired about such details. His focus remained on the strategic implications of their multiversal journey. Chapter 90, The Architect's Wrath. The crystal labyrinth stretched across dimensions. The Master of Fate had wrought its impossible geometries from raw change itself. Reality bent to whim and paradox within his domain, where crystalline pathways shifted with each breath of mortal ambition. Rainbow-hued spires reached toward a sky that showed different heavens to each observer. Here, beyond material constraints, deception took architectural form. Passages carved from pure scheming burrowed through walls between the gods' domains. They linked the ruinous powers' realms in an ever-changing web of alliance and betrayal. The labyrinth pulsed with accumulated hopes and fears of every mortal soul who had dared dream of transformation. Lost wanderers drifted through crystalline corridors. Visions reflected in surfaces had fractured their minds, surfaces that showed not what was, but what might be. Scholars and mages had sought forbidden knowledge, and found their genius reduced to hollow shells that mumbled equations to infinity. They had come seeking truth, and found only madness wearing wisdom's mask. Kairos Fateweaver strode through these twisted pathways. The Lord of Change's most favored servant moved with purpose, his twin visages seeing past and future simultaneously, while the present remained forever beyond his grasp. Magic crackled around his form like captured lightning. He embodied change itself, the living incarnation of his master's will. Yet even in this realm of eternal flux, something had wounded transformation's very heart. A scar ran through the labyrinth's core, not a crack, but a deliberate slash that spoke of violence beyond mortal comprehension. The wound pierced all 9 layers of the maze, reaching its deepest sanctum where even demons feared to tread. Kairos observed the damage. New crystal growth attempted to seal the breach, but healing came slowly, as if the labyrinth itself struggled to comprehend what had struck it. The greater demon knew his lord had faced something terrible beyond reality's veil and emerged, diminished. The Cursed One has grown beyond his ordained path, Kairos murmured, his twin voices creating harmonies of bright and terrible futures. And in his defiance, the Changer of Ways finds strength. The Demon Lord had watched events unfold across the Materium with obsessive interest. Initially, the Cursed had followed predetermined patterns, walking toward ascension along paths that ancient prophecies had carved in stone. But something had shifted. The mortal had reached beyond his universe's barriers, grasping power from sources that should not exist. This change brought both opportunity and peril. The Cursed One's deviation from fate's design had elevated Tzynch above his eternal rivals, making the Lord of Change the mightiest among the four. Yet it also promised chaos beyond even the god's ability to control. Kairos ascended through passages that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. The entity that awaited him defied description. Tzint was change itself, given form or formlessness as the case required. Sometimes he appeared as a great bird whose feathers blazed with living flames, other times as writhing tentacles crowned with watching eyes. Today, he manifested as a towering figure of pure ambition, his gaze fixed upon realities beyond counting. Find them. The command bypassed mortal speech, arriving directly in Kairos's consciousness like a brand upon his soul. The Cursed One has allies beyond his universe. Locate them. Kairos's heads bowed in acknowledgement, past sight and future sight aligning briefly in perfect understanding. Through their psychic bond, Tzint shared fragments of the recent battle, glimpses of a vast consciousness that had intercepted his tracking fragment, the conflict that followed, and the price he had paid for reaching into another reality. The Lord of Change had not emerged victorious, but neither had he retreated empty-handed. Even as his primary fragment died, he had seeded a smaller shard into the target universe. It would feed on that reality's changes, growing stronger with each alteration to destiny's design, until it could manifest as an avatar of its creator's will. Tzint dismissed his servant with a gesture that rewrote local physics. Across the crystal labyrinth, Kairos began weaving plans within plans, preparing snares that would reveal the Cursed One's mysterious benefactors. In the Imperial Palace, the returned Primarchs consulted chronometers with barely concealed wonder. Mere hours had passed in their native reality, though they had spent months in alien dimensions fighting wars across multiple universes. Robot Gilliman studied the temporal, his analytical mind cataloging implications. Time flows differently between realities, he observed, though the statement carried weight beyond academic curiosity. The experience had fundamentally altered something within him, shifting his perspective until the galaxy's vast expanse seemed suddenly confined. The multiverse beckons, he thought, ambition kindling in his noble heart. Why should we limit ourselves to a single star pattern when infinite realms await conquest? He was not alone in this revelation. Around him, his brothers processed their own transformations. Angron's will to bring freedom has now found a new focus, no longer contained by a single reality's boundaries. Sanguinius gazed at infinity with eyes that had seen beauty beyond even immortal comprehension. Even Horus found his thoughts turning from their father's approval to horizons yet unexplored. The raven perched upon the master of mankind's shoulder observed these changes with keen interest. The journey proceeded adequately despite unexpected separations. The raven commented, its voice carrying undertones of vast compressed experience. We have achieved the primary objective of expanding your understanding of what lies beyond. Remember well, against the vastness and cruelty that await humanity among the stars, unity remains our greatest weapon against coming trials. The creature paused, fixing Gilliman with an approving stare. Only through cooperation can we hope to locate the finest fried tubers and fermented tomato preserves in existence. Indeed, Gilliman replied with utmost gravity. For the most exquisite fried tubers and fermented tomato preserves, we shall endure any hardship. The raven nodded with satisfaction, while the other Primarchs exchanged glances of barely concealed exasperation. Trust Robot to excel even at bootlicking. After dismissing his gene sons to contemplate their experiences, the Emperor turned his full attention to his diminutive advisor. Golden eyes, ancient beyond measure, fixed upon the raven with expectant impatience. I believe you have something for me, the Master of Mankind stated, his psychic presence radiating gentle reproach. The raven adopted theatrical guilt. Forgive the delay, brother. I prepared the rewards immediately upon our return. Cosmic energy flowed between them, carrying knowledge that transcended normal understanding. Within the Emperor's consciousness, information arranged itself in patterns of devastating clarity. Gore the God Butcher's predetermined fate altered. Acquired, all-black necrosword forging methodologies. Temporal variance authorities' predetermined fate altered. Acquired, Time loom operational principles, time pad manufacturing specifications, pruning stick technology matrices. Avengers predetermined fate altered. Acquired. Iron Man armor specifications Mark I through LXXXV, arc reactor energy principles, super soldier serum formulation. The Emperor absorbed each revelation, his superhuman intellect already envisioning applications. The Necrosword, he murmured, considering possibilities. Armed with such weapons, the Anathema Psychona could harvest demon essence with unprecedented efficiency. Temporal manipulation technology promised even greater advantages. The ability to edit timeline branches would grant the Imperium control over causality itself. A pity we could not secure unlimited energy generation, the Master of Mankind observed, his tone suggesting philosophical acceptance rather than genuine regret. The Infinity Stones possess such potential, the Raven acknowledged, but their power remains bound to their native reality. Outside Marvel's cosmic structure, they become mere crystalline curiosities. Raven tilted his head thoughtfully. For now, we must intensify our search for Necron tomb worlds. Order the Crusade fleets to excavate every suspicious formation. What lies dormant beneath dead worlds may serve our energy requirements. Agreed, the Emperor's expression grew contemplative. This journey has transformed my sons beyond my ability to guide them through mere instruction. They must now learn through deed and battle. The time has come for them to join their legions in the Great Crusade's vanguard. I agree with the deployment, but be cautious regarding the command authority. Raven interjected, voicing his warning. Military tribunals must accompany each legion to ensure proper oversight. The Primarchs must never become warlords ruling through personal loyalty alone. The Emperor considered this counsel, weighing ambition against necessity. In the original timeline, allowing his sons complete autonomy had sown seeds of rebellion that later bloomed into civil war. The legions served humanity and the Imperium first. Personal loyalty to their Primarchs must remain secondary. Military tribunals will be dispatched for each legion, he agreed. They shall oversee disciplinary matters, officer appointments, and report directly to our council. The Primarchs will lead, but within proper imperial structure. Within days, the first wave of deployments began. Lion L. Johnson, Lemon Russ, Angron, and Horace Lupercal received assignments to distant war zones, where the Great Crusade advanced against alien empires and human holdouts alike. Each departed with their father's blessing, and the Ravens amusing gifts of fires and soxes, carrying knowledge that transcended their native universe's boundaries. Yet in the Crystal Labyrinth, Kairos Fateweaver wove schemes designed to exploit this very expansion of imperial influence. Change was coming, and with it, opportunities for the ruinous powers to extend their reach into realms previously beyond their grasp. Chapter 91, The Lion's Hunt begins. The Master of Mankind stood watch on the command spire of the Emperor's grand design, staring into the void. The battleship's steel spine stretched before him, its massive gun towers and fortress monasteries forming the backbone of a metal beast. A dozen vessels sailed toward the Manville Point at the galaxy's rim, their plasma drives cutting blue trails across space. 4 of his Gene sons traveled among those ships, heading for the Great Crusade's forward lines. They should fare well enough, the Emperor murmured, though uncertainty moved through his psychic presence like distant thunder. The Raven perched on his golden shoulder with casual disrespect, tilting its head in amusement. You sound like an anxious father watching his children leave for their first campaign. By genetics, I am exactly that. The Emperor's reply carried defensive notes that would have surprised those who knew him only as the cold architect of human destiny. Such obvious emotion from one who claims detachment, the Raven observed with pointed humor. I remember your protests about viewing your creations as mere tools, yet you show clear reluctance to risk those you claim not to love. The creature's tone grew serious, memories of alternate timelines bleeding through its casual manner. During the final confrontation with Horus, you nearly fell to the warp's embrace rather than let Sanguinius remain in danger. Even when corruption threatened your soul, you hesitated before striking down Alanius Person, a mortal who had opposed you, even wounded you during the Babel incident. Yet still you held back. The Emperor's golden features tightened slightly. Valdor, he called to his equerry, contact Malcador. Several agricultural research projects need immediate termination. The raven's eyes blazed with sudden fury. You dare threaten my potato and tomato programs? Small talons extended as the creature launched itself at the master of mankind's face. I will not stand for such betrayal, tyrant. Valdor, summon the Legio Custodes. The Emperor has revealed his treacherous nature. Constantine Valdor, the first of the 10,000 and shield of the Emperor, served as the first chief custodian and captain general of the Legio Custodes, the Emperor's elite bodyguard. A veteran of 1,000 campaigns and witness to countless crises, he suddenly found the void's stellar formations utterly fascinating. Magnificent, he declared with theatrical wonder. These stars look like precious gems scattered across midnight silk. I cannot handle this, he thought desperately. One threatens agricultural research, the other demands I mobilize the Imperial Guard against their creator. Both are forces of nature, and I am merely mortal. If he contacted the Sigillite to terminate the research projects, the Raven would undoubtedly assign him to guard some impossibly valuable pond, one that the creature would create from nothing if Terra lacked suitable bodies of water. If he tried to mobilize forces against the Emperor, his mind recoiled from such an impossible thought. Peace, the Emperor declared, raising his hands. The agricultural projects remain untouched. Only then did the Raven cease its assault, settling back with ruffled dignity. However, the Master of Mankind continued, you must moderate your criticism of my character. I shall criticize as I see fit, the Raven replied with defiance. I am the supreme architect of imperial policy, and you have no authority to constrain my observations. Then I shall pursue more productive work in the laboratories, the Emperor stated, turning toward the chamber's exit. The Marvel technologies need integration with our existing systems. An excellent idea, the Raven agreed, wings rustling with renewed enthusiasm. I shall accompany you. My own research into optimal tuber preparation and fermented tomato enhancement demands attention. In the cold vastness between stars, Lion L. Johnson stood before an armored viewport, watching the 4th Expedition fleet's formation dwindle with distance. The magnificent vessels, each a cathedral of war capable of reducing worlds to ash, appeared as mere specks against infinity's backdrop. Soon, even these vanished beyond the naked eye's reach. Separation carried its own weight, regardless of its temporary nature. The Primarch felt the pull of his absent Gene brother's companionship, the familiar corridors of the Emperor's grand design, and the sense of belonging that came with proximity to those who shared his elevated nature. Behind him stood silent companions. Estellan of Terra, his features bearing the stern nobility of humanity's birthworld, and Luther of Caliban, the man who had found him in dark forests and raised him to lordship. Neither spoke, understanding that some griefs required quiet acknowledgement rather than empty consolation. When the last traces of the fleet faded beyond sight, Lion turned from the viewport. His expression resumed the marble composure that marked him as the First Legion's master, sorrow banished behind walls of duty and determination. Summon the 4th Fleet's operational records, he commanded. I would review Commander Saren's disposition before our arrival. His destination lay with the 4th Expedition Fleet, a formation dominated by Dark Angel's Gene stock and commanded by one of the Legion's most distinguished veterans. Hector Saren had carved his reputation in the blood of the Imperium's earliest victories, a warrior who had stormed the gene cults of Luna, shattered the Aral dynasty on Jupiter's moon, and claimed over 30 worlds for the Eagle's domain. Commander Saren has transmitted multiple greetings expressing anticipation for your arrival, Estellan observed. His enthusiasm suggests smooth integration with existing command structures. One hopes so, Lion replied, settling into the strategy chamber's central throne. Data slates and hollow projectors surrounded him like the tools of some ancient ritual. Resistance would complicate our mandate and reflect poorly upon my performance in the Emperor's estimation. The implications remained unspoken, but clear. With military tribunals assigned to monitor Legion conduct, any friction between Primarch and existing command could prove problematic. Within the Invincible Reasons stratagem, Hector Saren studied the latest Imperial dispatches with the careful attention of a veteran who had survived 3 decades of warfare. The massive Gloriana-class battleship stretched over 20 kilometers through the void, its weapon batteries capable of sterilizing continents. Yet for all its might, it remained subject to the Imperium's evolving command structure. Analysis is straightforward, Saren addressed his assembled officers. The Emperor desires his gene sons at war's forefront, but not as absolute autocrats within their own legions. The deployment of both Primarch and military tribunals spoke to careful planning. A system of mutual oversight designed to prevent the concentration of power that might breed independence. Does this restriction apply solely to the First Legion? Inquired Captain Marrier, his scarred features betraying concern. Negative, all expedition fleets will receive tribunal oversight. Saren's tone carried absolute certainty. Our authority to impose summary punishment ends with their arrival. Disciplinary matters become tribunal jurisdiction exclusively. The assembled officers absorbed this information with varying degrees of unease. Command structures built over decades would shift overnight, requiring careful adaptation. Perhaps this represents strengthening rather than restriction, offered Chief Astropath Valdris. Private dueling, hazing rituals, shipboard hierarchies based on brutality rather than merit. Such practices undermine unit cohesion. Bullying flourishes in isolated environments, agreed Master at Arms Koran. When vessels spend years between port calls, they develop their own savage customs. Strong discipline prevents such degradation. Speculation serves little purpose, Saren concluded. We will evaluate these changes when our new commanders arrive. Prepare to receive them at the Bale System's translation point. Days passed before the warp's tides delivered Lion's flotilla to the appointed rendezvous. Reality tore like fabric as the vessels translated from the Immaterium's chaotic currents, their gellar fields crackling with residual energy discharge. The Fourth Fleet waited in perfect formation, a constellation of Imperial might arranged around the Invincible Reasons' massive bulk. Saren assembled his senior staff within the flagship's primary docking bay, their ceremonial armor polished to mirror brightness. When the Primarch's Thunderhawk settled onto the deck with hydraulic precision, the commander stepped forward and dropped to one knee in formal obeisance. Lord Primarch, your presence honors the Fourth Fleet beyond measure. Rise, Commander. Lion's voice carried the authority of ancient nobility, tempered by genuine warmth. Such formality proves unnecessary between warriors of the same cause. Strong hands lifted Saren to his feet with surprising gentleness. Forgive my delayed arrival. I requested assignment to your command repeatedly, but commanders refused me pending other considerations. No apology required, Lion replied, adjusting the commander's cloak with paternal care. Duty demands no justification. Rather, I must thank you. Your victories reflect well upon our legion's reputation, enhancing my standing among my brothers. To serve your glory remains my highest privilege, Saren answered, genuine pleasure evident in his weathered features. Come then, the Primarch gestured toward the bay's exit. Brief me regarding the Bale System while we walk. Within the Invincible Reasons primary stratagem, holographic displays painted the local star system in blue light. Saren stood before the projection, indicating key tactical points while his audience absorbed the intelligence. Multiple colonial settlements exist throughout the system, he began, his voice carrying the crisp precision of a military briefing. Technological development varies dramatically. Some worlds maintain early industrial capacity, others have regressed to steam-powered machinery or even more primitive states. Advanced diplomatic teams have contacted most colonies with favorable results. The majority acknowledge imperial authority and request integration. Only Bale IV demonstrates active resistance. Lion studied the resistant world's orbital pattern with growing interest. The planet traced a complex figure-8 course between the system's binary stars, experiencing extreme temperature variations as gravitational forces alternately drew it close to stellar heat or flung it into the cold between suns. Their industrial capacity. Steam age equivalent, Lord Primarch. However, they possess ancestral weapons of unknown capability and demonstrate remarkable resolve. Our diplomatic overtures met with threats of mutual destruction should we attempt a surface landing. Now I am curious, Lion mused. A regressed world making such bold claims suggests either desperation or hidden capabilities. His superhuman intellect processed orbital mechanics, stellar positions, and tactical possibilities with inhuman speed. I shall investigate Bale IV personally, he decided. Direct contact may reveal the source of their confidence. The hunt had begun, and Lion L. Johnson would discover what secrets lay buried beneath a world caught between two suns. Chapter 92, The Warp-Touched Beast. Silence filled the war room. Only the ship's steady hum remained, plasma conduits and gravity generators keeping them alive in the void. The officers looked at each other with confusion and barely hidden frustration at their Primarch's unusual approach. A scarred staff officer stepped forward. Lord Primarch, you don't need to handle this personally. The colony refuses to join the Imperium. Standard protocol demands immediate military action. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the commanders. We can't waste time on a steam-powered backwater, another officer added. Countless human worlds need the Emperor's light. Every hour we spend talking condemns other colonies to suffering. Captain Marrier's mechanical eye whirred as it focused on the display. What right does a backwards world have to bargain with the Imperium? Show them our firepower. They'll surrender quickly enough. Estellan and Luther stayed silent, though their faces showed agreement. The Great Crusade was unstoppable. Worlds joined willingly, or Imperial forces brought them into line through strength. No third option existed. Lion L. Johnson rose from his command throne. Everyone in the chamber straightened. He gestured toward the central display, expanding it until countless star systems filled the air like glowing dust. My father declared that the galaxy belongs to humanity, the Primarch began. The Imperium exists to fulfill this destiny, but we must never forget the key question: why do we seek such power? His eyes swept across each face, measuring their reactions. For power, glory, conquest. Lion's tone made these motivations sound worthless. Those are just side effects of our true purpose. The Great Crusade serves humanity's welfare. We unite our scattered species. We ensure every human enjoys the prosperity and freedom that belongs to them. He paused, letting this sink in. Consider what we face. A colony with only steam technology refuses visitors who cross the stars. They reject offers of better science and living conditions. Doesn't this seem strange to you? The question hung in the recycled air. Perhaps religious fanaticism drives their defiance. Perhaps harsh oppression convinced them that change means death. Every mystery hides truth. We must find that truth before we act. War should be our last option, used only after we've tried everything else. Lord Primarch, such thoroughness takes too much time, the staff officer protested. While we debate with one stubborn world, millions of our people suffer under alien rule or worse. Lion's voice hardened. We cannot sacrifice our principles for speed. If we abandon our humanity to win, what kind of Imperium do we build? He gestured toward Bale IV's orbital display. I will learn why they resist as quickly as possible, then we'll decide their fate with full knowledge. Commander Saren stepped forward, seeing that further argument was pointless. 1 week, Lord Primarch. If peaceful resolution proves impossible, we proceed with military action. 1 day will be enough, Lion replied confidently. Before this fleet reaches Bale IV's orbit, I'll have their secrets and return with answers. Lord Primarch, Estellan interrupted, concern showing. Such haste invites unnecessary risk. The older warrior's look suggested caution, warning that failure would damage the Primarch's reputation. 1 week then, Saren declared with finality, out of respect for your judgment. Lion accepted their counsel gracefully, understanding their protective instincts. Hours later, a single vessel broke from the Fourth Fleet's formation, its plasma drive painting blue fire across the void. The craft bore the First Legion symbols and carried precious cargo, and a Primarch who sought answers. Upon reaching stable orbit around Bale IV, Lion contacted the diplomatic mission. Their leader, a woman named Afuka, possessed the enhanced features common among the Voidborn: bionic eyes that gleamed like sapphires, synthetic skin designed for temperature extremes, and the bearing of someone who had mastered complex negotiations. They met aboard the orbital station's observation deck, where Bale IV's surface spread below like ice and shadow. The world fled its sun, racing toward deep space's cold embrace before gravity would eventually drag it back toward warmth. "Lord Primarch," Afuka began after formal greetings, "the situation hasn't changed. They refuse all offers of technological advancement and better living conditions. As their world enters the cold season, their hostility has grown. They now refuse direct communication entirely." Lion studied the planet's swirling storm systems, watching atmospheric currents carry snow across continents. The Strategic Council wanted immediate military action. I was alone in advocating patience. Perhaps I misjudged their stubbornness. "Initially, I thought the same," Afuka admitted. "Yet during our final contact, I detected something unusual. Their defiance carried desperation, almost pleading. They offered ancestral artifacts as tribute if we would simply leave and never return." She pulled a paper fragment from her pouch. "I found this in my clothing after leaving their settlement. Someone slipped it to me without my knowledge." Lion accepted the document, noting its aged parchment and careful preservation. The text described a children's tale about a lonely orphan who built a space-dwelling creature that came to life, defeated his enemies, and made him king. "A fairy tale," he murmured, though his enhanced mind saw deeper meanings. From the protagonist's view, this is wish fulfillment. From any other perspective, it describes horror beyond comprehension. Afuka's bionic eyes brightened with understanding. "You believe this creature truly exists, that someone on Bale IV commands such a monster." "The evidence suggests it," Lion confirmed. "A lone individual, perhaps having lost everything, summoned something from the warp's depths. With its power, he conquered their world and now rules through terror. Then why refuse imperial aid? Surely they'd welcome liberation from such tyranny." Lion's expression darkened as possibilities multiplied. "Several explanations exist. They may distrust our motives, having suffered under false saviors before. They might be willing collaborators who benefit from the current regime. Most concerning, they could be under direct mental control, unable to act against their oppressor despite knowing their situation." Afuka asked, "Shall I prepare additional security for planetary insertion?" Her earlier confidence had been replaced by caution. The Primarch's smile carried predatory satisfaction. "I am the Lord of Caliban, son of the Emperor of Mankind. Whatever darkness this world hides, it won't find me wanting." Several stormbirds descended through Bale IV's atmosphere, their armored hulls enduring the planet's violent weather. The world's surface lay buried beneath pristine snow that gleamed like diamonds under the distant sun's fading light. Settlements clustered around geothermal vents, and within hollowed-out mountains, desperate havens against the approaching deep cold. Their destination was a palace carved from living rock, its entrance showing architectural grandeur that spoke of the dark age of technology rather than steam-age decline. The structure's sophistication suggested that Bale IV's current primitiveness was a fall rather than natural development. "Stay alert," Afuka warned the security detail as their transport settled onto a landing platform. Previous visits met armed resistance. This time, however, no defenders emerged. The silence felt more threatening than any weapon. "My lord," the pilot's voice crackled through the Vox system, "shall I respond with lethal force if we encounter hostility?" "Negative," Lion commanded. "Warning shots only, unless our survival depends on it." Stepping onto the platform revealed the source of the unnatural quiet. Surface fortifications lay in ruins, their defenders scattered as frozen corpses across blood-stained snow. Bodies bore terrible wounds, not the clean damage of modern weapons, but savage tears from claws and fangs. Estellan's scanner detected faint warp signatures in the area, too weak to locate, but strong enough to confirm supernatural involvement. "Subspace energy present, Lord Primarch, source unidentified." Lion knelt beside one of the fallen defenders, examining wounds that spoke of overwhelming savagery. The victim's arm bore an intricate snowflake marking, apparently some form of cultural identification. Their tradition, according to our intelligence, Afuka explained when questioned. Perhaps more than mere custom, Lion observed, his enhanced senses detecting faint psychic resonance from the symbol. They proceeded through the mountains-carved passages, following corridors that displayed mastery far beyond the colony's supposed capabilities. The internal city was a masterwork of human engineering, its soaring chambers and elegant archways speaking of golden ages long past. Yet death had visited every chamber. Bodies lay scattered throughout the complex, their faces frozen in terror. Blood had crystallized in the cold, creating grim sculptures that witnessed unimaginable violence. Such butchery, Luther growled, his knuckles white where they gripped his weapon. What kind of beast commits such atrocities? We'll discover the truth and exact appropriate vengeance, Estellan replied, though his voice carried uncertainty that ill-suited a veteran of countless campaigns. Lion remained silent, his consciousness processing sensory input through filters enhanced by the Emperor's genetic artistry. Something waited ahead, something that existed partially in the material realm and partially beyond it. At the palace's heart, they found their answer. A creature of impossible size crouched before massive doors, its maw working methodically as it consumed human remains. 5 meters of corded muscle and yellowed bone, crowned with a bestial head that featured 2 intelligent eyes and fangs designed for tearing flesh. When it sensed their approach, the thing turned toward them with movements that suggested predatory anticipation rather than surprise. Its mouth split in a mockery of human expression, a smile that belonged on no sane creature's face. Humans, it spoke in a voice that mimicked childish innocence while conveying infinite malice. More humans. Estellan's bolt pistol spoke first, its shells exploding against invisible barriers that surrounded the creature. Other weapons joined the assault, achieving nothing but light shows as their ammunition deflected harmlessly. The beast moved with supernatural speed, crossing impossible distances in heartbeats. Claws designed for butchery swept toward Lion's skull with force sufficient to decapitate lesser beings. But Lion Eljohnson was no lesser being. His sword intercepted the strike with perfect precision, steel meeting demonic claw in sparks. Without pause, his free hand delivered a blow that sent the creature tumbling across blood-slicked stone. The demon attempted to rise, only to find itself pressed against the floor by forces it couldn't see or understand. Lion's genetic heritage included more than enhanced physicality. The Emperor had blessed his sons with capabilities that transcended material limitations. An invisible blade of absolute sharpness descended upon the immobilized creature, separating its head from its shoulders with surgical precision. The severed skull rolled across stone until it came to rest in a pool of human blood, its eyes maintaining their hateful glare even in death. As Lion prepared to examine their fallen enemy, a weak sound drew his attention, the labored breathing of someone clinging to life despite terrible wounds. An elderly man in rich robes lay crumpled near the palace entrance, his throat torn, but his eyes still holding intelligence. The Primarch knelt beside the dying ruler, recognizing him as the source of the hidden message that had brought them here. "What happened in this place?" Lion asked gently, his voice carrying compassion despite the carnage surrounding them. The curse," the old man gasped, blood frothing on his lips. "It has returned. Stranger, in the deepest vaults, you will find the truth you seek." With those words, the final witness to Bale Ivy's tragedy passed away, leaving Lion and his companions alone with mysteries yet to unravel. Chapter 93, Debts of Blood. The old man's eyes held deep despair that spoke of decades under alien rule. His final breath escaped as a rattling whisper, leaving behind only unfinished business and unanswered questions. His hand fell against blood-stained stone, fingers still clutching fragments of hope that had died with him. Lion Eljohnson knelt beside the fallen ruler, his face softening with something like compassion, an expression rarely seen on the Lord of Caliban. For a moment, the perfect features revealed the man beneath the legend. "Find peace in the Emperor's light," he murmured, closing the dead man's eyes with surprising gentleness. When the Primarch rose, all softness vanished. The master of the First Legion stood revealed in full, unstoppable, terrible, and utterly committed to justice. "We advance," he commanded, his voice carrying the authority of one born to rule. The palace's inner sanctum lay in ruins, its ancient glory destroyed by savage violence. Corridors that once echoed with courtly talk now held only silence broken by their footsteps. Bodies covered marble floors like discarded dolls, their faces frozen in terror that spoke of final moments beyond imagination. Wall paintings showing the colony's golden age bore claw marks and blood spatters, while sculptures crafted by master artists lay shattered among human remains. The destruction spoke of deliberate hate rather than simple hunting. This had been revenge, not hunger. "Such butchery," Afuka observed, her augmetic eyes recording evidence while her human heart recoiled from the carnage. "These creatures will answer for their crimes." "Indeed," Lion agreed, his tone promising absolute payback. "Whatever realm spawned these things, we shall find it. They shall learn that humanity's justice goes beyond death itself." Their path led to the palace's heart, where the ruler's throne room sprawled in ruin. Glowing fungi provided weak light, casting moving shadows across walls slick with frozen blood. Steam-powered machinery continued its mechanical rhythm, grinding gears and hissing pistons, creating a funeral song for the slaughtered. Their search revealed what they sought, a hidden entrance disguised among ornate wall panels. Estellan's scanners detected hollow spaces beyond, suggesting chambers large enough to house significant secrets. "Hidden passages," the veteran observed, "our answers lie within." Lion approached the concealed door, his enhanced senses detecting movement beyond. As his gauntleted hand touched the switch, crack, crack, crack. Muzzle flashes erupted from the darkness beyond, primitive firearms firing in desperate bursts. Bullets sparked against the Primarch's armor, leaving scratches that would have been mortal wounds to lesser beings. "Hold fire," Lion commanded, raising his hand to stop his companion's return shots. His superhuman hearing told him the attacker's nature through their weapons' sound. "Children, they are merely children." "Come out," he called into the shadows, changing his voice to show authority without threat. "We come not as conquerors, but as liberators." Several figures stepped into the throne room's dim light, youngsters bearing the marks of nobility despite their current state. They trembled with barely controlled terror, yet their leader maintained dignity that spoke of breeding and training. "Identify yourselves," the boy demanded, his voice cracking slightly with stress and youth. "I am Lion L. Johnson, Primarch of the First Legion," came the measured reply. "We serve the Imperium of Man. You may know this woman as the diplomatic envoy who sought peaceful contact with your people." "Slowo Talon, heir to the Talon bloodline," the youth responded, then fixed Afuka with an accusing glare. "Your presence brought doom upon us. We warned you repeatedly to leave, yet you kept trying to make contact." His voice broke with grief and rage. "My sister tried to tell you our situation through a hidden message, hoping you would understand our desperation and stop your visits. The monsters saw her act as defiance and brought punishment upon our entire city." Afuka's bionic eyes dimmed with regret. "We sought only to extend the Emperor's protection. Your suffering was never our intention." "No power can shield us," Slowo declared bitterly, rolling back his sleeve to reveal the intricate snowflake marking that Lion had observed on the corpses. "These brands mark us as property. Distance means nothing. They penetrate our dreams, invade our thoughts, hunt us through our very minds." "Why do they harbor such hatred?" Afuka pressed, though her expression suggested she suspected the answer. "Payback," Slowo replied simply. "During humanity's golden age, our ancestors drove these creatures into the void's cold embrace. Now that we have grown weak, they return to collect old debts with interest." Lion nodded grimly. The pattern was depressingly familiar. During the dark age of technology, humanity had expanded across the galaxy with ruthless efficiency, displacing or destroying any species that opposed their expansion. When human civilization collapsed, many of those exiled races had returned seeking revenge against their former oppressors' descendants. "We can end this cycle," the Primarch declared, gesturing toward Estellan. The veteran produced the severed head of their earlier enemy, placing it before the terrified youngsters. The children recoiled as if struck. "Madness," Slowo gasped. "They never hunt alone. Your violence will summon the entire pack." "We encountered many such creatures arranged throughout the palace," Afuka explained. "We assumed your people had stored their remains." "Impossible," Slowo protested. "Those were its kin, cursed beings from the warp's depths. During rest, they take the appearance of harmless statues. Only when the hunt begins do they become living nightmares." The warning came too late. Lion's enhanced body registered the change before any baseline human could react. The gene engine's alerts cascaded through his consciousness like digital fire. Anomalous psychic signatures detected. Immaterium breach imminent. Multiple hostile entities materializing. Inhuman growls echoed from the palace's outer chambers, growing closer with each passing moment. Through doorways and shattered windows, shadows moved with purpose that spoke to supernatural intelligence. More than a dozen creatures flowed into the throne room like living nightmares, each standing taller than two men, their forms combining bestial savagery with unnatural grace. Where pure white fur should have marked them as creatures of winter beauty, bloodstains created patterns of crimson horror. Their eyes held intelligence that mocked their bestial appearance, promising cruelty beyond mortal understanding. The children collapsed in terror, their courage finally broken by the sight of their tormentors. "We are finished," Slowo whispered. "So many, they will flay us alive for sport." "No," Lion Eljohnson declared, drawing his mastercrafted blade. The weapon's disruption field hummed to life, its edge capable of cutting molecular bonds. "They will find only death, and your people will know freedom." His companions abandoned their bolt weapons, having learned from previous encounters that the creatures possessed supernatural defenses against projectile attacks. Chainswords roared to life, while power weapons crackled with barely contained energy. Lion charged without hesitation, his superhuman body propelling him forward faster than normal eyes could follow. The lead creature met his assault with claws extended, confident in its otherworldly might. It had never faced a Primarch. Claw met blade in a shower of sparks that lit the throne room like lightning. The demon, for demon it surely was, possessed strength that could crush space marines, yet found itself matched by the Emperor's son. Lion's counterattack severed its arm at the shoulder, sending the limb spinning away to dissolve into crystalline snow. The battle became a whirlwind of violence as superhuman warriors engaged creatures of the warp. Each swing of Lion's sword carved through supernatural flesh, each block deflected attacks that would have shattered stone. His gene sons fought with the fury of the righteous, their weapons taking terrible tolls upon enemies that existed partially beyond physical law. When the last creature fell, the throne room had become a winter landscape painted in supernatural frost. The temperature dropped as dying demons released their essence, covering ancient furnishings in sheets of ice that gleamed like diamonds. With their tormentors dead, the children's terror began to fade. Trust replaced fear in young eyes that had witnessed too much suffering. "There are others," Slowo explained, leading them toward another concealed passage. Over 2,000 survivors, children too young to work, women carrying the next generation. When the creatures began their latest hunt, my grandfather commanded that all non-combatants be sealed within our ancestors' final sanctuary. The hidden chambers stretched deeper than the palace foundations, carved from living rock during humanity's golden age. Here, sophisticated life support systems maintained breathable air, while automated food synthesis provided sustenance for the refugees. Children huddled together for warmth, while pregnant women tended them with maternal instincts that went beyond species-wide trauma. "Your grandfather was a hero," Afuka observed, her voice heavy with respect for the dead ruler's sacrifice. "I witnessed his final stand. He fought until the very end." Slowo nodded, struggling to contain grief that threatened to overwhelm him. "He was everything I hoped to become." Above ground, the sounds of renewed conflict echoed through stone corridors. The Stormbird crews had fought off attacks on their vessels, while calling for reinforcements from the orbital fleet. As Lion emerged with his rescued charges, gunships descended through intensifying snowfall like metallic angels, their weapon systems painting the night with law's fire and missile trails. The creatures possessed psychic abilities that went beyond normal physical limits, yet raw firepower applied with imperial efficiency proved adequate to the task. Demon flesh could not indefinitely withstand the fury of humanity's war machines. Still, greater challenges awaited. Bale IV approached the deepest phase of its orbital cycle when frigid night would grip the world for months. During this season, the surviving creatures would emerge in vast numbers, seeking to wash away ancient humiliations in oceans of human blood. The hunt was far from over. Chapter 94, The Green Menace. The survivors of Bale IV rose from their world's frozen surface aboard heavy lifters, their faces bearing the hollow expressions of those who had witnessed humanity's limit for both cruelty and salvation. After a thorough examination by the Fourth Fleet's Medikey and Sanction Psychers, which confirmed their freedom from warp taint or Xenos contamination, they received sanctuary within the expedition's transport vessels. Within the Invincible Reason's primary stratagem, an emergency council convened as the planet's binary stars cast their dying light through armored viewports. Tech adepts of the Mechanicus performed their sacred rituals of machine blessing, their binary hymns echoing through the chamber as data looms and hollow projectors reached optimal operational parameters. Only when the last of the red-robed priests had withdrawn did the assembled commanders begin their deliberations. The gathering represented the full spectrum of imperial military hierarchy. Company masters of the Dark Angels, Lord Admirals of the Naval Contingent, the fleet's senior astropath, auxiliary army generals whose regiments numbered in the millions. The expedition's quartermaster general, representatives from attached Titan legions and night houses, and most significantly, members of the recently established military tribunals, their presence reminded all of the new order taking shape within the Great Crusade. Even those officers currently deployed elsewhere participated through hololithic projection, their ghostly forms adding an ethereal quality to the proceedings. The Lord Primarch's judgment has proven absolute, Commander Saren began, his weathered features reflecting genuine admiration. Planet Bale IV's resistance came not from stubbornness, but from knowledge of their cursed state. They refused compliance to prevent contamination of the wider Imperium. He paused, allowing the implications to settle among the assembled officers. Had we proceeded with conventional military action, historians would record our ignorance for millennia to come. Applause echoed through the chamber as officers turned toward Lion L. Johnson's projected image. The Primarch remained on Bale IV's surface, directing ground operations while participating in strategic planning through secure Vox links. "I merely fulfilled my obligations to this expedition," Lion replied with characteristic humility, though his next words carried underlying urgency. "The surface situation gets worse rapidly. Blizzard conditions intensify while enemy numbers multiply. I recommend speeding up these deliberations." Saren nodded, then addressed the assembly with renewed focus. "Intelligence reports detail a highly dangerous xenospecies possessing advanced psychic capabilities. These are not primitive savages or lost human colonies, but sophisticated predators that have plagued humanity since the Dark Age." Lord Admiral Vance studied the tactical data with practiced eyes. "Recommendation: evacuate all civilians, then authorize exterminatus protocols. Unless they've evolved immunity to cyclonic torpedoes, planetary destruction remains our most efficient solution." Captain Militant Horrocks of the Auxiliary Army voiced agreement. "Full sterilization prevents contamination spread. Other colonies can absorb the refugee population through standard resettlement programs." Discussion filled the chamber until Lion's voice cut through the debate like a blade through silk. "And then what?" Confused silence greeted his question. "Lord Primarch," someone ventured. "These creatures have terrorized human colonies for centuries," Lion explained, his tone carrying absolute certainty. "Exterminatus may drive them into the void temporarily, but historical records indicate they inevitably return. Furthermore, Evacuation provides no guarantee of safety. Survivors often die mysteriously despite distance from their original worlds. What course of action do you propose? Saren inquired, though his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. Complete eradication, the Primarch replied, his words carrying the finality of a death sentence. We shall burn them from existence itself. What shall be our methodology, my lord? We unleash the full fury of Imperial warcraft upon this world, Lion continued, his projection flickering slightly as atmospheric interference disrupted the signal. Every war engine at our disposal will join the hunt. I shall personally locate their leadership and extract the coordinates of their homeworld. Then we shall visit upon them the same terror they have inflicted upon humanity's children. The proposal found immediate support among the assembled commanders. Lion El'Janssen's tactical skill had already proven itself during the investigation phase. His strategic vision warranted complete confidence. Orders flowed from the stratagem like water through broken dams. The 4th Expedition Fleet transformed from an exploration force to an instrument of righteous vengeance. Within the massive vessels, hangar bays, tech priests and servitor gangs swarmed over war machines like ants attending their queen. Thunderhawks and Stormbirds crouched at catapult rails, while ordnance loaders filled their weapon bays with death in every conceivable form. The orbital dockyards hummed with activity as the fleet's guns swiveled toward optimal firing positions. When the bombardment began, Bale Ivy's tortured sky erupted in pillars of burning fury. Lance batteries reached down from the heavens like the Emperor's own wrath, their beams carving canyons through ice and stone. Where they struck, matter ceased to exist, replaced by glass craters that glowed with leftover heat. Squadrons of Imperial aircraft descended through the planet's atmosphere like metallic angels of death, their weapon systems painting the frozen landscape with explosions and laser fire. Behind them came the true instruments of the Omnissiah's will, titans whose plasma weaponry could level mountains, their god machines stalking across the battlefield like cathedral-sized harbingers of judgment. The entire world trembled beneath the Aquila's shadow as war consumed every continent. Lion El'Jansen commanded this apocalypse from a forward position, his temporary headquarters bristling with communication, arrays, and tactical cogitators. Green-tinted displays showed the progress of destruction across Bale Ivy's surface, while data streams fed his transhuman consciousness with information from 1,000 sources simultaneously. One report caught his attention. An Astartes squad, despite possessing enhanced gene engine augmentations, had suffered casualties severe enough to force tactical withdrawal. In a campaign where Space Marines carved through Xeno's ranks like power swords through parchment, such reverses indicated the presence of exceptional opposition. "Target acquired," he murmured, rising from his command throne. Outside the headquarters, gunships waited with engines warming and weapon systems primed. Estellan, Luther, and select Dark Angels prepared for immediate deployment, their expressions reflecting the grim satisfaction of hunters approaching worthy prey. The flight to their destination carried them across devastated mountain ranges, where Imperial firepower had carved new geography from ancient stone. Their target lay within a magnificent stone city, whose architecture predated human colonization by millennia, clearly the work of some long-extinct civilization that had once called this world home. Lion El'Jansen leaped from the gunship before it touched ground, his armored form striking the frozen earth with enough force to send spiderweb cracks racing across the plaza. His gene sons followed with similar impact, their landings raising clouds of crystalline dust that caught the distant stars' light like scattered diamonds. "Scanning protocols active," he announced, his enhanced vision shifting through spectrums beyond baseline human perception. The ancient city transformed into a tactical overlay of heat signatures and energy readings, with one location blazing like a beacon against the grayscale backdrop. "Target confirmed, prepare for engagement." His sword sang to life as disruption fields activated along its edge. Without further ceremony, the Lord of Caliban charged toward his prey, with the Dark Angels forming a perfect hunting formation around him. Battle erupted with primal fury as the sons of the lion engaged their quarry. Lesser creatures fell beneath blessed blades, their forms dissolving into swirling snow that carried undertones of the warp's touch. Through this carnage strode something far more dangerous, a towering monster 15 meters tall, its form combining bestial savagery with terrible intelligence. Psychic Xenos identified, Lion's combat protocols announced. Classification, alpha-level specimen, multiple paranormal capabilities confirmed. Insignificant mortal, the creature spoke, its voice carrying harmonics that bypassed the ears and struck directly at the mind. Blood and flesh hung from fangs designed for rending, while its face, almost childlike in its roundness, became a mask of predatory hunger. The lion offered no response save for cold violence. Only the need for homeworld coordinates stayed his hand from immediate execution. Otherwise, this thing would have learned the meaning of true power within heartbeats. I have existed for millennia before your species crawled from primitive mud, the creature boasted, gesturing toward the rubble-strewn plaza. Telekinetic force seized every loose stone, hurling them forward in a lethal barrage. The Primarch moved with speed that mocked human limitations, weaving between projectiles with superhuman grace. As the final stone passed harmlessly by, he launched himself upward, his blade describing a perfect arc toward the creature's skull. Reality twisted. Space folded upon itself as the Xenos used supernatural translocation, appearing behind its target with claws extended for the killing stroke. Your doom is sealed, pathetic human. Psychic assault struck Lion's consciousness like a tidal wave, seeking to overwhelm his mental defenses through raw force. Most beings would have collapsed instantly, their minds shattered by contact with alien malevolence. Lion Eljansen was not most beings. Mental intrusion detected. His gene engine announced calmly, his lips curving in predatory satisfaction. Lowering psychic barriers, initiating consciousness analysis. Warning, hostile psychic manifestation imminent. The world dissolved into streaming colors and impossible geometries as both combatants' consciousness shifted into the realm of pure thought. Here, in the space between realities, mental strength determined survival rather than physical prowess. Behold the world of mind, the creature declared, its form swelling to mountainous proportions. Here your weapons mean nothing, here I am. Its boastful words died as shock transformed its features. The tiny human figure began expanding, growing beyond all reasonable proportion until it dwarfed even the creature's inflated manifestation. Lion Eljansen towered above his enemy like a living constellation, his face vast enough to eclipse entire horizons. What arrogance possessed you to challenge a Primarch in psychic combat? Lion's voice resonated through dimensions, carrying the authority of one born to rule reality itself. This presumption alone ensures your destruction. A hand the size of continents descended, seizing the now insignificant alien king. With surgical precision, Lion tore through its mental defenses, extracting memories and knowledge like a scholar consulting ancient texts. Images flashed through his consciousness, a frozen world orbiting a dying star in sectors unmapped by imperial cartographers. Here lay the source of humanity's torment, the birthplace of creatures that had plagued his species since the dark age of technology. Clever, Lion observed, his voice carrying grudging respect for his enemy's tactics. You use the warp for movement exclusively, erasing all traces when invasions fail. No conventional force could track you to your origins. Terror replaced arrogance in the creature's expression as it realized the implications. But now circumstances have changed forever. The Primarch's smile promised payback beyond the alien's darkest nightmares. Perhaps you can imagine what fate awaits your species? Complete destruction. Every world, every ship, every trace of your existence will burn until even memory of you fades from the galaxy. The creature struggled against psychic bonds that proved unbreakable, its attempts at escape serving only to tighten Lion's mental grip. This is the price of opposing humanity's children. A void of absolute darkness opened beneath the Xenos king, devouring its essence in moments. In the material realm, its massive physical form crumbled into swirling snow that carried no trace of the malevolent intelligence that had animated it. Victory achieved, Lion L. Johnson departed Bale IV's surface aboard the same gunships that had delivered him to battle. Upon reaching the Invincible Reason, he requested access to fleet-wide communications, his image appearing on screens throughout the expedition force. "We now possess the means to repay old debts with interest," he announced, his words carrying across the void to every ship in formation. "The enemy will learn that humanity's justice knows no bounds." Reports of the Bale IV campaign traveled swiftly through warp routes to the First Expedition Fleet, where the Emperor himself commanded humanity's greatest military force. Unfortunately, these accounts received scant attention from the master of mankind's strategic staff. The reason was simple. At that very moment, the First Fleet engaged a massive orc battle moon that had emerged from the galactic void without warning. Its crude but effective weaponry threatening to derail the Great Crusade's carefully planned advance. Chapter 95, Human Emperor vs. Orc Warlord. The First Expedition Fleet plotted its course for the Sada system to rendezvous with the 40th and 52nd Fleets. Their mission: eradicate the Xenos pirates plaguing the Yad star cluster. A sudden warp storm disrupted their plans. The storm clawed at real space itself. The Emperor would normally quell such disturbances with his psychic might, but he worked in his laboratories, adapting Marvel Universe technology for Imperial use. Such innovations would serve the Great Crusade for millennia. The First Fleet translated back into real space near an uncharted system and sailed directly into a greenskin WAGH of massive scale. The barbarous Xenos detected the Imperial vessels. Their voices rose in thunderous chorus. WAGH. The greenskin escort fleet surged toward the First Fleet like a green tide. They came with raw, primal fury. The fleet commanders recognized this region as a crucial nexus point for multiple warp currents. Should the greenskins claim this space, their presence would spread throughout the new Empire's sectors, bringing war to countless human worlds. The First Fleet requested guidance from the Emperor. He gave his orders: engage the enemy and hold the line. The master of mankind stood upon the command bridge of the Emperor's grand design alongside his Gene sons. He had emerged from his laboratories at the first reports of contact. Data streams flowed around them in hololithic displays. Runic symbols painted a grim picture of the enemy's numerical superiority. Alien howls reverberated through the ship's vox channels, the battle cries of a species that knew only war. "Are they utterly mad?" Gilliman's features showed concern. The Lord of Ultramar had never encountered foes who embraced warfare as entertainment. "It's the greenskins, the bloody orcish hordes." The Raven's voice carried alarm as he identified their adversaries from their ramshackle vessels. "This is going to be one hell of a fight." "Master Raven, you know these creatures." Rogel Dorn turned toward their avian companion. "I can read the information streams of any universe," the Raven replied. "Give me enough time, and I can know everything there is to know." "Then speak, tell us of our enemies." The Raven fixed his gaze upon the would-be Praetorian of Terra. Dorn returned the stare. Man and bird regarded each other in uncomfortable silence. Stubborn as a rock, the Raven ventured. "Master Raven, why do you not share this intelligence?" Dorn asked. The Raven remained silent. Dorn's legendary inflexibility lived up to its reputation. This Primarch had struggled with social relations in the original timeline. "Lord Raven, please accept these amasic-spiced protein wafers from Macrag, with new flavor compounds developed by our best culinary artisans." Gilliman appeared at the Raven's side, producing the offering. The Raven nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, young robot has proper diplomatic instincts." Dorn remained silent, though anyone could see his disapproval. Extended contact with lesser civilizations had corrupted these two. After consuming several protein wafers, the Raven began his exposition. "These orcish Xenos are living weapons. An ancient species called the Old Ones created them during the War in Heaven. They reproduce through spore division, not mating or gestation. Plant a single greenskin on a barren world, and seasons later you'll harvest a planet's worth of the brutes." The Raven's humor painted a vivid picture for each Primarch. Could their reproductive capacity truly be so extreme? Sanguinius inquired. More extreme than your worst projections, the raven confirmed. Even if you incinerate a world's atmosphere, surviving spores will resurge with greater numbers than before. Their genetic code contains pre-programmed technical knowledge and adaptive learning protocols. External stimuli trigger rapid advancement. If you possess industrial-age technology, you achieve industrial-age capabilities. When you reach void-faring status, they follow within a short time span. But most critically, they possess the WAGH field. This WAGH field, what is this? Gilliman leaned forward. The WAGH field represents thought made manifest, reality bent by collective will. Unlike psychers who draw power from the warp, greenskins generate this effect through numbers and belief. When sufficient numbers gather, they create a powerful WAGH field that allows them to unleash effects rivaling the most potent psychic manifestations, directly interfering with physical laws. Their crude technology need not conform to rational engineering principles. Gaps in logic and physics get compensated through the WAGH field's reality warping effects. Greater numbers mean more potent fields and more dramatic distortion of natural law. When greenskin populations reach critical mass, they produce warlords of terrifying combat prowess or even legendary beast-class entities that can challenge Primarchs. These enemies are problematic, Dorn stated. Do they possess exploitable weaknesses? The raven's expression grew grim. Beyond overwhelming force applied with absolute commitment, no viable alternative exists. They know neither fear of death nor concept of surrender. On the contrary, they devote themselves utterly to warfare. As long as they can fight, they experience joy. The raven's assessment cast silence over the assembled Primarchs. Even this brief description conveyed the magnitude of the threat they faced. Enemy contact imminent. The information supervisor's augmented voice cut through the bridge atmosphere. His form bristled with data cables and neural interface ports. Cogitation engines hummed around his station. Their machine spirits processed vast streams of sensor data. Hololithic displays throughout the command center were refreshed, expanded, and refocused. Military commanders studied the tactical projections. Their enhanced minds parsed runic markers and abstract data. Tactical logic adjusters implanted within their craniums corrected and diverted their thought processes, allowing them to process information volumes that would overwhelm unaugmented humans. All vessels prepare to engage, maintain maximum maneuverability, and target the leading enemy formations, the Emperor commanded. Load all broadside batteries, prepare synchronized volleys, deploy void mines to establish kill zones. Bow batteries stand ready for forward engagement. Maximize power to lance arrays. Nova cannon batteries calculate firing solutions and await further orders. The command deck erupted into controlled activity as the two fleets closed the distance. Distant specks against the starfield gradually resolved into individual vessels. Their details became clearer as the range decreased. Optical equipment revealed the true nature of the Greenskin fleet, ramshackle warships that defied every principle of rational engineering. Each vessel bore the scars of countless battles, their hulls streaked with rust and pocked with impact craters. Smoke and flame belched from improvised engine systems, creating barely controlled chaos. No two greenskin ships shared identical design philosophies. They were clearly not products of coordinated industrial effort. Instead, their hulls bristled with salvaged equipment of wildly varying origins. Some components bore hallmarks of human engineering, while others clearly derived from alien technologies that the Greenskins had conquered and corrupted. The Orcish forces had absorbed and bastardized the innovations of countless species, welding them together into technological abominations that should not have functioned. The Adeptus Mechanicus's preliminary assessments declared these vessels fundamentally incapable of voidworthiness, yet through incomprehensible mechanical sorcery, the Greenskins had somehow brought these scrap metal nightmares to life. At the heart of the Greenskin armada loomed a war moon of staggering proportions. The artificial construct possess the mass and gravitational presence of a small planet. Its surface is covered in overlapping layers of fused debris and interlocking armor plates. It resembled a gigantic clockwork mechanism stripped of its housing, its internal workings exposed like the dissected corpse of some mechanical god. Massive steel mountains rose from its surface, bristling with orbital defense cannons of impossible scale, point defense arrays, and dense fields of void mines. Kilometer-wide engine nacelles anchored directly into the bedrock. Their fusion hearts burned with the light of captive stars. The first casualty materialized within moments of engagement. A bloated greenskin cruiser fell victim to concentrated plasma bombardment. Macro cannon shells penetrated its crude armor to detonate the power core within. The vessel disintegrated in an expanding sphere of superheated gas and twisted metal. Its death throes scattered debris across thousands of kilometers. The ship's bow section tumbled away from the main wreckage. Atmosphere vented from ruptured bulkheads in crystalline streams that froze instantly in the void. Fragments of hull plating spun through space like deadly confetti, while trapped pockets of oxygen ignited and extinguished in brilliant flashes. Enemy vessel destroyed, the detection servitor reported. The Emperor stood before the primary hololithic display, silently observing the enemy's demise. He had donned his full war panoply. The golden armor bore the double-headed aquila that had become the symbol of human unity across the galaxy. At his waist hung a master-crafted power sword and bolt pistol, weapons that had tasted the blood of countless enemies of mankind. The void battlefield transformed into a realm of absolute carnage. Ship-mounted cannon batteries erupted in synchronized volleys, hurling container-sized shells across the darkness. The vacuum became a deadly forest of intersecting laser beams and lance strikes. Each beam could vaporize lesser vessels in a single sustained burst. When defensive void shields flickered from dim to blazing intensity, the raw energy of intercepted weapons fire created aurora displays that painted the surrounding space in impossible colors. The electromagnetic aftermath of such intensive combat interfered with magnetic field generators, filling secondary systems and communication channels with cascading static. The Emperor's grand design surged forward at the fleet's vanguard. Its wedge-shaped hull cut through the greenskin formations like a blade through flesh. The flagship's broadside batteries unleashed torrents of destruction. Their synchronized fire converged into a barrage that seared the retinas of anyone who dared look directly upon it. Multiple orcish vessels tumbled helplessly within this curtain of death. Their crude hulls could not withstand such overwhelming firepower. Power cores detonated in sequence. Each explosion birthed miniature stars that briefly outshone the system's primary. Countless greenskin corpses spilt from the ruptured hulls like spores from a burst pod. The fleet's Nova cannons added their voices to the symphony of destruction. These weapons fired shells of staggering proportions. Each projectile exceeded 50 meters in diameter and stretched longer than many escort vessels. Accelerated to significant fractions of light speed, each payload carried sufficient destructive potential to annihilate even the largest warships. As the Nova cannons spoke, spheres of annihilation blossomed across the battlefield, pockets of space where matter itself screamed in protest against such concentrated violence. Under the Emperor's command, the Imperial fleet moved with perfect coordination. Ships adjusted their positions with clockwork precision, advancing and withdrawing as a single organism. Though the greenskin numbers far exceeded those of the First Fleet, the master of mankind maximized every advantage available to his forces. He dissected the enemy formation with the precision of an artist, using superior positioning and concentrated firepower to isolate and eliminate individual targets. Yet even as Imperial guns claimed victim after victim, the sheer scale of the greenskin horde remained staggering. Chapter 96, The Orc Attack Moon. The Imperium vessels hurled themselves into the greenskin fleet. The Xenos marauders could no longer contain their hunger for war. They ignited crude jump packs wreathed in black smoke and packed themselves into rust-streaked assault boats, launching boarding actions against humanity's warships. Alert! Hostile breach detected, Deck 32, the ship servitor banks intoned. Alert! Void shield generator C-54 is experiencing critical overload. Shield collapse imminent. Spatial distortion patterns detected. Enemy teleportation in progress. Warnings cascaded through the command bridge. Greenskin orcs stormed through the Emperor's grand design. Their brutish forms desecrated the corridors with every thunderous footfall. The Primarchs departed the bridge as one, leading their transhuman warriors to purge the Xenos filth that dared violate their father's flagship. Our ship numbers are insufficient, the Raven's thoughts touch the Emperor's mind. If we continue this void engagement, we're looking at total annihilation. What's the play, big guy? To destroy the Horde, one must slay its chieftain, the Emperor replied. We shall obliterate the War Moon, and victory shall be ours. The Raven's gaze fixed upon the massive construct, wreathed in a constellation of crude warships. Dark lines of calculation appeared across his brow. Big guy, there's no way we're punching through that defensive perimeter to slag that monstrosity. This isn't the super god universe. Even with gene engines, you can't just delete that many enemy vessels. The fundamental laws governing each reality differed in their nature and limitations. In the super god universe, gene engines could elevate mortals beyond the power of gods themselves. Destroying fleets became as simple as drawing breath. But here, in this confluence of realities, such creation held different constraints. The Primarchs, enhanced with the latest gene engine technology, indeed possessed the theoretical capability to detonate warships through will alone. Yet faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Greenskin flotilla, even they must acknowledge tactical reality. The Emperor shook his head with certainty. We need not breach their defenses entirely. Proximity shall suffice. This vessel can deliver us to the War Moon's surface. The Emperor's grand design incorporated technologies harvested from multiple realities. Even without penetrating the enemy's protective barriers, it could translate assault forces directly onto the War Moon's surface. What a delightfully insane battle plan, the Raven observed with dark amusement. Perfectly suited to your legendary arrogance. You do not object, the Emperor inquired. Object? Why would I object? The Raven's voice carried gleeful anticipation. Let us show these Xenos what a proper WAGH looks like. He paused, head tilting with sudden curiosity. How exactly do you plan to crack open that floating scrapyard? Penetrate their power cores, destroy them from within. Big guy, your thoroughness never ceases to amaze me. The Raven's praise dripped with mock sincerity. We possess no alternative, the Emperor stated. Failure here means retreat, and the Greenskin Horde will sweep directly into new Empire space. The devastation would be catastrophic. Should the Greenskin tide spread unchecked, the consequences would ripple across 1,000 worlds. WAGH-spawned conflicts would erupt across Imperial space, forcing the legions to abandon the Great Crusade in favor of desperate defensive actions. The First Expeditionary Fleet carved through the void under the Emperor's command, penetrating deep into enemy defensive formations as they closed with the War Moon. Yet as the Imperial vessels approached their target, they encountered the fury of artificially generated gravity storms. The War Moon's sheer mass required exotic gravitational field manipulation to achieve interstellar mobility and facilitate planetary conquest. The Xenos controllers needed only minor parameter adjustments to unleash gravitational tempests of devastating fury. Several Imperial ships tore apart in the maelstrom, their death agonies painting the void in brief, brilliant stars. But the Emperor's grand design weathered the storm's rage, achieving optimal teleportation range through superior engineering and the Emperor's will. During their approach, the First Expeditionary Fleet attempted concentrated orbital bombardment. Macro cannons capable of reducing hive cities to ash managed only superficial scarring upon the rust-encrusted surface. Magma bombs and mass-reactive warheads sufficient to shatter continents detonated harmlessly in the void, their fury dissipated by unknown Xenos countermeasures. Virus bombs and rad weapons that should have sterilized entire worlds found their deadly potency neutralized. Half-lives measured in millennia reduced to mere hours. After confirming that external assault remained futile, the emperor began preparations for the boarding action. 5 of his gene sons would accompany him: Sanguinius, Guilliman, Dorn, Conrad Kurz, and Alpharius. The custodian Valdor and his golden-armored legio custodes would form the vanguard. Initiate mass teleportation protocols, the emperor commanded. Tech adepts and their servitor attendants began awakening the translation devices, their binary hymns echoing through the preparation chambers. "Father," Sanguinius approached with wings folded respectfully. "Perhaps this burden should fall to your sons alone. The war moon surely teems with enemies, and should harm befall you?" The angel's voice carried unspoken anguish at the possibility. The emperor's response brooked no argument. "Only through my direct intervention can victory be assured." "What say you, Master Raven?" Sanguinius addressed the creature perched upon their father's pauldron. "Big Guy's assessment is accurate. Only he can succeed in this boarding action." The Raven's tone grew serious, his usual irreverence tempered by tactical reality. "The war moon exists within a WARHAMMER field. Even with your gene engine enhancements, you lack the fundamental power to destroy it." "Is this WARHAMMER field truly so formidable?" Rogel Dorn inquired, his architect's mind seeking to understand the enemy's defensive capabilities. "We have slain countless greenskin warriors. They appeared only marginally superior to standard Xenos breeds." The Raven directed a custodian to retrieve a captured orc weapon for demonstration. The firearm was grotesquely oversized, decorated with carved skulls and embedded fangs in typical greenskin fashion. "Observe this weapon. By any rational engineering standard, it should be non-functional, incapable even of basic operation. Yet in our hands, it functions perfectly and functions well. The war moon operates on identical principles. It has transcended mere physical existence to become something conceptual. Your gene engines, operating within this idealistic WARHAMMER field, may find their capabilities compromised. Only the Emperor's personal intervention ensures mission success." "How remarkable it would be," Guilliman mused, "if humanity could harness such capabilities. The more humans within the Empire, the stronger it would become." The Emperor's expression grew contemplative. His immortal mind was intrigued by his son's observation. If the WARHAMMER field's principles could be adapted for human use, the implications would indeed prove significant. "Such considerations must wait," the Emperor declared. "Our immediate concern remains the present threat." "Translation device charged. Parameters configured," announced the Magos Mechanicus, his words transmitted in both binary and Gothic. "Execute," the Emperor commanded. Reality dissolved in searing white radiance, followed by the familiar disorientation of teleportation transit. When the translation glow faded and perception returned to normal, they stood upon the war moon's surface. Thousands of greenskins roared challenges at the Imperial warriors who had materialized without warning. Crude armor plates were strapped to their massive frames with leather and rivets. Each specimen towered over 4 meters in height and radiated primitive menace. The great slaughter commenced. The Emperor and his chosen advanced along the war moon's crude thoroughfares, leaving destruction in their wake. Power generators exploded in showers of sparks. Artillery emplacements collapsed into twisted wreckage. Ammunition stockpiles detonated in chain reactions of devastating fury. Bolter fire echoed endlessly through the rust-choked air. Greenskin warriors stumbled and fell or were blown apart entirely, their crude flesh painting the corroded deck plates in abstract patterns of violence. Enemy corpses accumulated in growing mounds, testimony to transhuman superiority. Yet for all their swift progress, the assault eventually ground to a halt. The orcs seemed numberless, forcing the Imperial strike force into increasingly desperate combat. Warriors carved through Xenos bodies with blessed blades and crushed skulls with armored fists, but still, the enemies poured forth in endless waves. Sanguinius fought with transcendent grace, wielding spear and sword in perfect harmony. His wings carried him aloft to slam enemies earthward with bone-crushing force, then bore him diving down to scatter entire formations with his impact. Amid the carnage, an orc warlord emerged to challenge the great angel. The creature stood 3 times Sanguinius's height and possessed the bulk of a battle tank. Crude augmetic limbs had been bolted to its frame, and it wielded a power-wreathed battle axe that hummed with barely contained energies. Sanguinius activated his sanguine engine, preparing to annihilate this barbarous champion. Target identified, beast-class lifeform, judgment protocols active. Judgment failed, unknown field interference detected. The great angel's perfect features registered momentary surprise as he processed the diagnostic information. The WARHAMMER field emanating from this creature proved too potent. Even gene engine technology, capable of rewriting reality's fundamental laws, could not penetrate the idealistic barrier. Recognizing that advanced methods would prove ineffective, Sanguinius resolved to employ more primitive solutions. Wings spread wide, sword and spear poised for combat, he launched himself at the towering brute. Blessed blade met crude axe in ringing collision. Spear point struck the augmetic limb in a thunderous impact. The orc warlord released a bestial roar, intending to overwhelm the angel through sheer physical dominance. Size alone shall not grant you victory over me, Sanguinius snarled, gradually forcing back the enemy's descending axe through superior technique and transhuman strength. The spear in the angel's grip finally found its mark, punching through the creature's barrel chest in a spray of dark ichor. Yet rather than collapsing, the mortally wounded warlord revealed a savage grin and seized Sanguinius's wing in its massive fist. Star-bright radiance erupted from the creature's chest cavity. It was intended to detonate itself. Recognizing the imminent threat, Sanguinius fought desperately to escape the blast radius, but the orc's grip held firm. The explosion erupted like a newborn sun, its brief radiance illuminating the war moon's landscape. The shockwave annihilated every greenskin within a kilometer radius, their crude forms vaporized by forces beyond their comprehension. Sanguinius was hurled through the air, wreathed in smoke and flame, his perfect form bearing the terrible wounds of close-range detonation. Even a gene engine-enhanced Primarch found such devastation challenging to endure. Life recovery protocols initiated, damaged tissue regeneration in progress. As the healing systems began their work, surviving orcs swarmed toward the fallen angel, intending to pulp his magnificent form while vulnerability remained. At that moment, the raven materialized. Psychic force erupted outward from his diminutive frame, a shockwave of pure mental energy that sent every approaching greenskin tumbling across the deck plates like scattered toys. Power flowed from the creature into Sanguinius's broken body, accelerating recovery at visible rates. Charred feathers fell away, replaced by pristine white plumage that gleamed with renewed vitality. Hello, how are you all doing? Hope you're well always. Now I will ask again, are you still liking the story? Is the quality up to your satisfaction, or are there any shortcomings present? Just want to keep track so it doesn't get derailed. And keep enjoying. We'll meet again. Chapter 97, The Price of Glory. Psychic energies coursed through the ancient armor, awakening its blessed systems. The armor sang with renewed vitality. Sacred mechanisms stirred from dormancy and initiated self-repair protocols. Molecular reconstructors restored damaged ceramite at the atomic level, making it glow with inner radiance. Sanguinius felt his body return to pristine condition. He marveled at the raven's extraordinary capabilities. With such power, the assault force possessed something close to battlefield immortality. My gratitude, Master Raven, the angel said with genuine reverence. Just a minor miracle, little angel. Exercise greater caution in future engagements. The raven replied with characteristic irreverence. The lesson is learned, Sanguinius nodded. He spread his wings and dove back into the greenskin horde with renewed fury. The raven's form dissolved into swirling currents of air before materializing beside Gilliman. The 13th Primarch found himself locked in desperate combat against overwhelming numbers. Power flowed from the diminutive creature. It mended rent armor and restored Gilliman's flagging strength. Hold fast, we're not scheduling any intensive care visits today. Gilliman's expression turned momentarily incredulous at the anachronistic reference. Then, he channeled his renewed vigor into even more devastating attacks against the surrounding orcs. After completing this circuit of battlefield assistance, the Raven returned to the Emperor's side. The Master of Mankind fought with infinite power. His blazing blade carved through enemy ranks like a scythe through wheat. Casual sweeps of his weapon felled dozens of greenskin warriors. Focused psychic blasts reduced hundreds more to molecular dust. Under his supreme leadership, the assault force penetrated deeper into the Warmoon's corrupted heart. They finally breached its central chamber, a spherical cavity of immense proportions filled with alien machinery. A massive energy sphere hung at the chamber's core, brilliant as a captive star. Its surface writhed with boiling ionic flames, while countless silver arcs of power extended outward like cosmic tentacles. This was the Warmoon's beating heart, the physical manifestation of concentrated WAAGH energy. Its destruction would trigger the entire construct's collapse. A colossal warboss awaited them with his elite guard. The creature had anticipated the Emperor's true objective. The warboss's skull resembled hewn granite. Massive tusks protruded through a steel-plated helm. Dark red eyes blazed with malevolent cunning, while multiple mechanical appendages sprouted from his augmented torso, each a weapon of terrible lethality. His integrated arsenal contained plasma beams, pulse waves, gravitational distortions, cryofields, electrical discharges, and promethium flames. "This one is mine," the Emperor declared. He bypassed his custodians to engage the massive warboss directly. The remaining warriors threw themselves against the elite guard in desperate melee. The chamber echoed with the roar of heavy weapons and the shriek of power claws rending ceramite. Impenetrable WAAGH fields formed shimmering barriers around the warboss, deflecting attacks that would have vaporized lesser foes. The duel between the Emperor and the alien champion shook the Warmoon's foundations. His golden laurel crown burned to ash. His cloak was scorched black by terrible energies. Multiple times, lethal strikes came within millimeters of piercing his immortal form. Yet in the end, the Master of Mankind claimed victory. His blade swept in a perfect arc, severing the warboss's head from its massive shoulders. Then he gathered psychic might beyond mortal comprehension, power sufficient to crack worlds and extinguish stars. Blazing radiance erupted from within the Emperor's form, as though a newborn sun sought birth within his immortal frame. Even his gene sons were forced to shield their transhuman vision. Awe and terror warred across their noble features. Had they not witnessed this display personally, none would have believed the Emperor's true power could reach such devastating heights. This was a force capable of annihilating existence across multiple dimensional layers simultaneously. The Emperor employed this cosmic might to utterly obliterate the fallen warboss. Then he tore open a rift into the immaterium itself. He hurled the Warmoon's energy core into the warp's chaotic embrace before the portal sealed behind it. "Withdraw," the Emperor commanded with absolute authority. The Emperor's grand design, positioned at optimal range, locked onto their coordinates and executed immediate extraction. Brilliant teleportation flares consumed the strike force as the Warmoon began its death throes. The artificial construct collapsed in upon itself, while warp energies devoured everything within reach. Gravitational forces beyond comprehension pulled greenskin vessels toward destruction or sent them tumbling helplessly through space like leaves before a hurricane. Standing upon the bridge of his flagship, the Emperor watched alongside the Raven as the Warmoon succumbed to annihilation amidst the screams of dying machinery. "Victory is achieved," Sanguinius observed from behind them. "This represents merely the beginning," the Emperor replied grimly. "The galaxy has likely spawned a greenskin empire beyond our current understanding. What we faced may prove only the smallest fraction of their true strength." The Warmoon's destruction unleashed energy storms that swept across the battlefield like tidal waves of raw power. The massive greenskin fleet, moments before holding tactical advantage, found itself scattered like autumn leaves before hurricane winds. Bloated orc vessels transformed into cooling debris fields. Their crews became frozen corpses in the void's embrace. The warboss's death shattered greenskin morale completely. Despite maintaining numerical superiority, the survivors fled in chaotic retreat. The first expeditionary fleet seized the initiative and reorganized to pursue the scattered enemy forces. Imperial vessels, still capable of combat, engaged maximum thrust, hunting down fleeing orcs and transforming their ships into burning pyres. The pursuit continued until the enemy reached the system's edge and vanished into warp translation, leaving behind only the echoes of defeat. Salvage operations commenced immediately. Mechanicus arc ships positioned themselves at optimal coordinates, while recovery vessels ferried wreckage and valuable components back to processing centers. Swarms of servoskulls and maintenance drones worked with efficiency. They dismantled the War Moon's remains under tech-adept supervision. The Emperor had ordered a complete analysis of greenskin WAAGH field technology, knowledge that might prove crucial in future encounters. Emergency repair craft attached themselves to damaged Imperial vessels like metallic parasites. They conducted field repairs sufficient to maintain combat readiness or facilitate return to proper shipyard facilities. Upon the bridge of the Emperor's grand design, the Emperor remained with the Raven and 5 Primarchs until final victory confirmation arrived. Sanguinius, Alpharius, Dorn, Gilliman, Conrad, the Emperor intoned. The Gene Sons snapped to attention, recognizing the tone that preceded significant assignments. This greenskin force represents no isolated threat. It likely serves as vanguard for a much larger WAAGH crusade. Someone must investigate their empire's true scale while conducting harassment operations to prevent interference with our great crusade. Only through such measures can the Imperium reclaim sufficient colonies and accumulate resources necessary for total war against this greenskin menace. Which among you will accept this burden? Alpharius stepped forward without hesitation. Father, I volunteer. Intelligence gathering and sabotage operations fall within my specialization. The Emperor studied each of his sons before nodding approvingly. The mission is yours. Depart immediately, track those fleeing vessels, and determine our enemy's true capabilities. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Father. Alpharius moved with characteristic efficiency. He assembled a reconnaissance fleet within hours. His ships departed to shadow the retreating orcs, while the Emperor delegated remaining cleanup operations to naval commanders. Battle reports from other expeditionary fleets demanded his attention. 4th Fleet, under the command of the 1st Legion's Primarch, has successfully defeated the space Yeti infestation within the Baylor system. Enemy homeworld located. Extermination protocols prepared for complete species eradication. The Emperor lingered over Lion L. Johnson's report. His eldest son's first major engagement had targeted a Xenos breed that had troubled even the dark age of technology. Yet Lion had not merely defeated them, he prepared for the total annihilation of their kind. Space Yeti, the Raven's eyes widened with sudden inspiration. You love me, I love you, Michelle Ice City sweet and true. The Emperor had grown accustomed to such anachronistic outbursts and continued reviewing fleet reports. Lemon Russ, Angron, and Horus had successfully integrated with their respective commands and were reclaiming lost human colonies across multiple sectors. Reports from Terra also demanded attention. After extensive deliberation, Malkador and the High Lords had revised imperial law once again. The Imperium no longer recognizes slavery's legality. Worlds practicing such barbarism must abolish it within specified timeframes. Simultaneously, they established the Imperial Wealth Act to bring new economic frameworks that prevent the concentration of absolute power in individual hands. Chapter 98, Son of Death. The Imperium established rigid parameters governing wealth disparity between worlds at varying stages of development. This ensured no single individual could amass absolute dominion over entire star systems. Such measures served not merely as economic policy, but as bulwarks against the corruption that inevitably followed absolute power. To accelerate humanity's expansion beyond the solar system, Malkador and the High Lords reduced the stringent requirements for rogue trader licenses. Countless souls departed Terra with dreams of fortune burning in their hearts. They carried the Emperor's light into the galaxy's darkest reaches. Construction of the second celestial computer proceeded with clockwork precision under the unified efforts of tech adepts from across the growing Mechanicum. With Terrabar 1's computational assistance, every project within the solar system achieved unprecedented efficiency rates. The inaugural Microcosm project neared completion, a modest realm with spatial dimensions measuring merely 10,000 meters in diameter. Though small in scale, this achievement represented humanity's first tentative grasp of divine creative power. Once the technology matured and production costs decreased, the Imperium could mass-produce pocket dimensions. They could hide vital assets from the predatory gaze of the ruinous powers. Second-generation battleships, incorporating technologies harvested from alien realities, had completed theoretical modeling and design phases. Production would commence shortly. These vessels boasted capabilities far exceeding their predecessors: advanced energy systems, superior weapon arrays, and enhanced defensive matrices. Their deployment would dramatically accelerate the pace of galactic conquest. More significantly, Imperial shipyards had begun preliminary construction of celestial-class vessels. Should these endeavors prove successful, humanity would possess the capability to traverse intergalactic distances. Quantum sensing arrays formed the core of communication towers, now deployed across hundreds of star systems, radiating outward from Terra. Real-time Imperial communication networks bound these worlds together in webs of instantaneous coordination. As infrastructure projects expanded, more systems would join this growing matrix of connectivity. Beyond mere construction and research, specialized organizations flourished under Malkador's patronage. The Night Watch recruited blanks from across Imperial space. They trained these soulless individuals to combat threats ordinary mortals could not comprehend. The most promising would join Demon Hunter units, dedicated to preventing warp contamination from poisoning human civilization. Children displaying psychic potential were transported to psionic academies, where master instructors taught them to harness their gifts safely. These facilities prepared specialized personnel for future expeditions beyond the galaxy's borders. Those psychers who proved incapable of maintaining control faced neural inhibitors or confinement within specialized containment facilities. Mercy and necessity walked hand in hand. Despite these achievements, the Emperor found himself dissatisfied with the pace of progress. "Development remains insufficient," he murmured, golden eyes reflecting the weight of cosmic ambition. His vast intellect possessed technologies that could revolutionize entire sectors of human knowledge, yet the Imperium's absorption capacity and industrial base proved inadequate to the task. At this glacial pace, when would galactic conquest be achieved? When could humanity stride forth into other realities? After a moment's contemplation, the Emperor suppressed his frustration and returned to governing his growing domain. Progress, however slow, remained progress. Once educational systems matured and adequate talent reserves accumulated, the assimilation of alien technologies would accelerate naturally. While the Emperor methodically organized the Great Crusade and developed his burgeoning realm, in a distant corner of the galaxy, there existed a world called Barbarous, a planet perpetually shrouded in noxious miasma and blessed by the plague god Nurgle. Cruel overlords ruled this cursed sphere, their forms bloated with disease and corruption. Humanity cowered in the lower altitudes, choking on toxic vapors while serving as chattel for their monstrous masters. They endured existence as slaves, their lives measured in degrees of misery. "The harvest season approaches once more," rasped a voice from within swirling green fog. "Only through offerings of fresh flesh and mortal souls can we continue receiving our patrons' blessed gifts." Through the pestilent haze shambled a grotesque figure, a plague overlord whose bloated form wept foul-smelling ichors. His decaying flesh provided host to countless flies. Their buzzing formed an obscene chorus of corruption. The overlord gazed toward a distant human settlement and smiled with rotting lips. He gestured languidly, his voice carrying sickly sweet tones. "Go forth, my children, taste fresh meat and drink deep of mortal terror. Let their screams echo across this blessed realm." From behind the abomination emerged shambling horrors, plague zombies crafted from human corpses. Their forms leaked toxic vapors as they lurched toward the village. These creatures felt no pain and possessed terrible strength. Their only limitation was their ponderous gait. Soon, desperate cries pierced the settlement's tranquility. The walking dead showed no mercy or emotion. They existed solely to obey their creator's commands, slaughtering every living soul they encountered. Against such horrors, the villagers wielded only torches and farming implements. People fell screaming beneath rotting claws. Their blood painted crude dwellings in abstract patterns of violence. Despair settled over the community like a funeral shroud. At that moment, a towering figure burst through the settlement's perimeter like an avenging angel. The giant carried an enormous scythe. He wielded it with the precision of death incarnate as he carved through the shambling horde. "Stay back," a farmer swung his mattock at an approaching corpse. The creature felt no pain. Its putrid hand seized the tool and shoved the man sprawling. He watched helplessly as death lurched toward him. A blade sang through poisonous air. The razor-sharp scythe described a perfect arc, severing the zombie's head in a single stroke. A towering silhouette looked down at the fallen man with hollow eyes. "Are you harmed?" The giant's voice carried depths of sorrow and determination. The farmer shook his head mutely, awe rendering him speechless. "Mortarian," a child's voice called from behind a woman's skirts, excitement overcoming fear. This was indeed the 14th Primarch, Mortarian, stolen from the Emperor's laboratories by the ruinous powers and cast down upon this plague world. After his abduction from Terra, Mortarian's gestation pod had crashed onto a barbarous battlefield, still reeking with fresh carnage. Dismembered corpses littered the landscape for kilometers in every direction. The victorious warlord, the Pale King, discovered the crying infant amid the slaughter. His first instinct demanded the child's immediate execution, yet he paused. Ordinary humans could not survive in Barbaros's toxic atmosphere, much less cry out with such vigorous health. Intrigued, the Pale King claimed the child as his own. He bestowed the name Mortarian, son of death. The warlord subjected young Mortarian to countless experiments, testing his tolerance for increasingly potent toxins. Upon confirming the child's extraordinary resistance to corruption, he resolved to forge Mortarian into a plague overlord surpassing even himself. Mortarian learned warfare from earliest childhood. He battled undead legions, demon spawn, and alien creatures. None could stand against his growing might. Such existence continued until the day Mortarian received orders to massacre a human village that had defied tribute demands. Listening to mortal screams for the first time, confusion stirred within his transhuman consciousness. Some fundamental wrongness troubled his thoughts. After witnessing humanity's suffering, Mortarian fled his foster father's domain. Descending from the toxic peaks, the disguised Primarch tasted prepared food for the first time. He experienced genuine human contact and heard laughter, not the mad cackles of his warlord patron during victory, but pure joy untainted by corruption. In that moment, Mortarian understood with perfect clarity. These humans were his people, and the overlords were enslaving his own kind. Consumed with remorse, Mortarian swore sacred oaths to eliminate every warlord on Barbaros and deliver his people from bondage. Despite his noble features, Mortarian's pallid complexion and hollow gaze inspired terror among the villagers, who saw only another mountain monster. Yet he persevered. He patiently built trust through simple acts, harvesting grain, mending tools, demonstrating his humanity through deed rather than word. Today presented his opportunity to prove worthy of their faith. After confirming the farmer's safety, Mortarian turned toward the remaining enemies. His scythe carved through corrupted air, bisecting 3 zombies in a single devastating stroke. Putrid ichor sprayed across the ground, filling the air with nauseating vapors. No undead creature could withstand him. He moved through their ranks like death personified. Each swing of his weapon claimed multiple foes. The villagers watched in amazement as this pale giant single-handedly destroyed horrors that knew no fear of death. Armored or enhanced, large or small, every enemy fell to his relentless blade. When silence finally returned to the settlement, Mortarion stood amid piles of putrid remains, his scythe dripping with the essence of corruption. Yet in his hollow eyes burned something the villagers had never seen before: hope for liberation from their cursed existence. You have all gotten very close to 1000 CPS very quickly. So very interesting. Now it is up to you all to decide which 40K I should post. I have a lot of them in my library. Some are completed, some are ongoing, all with good potential. As you all know, I was working on 40K, Primarch Waif 1. Guess what? Someone else did it too, right here. But I was so ahead that I decided, nah, I'll do it too. Because you know I'm on a mission to bring every good 40K figure I can get my hands on to my library, the Great Sanatorium. So eventually, you will find every good fic here, because I want it to be. Now we have to decide which one you want. 1. Warhammer 40K, Warmaster of Imperial Navy. It's about a guy named Horatio who started as a total nobody, like a criminal from the worst slum who was supposed to be executed. But somehow, he rose all the way up to become the big boss of the Imperial Navy, in charge of giant space fleets. 2. Warhammer 40K, Collect Tithes, Make the Imperium Great Again. It's about a guy named Levi Kalana who isn't a regular soldier or space marine. Instead, he's a super hardcore Imperial tax collector in the Warhammer 40K universe. While other people fight battles with guns and chainswords, Levi fights with the Imperial tax code and Emperor-blessed artifacts. 3. Warhammer 30K, The Ascension of Flesh. It's set during the Horus Heresy, the massive civil war that nearly destroyed the Imperium. The Chaos Gods are trying to tempt the Primarchs, spreading corruption and despair. But then, out of nowhere, a lost 11th Primarch named Francis Crick comes back to life. 4. Warhammer 30K, Forged in Steel. After the Horus Heresy, a band of iron warriors refuse to remain slaves to Perturabo. Led by Peter, they break from their legion and forge a new brotherhood. Calling themselves the Forged in Steel, they fight for survival, vengeance, and freedom among the stars. With his war axe, the blood of Crassus, Peter swears their legacy will be written in iron and blood. 5. Warhammer 40K, Carnage Begins from Cadia. During the fall of Cadia, Marcus is transmigrated into the Warhammer 40K universe and gifted a Chaos Space Marine welcome pack. With his merciless slaughter system activated, he tears through enemies, growing stronger with every kill. The galaxy will soon see what actual carnage looks like when a system-powered warrior moves unchecked. Chapter 100, The Iron Within. The primitive metallurgy of Olympia's forges sang its crude hymnal as Perturabo stepped back from his latest creation, discussed etching lines across his patrician features. The siege engine's design was flawless. His transhuman intellect had ensured that, yet the very perfection of its destructive capability filled him with a bone-deep weariness that no mortal could comprehend. Perturabo, don't be so hard on yourself. The girl's voice broke through the thunderous cacophony of his thoughts. Caliphone pressed herself against his armored forearm, her mortal frame barely reaching the ceramite-clad limb. Such was the disparity between gene-forged demigod and baseline human that even this simple gesture reminded him of the gulf that separated him from those he protected. Her gentleness briefly quenched the fires of his frustration, though the bitter ash of disappointment remained. Why must every creation of his hands be bent toward war? Why could these mortals not see beyond the implements of destruction to the beauty he might craft in peacetime? A good design. The voice that interrupted his brooding carried the authority of rulership, though to Perturabo's enhanced senses it remained painfully, achingly human. Damikos approached, his silk robes whispering against stone floors worn smooth by generations of lesser kings. The laurel wreath upon his brow, a pretension to ancient glory, caught the forgelight and transformed it into something almost noble. Damikos of Olympia, who had found a lost child gazing upon the Eye of Terror and raised him as a son. Who had seen the potential for greatness in a boy drawn to that blasphemous wound in reality's fabric, and chosen nurture over fear. The human lord had no conception of what he had truly discovered that day. A Primarch, one of 20 gene sons of the Emperor of Mankind, cast across the galaxy by the malice of chaos itself. The memories cascaded through Perturabo's eidetic mind with painful clarity. That younger self, compelled by visions only he could perceive, was climbing treacherous cliffs to reach toward an abomination that promised knowledge at the price of sanity. D'Amico's had saved him from that fate, though the visions had never truly ceased their whispering. In the years since, D'Amico's had proven himself more than a mere opportunist. When Perturabo's gifts had manifested, the intuitive understanding of engineering principles that allowed him to dissect any mechanism with a glance, the strategic acumen that could read a man's character as easily as architectural blueprints, the philosophical depth that sought meaning in mathematics and logic, the human lord had nurtured rather than exploited. Under Perturabo's guidance, the city-states of Olympia had fallen one by one, not to brute conquest, but to the inexorable advance of superior strategy and technology. D'Amico's had become more than king. He had become planetary governor, and through it all, he had prepared to pass his throne to the foundling who had made it all possible. "It's just a useless, defective product," Perturabo replied, his tone carefully modulated to convey indifference. The lie came easily, too easily. The design was magnificent, its efficiency elegant in its lethal simplicity, but acknowledging such would only encourage more requests for instruments of war. D'Amico's studied his adopted son with the shrewd gaze that had first recognized potential in a strange child. Some ancient biochemical monsters are remaining in the eastern Grand Canyon. Soldiers need a complete set of new equipment to fight inside. The human lord's words carried weight beyond their surface meaning. Here was purpose, necessity, the protection of innocent lives. Not the aggrandizement of conquest, but the shield raised against a genuine threat. No one else has the talent to design it, only you can, Perturabo. Are you willing to take on this task? Perturabo met his adoptive father's gaze, and for a moment, the weariness threatened to overwhelm even his transhuman constitution. Why must it always be war? Why could they not task him with raising monuments to human achievement, crafting wonders that would inspire rather than destroy, building bridges between worlds rather than siege engines to break them? But beneath the exhaustion lay something deeper, more troubling, a spark of excitement at the challenge, a hunger to test his designs against genuine opposition. The contradiction gnawed at him like acid, the terrible suspicion that perhaps he was truly meant for nothing but war. "I will come up with a complete set of new equipment," he said finally, the words emerging like a verdict of doom. As Perturabo strode from the forge, his enhanced hearing caught the whispered conversation between father and daughter. "See, daughter, Perturabo doesn't like building these civilian things, he prefers war." D'Amico's voice carried the certainty of years of observation. "He is destined to be the human lord of Olympia. He will rule the entire world and lead humanity into space." "Really?" Caliphone's doubt was palpable even to mortal senses. "But I feel like he's not happy." D'Amico's refuted immediately, as if what he believed was the truth. "He's not unhappy, he's just thinking about how to build new equipment. Have you ever seen him complain when building weapons?" "No, he only complains when building structures unrelated to war. Doesn't that prove the point?" The words struck Perturabo like bolt rounds to the chest. Was this truly how they saw him? Not as a being capable of creation and beauty, but as a weaponsmith who found joy only in crafting death. The assessment was not entirely wrong. Therein lay its cruelest edge. Days passed in feverish creation. Perturabo's workshops became temples to focused genius, as he crafted armor systems that could resist the biochemical horrors of the eastern Grand Canyon, weapons that could pierce their aberrant hides, and sensor arrays that could track their movements through toxic fog. When the work was complete, the equipment performed flawlessly, allowing Olympian soldiers to cleanse the canyon of its monstrous inhabitants with minimal casualties. "You are truly perfect, Perturabo, you are the best." D'Amico's praise was genuine, his affection unmistakable. In that moment, surrounded by the acclaim of those he had saved, Perturabo allowed himself to smile. The expression felt foreign on his features, as though his face had forgotten the shape of happiness. But when Caliphone saw that smile, her own uncertainty melted away. Maybe Perturabo really likes war, she murmured, and perhaps she was right. Some time passed until the inevitable came. The arrival of the Imperial fleet shattered Olympia's isolation like a hammer blow. Custodian guards in Auramite armor descended from the void, their presence transforming the familiar palace halls into something charged with significance. These were the Legio Custodes, the 10,000 gene-crafted guardians whose very existence spoke of powers beyond mortal comprehension. You are the son of the master of mankind, lost to this planet for some reason. We are ordered to find you. The custodian's words were carefully neutral, but their import crashed over Perturabo like a tidal wave. Here at last was the truth he had always sensed but never dared voice. He was not of Olympia, not truly of any mortal world. The decision came with surprising ease. Years of feeling like an outsider, of possessing knowledge and capabilities that no mortal could share, of gazing upon the eye of terror and seeing truths that others could not perceive, all of it crystallized into a moment of perfect clarity. He would go. But as preparations began, as D'Amicos and Caliphone gathered gifts and forced smiles to mask their pain, a terrible realization crept into Perturabo's enhanced mind. Their reactions, measured against his expectations, seemed insufficient. Where was the desperate pleading to remain? Where were the tears, the protestations that they could not bear to lose him? Instead, he saw only acceptance tinged with resignation. They loved him, he could not doubt that, but they were letting him go with a composure that felt like dismissal. Had they always seen him as temporary? Had they been waiting for this moment, knowing that their foundling son would one day return to whatever realm had spawned him? So, they really just saw me as a tool? The thought formed like a toxin in his mind, spreading its poison through every memory of kindness received. Looking at his smiling adoptive father and sister, Perturabo felt something precious and fragile crack within his transhuman heart. He had thought these people would fight to keep him, would demonstrate through desperation the depth of their attachment. Instead, they smiled and wished him well, as though releasing a valued servant to better employment rather than losing a beloved son and brother. The interpretation was unfair. Perturabo knew this even as the thought formed. Damex and Caliphone were sacrificing their own desires for his perceived good, demonstrating the highest form of love through their willingness to let him go. But fairness held no power against the brutal arithmetic of a heart that measured affection in selfish terms, that needed to be fought for to feel valued. Perturabo followed the custodians to their transport, never looking back at the world that had raised him. In the depths of space, he found himself reunited with another like himself, Mortarion, the death lord of Barbarous, pale and gaunt, where Perturabo was broad and iron-gray. 4 Primarchs came to greet the returning sons. Sanguinius with his angel's wings and radiant presence, Guilliman whose strategic mind rivaled Perturabo's own, Dorn the Imperial Fist whose fortifications were legends even here, and Conrad Kurz whose midnight blue armor seemed to drink in light itself. My name is Mortarion. The Death Lord's excitement was almost childlike, his enthusiasm for this reunion touching in its transparency. After witnessing the Imperium's glory, he had already begun crafting plans for Barbaros's integration. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mortarion. I am Sanguinius. The angel stepped forward with arms extended, offering the embrace of brotherhood. His wings caught the deck lighting and transformed it into something ethereal, beautiful. Your wings look just like an angel's, Mortarion replied after a moment's hesitation, his voice soft with wonder. Many people have said that, Sanguinius smiled, the expression lighting his perfect features with warmth. One by one, the Primarchs introduced themselves to Mortarion with genuine enthusiasm. Guilliman spoke of integration protocols and supply lines. Dorn discussed defensive strategies and fleet dispositions. Even Kurz managed something approaching cordiality, though shadows seemed to gather around his words. Then came Perturabo's turn, and the dynamic shifted subtly but unmistakably. My name is Perturabo. His tone was carefully neutral as he addressed Sanguinius. I don't like overly intimate gestures. It's all right, no matter what, you are my brother. Sanguinius extended his hand instead of arms, offering a handshake with genuine warmth in his expression. Yet something had changed, a subtle cooling, a recognition that this brother required different handling. Dorn, Gilliman, and Kurz followed suit, their greetings polite but reserved. They had read the signals, understood that Perturabo was not like Mortarion, not eager for easy camaraderie. In their courtesy, they created the very distance they sought to avoid. Perturabo felt the distinction keenly. Where Mortarion had received embraces and enthusiasm, he garnered respectful handshakes and measured words. The very consideration shown him felt like rejection, their care to avoid offense reading as evidence that they found him fundamentally offensive. He maintained his expression of indifference, giving no sign of the turmoil beneath. This, too, was a skill learned on Olympia, the ability to show nothing while feeling everything. Number 14. The Emperor's voice cut through all lesser concerns like a blade through silk. He approached, surrounded by his golden guardians, and upon his shoulder perched a creature that defied all expectation, a raven whose dark eyes held intelligence that seemed almost human. The raven's gaze swept over the assembled Primarchs, lingering on Perturabo with what seemed like calculation. Some fragment of ancient memory stirred at the sight, legends of Terran folklore, perhaps, or genetic echoes of humanity's distant past. Whatever the case, this was no ordinary creature. The Emperor himself was everything the legends claimed and more. Power radiated from his presence like heat from a forge, and when he spoke, reality itself seemed to listen. This was the Gene Father, the creator whose vision had shaped 20 demigod sons from raw genetic material and cast them across the galaxy to forge an empire worthy of humanity's potential. I am the Emperor of Terra and all humanity, and I am your father. The words carried weight beyond their simple meaning, binding obligation and purpose into syllables. I am greatly pleased that you have returned. I have already learned of the things you have done. You have saved those worlds and unified them. You have done very well. Are you willing to pledge allegiance to me, and are you willing to serve humanity with me? Here was recognition at last, acknowledgement of achievements, praise for victories won through strategic brilliance and technological superiority. The Emperor had studied their records, understood their value. Unlike Damikos and Caliphone, he would not let them go with smiles and resignation. I ask for nothing else. I swear I will be eternally loyal and serve you. Perturabo knelt with genuine reverence, the words flowing from some deep well of need. Here was a purpose worthy of his gifts, a father whose vision matched his own potential. Me too, Mortarion added, though his words carried less weight for their brevity. Rise, my sons. The Emperor's hands upon their shoulders felt like a benediction, power recognizing power. The path ahead will be difficult, but I hope you will not forget today's oath. Absolutely not, Perturabo replied, meaning it with every fiber of his transhuman being. Me too, Mortarion nodded repeatedly. The raven's mental voice carried what sounded suspiciously like gentle mockery. Me too, Mortarion, are you Groot or what? Let me introduce him. This is Lord Raven. He represents another ruler of the Imperium. The Emperor gestured to his shoulder-perched companion. He represents one head of the Imperial Aquila. It's a pleasure to meet you both, 14th and 4th. The Raven's voice was casual, almost irreverent, a stark contrast to the formal grandeur surrounding them. You just need to know your Uncle Raven is very kind. As long as you have delicious fries and ketchup, you can seek his help. Mortarion and Perturabo exchanged glances, their transhuman minds struggling to process this final impossibility. A raven that spoke, that claimed partnership with the master of mankind, that requested fried potatoes as payment for counsel. After everything they had witnessed, the vast fleets, the golden warriors, the revelation of their true parentage, this somehow struck them as the most surreal detail of all. Yet as they offered their greetings to this most unusual partner of the Emperor, both Primarchs felt the same stirring sensation. They had come home at last, to a family stranger, and more wondrous than anything Olympia or Barbarous could have imagined. Whatever trials lay ahead, whatever conflicts might arise between brothers or with the greater galaxy beyond, they would face them as part of something larger than themselves. The Great Crusade awaited, and with it, the chance to prove themselves worthy of the trust their father had placed in them. For Perturabo, it represented the ultimate validation, a stage vast enough for his ambitions, complex enough to challenge his intellect, and violent enough to satisfy the hunger for war that he could no longer deny lay at the core of his being. The iron within had found its true forge at last. Chapter 101, The Game of Kings. Sanguinius moved with the grace that had earned him comparison to the ancient angels of Terran mythology, his pristine wings catching the deck's illumination as he approached Mortarion. The Death Lord's pale features brightened with genuine interest as the angel began explaining the peculiarities of their avian companion. How the raven possessed knowledge that spanned not merely worlds, but entire realities. How his casual demeanor masked wisdom that had guided the Imperium through challenges beyond mortal comprehension. The sight of this easy camaraderie struck Perturabo like a physical blow. They had arrived together, he and Mortarion, two lost sons returning to their gene father's embrace on the same day. Yet already, the invisible currents of brotherhood flowed around the Death Lord, while leaving Perturabo isolated in their wake. The pattern was achingly familiar. Olympia's courts had taught him to recognize the subtle hierarchies of favor and exclusion. Why did they gravitate toward Mortarion with such apparent ease? The Death Lord possessed competence, certainly, but Perturabo's achievements on Olympia had been objectively superior. His engineering marvels had transformed not merely a world, but an entire stellar system. His strategic innovations had revolutionized warfare itself. He was, by any rational measure, the more accomplished of the two. "You seem very unhappy." The raven's voice carried no judgment as the creature alighted upon Perturabo's shoulder, its claws finding purchase on the ceramite without leaving so much as a scratch. "I'm not unhappy, I just feel like all of this is meaningless," Perturabo replied, his tone carefully modulated to convey indifference. The lie came smoothly. Years of hiding disappointment behind masks of stoic competence had made deception as natural as breathing. "If that's the case, why not play a game of Gwent?" The raven's suggestion carried an oddly casual quality that seemed to mock the grandeur of their surroundings. "As long as you win, you can become the Imperial War Master, or Regent, or something." Perturabo turned to study the creature more closely, his enhanced senses detecting no trace of deception in its manner. Yet the proposition seemed absurd beyond measure. "Are you joking?" "I never joke. This is a challenge opportunity every Primarch has. As long as you win a game of Gwent, you can get what you want." The raven's dark eyes held depths that seemed almost hypnotic. "Of course, this game is just a suggestion. If you're afraid of failure, you can choose to refuse." The casual dismissal ignited something volatile within Perturabo's transhuman psyche. Here was validation at last, recognition that he possessed capabilities worth testing, ambitions worth rewarding. The very mention of failure only sharpened his determination. "You mean my brothers all accepted the challenge?" Perturabo's gaze swept across the assembled Primarchs, searching their expressions for confirmation. The raven nodded with what seemed like satisfaction. "Yes, they all accepted the challenge. Unfortunately, they all lost. No one could win that game of Gwent." "Failure?" Perturabo's confidence blazed forth in a smile that could have cut through battle steel. "I have never known what failure is." The words hung in the air like a challenge to fate itself. Across the deck, Dorn, Sanguinius, Kurz, and Gilliman exchanged glances heavy with shared experience. Their expressions carried the weight of hard-learned lessons, the particular humility that came from having one's certainties shattered by forces beyond comprehension. Each had stood where Perturabo now stood, radiating the same unshakable confidence in their superiority. Each had discovered that the galaxy contained mysteries that even Primarch intellects could not easily unravel. Mortarion's keen senses caught the subtle shift in his brother's demeanor. "Is there something wrong with this challenge? Will Mr. Raven cheat?" The question pierced straight to the heart of Perturabo's suspicions. He maintained his facade of aloof indifference while straining to catch every nuance of the response. Gilliman shook his head slowly, his expression carefully neutral. "It's not cheating. Mr. Raven just has the right to choose." The words carried implications that danced just beyond comprehension. Mortarian's pallid features creased with confusion as he pressed for clarification. "Could you explain in more detail?" Cough, cough, 13th brother. The Raven's head tilted toward Gilliman with unmistakable warning. "I heard the Dark Eldar exiled to the ice planet need an overseer." The threat was delivered with such casual menace that even a Primarch took notice. Gilliman raised his hands in immediate surrender, taking a prudent step backward. "All right, I don't know anything. I want to state one thing: I have no interest in being an overseer." One by one, the Raven's gaze swept across the other Primarchs, each offering their variations of strategic silence. Sanguinius smiled and retreated. Dorn turned away entirely. Even Kurz, whose predilection for psychological warfare was legendary, chose discretion over revelation. The display of unified caution from some of the Imperium's greatest warriors should have given Perturabo pause. Instead, it only fueled his conviction that they had lacked his particular combination of analytical brilliance and strategic insight. "You can now choose your opponent," the Raven announced, returning its attention to Perturabo. "Choose my opponent? Aren't you going to play against me?" The question emerged before Perturabo could fully consider its implications. "Of course not. For fairness, you can choose anyone here as your opponent." The Raven's explanation carried the weight of established protocol. "I will explain the rules of Gwent to you, and then you can play. One game decides the winner." Perturabo's smile took on the quality of worked iron, hard, cold, and supremely confident. "Randomly picking an opponent, such a game is meaningless. I will definitely win." The other Primarchs turned as one toward Kurz, whose midnight-clad form seemed to absorb the deck's illumination. A dark line appeared across the Night Haunter's pale forehead as recognition dawned. These were familiar words, spoken with identical arrogance by a voice that had been his own. "Don't worry, as long as you win, I will fulfill my promise," the Raven continued with solemn assurance. "In the name of the Empire's supreme ruler, you will get everything you want." The oath carried weight beyond mere words. This creature claimed a partnership with the Emperor himself, speaking with authority that even the Primarchs respected. If it offered Imperial Warmaster status as a prize for a simple game, then perhaps the opportunity was genuine. Perturabo's analytical mind began cataloging potential opponents with mechanical precision. His enhanced senses swept the deck, categorizing each individual by their apparent capabilities and likely strategic approaches. In the shadow of a magnificent cogitator array, his attention settled upon a figure whose posture suggested distraction rather than focused attention. The Adeptus Mechanicus stood beneath the machine's Baroque architecture, crimson robes concealing the extensive mechanical augmentations that marked his service to the Omnissiah. What flesh remained visible had been replaced by surgical implants and insected optical arrays. Several servoskulls connected to his spine via neural cables drifted in lazy orbits, their hollow sockets glowing with electronic luminescence. Yet for all his technological integration, the tech priest was clearly engaged in recreational rather than productive activity. Perturabo's enhanced vision could perceive the subtle cues, the slight delays in responses that indicated divided attention, and the micro-movements that suggested interaction with hidden interfaces. The man was, in crude terms, slacking off. Him then, Perturabo's gesture carried the finality of imperial decree. Gilliman and the others followed his indication with expressions of surprised recognition. The pattern was becoming clear. This same tech priest, this exact moment of distraction, this same confident selection by a supremely self-assured Primarch. Without the need for spoken communication, the brothers shared a moment of perfect understanding. The Raven's abilities extended far beyond simple prescience. It possessed the capacity to orchestrate events across multiple timelines, ensuring outcomes that favored its mysterious agenda while maintaining the illusion of fair play. The designated Adeptus Mechanicus smoothly transitioned his consciousness from recreational pursuits to immediate concerns. Recent augmentation had blessed him with enhanced multitasking capabilities, a necessity when monitoring both critical imperial systems and the simple pleasures that made eternal service bearable. His designation was a string of binary code whose final digits were 9527, though few bothered with such precision. To his colleagues, he was simply another cog in the vast machinery of imperial bureaucracy, distinguished only by his tendency toward unauthorized recreational activities. When Perturabo's gesture marked him as the chosen opponent, 9527's enhanced cognitive processes immediately began calculating probabilities. The last time he had been selected for such a challenge, the aftermath had required extensive hardware upgrades to process the resulting data overflow. "All right, stop slacking off. Get ready to play Gwent," the Raven commanded as it settled upon the tech priest's shoulder with familiar ease. 9527's augmented features managed to convey surprise despite their mechanical nature. Not again. The memory files from his previous card game remained fresh in his data banks. The exponential increase in processing demands, the critical system overloads, and the expensive hardware replacements that had consumed months of accumulated requisition credits. "Respected Raven, I obey your command." The response emerged in properly modulated binaric cant, humility wrapped in the formal protocols of Mechanicus hierarchy. He had considered refusing, but the discovery of his recreational activities during duty hours would result in disciplinary measures far worse than any card game. Better to face whatever computational challenges lie ahead than explain his unauthorized Tetris session to a Magos Dominus. "What's your name?" Perturabo demanded as the tech priest arranged himself in the designated seating. "Everyone who is my opponent should have a name. I don't like nobodies." "I don't have a name. Colleagues usually call me 9527. These are the last 4 digits of my binary code." The admission carried no shame. Identity within the Mechanicus hierarchy was often defined by function rather than individual designation. "Then I'll call you 9527. That will be your name, 9527. Go all out. Don't let me be so bored." Perturabo's tone suggested the casual dismissal of a superior addressing an underling. "You won't be bored, you'll just be furious." 9527's logic core observed with grim mechanical humor. The advantage of extensive facial augmentation was emotional opacity. Even Primarch senses could extract little information from cold steel and electronic components. "I will try my best," 9527 replied in carefully modulated tones that revealed nothing of his inner calculations. The Raven proceeded to explain Gwent's deceptively simple rules with the patience of an experienced instructor. Cards representing various factions and abilities, weather effects that could alter entire battlefield conditions, and strategies that rewarded both tactical brilliance and adaptive thinking. On the surface, it seemed precisely the sort of intellectual exercise that should favor a Primarch's transhuman cognitive advantages. Perturabo absorbed the information with predatory focus, his enhanced mind already beginning to construct optimal strategies and counter-strategies. This was merely pattern recognition on a more complex scale, the same analytical processes that had allowed him to revolutionize Olympian warfare applied to a more abstract battlefield. The game began with Perturabo radiating confidence that bordered on arrogance. His opening moves displayed the mechanical precision expected from a being whose intellect could process battlefield variables with superhuman speed. Yet as the rounds progressed, his expression underwent a gradual transformation. Confidence gave way to concentration. Concentration deepened into serious focus. A serious focus hardened into grim determination as 9527's responses consistently exceeded expectations, revealing layers of strategic depth that challenged even the Primarch's analytical capabilities. The tech priest had positioned one mechanical leg for rapid escape, a precaution born of previous experience with disappointed Primarchs. Though such preparation would prove useless against truly enraged transhuman wrath, it provided essential psychological comfort. When the final cards were played and victory tallied, Perturabo stared at the table in disbelief. The impossible had occurred. He had lost to a slacking tech priest in what should have been a simple exercise in strategic thinking. "I refuse to accept this." The words emerged through clenched teeth, his eyes taking on the bloodshot quality that preceded volcanic rage. Every instinct screamed that this outcome was impossible, that some fundamental error in calculation or execution had corrupted the result. "Then you can play another game," the Raven offered with apparent generosity. "Winning and losing are common in war." "I will win." Perturabo's declaration carried the weight of a sacred oath, each syllable delivered with the force of absolute conviction. The second game proceeded with even greater intensity, as Perturabo applied every fragment of strategic knowledge accumulated across decades of conquest. He analyzed 9527's playing patterns, identified apparent weaknesses in the tech priest's approach, and constructed elaborate tactical sequences designed to exploit those perceived flaws. Yet when the final tally emerged, the result remained unchanged. Defeat, absolute and undeniable, stared back at him from the card's inexorable mathematics. Perturabo slumped in his seat, as though the weight of defeat had exceeded even his transhuman endurance. The sensation was alien, wrong, a fundamental contradiction of everything he understood about his capabilities. How could perfected strategic thinking fail against an opponent whose primary qualification was unauthorized recreational gaming? "It seems I've done my best," 9527 announced in the same cold, mechanical tone he had maintained throughout both contests. "I hope you're satisfied, Lord Perturabo." The words struck like physical blows against Perturabo's pride. Satisfaction. How could there be satisfaction in such comprehensive failure? The tech priest's polite indifference only intensified the humiliation, transforming defeat into something approaching personal insult. Pain lanced through Perturabo's chest, not physical injury, but something more profound and more troubling. His transhuman physiology had no framework for processing this particular variety of anguish. The crushing weight of expectations shattered against immutable reality. For one terrible moment, violent impulses surged through his consciousness. How easy it would be to seize the tech priest's augmented form, to demonstrate the vast gulf between Primarch strength and baseline human durability. The satisfying crack of breaking components, the brief release from this intolerable sense of inadequacy. But such action would solve nothing while revealing everything about his character that he preferred to keep hidden. Instead, Perturabo forced himself to remain seated, to accept defeat with whatever dignity remained available to him. Around the deck, his brothers maintained respectful silence, each remembering their moment of humbling recognition. The galaxy was vast and strange, filled with challenges that could not be overcome through strength or intellect alone. Sometimes the greatest victories came not from winning, but from learning to lose with grace. The lesson was bitter, but perhaps necessary. Even demigods had room to grow. Chapter 102, The Shattering of Iron. "You lost again." The Raven's pronouncement fell like the final toll of a funeral bell as it alighted before Perturabo with casual grace. The words struck deeper than any blade could reach, carving through layers of constructed pride to wound the transhuman soul beneath. Perturabo stared at the creature with the desperate intensity of a drowning man seeking salvation in the depths of black water. "What methods did you use?" The question emerged through clenched teeth, each syllable said with barely contained fury. "What about them saying they have a choice?" The Raven gestured toward 9527, who had been attempting to execute a tactical withdrawal from the scene with all the stealth his augmented frame could muster. The tech priest's efforts at inconspicuous departure had been stopped by the unfortunate reality that servoskulls and mechanical limbs were not optimally designed for subtle movement. Realizing that every eye upon the deck had focused upon his retreating form, 9527 settled back into his original position with mechanical precision. His augmented features attempted to project harmless intent, a challenging proposition when one's face consisted mostly of optical sensors and Vox grill assemblies. I selected a timeline where he was bound to win. The Raven explained with the casual air of one discussing meteorological conditions. As for all the timelines where he failed, I simply discarded them. The revelation struck Perturabo heavily. His transhuman mind, capable of processing battlefield variables with superhuman speed, struggled to grasp such casual mastery over causality itself. "Lord Raven, can you manipulate time?" The question emerged as barely more than a whisper, awe and horror warring for dominance in his voice. "Yes," the single word was said with absolute certainty. "This is cheating." Perturabo's accusation blazed forth with righteous fury, the kind of anger that could fuel crusades or topple empires. "Cheating? Did I violate any rules of Gwent?" The Raven's counter-question possessed the merciless precision of a logic engine applying pure reasoning to emotional arguments. Perturabo's rage faltered as his enhanced intellect reluctantly acknowledged the terrible truth. The rules of the card game had been followed with absolute precision. No mechanical advantage had been employed, no false information provided, no deception practiced in the traditional sense. The contest had been conducted with perfect fairness, within a framework deliberately constructed to ensure his defeat. The realization only intensified his fury, transforming righteous anger into something darker and more corrosive. "You're very angry," the Raven observed, its mental voice resonating directly within Perturabo's consciousness with intimate precision. "Do you feel that I fooled you?" "Isn't that so?" Perturabo's mental roar carried enough force to shatter mortal minds. "Aren't you fooling me?" Reality twisted around them, like molten glass, reshaped by invisible hands. The familiar deck of the Imperial flagship dissolved into something vast and incomprehensible, a stellar void that stretched beyond the boundaries of mortal perception. Stars wheeled in impossible configurations, while nebulae painted cosmic canvas, with colors that had no names in any terrestrial language. The Raven underwent its own transformation, expanding beyond the constraints of physical form until it loomed larger than solar systems. Its dark eyes became twin voids that could have swallowed entire fleets, while its presence filled the conceptual space between galaxies. Perturabo, reduced to a mode of consciousness floating in infinite darkness, felt the full weight of cosmic insignificance pressing down upon his transhuman pride. "No, I just want to tell you that a Primarch is nothing in the vast and boundless universe. You should learn humility, learn to accept failure, Perturabo." The Raven's voice emerged from everywhere and nowhere, carrying truths that cut deeper than any physical weapon. "The moment I saw you, I knew you were cursed by knowledge. Your eyes and mind can help you see the mysteries and trajectories of all things, and you presume to understand everything, which is why you feel that nothing has meaning." Each word struck like precision munitions against carefully fortified positions. Perturabo's mental defenses, constructed over decades of careful emotional isolation, began to crumble under the assault of absolute understanding. Your heart is filled with a desire for others to acknowledge you, but you refuse to show it, because you are afraid that others will think it is a weakness. You want to be as strong as steel, so you repeatedly resist others and resist your own heart. The anatomical dissection of his deepest fears left Perturabo speechless with rage and shame. How dare this creature expose the vulnerabilities he had spent a lifetime concealing? How dare it speak aloud the desperate hunger for recognition that he had buried beneath layers of aloof competence? "I don't need anyone's preaching," he managed to snarl through the suffocating weight of mental manipulation. "Are you such a coward that you don't even dare to listen to me?" The Raven's tone carried an edge of genuine sadness that somehow made its words even more devastating. "I saw your past. Your adoptive father and adoptive sister have always tried to make you feel their love. But you were completely unaware of it, even thinking that they didn't love you, and responded to them with anger and coldness. They just wanted to use my talent." Perturabo's protest emerged with the desperate force of a drowning man's final breath. "They didn't love me at all. The ruler of Olympia abandoned his own biological son and chose to raise you as his heir. Those abandoned children had no complaints and even felt that it was the best choice for you to rule Olympia. Your adoptive sister cared about everything concerning you, constantly paying attention to your emotions, fearing that you would be unhappy and sad. Are these not love? The raven's words reconstructed Perturabo's memories with ruthless precision, forcing him to witness his own willful blindness. Damikos had indeed made sacrifices, not merely political calculations, but genuine acts of paternal devotion. Caliphone had watched his moods with the careful attention of one who genuinely cared about his well-being, not the calculating interest of a manipulator. You scorned their concern, resented their ulterior motives, but never thought of opening your heart to them and telling them your thoughts. The accusation struck home with perfect accuracy. In all his years on Olympia, Perturabo had never once attempted honest communication about his desires, his fears, his desperate need for validation. Instead, he had constructed elaborate tests of their affection, then interpreted their inevitable failures as evidence of insincerity. That's not true. The words emerged as more plea than protest, his voice corroded by indescribable bitterness. They just used me. They only wanted me to create destructive weapons, and they only wanted to know how to conquer enemies. They didn't care what I wanted at all. That was your choice. As the raven willed it, scenes materialized in the cosmic void with crystalline clarity, moments from Perturabo's past rendered in perfect, merciless detail. He saw himself painting landscapes with mathematical precision, creating beauty from pigment and calculation. Around him, Caliphone and his companions praised his artistic vision with genuine admiration, their expressions bright with wonder at his creative gifts. Yet in each memory, his own face remained clouded with melancholy, dissatisfied with their appreciation because it came too easily, meant too little in the grand calculus of his own set ambitions. The scenes shifted to show his musical compositions, haunting melodies that spoke of longing and loss, performed for audiences who listened with attention. Again, he was showered with praise and admiration freely. Yet, his expression remained distant, unimpressed by the acclaim for achievements he deemed insufficient. When he repaired the opera house, transforming crumbling architecture into something magnificent, the people of Olympia celebrated his vision. When he tended the palace gardens, creating harmony from chaos through careful cultivation, his adoptive family marveled at his gentle touch with growing things. But in every instance, Perturabo appeared unmoved by their joy, as though their happiness meant nothing because it failed to match some impossible internal standard. Only when designing weapons did his countenance bright. Only when receiving the worship of armies, the respect of officials, the fearful admiration of conquered enemies, did genuine satisfaction touch his features. Over time, the pattern had become apparent to those who loved him. If they wished to see him happy, they must focus their praise upon his military genius. If they desired to avoid his brooding displeasure, they must celebrate his capacity for destruction above all else. They had adapted to his needs, shaped themselves around his emotional requirements, because they genuinely cared about his well-being. Their emphasis on his war-making abilities had been an act of love, not exploitation. It's not like that. Perturabo's denial rang hollow even to his own enhanced hearing, his anger now tainted with the bitter recognition of truth. In this moment, suspended in cosmic vastness while confronting the wreckage of his self-deception, he wished for nothing more than a weapon in his hands, some tool of destruction with which he could lash out against the universe that had dared to expose his weakness. The raven's cosmic gaze remained fixed upon him patiently. This deconstruction of Perturabo's psyche was a necessity, even if it was very agonizing for his mind and soul. The Lord of Iron's personality represented a fundamental threat to the Imperium's future. His prideful self-destruction would claim countless lives if left unchecked. In the original timeline, Perturabo's bitterness had curdled into something monstrous, and his genius had been turned toward the service of chaos through simple frustration with his own perceived inadequacies. Such futures could not be allowed to happen. Perturabo, you must accept your imperfections, accept your weaknesses. True strong individuals are not without weaknesses, Rather, they confront their weaknesses. The raven's words carried absolute authority, cosmic judgment rendered upon a single tortured soul. The myriad worlds are vast and boundless, with countless living beings. Many are stronger than you. Only by confronting your weaknesses can you possibly continue to progress. Only by opening your heart can you receive help from others. As the final syllables faded, reality reasserted itself with jarring suddenness. The cosmic void collapsed back into the familiar confines of the Imperial flagship, stars and nebulae condensing into deck plating and bulkhead walls. Perturabo found himself seated exactly where he had been before the revelation began, though his body trembled with barely perceptible vibrations. The physical manifestation of a transhuman psyche that has been pushed beyond its design tolerances. The other Primarchs watched their brother with expressions of careful neutrality, recognizing the signs of psychological upheaval. Each had endured their moments of humbling recognition, their confrontations with uncomfortable truths about their nature and limitations. Perturabo rose from his seat, his face grim as a funeral mask. The weight of revelation pressed down upon his shoulders like the responsibility for entire worlds, which, in truth, it was. 14th, the Raven's attention turned toward Mortarion with casual ease, as though the preceding cosmic intervention had been merely another routine administrative task. Do you want to challenge him? Guilliman nudged his pale brother with an elbow, his expression encouraging despite the circumstances. Mortarion, you're a Primarch, don't fear. Yes, cheer up, you can do it, Sanguinius added. However, his angelic features carried sympathy and mild mischievousness for both his brothers, the one who had been broken and the one now being asked to suffer similar treatment potentially. Mortarion shook his head with admirable pragmatism. Lord Raven can control timelines. This is a game I'm bound to lose, so I'll pass. His refusal drew disappointed expressions from the assembled Primarchs, though none would admit it. Seeing their brother fall against 95-27 was indeed quite entertaining. There were a few moments when they felt as if they were just another human. Having witnessed Perturabo's destruction, Mortarion had learned the only lesson that mattered. Some challenges were designed not to be won, but to be learned from. The Emperor stepped forward, his presence radiating. Since 14th doesn't want to, there's no need to force him. His golden gaze settled upon Perturabo, with something that might have been paternal concern. A card game is nothing. The road ahead is crucial, difficult, and the enemies you face will be even more shameless and despicable. You can't always win, so you must first learn to accept failure. I will. Perturabo's response carried the hollow quality of total defeat, his voice drained of the arrogance that had marked his earlier declarations. The return of two Primarchs to the fold generated tremendous excitement throughout the 4th and 14th Legions. After decades of fighting without their gene fathers, the Astartes warriors could finally serve under the direct command of those whose genetic legacy flowed through their enhanced blood. Morale soared to heights that had seemed impossible during the long years of separation. This jubilation, however, served only to intensify the envy felt by those legions, whose Primarchs remained lost among the stars. Their words carried bitter undertones, jealousy poorly concealed beneath formal congratulations and the empty platitudes of brotherhood. The Emperor's grand design orchestrated a magnificent banquet to celebrate the reunion, transforming vast sections of the flagship into something approaching a palace of celebration. Golden eagles spread their wings above tables laden with delicacies gathered from 100 worlds, while servoskulls drifted overhead broadcasting recordings of the Primarchs' most significant victories. Yet even as the celebration reached its peak, both the Emperor and the Raven departed after making their ceremonial appearances. Greater duties called, the Imperium's expansion waited for no feast, however grand it may be. The Emperor retreated to his private laboratories, where the monumental task of technological integration awaited his attention. The sciences he had brought from other realities required careful adaptation to function within this universe's physical laws. Each innovation demanded painstaking analysis, each advancement measured against the potential for catastrophic failure. The Raven, meanwhile, entered the mist space through pathways that existed between dimensions. The churning fog rolled with its eternal motion, illuminated by 4 distinct light spheres that represented universes forever changed by imperial intervention. The super-gene universe, 3-body universe, eternal universe, and Marvel universe hung like cosmic jewels in the dimensional void, each connected to its neighbors by countless threads of light that pulsed with transferred energy. These connections represented more than simple communication. They were conduits for the primordial power that flowed from disrupted destinies, the cosmic energy released when predetermined fate was shattered and reshaped. According to the contract negotiated in the space between realities, this primordial power was to be divided according to contribution and need. The Raven's share remained substantially larger, though such disparities mattered little to the Emperor. Once his transformation into the Darkness King reached completion, he would possess the capacity to devour and grow without limit. Early development resources were merely conveniences rather than necessities. The Raven's consciousness expanded to encompass all 4 realities simultaneously, observing the cascading consequences of imperial intervention across multiple streams of causality. In the super-gene universe, the defeat of Karl the Death God and Hua Yi had eliminated all meaningful opposition to the divine river body's expanding empire. The opposing civilizations' attempts at resistance had proven pathetically inadequate when faced with Han Sen and his companion's mastery of the Great Clock's reality-manipulating capabilities. Yet technological advancement had revealed disturbing anomalies within the universe's dark plane, strange fluctuations that analysis showed to be remnants of the ancient Pangu civilization. The recovered data fragments painted an ominous picture: destruction, civilizational singularity, red line, destruction. Though incomplete, the information strongly suggested that the ultimate fear, which Super God Academy had always dreaded, was finally approaching manifestation. When civilizations in the main universe developed beyond certain thresholds, they inevitably attracted harvesting attention from void-dwelling entities. Han Sen and his companions had responded by dramatically increasing resource allocation toward developing new gene engine technologies, rapidly integrating the various sciences left by the Emperor's departure. The human empire in that reality was strengthening itself for total war against forces that transcended conventional understanding. The 3-body universe presented a more straightforward narrative of human triumph. The human empire's development proceeded with unprecedented glory as the sci-fi Imperial Court project advanced through its carefully planned phases. Meanwhile, the human expedition fleet dispatched to conquer the Trisolaran homeworld had encountered the first fleet of the 3-body civilization in the interstellar void. The resulting battle had been magnificent in its one-sided brutality, advanced human technology reducing alien vessels to expanding clouds of superheated debris. The entire conflict had been broadcast live across human space, generating waves of jubilation among populations that had endured centuries of intimidation and submission. For the first time in living memory, humanity could hold its collective head high. The 3-body civilization's desperate threats to reveal stellar coordinates had been met with complete indifference. Humanity no longer cared about dark forest strikes or cosmic predators. They had become the hunters rather than the hunted. In the prison facilities where ETO members awaited judgment, former sword holder Cheng Xin had received word of the Trisolaran defeat, and she responded with her usual moral outrage. Her meeting with Vader had revealed how deep her delusion went. Even facing his harsh words, she clung to idealistic notions of universal brotherhood and peaceful coexistence. "Your foolishness is the only reason I am here," Vader had informed her with genuine appreciation at how stupid this woman was. But soon this foolishness will have to end. Once the expeditionary fleet reaches the 3-body star system, your story will end, daughter of the stars, my foot, even animals are smarter than you. The discovery of Yun Tianming's preserved brain had offered Cheng Xin a final, cruel hope, the possibility of reconciliation with the man whose love she had discarded in favor of some humanitarian principles. Yet even this comfort was denied to her. Her status as a convicted criminal against humanity meant no contact with outsiders. The eternal universe required little observation. Its development proceeded along predictable lines as 24th century humanity, assisted by the Time Bureau's temporal technologies, expanded into space with unprecedented speed. Colonies sprouted across the galaxy like flowers after rain, each new settlement representing another step towards species apotheosis. The Marvel Universe, however, presented complications worthy of detailed attention. The multiverse war's commencement had triggered cascading changes across infinite realities, each alteration rippling outward to affect countless parallel streams of existence. The Raven's consciousness focused upon this particular sphere of light, preparing to witness how the conflict between infinite versions of reality itself would ultimately reshape the cosmic order. In a universe where gods walked among mortals and abstract entities shaped reality through pure will, even the smallest intervention could generate consequences beyond calculation. The game continued, and the stakes grew ever higher. P.S. Check out this image of Perturabo and Caliphone I found. Chapter 103, The Light Beyond Stars. The Marvel Universe was in chaos as different realities started bleeding into each other through cracks in space. Each new crack caused more problems as different versions of heroes and villains found ways to jump between timelines, starting wars that spread across endless different possibilities. Even the null space, that empty area between worlds where realities touched each other, was changing in ways that would drive normal people crazy. Powerful beings were claiming territory in the empty space between worlds, building kingdoms from pure possibility and feeding off raw reality itself. Among these self-appointed rulers of nowhere, none scared people more than the mutant called Nova. Just her being in the null space created waves of distortion that made experienced dimension travelers avoid entire areas of the void. Even Loki, who had mastered Alioth and gained incredible power in small areas, approached her territory with the kind of respect you'd show a dangerous predator. Nova was something new. She was the twin sister of an X-Men from a timeline where genetic mutation had gone way beyond normal understanding. In her universe, the line between mutant and cosmic force had completely disappeared, leaving beings who existed more like living ideas than just enhanced humans. The Raven's awareness across multiple universes studied the complex structure behind what people called the Marvel Universe. It wasn't really one reality, but more like a huge group of space-time clusters, each one containing countless parallel versions and branching possibilities. The one above all ruled over this entire system, tying different realities together into something that worked like a unified purpose. These universe clusters connected through the null space, kind of like neurons in a cosmic brain, allowing controlled interaction between realities that would otherwise stay forever separate. It was a smart system, designed to prevent the kind of contamination that could corrupt entire reality groups. Kang the Conqueror's sacred timeline had worked as both a prison and protection, isolating not just alternate timelines, but entire universal clusters from each other. His defeat had broken these barriers like a dam bursting under too much pressure, letting the chaotic flood of infinite possibility flow freely again. But within this seemingly uncontrolled chaos, the Raven noticed patterns that suggested a deeper plan. The Tzeentch fragments growing within the Marvel Universe's chaos represented more than just random corruption. They were signs of something much bigger. The architect of fate's essence fed on change itself, drawing power from the constant flow of possibility that defined Marvel's reality structure. In an environment like this, Tzeentch didn't just survive. It grew exponentially in ways that would have been impossible in more stable realities. Already, people studying magic had started getting whispered hints from sources they couldn't identify. Sorcerers looking for more power found their research guided by insights that seemed to come from their own minds, never suspecting their thoughts had been gently shaped by influence from beyond reality's barriers. The corruption spread through curiosity rather than force, making it almost impossible to detect until the change was complete. By the time practitioners realized their studies served purposes beyond what they originally intended, they had already become willing carriers for spreading Tzeentch's influence to others. "It really is a mess," the Raven said with something like admiration for just how big this disaster was. But this chaos was an opportunity rather than a threat. The Marvel Universe's structure made it basically quarantine-proof. Even if Tzeentch took complete control of that reality cluster, its influence would stay contained by the same barriers that had once protected individual timelines from each other. By the time the Architect of Fate developed enough power to loudly declare, "My fate is mine, not OAA's," the human empire would have achieved the technology and spiritual development needed to launch trips between dimensions. After finishing his survey of the 4 changed realities, the Raven started looking at potential targets for the next phase of Imperial expansion. His consciousness drifted through idea space, touching the edges of countless universe clusters and reality groups. How about the St. Ruins universe? I don't know if I should go to the Shrouding the Heavens timeline, or the Perfect timeline, or the Ancient timeline. The possibility was very appealing realities where individual cultivation could reach truly cosmic levels, where single beings wielded power enough to reshape universal constants through pure will. If Tzeentch followed them into a framework like that, the results would be spectacular in how quickly they'd end. The Raven could see the scene perfectly. Some transcendent cultivator would form an emperor seal with a casual gesture, grab the corrupting influence, and refine it into harmless essence within moments. The Architect of Fate's multidimensional schemes would collapse like sandcastles before the tide. Let's forget about it. Despite the temptation, practical concerns won out. The St. Ruins universe is ultimately too scary, and it leans toward the transcendent side. I can't just go and take emperor scriptures for scientific research, can I? The basic philosophies were just incompatible. Those realities focused on individual transcendence through personal cultivation, while the emperor's vision emphasized group ascension through technology and spiritual development. Trying to bridge such different approaches would waste precious time and resources that could be better invested elsewhere. The cultivation path demanded power to return to oneself, concentrating cosmic authority within individual consciousness until single beings could challenge reality's fundamental laws. The imperial path sought universal elevation, raising entire species to heights that no individual could achieve alone. Both approaches ultimately aimed toward transcendence and eternity, but their methods couldn't work together. Trying to combine them would likely produce something worse than either of the pure paths. For the new universe, let's choose the Ultraman Tiga universe. The decision came together with satisfying clarity. Among the available options, the Ultraman reality cluster offered the best benefits while minimizing serious risks. The Raven had several universe coordinates that contained real infinite energy sources, but every such reality came with dangers that could threaten even empire-level civilizations. The remaining options provided only fake infinite energy, sources capable of supporting planet-scale operations indefinitely, but lacking the cosmic scope needed to power time anchoring systems across reality barriers. After careful analysis, the Ultraman reality cluster represented the perfect compromise between opportunity and stability. The technologies for transforming ordinary humans into giants of light could revolutionize imperial military capabilities, while the various energy sources scattered throughout that reality framework might provide the foundation for true interdimensional expansion. There was also the possibility of recruiting Dago Madoka, the human host of Ultraman Tiga. The first light of the universe had combat capabilities that could prove invaluable during future cosmic conflicts. The Raven spent considerable time gathering intelligence about the Ultraman reality cluster's structure. Like the Marvel Universe, it consisted of multiple grand universes and parallel versions woven together into a working whole. Such complex reality architecture provided natural resistance to void corruption through backup systems and isolation protocols. Corruption represented a universal threat that extended far beyond the specific forms of chaos in Warhammer reality. Across all reality frameworks, specific patterns of entropy and evil influence sought to transform ordered realities into nightmare landscapes where hope itself became impossible. Once a universe gave in to such corruption, the results were always catastrophic. Eldritch horrors would multiply like cancer cells, while evil entities achieved near-divine power through feeding on suffering and despair. Entire civilizations would be reduced to screaming madness, as reality's basic constants became subject to the whims of insane gods. This was why many universe clusters automatically suppress the power of dimension travelers, not from hostility, but as protective measures designed to prevent contamination. The restrictions applied not just to the Emperor, but to all entities attempting interdimensional transit who might carry corruption between realities. The Ultraman reality cluster's structure resembled a cosmic onion, with outer universal layers wrapping around core realities in protective shells. When outer versions became corrupted or damaged, they could be purified through controlled dimensional purging or simply discarded like diseased tissue. Similarly, when outer layers required repair or replacement, they could draw power from core universe reserves to regenerate or spawn entirely new protective versions. The system provided both stability and adaptability while maintaining the purity of essential reality matrices. Entering the Ultraman cluster would potentially grant access to several subsidiary reality groups, including the Trigger universe with its eternal core, the Land of Light universe with its plasma spark tower, and the innermost Gaia universe, where the fundamental forces of light and shadow achieved perfect balance. The eternal core represented a desirable prize, an energy entity capable of reshaping universal constants through pure applied will. While the current human empire lacked the technology base needed to use such artifacts fully, they could serve as invaluable research subjects for future development projects. The plasma spark tower's ability to promote human evolution along beneficial paths offered more immediate applications. If its operating principles could be reverse-engineered and adapted to imperial specifications, entire populations could be elevated to superhuman capabilities without the instability that plagued many Golden Age enhancement technologies. When the human empire eventually achieved enough development to begin systematic multi-universal conquest, such technologies would prove essential for establishing stable control over conquered realities. It was better to acquire and study them during the current expansion phase than to attempt hasty integration during active military campaigns. After finishing his analysis of the Ultraman cluster's predetermined fate patterns, the Raven left the mist space and returned to baseline reality. The Emperor remained absorbed in his laboratory experiments, having shed his ceremonial golden armor in favor of practical research equipment. Without the trappings of imperial majesty, he looked like nothing more than a dedicated scholar pursuing knowledge for its own sake. Projection screens filled the laboratory's atmosphere with cascading data streams and runic analysis programs, while biological samples pulsed within nutrient-rich containment cylinders. The harmonious chorus of precision instruments created a symphony of discovery as machine spirits sang their joy at participating in the grand work of understanding. Every component had been blessed and sanctified according to Mechanicus protocols, ensuring that no evil influence could corrupt the research through technological possession. Valdor stood at the laboratory's edge like a golden statue carved from living metal, his presence serving as both protection and witness to the Emperor's scholarly work. Big Corncob, the Raven appeared from dimensional transit and settled on Valdor's shoulder with casual familiarity. Raven? Valdor's acknowledgement came in tones of formal courtesy, though subtle warmth under his words suggested genuine affection for the creature's irreverent company. "How are Big Guy's experiments coming along?" the Raven asked while preening his feathers with unconscious vanity. "He is dissecting the super soldier serum obtained from the Marvel Universe, preparing to reverse-engineer it to enhance the mortal auxiliary forces," Valdor replied with characteristic precision. The information sparked immediate interest within the Raven's consciousness. Captain America's enhancement formula represented one of the more stable genetic modification protocols in Marvel's reality. It was powerful enough to elevate human capabilities beyond baseline parameters while maintaining psychological stability and physical integrity. Unlike the explosive transformations that produced beings like the Hulk or Abomination, the Super Soldier enhancement provided measured improvements across all physical and mental attributes. More importantly, it achieved these benefits without the catastrophic side effects that plagued most Golden Age enhancement technologies. The Thunder Warrior's eventual madness served as a perfect example of uncontrolled enhancement syndrome. The Super Soldier formula's stability made it ideal for widespread deployment among Imperial auxiliary forces. Once reverse engineering was complete and manufacturing protocols established, every member of the Astra Militarum could potentially receive enhancement to Near Astartes' physical capabilities while retaining normal human psychology and social integration. The image of an Imperial guardsman pointing at alien opponents while declaring, "Bring it on, I can fight you all day," carried considerable appeal. Such forces would represent a dramatic improvement over current baseline human military capabilities. After observing the research process for several minutes, the Raven's attention began to wander toward more entertaining pursuits. "I'm so bored, Big Corncob. Do you get bored standing here all day?" he asked while examining his reflection in Valdor's polished armor. The Captain General maintained his characteristic silence, offering no response to the creature's casual question. "Let me tell you a cold joke." The Raven positioned himself closer to Valdor's hearing with evident enthusiasm. Without waiting for permission, he launched into his story. Once upon a time, a family of earthworms lived happily together, but one day when little Earthworm woke up, he didn't see Earthworm Daddy, so he asked Earthworm Mommy, "Where did Daddy go?" The Raven's delivery was punctuated by his own laughter, as he scratched at Valdor's armor plating with obvious delight in his own comedic genius. Little Earthworm Mommy said, "Daddy went fishing with someone." Valdor observed the creature's performance with expressions that suggested philosophical resignation rather than amusement. The Raven's tendency to dissolve into hysterical laughter at his own jokes before anyone else could respond had become a familiar aspect of his personality. "What's so funny?" The Emperor's question came as he finished his current experimental phase and disposed of contaminated protective equipment in designated sterilization containers. Raven is again amused by his own cold joke, Valdor reported with a deadpan face. "I really envy you, always so happy every day." The Emperor's observation carried genuine warmth as he watched the Raven's continued giggles with paternal indulgence. The creature's unstoppable joy represented something precious in a universe that offered countless reasons for despair. His ability to find humor in even the most ordinary circumstances served as a constant reminder that existence contained possibilities beyond mere survival and conquest. After several minutes of sustained laughter, the Raven finally regained enough composure to address practical matters. "Big guy, next time, I'll tell you an even funnier one." His promise carried the weight of solemn commitment. "Then I shall be all ears," the Emperor replied with evident anticipation. "All right, we need to talk about where we're going. We've rested long enough." The Raven's tone shifted to business-like efficiency as he focused on their next dimensional expedition. "Have you chosen a target universe?" The Emperor's question confirmed his readiness to resume their multi-universal campaign. The Raven nodded with satisfaction. "I've chosen it." "Then I'll go put on my armor. We'll depart immediately." The Emperor moved toward the laboratory's exit with purposeful strides, already mentally preparing for whatever challenges awaited them in the Ultraman reality cluster. The next phase of Imperial expansion was about to begin, and with it, the acquisition of technologies that could reshape humanity's destiny among the stars. Chapter 104, The Giant's Awakening. The Emperor came out of his laboratory and walked to the equipment room. The armor bondsman helped him put on the familiar golden battle armor with practiced skill. The peaceful ruler had once again become the warrior leader. Just like sunlight breaking through the night, Raven hummed as he tore open a breach in reality, allowing passage for the Emperor and Valdor. Tzint had sensed their movement through the warp, but this time, the Architect of Fate did not rush to do anything. His previous fight with the Cursed One had taught him hard lessons. He would not risk a direct fight again. Instead, he decided to get others to help him. If he alone could not deal with this new problem, then he would get everyone who could to join him. The Chaos Gods were not just enemies of all living beings in the real world. In fact, they fought among themselves as well, in what is called the Great Game. Their wars were fought in the heart of the warp, with areas divided among 4 Chaos Gods. The warp has always been caught in an endless battle, fought every single second of this timeless space, and has never stopped. Until this moment, the endless war on the battlefield suddenly stopped. The crazy followers, terrible demons, and scary horrors capable of destroying even the strongest civilizations were left shocked as their gods made the battle stop. It was as if the puppet master suddenly stopped moving the strings, leaving the puppets hanging in midair. None of these many warp demons understood why such unexpected peace had settled over the war zones of warp. And so they looked to their gods for answers, standing quietly waiting. But the warp gods didn't pay them any attention. Khorne, the god of war and destruction, the oldest of the 4, the bringer of chaos, looked up from his skull throne. Slaanesh, the prince of pleasure, wild behavior, hedonism, and raw excess beyond any lifeform's imagination, paused in his maze-like pleasures, and the great loving grandfather Nurgle lifted his gaze from the Garden of Decay. All 4 Chaos Gods focused their attention on the Cursed One. The Emperor and Raven instantly felt their evil stare. For a moment, the gods of warp and the gods of mankind just stared at each other across the vast empty space. Then, with his usual dislike for being called gods, the Emperor and his ally disappeared into the void, leaving Chaos Gods confused and shocked. When the twisted space settled, they found themselves inside an impressive building. Clean lines and advanced materials showed a civilization that had reached considerable progress. "Fortune favors us, my friends," Raven announced with satisfaction. "It seems we have arrived at the headquarters of TPC." In the Ultram Antigua universe, the Terrestrial Peacekeeping Consortium represented humanity's latest attempt at unified leadership, an international organization born from UN support and backed by nations worldwide. The TPC organization was first created for global peacekeeping purposes. However, over time, it has grown into a powerful military force capable of facing threats beyond the stars. TPC, as the Earth's strongest military force dedicated to defending Earth, had a special elite squad called GUTS that served as its top operational team. The Emperor looked at his changed appearance. His golden armor had disappeared, replaced by civilian clothing right for this time period. His tall height had shrunk to just 2 meters, still impressive by local standards. Valdor had gone through similar changes, his superhuman body now appearing as that of an extremely tall, well-built person. "This isn't the Marvel Universe," Valdor observed with resignation, noting their powers were again suppressed. "Stop right there, identify yourselves." 2 security guards came around the corner with weapons drawn, their training clear in their quick response. The Emperor raised his gaze to meet theirs. Despite his reduced power, something of his true nature still burned in those ancient eyes. The guards found themselves staring into depths that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations. Confusion covered their faces like morning mist. When clarity returned, hostility changed into something close to respect. The weapons seemed suddenly foolish. How could they have drawn arms against someone so clearly their superior? "We apologize for our actions," one stammered, putting away his gun. "Drawing weapons is a serious matter," the Emperor replied with quiet authority. "Do not repeat such recklessness." The guards left with bowed heads. "The big guy remains the big guy," Raven muttered with admiration. "Mind tricks come as naturally as breathing to him." "Minor psychic adjustments," the Emperor replied with characteristic understatement. "Nothing noteworthy." As they moved deeper into the building, staff found their attention strangely drawn elsewhere, their minds editing out the presence of the intruders as though they belonged there. This way leads to GUTS command, Raven indicated, his senses having mapped the facility's layout. The operations center proved impressive by local standards. Rows of monitoring equipment lined the walls while massive displays showed real-time global data feeds. Though basic by imperial standards, it showed admirable advancement for a single system species. Only one person remained, a young man in GUTS uniform standing before a cone-shaped device of ancient make, speaking to himself with frustrated tones. "What's wrong with this machine? How do I revive the giants?" "Dago Madoka," Raven spoke the name with casual familiarity. The young man turned, expecting a teammate but finding two tall strangers and an unnaturally smart corvid. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Dago's hand moved instinctively to his sidearm. "And am I going mad, or is that bird talking?" "You are not mad, young Dago." Raven's voice carried amusement. "And are you sure you want to know who we truly are?" "Just answer the question." Dago pointed at the speaking corvid. "Who are you people, and how did you get in here?" "I am the Raven Lord," the bird proclaimed theatrically, "herald of shadow and destruction. We've come tonight to eliminate the troublesome Guts organization." His cackle filled the chamber. While Dago looked ready to pull his gun, the Emperor and Valdor just looked at their companion's new drama. "Prepare for doom, Dago Madoka. Your team will never interfere with our evil schemes again." Dago's expression shifted from confusion to alarm as instinct took over. His hand moved toward his weapon with practiced speed. Valdor's reflexes, even weakened, far exceeded normal human ability. Before Dago could draw, the Captain General took the gun from its holster with casual ease. "Calm down, boy. Raven tends to display a quirky sense of humor," Valdor explained with calm assurance. "We are travelers from beyond your dimensional boundaries, and we mean no harm to you or your world." "Travelers from other dimensions?" Dago was confused as he looked at Valdor holding his gun. "Is this some kind of a joke?" Dago looked at the other two. Did I just get baited by some chunabios? He took a deep breath to calm down and then spoke. "Okay, it doesn't matter where you come from. But tell how you got in here and what are your intentions?" "How we got in here is no matter of concern, boy. What should concern you is our purpose, the complete annihilation of GUTS, ha ha ha," Raven replied, taking wing to settle on Dago's shoulder, laughing like some villain from a comic. Dago glanced at the corvid, then turned to Valdor and the Emperor, who was studying the ancient machine behind him as if to verify what the corvid had said. Their expressions told him otherwise, so he turned to Corvid and said, "But you seem to be joking, and I don't sense any danger from you or your friends." "Because there is none," Valdor confirmed. "We cannot reveal our true purpose for now, but know this well, we bring no harm to you or humanity." Before Dago could ask anything, the ancient machine started up with a harmonious hum. A 3D projection appeared, showing a ghostly woman whose posture showed nobility and sadness. "Greetings to everyone receiving this message. I am Uzare, commander of the Terran defense team from an ancient civilization. Dark times are coming that will challenge humanity's survival. The monsters Galza and Melba are about to awaken. Galza, the earth-shaking monster, and Melba, who tears the sky, will destroy your world. Only the giants of light sealed inside the pyramid can save it from this disaster. These giants served as our protectors long ago, but when our civilization fell to darkness, they transformed into stone statues within the pyramid before their light returned to the stars. People of Earth, you must revive the giants and defeat Galza and Melba. This is the only path to salvation." Raven flew from Dago's shoulder to examine the time capsule with appreciation. "Uzare looks ethereal in this footage, but this time capsule," he mused admiringly. "Even after 30 million years, its surface does not have a single blemish on it. This ancient giant civilization possessed material science that would demolish even the finest imperial tech savants." "You actually recognize this?" Dago's voice carried excitement as he finally met someone who could tell him what this was. "Of course I recognize this," Raven replied smugly. "Please," Dago's tone shifted to earnest supplication, "you must tell me. What is the connection between us and this ancient giant civilization? What are these giants Uzare speaks of?" Knowledge bears a price, child. Raven's voice carried serious weight. Are you prepared to pay it? What do you want as payment? Money? Dago asked, thinking maybe this talking bird would ask for money. Ha, I, the great Raven Lord, don't need some crude currency, the corvid replied with theatrical disdain. You only need to show your sincere devotion to the god of fries and ketchup to receive the wisdom you seek. Raven's grand proclamation was followed by silence as all three looked at him. Dago found it too hard to accept that there exists a god of ketchup and fries. Nothing in his training had prepared him for a deity whose job basically centered on fast food. Dago took a steadying breath, and he forced himself to remain professional despite the absurd claim of this talking bird. Then how do I show devotion to this god of fries and ketchup? Now you ask the right question. Listen carefully, child. You need to recite the sacred words along with the proper offerings. Repeat after me. O God of fries and ketchup, who exists beyond space and time, guardian of the eater, guide to the most delicious fires. Raven kept making up what was obviously a made-up ceremony, his voice barely hiding his amusement. Valdor struggled to hold back his frustration. Raven's obsession with these food items had gone beyond mere preference, nearly becoming a religious devotion. If this continues, the Imperium could end up with a new, unexpected addition to its complex pantheon. The Emperor kept a calm face. Years of experience had hardened him against his companion's dramatic behavior and complex pranks. After finishing the made-up prayer, Dago realized there was an issue. I don't have the fries and ketchup right now. Can I give them to you later? Acceptable, though your debt doubles for the delay, Raven replied with evident disappointment. Now, can you tell me the truth about this machine, where it comes from and why? Dago asked, gesturing urgently toward the time capsule. This archive was made 30 million years ago, Raven explained, his tone steady and instructive. Back then, the ultra-ancient civilization let themselves fall to the Zedger flower's narcotic pollen. They abandoned the giants of light, chasing a false paradise. Because of that, Gatnazoa awakened and destroyed everything. He tapped the capsule lightly. It's here now because your world faces the same danger. If humanity makes the same mistakes, Gatnazoa will win again, and the result will be the same, complete ruin. Dago felt his chest tighten. You mean, our world will end? Raven gave a single, grave nod. Unless the evil god is stopped, yes. Your civilization will collapse, and they'll be thrown back to the primitive age, if any survives at all. Dago clenched his fists. I won't let that happen. Tell me how I can defeat the evil god. Raven pointed toward the capsule. The answer's right here. Bring the giants of light back into this world, and you'll have the strength to stand against the darkness. But where are they, and how do I bring them back? Dago pushed, too focused to hide his urgency. Raven's expression, as much as corvid features, could show, suggested mischief of the highest order. Chapter 105, The Pyramid Secret. The method to revive the giants is straightforward, Raven declared with theatrical solemnity. One need simply turn a human named Dago Madoka into soup. Dago's eyes went wide as he processed what he'd just heard. He pointed at himself in shock. Turn me into soup. He looked at Valdor and the Emperor, seeing their stoic expressions as Raven played, and mistook it for them agreeing with the talking bird. Wait, you're actually going to turn me into soup? You can't be serious. How is that going to bring anyone back to life? Just kidding, ha. Look at you, looking like a scared kitten, Raven replied, his corvid features somehow managing to convey smug satisfaction clearly. Dago felt his heart rate return to normal as he realized he had just been pranked by a talking bird. It's not my fault he said it like that. I actually thought they were going to cook me. Come on now, follow us, Raven continued, dismissing the moment casually. We'll show you where the pyramid is, the one with those giants' bodies. Dago glanced back at the time capsule that had started all this, then followed the strange visitors out of the command center. Moments after they left the room, another Guts team member, Horii, returned carrying 2 containers of hot dumplings and 2 bottles of cold drinks, expecting to share the meal with Dago as planned. However, he found the operations center empty. Where'd that guy disappear to now? Horii muttered, annoyed. He said we'd eat together, but he just takes off without saying anything. This is getting really annoying. He set the food containers down on the console, shaking his head at Dago's inconsiderate behavior. The monitoring systems chose that moment to flash an alert. GUTS Wing 1 deployed. Horiai's irritation turned to concern as he quickly opened the comm channel. Dago, what are you doing? First, you ditch our dinner, then you take GUTS Wing 1 without permission. Where exactly are you going? I'm heading to the pyramid where the giants' bodies are hidden, came Dago's voice through the speakers. What, where are you heading off to now? Forget it. If you continue to act alone like this, Captain Uruma will be furious. Do you really want to face that? Horiai warned, his tone more worried than angry. I'll accept whatever punishment I get when I come back, Dago replied with determination before cutting the communication. GUTS Wing 1 left TPC headquarters with purpose, following strange navigation signals that seemed to come from the bird's supernatural senses. They traveled through many unfamiliar places Dago had never visited or known of before. Eventually, their sensors detected unusual readings in what appeared to be empty land. This is incredible, Dago thought as his instruments picked up something massive hidden below. How could something this big stay hidden for so long? Investigation revealed a hidden chamber of huge size, its entrance hidden by technology that made it invisible to normal observation. Dago skillfully guided his craft through the opening, relying on pilot instincts sharpened by years of training. Inside the hidden sanctuary, a stunning pyramid glowed with golden light, showing immense power beyond human understanding. GUTS Wing 1 landed softly on a prepared platform, as if this ancient structure had been waiting for someone for ages. As Raven and his allies went deeper into the pyramid's sacred geometry, Dago came across 3 massive stone sculptures, each in a meditative pose. These statues reached upward toward the chamber's ceiling, their proportions mixing human features with elements of something vastly beyond. These are the ultra-ancient giants? Dago asked in amazement, staring up at the massive stone figures. They're incredible. Indeed, Raven confirmed, they only require the touch of light to return to wakefulness. Before Dago could ask how exactly that worked, the ground trembled violently beneath them. The pyramid's foundations groaned under the attack of something immense approaching from the planet's depths. Galza, the earth-shaking monster, burst forth from underground darkness and headed toward the pyramid with single-minded focus. Its enormous body moved with the unstoppable force of a natural disaster brought to life. A sharp scream echoed from above, cutting through the air. Melba, the sky-tearing giant, swooped down from the skies with wings that blocked out the sun. Her cry produced sounds that echoed through stone and metal. Both monsters came toward the pyramid with one single goal: the destruction of the sleeping giants before their power could be restored. We need to stop them, Dago declared, his GUTS training kicking in as he headed for GUTS Wing 1's cockpit. Those monsters want to destroy the giants. I can't let that happen. Raven's wing barred his path with surprising firmness. GUTS Wing 1 won't be able to stop creatures like those. You need to use the giant's power directly. Then tell me quickly how to do that, Dago asked urgently, frustrated but knowing Raven was right. You need Emperor's mercy, Dago, Raven said, then turned to the Emperor. Big guy, grant him a glimpse of the future consequences of failure. Only by seeing despair can he truly ignite the light hope in his heart. The master of mankind nodded his head in silent agreement. He approached Dago, extending one finger to make contact with the young pilot's forehead. Mental power, even weakened by this reality's constraints, proved more than enough for the task at hand. Visions overwhelmed Dago's mind, like breaking dams, revealing oceans of blood where cities once stood. He heard the cries of the dead as monstrous beings tore through humanity's remains. Human civilization was destroyed under claws and flames, while the last survivors hid in shadows that offered no safety. Above it all loomed Gatanother, the evil god whose awakening would bring the final darkness. Its form was impossible to describe, existing as pure evil given shape and purpose. And under the deity's victory, human achievement became less than dust, and hope itself died beneath the indifference of cosmic horror. No, no, this cannot happen. All those people. Everyone I care about. The images burned themselves into Dago's mind. Lena, Horiai, Captain Uruma, everyone at GUTS, his childhood friends, innocent families, all of them screaming in terror as darkness consumed everything. "No," Dago cried out desperately. "I won't let that happen. I'll protect everyone." The visions sparked something within his genetic makeup, an ancient code that had been sleeping for 30 million years and suddenly came alive. Light burst from his mortal body like newborn stars, his consciousness expanding beyond his body of flesh to embrace something far greater. What is this? I feel like I am becoming something more, someone who can protect everyone. The transformation felt both alien and completely natural, as if he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. Dago Madoka's glowing core lifted from his human body, merging with the central stone giant. Ancient systems responded to this familiar energy, triggering sleeping neural pathways to light up with renewed purpose. Ultraman Tiga slowly stirred, waking up. The giant's red and silver form moved with smooth, graceful movements, producing a deep, powerful call after ages of silence that showed regained strength. In a single motion, he leaped from the pyramid to face the oncoming destroyers. Most intriguing, the Emperor noted, his analytical mind carefully examining the giant's abilities with professional interest. Tiga's height, around 50 to 60 meters, was similar to the Imperium's medium-class titans, but the comparison fell short in every significant way. While Imperial war machines moved with heavy, mechanical precision, the giant moved like lightning. Its combat abilities included both powerful energy attacks and martial skills that even the custodian guard would respect. "We must acquire this technology," the Emperor declared, his tone reflecting the unwavering confidence of someone used to claiming whatever benefits humanity's progress. Such capabilities would revolutionize our Titan legions beyond current imagination. Valdor looked at the giant, its light shining like a beacon of hope, perhaps even capable of confronting the darkness of warp, my lord. "Naturally," Raven replied with evident satisfaction at his friend's approval. "I brought us here exactly for this technology, but the cosmic law demands we first alter this reality's predetermined fate before claiming technological compensation. For now, let us secure these remaining giant forms before any complications arise." The Emperor looked at the two statues left, each showing great potential but limited by his current power. The cosmic forces controlling this realm had reduced his abilities to only a small fraction of his original power. "My power suffers considerable restriction in this realm," he admitted his weakness directly. "Then let me help you with that," Raven offered, his own abilities flowing forth to supplement the Emperor's diminished strength. With combined effort, both stone giants vanished into dimensional storage, leaving the pyramid's chamber empty except for the debris scattered from the monster's attack. Outside the pyramid, Tiga's fight against the ancient destroyers grew more intense with each moment. The Guts members arrived to support him, their advanced aircraft boosting the giant's efforts against the odds. Through skill and determination, Tiga gradually gained the upper hand over his opponents. Galza, sensing the change in momentum, used its earth manipulation powers to burrow underground and avoid destruction. Melba, however, was less fortunate. Tiga's aerial kick sent the Skyrender crashing to the ground, where a well-aimed light beam caused it to burst into flames in a dramatic display. The giant's warning lights turned red as its energy nearly ran out. With a last powerful call that seemed to say goodbye to the world below, Tiga shot into the sky and vanished among the stars. The whole battle lasted just 10 minutes, but its effects would influence the course of this reality for many generations. Dago found himself back in GUTS Wing 1's cockpit, the memories of being Tiga feeling both incredibly real and dreamlike. Did I really just become a giant? It felt so natural, like that's what I must do. At that moment, Captain Uruma arrived, her expression showing the frustration common among command staff when handling unauthorized activities. She asked with a clear relief in her eyes, "Explain what you were thinking, taking off on your own like that." But her tone was firm as she added, "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" "I'm really sorry, Captain," Dago said sincerely. I discovered the location of the pyramid and the giants, and I felt I had to go immediately. You can't just go off alone like that, Captain Uruma said firmly, placing her hand on his shoulder. GUTS operates as a team. We don't engage in reckless, lone wolf hero stunts. Whatever we do it together. Next time, Dago, you can't put yourself in danger like that again. Got it. Yes, ma'am, but Captain, you should scan the pyramid. There are 2 more giant statues in there. The following investigation produced results that made no sense. Dago, I don't know how to tell you this. Horiai's voice carried a note of confusion as he reported from within the pyramid. But there's nothing in here. This whole place is empty, man. That's impossible, Dago shouted in disbelief. There were 3 giants, I saw them myself. One woke up, but there should be 2 more. The place is totally empty, Horiai confirmed again, but added, but you are right, there are traces here showing that some kind of large statues were here, but they are no longer here. Where could they have gone? Captain Uruma wondered aloud. Did they wake up on their own? No way, Dago replied with certainty. Only one came back to life. At that moment, he noticed movement at the edge of the pyramid. A pair of familiar figures and that talking bird walking away confidently. It's them, they must have taken them. Just then, he realized he had forgotten about these people. Dago immediately took off after them. He ran toward Raven and the Emperor across the land, finally catching up to them at the end of a rocky path. Wait, wait, you took those giants, right? Why did you take the other giants? Dago demanded, still catching his breath from the chase, but his voice was full of determination. Raven looked at him with an expression as if he were observing a greedy capitalist who was never satisfied with what he had. You already possess the power of a giant. Isn't that enough for you, Dago? I didn't realize you were so greedy. Oh, the betrayal Yazur will feel when she discovers the guardian of humanity was a greedy sucker who wants them all for himself. You know, this isn't about what I want, Dago protested passionately. Those giants are supposed to protect humanity from monsters. If you take them all away, what happens when new monsters show up? Please, leave them with us. People are going to need their protection. Don't worry, Dago, Raven said with what sounded like genuine reassurance. When dangers come that you can't handle, we'll show up to help, easy, simple as that. That's not the same thing, Dago insisted, growing more frustrated. On one hand, these people were the reason he reached the giants in the first place, but on the other hand, he had a duty to fulfill. Those giants should be with TPC, where they can protect everyone when needed. Raven regarded him with something that might have been a look of pity for an ignorant child who didn't know the bigger world. Sorry, Dago, but for humanity's greater good, all of humanity across every reality, we need to keep these. Hey, you can't just leave, Dago shouted, reaching for his GUTS blaster in desperation. But even as his fingers found the weapon, he couldn't bring himself to pull out the gun. The figures in front of him began fading away like heat mirages. Where did you go? Dago spun around frantically, searching for any sign of them. Come back, please, you can't just steal humanity's hope. Dago, where are you? Lena's voice came from the direction of the pyramid, urgent and worried. Damn it, they're really gone. He looked one more time at the empty landscape where those 3 had been, disappointment heavy in his chest. With no other choice, he turned and ran toward his teammate's call. Big guy, even if weakened, is still the big guy. Raven's voice sounded from apparently empty air after Dago's departure. The 3 had not truly departed, merely withdrawn beyond normal perception. The cosmic forces shaping this reality had limited the Emperor's abilities to only a fraction of their full extent. The attempt to convert the 2 massive statues into dimensional storage drained his entire power reserve. Their seeming disappearance in front of Dago's eyes was merely an optical illusion rather than actual teleportation. A simple trick by the 30K world scale, but more than enough for this world. Chapter 106, The Second Giant's Awakening. The Emperor said nothing, his golden gaze fixed upon horizons that stretched beyond the boundaries of any single world. Their concealment was nothing more than a simple smokescreen, just enough misdirection to maintain their mysterious image. This universe has already suppressed my power, the Emperor observed with clinical detachment, and now he has gained the authority over that mysterious power. It's good enough that I can obscure his perception. You're getting lazy, Raven said, flapping a wing against the Emperor's head with theatrical disapproval. A few words of effort, and you want to quit. How can you achieve great things like this? The master of mankind gave Raven a look of mild exasperation, an expression that would have terrified entire star systems, yet only seemed to amuse his irreverent corvid companion. What are we doing now? The Emperor asked. Of course, we're going to continue changing the predetermined fate and then get paid, Raven replied with obvious satisfaction. Now, we're going to find another guy with ancient warrior genes and then create a group of giants. When their giant army took shape, every monster would recall the fear and humiliation of being dominated by giants. If 10 giants couldn't defeat evil god Gatanother, then it would be 100 or 1,000. Kumamoto City sprawled beneath modern towers of glass and steel. Inside the executive offices of Cytec Corporation, Keigo Masaki, acclaimed as both a research genius and business prodigy, looked with impatience at the two people and one bird who had somehow appeared in his office. If you have something to say, hurry up, he said curtly. My time is very precious, millions per minute. The moment these idiots leave, I'm firing every single security guard. What's the point of paying them if they can't keep random people out of my office? Keigo Masaki. Raven's words made the scientist's eyes widen. A talking raven, is it some circus act? Masaki stood up and walked closer to examine Raven with the intense focus of a researcher. Does my speaking surprise you? Raven looked up, staring intently at Masaki. There's something even more surprising waiting for you, Keigo Masaki. You will forever remember this day, because this was the day you changed your destiny. Incredible, a bird with actual intelligence. Masaki's voice got excited as he studied Raven like a valuable specimen. This could be worth billions if I can figure out how it works. Are you some alien, or did someone enhance you with technology? He turned to the Emperor with obvious greed in his eyes. I'll buy this Raven from you. Name your price. I want to study precisely what makes it tick, may even have to do some dissections, and see what's different about its brain structure. Raven fell silent for a moment, his black eyes darkening even more, his heavy breath indicating heavy retribution. You fucking mongrel, you dare talk like that about me. Damn it, he had been preparing to offer this scientist a position in their empire, maybe even command of their future Ultraman army. But instead, the man wanted to buy him with money and dissect him. Valdor couldn't care less about such insults, but Raven could not. Valdor, beat this little shit, Raven commanded, his eyes slits as narrow as ice spikes in a predator's eyes. The Emperor's most loyal servant needed no further instruction. One step brought him within striking range. Masaki barely had time to register movement before steel-strong fingers grabbed his wrist. The punch that followed drove all air from his lungs and doubled him over, his face flushing red with pain. Valdo's follow-up kick targeted the scientist's knee precisely, sending him crashing to the polished floor. Ha, cough, cough, Masaki gasped, his body succumbing to waves of pain that overwhelmed his senses. He couldn't even scream as it hurt just to breathe. For the first time, Keigo truly experienced what death was. Raven hopped down from the Emperor's shoulder and landed in front of the fallen scientist. This is a small lesson for you, Keigo Masaki. If there's a next time, I'll have someone throw you out the window. I was wrong. The words tore from Masaki's throat as desperation overrode pride. Please don't kill me, please. From now on, you will address me with the honorific, Lord Raven, understood? The Corvid said with absolute authority. Yes, yes, Lord Raven, I'm very sorry, I was wrong. Masaki replied through gritted teeth as he battled with pain in his knee and stomach, sweat beading on his forehead. Let him go. Raven told Valdor to stop. Only after Masaki struggled back to his 1 feet did the Corvid continue. Keigo Masaki, I know you have the genes of an ancient warrior in you, that you can foresee the future of evil god Gatanother destroying the world, and that you have been diligently training to prepare to transform into an ancient warrior. Masaki stared at him in shock. How do you know all of that? I know everything, Raven replied with supreme confidence. "I'm only here to recruit you." "Recruit me," Masaki pointed to himself. "Who are you people?" "Allow me to introduce you." Raven landed back on the Emperor's shoulder. "The one in front of you is the Emperor of the Imperium of Man, the great master of mankind, the one destined to lead humanity to dominate all universes, the Omnissiah who controls all machinery and truth, the absolute nemesis of chaos." As Raven spoke, the Emperor's body began to glow with brilliant light, incredibly sacred, as if a true deity had walked into the present world. The very air seemed to thicken with a presence that defied normal understanding. Masaki felt tremendous mental pressure that made him involuntarily fall to his knees under the sacred aura of the Emperor. "Will you pledge allegiance to me, Keigo Masaki?" The Emperor's voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate through dimensions. "Are you willing to offer everything for humanity? Are you willing to do everything to protect this world from being destroyed by evil?" In the Emperor's profound gaze, Keigo Masaki perceived truth, boundless wisdom, and compassion, eyes that had seen millennia yet still harbored hope for mortal souls. This is absurd, Masaki thought, his scientific mind clashing with instincts that acknowledged a fundamental truth. But why do I still wish to serve him? Am I such a weak man? No, it's him, he cannot be a man. How can someone like him be like us? Yes, I am great master, Keigo finally spoke. As his words reached the Emperor's ears, a prompt appeared that only the master of mankind and Raven could see. Predetermined fate changed by 5%, obtained genetic light factor conversion technology, obtained spark lens principle technology, obtained genetic map of ancient warriors. In a few breaths, the Emperor had assimilated all this knowledge. Knowledge flooded his consciousness like data streams, genetic sequences, energy conversion principles, and transformation matrices. A pleased smile appeared on his face, and Valder noticed it. Regardless of his thoughts about the Raven, it was undeniable that since his appearance, the Emperor had smiled more in a few years than he had in centuries. He wouldn't voice his thoughts, as what he thinks doesn't matter, for he is the Emperor's spear. But it still brought him warmth to see that even the master of all kinds felt like a man. The Emperor, after going through all knowledge, looked towards kneeling Masaki. He walked closer to him and gave his hand to help him get up, healing his wounds in due process. Masaki couldn't fathom the honor he had been given. Having the Emperor himself assist you in standing up and healing your wound was an achievement that could define an entire dynasty's legacy. Now, let us begin researching how to recreate the ancient warriors. For several months, the Emperor took Masaki and dedicated himself to the project of researching the giants of light. Their efforts achieved breakthroughs that would have taken decades of conventional research to accomplish. Raven, meanwhile, spent his time harassing Valder daily and going around convincing others to believe in the god of fries and ketchup. As long as delicious fries and ketchup are offered to him, one can receive his protection. His efforts led to this cult gaining an unexpectedly large following. Most believers were ordinary people tired of society, bored, or simply disillusioned with life. They eagerly praised the great god of fries and ketchup, especially since it meant free food, shelter, and a community that didn't mind if you liked anime girls instead of real ones. During this period, GUTS remained highly active, efficiently responding to monster incidents worldwide. Dago, now named Ultraman Tiga, made frequent appearances, repeatedly defeating monsters that threatened humanity and earning recognition as a savior. However, there were also voices opposing Ultraman Tiga in society. Several fringe groups claimed that Tiga was not humanity's savior at all, asserting that he would only provide false hope and ultimately lead humanity toward extinction. Several months passed like this. On this day, inside the laboratory, Masaki shouted excitedly, "It's a success, it's really a success." In front of him was a complex pyramid-shaped mechanical device. The top of the pyramid crackled with light and electricity. A spherical device floated above the pyramid's tip. This was the transformation device the Emperor had created using his wisdom and knowledge, capable of activating the ancient warrior genes within the user, allowing them to transform into light and merge with giant stone statues. "Masaki Keigo, try it," the Emperor said calmly. Yes, my lord. The Emperor's power and wisdom completely won over Masaki. Without him, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to glimpse such ultimate truths. Masaki reached out and took the transformation device. He walked to an open space and pressed the activation button. With a shout, he transformed into a beam of light, merging with a giant stone statue and bringing it back to life. Can you adapt to the giant's body? The Emperor communicated with Masaki telepathically. It's too powerful, my lord, Masaki replied through their mental link, struggling to contain his euphoria. I feel like I've become a god, omnipotent. Remember this, Masaki, there are no gods, only man. Now go outside and test its power, see if you can fully control it, the Emperor instructed. Yes, my lord, Masaki nodded with his imposing figure, then leapt up and landed near the suburban mountains of Kumamoto City. Various detection systems quickly registered the anomaly in Kumamoto City, causing a stir. Many media outlets simultaneously began live broadcasts, creating huge public attention. Is this a new Ultraman? Commentators speculated excitedly. Another giant of light, is it also here to save humanity? At the TPC-GUTS command center, team members looked at the giant on the screen, shocked at the appearance of a new giant. Daigo looked at the giant active in Kumamoto City and frowned. Its appearance was very similar to one of the two giant stone statues that Raven had taken away. Have they already mastered a way to revive the giants of light? Daigo muttered. What are you saying, Daigo? Horiai, who was nearby, asked. Daigo quickly shook his head. Nothing, I was just curious about the reason for this giant's appearance. Before Horiai could ask more, Captain Uruma rushed in. Guts, all units deploy. Find out the situation of that new giant in Kumamoto City. Yes, Captain. All the team members stood at attention, saluted Captain Uruma, and then filed out to the hangar to pilot GUTS Wing XJ. GUTS Wing XJ quickly arrived in Kumamoto City. At this time, Masaki was in the suburban mountains, systematically testing various light beam skills and combat techniques so the laboratory could collect data about Ultraman's combat capabilities. Why does this guy look like he's testing skills? Horiai looked puzzled. Tetsuo Shinjo nodded in agreement. As an Ultraman, is he not familiar with his own power? Perhaps he slept for too long and just woke up, so he forgot some things, Horiai suggested from the base, providing logistical support and intelligence analysis. Vice Captain Seiichi Munakata offered his assessment. Horiai makes a lot of sense. Tiga was also a bit rusty when he first appeared. Chapter 107, The Shadow of Hubris. Daigo didn't speak and hadn't told his friends about the talking bird or the two who helped him reach the giants. Now, as he looked at another giant, he was sure it was them. Everyone thought Tiga was some giant superhero or alien, but he knew that the unnamed Ultraman was actually human. It must be them, right? Daigo thought of the mysterious two people and one bird. Their enigmatic presence lingered in his memories. Since the pyramid incident, he had never seen them again, as if they had vanished into the ether itself. We'll fly around the unknown Ultraman and see if we can establish contact. Seiichi Munakata issued the combat order, his voice carrying the steady authority of a seasoned commander. Understood. Understood. Two GUTS wing fighters, one to the left and one to the right, circled the Ultraman that Masaki Keigo had transformed into, continuously sending inquiry messages through their advanced communication systems. So annoying. Masaki Keigo saw GUTS Wing Number 1 circling him, and, annoyed by their persistent surveillance, waved his hand with dismissive irritation, releasing an energy light ball that crackled through the air like a miniature star. Oh shit. Rena, piloting GUTS Wing Number 1, quickly maneuvered the fighter for a vertical evasion, her hands flying across the controls as she dodged the incoming energy light ball by mere meters. After escaping the danger, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face, cold sweat beading on her forehead as the reality of how close death had come settled in. If it had been hit, GUTS Wing Number 1 would have exploded into pieces on the spot, taking her life in an instant of searing destruction. Renaa, what's going on with you guys? Why did that Ultraman attack GUTS Wing Number 1? Munakata asked over the team's communication, concern evident in his usually controlled voice. I don't know either, Renaa replied, her voice still shaky from the near-death experience. GUTS Wing Number 1 only sent an inquiry to him and didn't make any aggressive moves. Should we retreat first? Horiai suggested, his tactical mind already calculating escape routes. This Ultraman might not like us very much. No, Kumamoto City is nearby. What if he goes to destroy the city later? Keep your distance and prepare for battle. Understood. Understood. Inside the underground laboratory of Cytec Corporation, deep beneath the Earth's surface, where sunlight had never touched, numerous projection screens floated in the air like ethereal windows into another realm. The screens displayed a multitude of data and rune codes, cascading streams of information that would have overwhelmed lesser minds with their complexity. Many researchers walked back and forth, extremely busy, their movements precise and purposeful as they monitored every aspect of their groundbreaking experiment. They constantly monitored Masaki Keigo's various physical data, recording and analyzing any abnormal values with the dedication of actual scientists pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. Seeing him attack GUTS, the Emperor's consciousness reached across the distance through psychic communion, his transhuman intellect focusing like a precision instrument upon his transformed servant. Using the mind voice that had commanded legions across the galaxy, he questioned this unprovoked aggression against the Earth's defense forces. Masaki Keigo, why did you attack GUTS? My lord, those guys are very annoying. We have already mastered the method of transforming into a giant of light. We will lead the evolution of humanity. But GUTS is like flies, buzzing nonstop. I'm so annoyed by them. These guys should just get lost and not hinder our work. Masaki Keigo's mind voice was somewhat agitated. His thoughts were turbulent with barely contained frustration and growing irritation. The darkness in his heart has been magnified. Raven tilted his head, his obsidian eyes gleaming with cosmic understanding. Light and darkness are inherently one. If one is not firm enough, the evil thoughts within will be magnified, leading to degeneration and becoming a dark giant. Masaki Keigo has been a genius since childhood, possessing an arrogance that ordinary people cannot comprehend. After transforming into Ultraman, this arrogance has magnified even more. GUTS's continuous inquiries made him feel provoked, which is why he subconsciously launched an attack. The Emperor's noble features darkened with concern as he comprehended the dire implications of his servant's psychological deterioration. With the infinite patience of one who had guided humanity through its darkest epochs, he projected his will through the psychic link to anchor Masaki Keigo's faltering rationality. Control yourself, Masaki. Remember why you sought the power of the giants. You are meant to lead humanity's evolution, so don't let the darkness inside you take over. Stay rational. My lord, I don't understand why, but I feel like someone is whispering in my ear. Masaki Keigo's voice conveyed a sense of tiredness, clearly showing the mental strain from fighting his own corrupted mind. Many dark thoughts are suddenly filling my mind more often. The Emperor kept his psychic connection steady, using his consciousness as a stabilizing light amid the chaos of corruption that threatened to devour his servant's soul. With the authority that once united Terra under the imperial truth, he aimed to guide Masaki Keigo away from the edge of eternal damnation. You must overcome those dark desires. Only then can you truly control this power. Otherwise, you will become its slave, lost in your own desires. Do not disappoint me, Masaki Keigo. My lord, I will do my best. Masaki Keigo desperately wanted to control the constantly growing dark thoughts within him, fighting against the shadows that clawed at his sanity with increasing desperation. But when he saw GUTS Wing Number -1 and GUTS Wing Number 2 flying over again, their engines humming with mechanical persistence, an inexplicable and indescribable anger surged in his heart, hot and violent like molten metal flowing through his veins. These damned bugs, I don't want to fight them. Why are they still coming after me? He raised his hands and continuously released several light beams and energy clusters, each projectile crackling with destructive force as his rage found physical expression. GUTS wing number -1 and GUTS wing number -2 made emergency evasions, their pilots pushing the aircraft to their absolute limits, but the relentless barrage of energy attacks still hit them. The massive aircraft plummeted to the ground, emitting thick black smoke as its engines failed and systems sparked with electrical fires, metal screaming as it twisted under the impact. At that moment, a shout rang out across the battlefield, and a milky white light erupted, illuminating the devastation below like the birth of a new star. When the light dissipated, Ultraman Tiga appeared in all his heroic glory, his silver and red form radiating hope. He released an energy shield, protecting the members of GUTS from the devastating crash with a barrier of pure light that shimmered like crystal. "It's Tiga," Horiai shouted excitedly, relief flooding his voice as salvation appeared. "Tiga is here to save us." "We almost died." Tetsuo Shinjo also showed the relief of having survived a disaster, his hands still trembling from the adrenaline coursing through his system. Tiga placed the GUTS members in a safe place, ensuring their protection with gentle care before turning to face the threat, then turned to face Masaki Keigo with the righteous determination of a true guardian. Unforgivable. Daigo looked at the guy who had harmed his teammates, filled with immense anger that burned in his chest like a righteous flame. Masaki Keigo assumed a fighting stance, a smile on his face, eagerly anticipating the upcoming duel with the excitement of one who had long awaited this moment of vindication. Although he could now transform into Ultraman, Masaki Keigo still felt a bit unwilling, the bitter taste of perceived injustice poisoning his thoughts like venom. He was a top scientist who had foreseen the coming of the dark apocalypse earlier than Daigo, his brilliant mind having predicted the future darkness through sheer intellectual prowess. To fight against that dark apocalypse and save humanity, he delved into ancient ruins. He trained desperately, pushing himself beyond the limits of what was considered human in his quest for power. But Daigo, a nobody with no real intention of achieving true peace, managed to obtain Tiga's power, while he couldn't. This fact gnawed at his pride like acid eating through steel. He was clearly the more excellent one, with an intellect superior, absolute dedication, and undeniable worthiness, so why him? The large screen in the SciTech laboratory displayed the whole confrontation between the two Ultramen, capturing every detail for scientific analysis and strategic assessment. After a short standoff, filled with crackling tension reminiscent of electricity, they both charged forward, and the fight broke out with the ferocity of titans colliding in ancient battle. A technician moved through the sterile corridors of the research facility, his footsteps echoing in the large chamber's artificial environment. Respectfully, he bowed deeply before the Emperor's commanding figure, waiting for permission to speak. "My lord, do you need to undo Masaki Keigo's transformation?" The Emperor raised one gauntleted hand in a gesture of dismissal, his transhuman intellect already calculating the strategic value of the unfolding conflict with precision. "No hurry. Let us use this opportunity to collect some combat data on Ultraman." "Understood." The technician nodded, displaying the careful demeanor of someone serving the architect of humanity's destiny, before returning to his duties without further inquiry. Masaki Keigo is bound to lose. He's already exhausted mentally, and his transformation time is almost up. Should we help him? Raven sat casually on the Emperor's shoulder, munching on fries while observing the intense battle with detached curiosity, as if watching a robot fighting arena rather than a clash between titans. "Then let us assist him in extending the fight. This will allow us to gather more comprehensive data." The Emperor nodded, acknowledging the importance of prolonged observation to understand these alien transformation technologies. "Helping comes at a price, big guy," Raven chuckled with amusement, the sound carrying undertones of mischief. "Bring out the new flavor of fries we recently acquired." The Emperor ordered Valdor to present the new flavor fries he had been hiding from Raven for moments like these. "As you command, my lord." Soon, Valdor returned with a deliciously exquisite fried dish made by the emperor himself, crafted to ensure each flavor is ideally suited for his raven friend's taste. After receiving his promised reward, Raven spread his wings and activated instant movement, vanishing into thin air through space and time. The suburban mountains of Kumamoto City provided the backdrop for this clash of giants, ancient peaks bearing witness to the battle. The two Ultramen fought fiercely, their massive forms locked in combat that shook the earth itself and sent tremors through the surrounding landscape. When Ultramen are active on Earth, their power depletes rapidly, and they can only sustain their forms for a brief period, with the limitations of their transformed state becoming more evident over time. Earlier, Masaki Keigo had been testing his skills, which had drained his stamina and left him weak and vulnerable before this vital fight. As the two sides clashed again in their deadly dance, Masaki Keigo lost balance, stumbling and falling heavily to the ground. His fall created shockwaves that rippled through the mountainside, carving a crater into the rocky terrain. The timer on his chest flashed red, warning him of his rapidly depleting energy reserves and the impending forced transformation back to his human form. Tiga is going to win. Defeat this evil Ultraman. Seeing this dramatic turn of events, the Guts members cheered from their safe vantage point, hope flooding their voices. The public, who were following the battle through live news broadcasts across the city, also showed expectant looks, their hopes pinned on the familiar hero who had saved them so many times before. In their hearts, Guts was good, and Tiga was also good, representing everything they believed in and fought to protect. Therefore, the Ultraman on the other side was obviously evil, a twisted reflection of their beloved protector and guardian. He was an existence that had to be defeated, a threat to everything they held dear and sacred. Hehe, just as Daigo was about to deliver the final blow, a strange laughter echoed from nowhere, causing him to stop. He looked around but saw nothing. Raven appeared suddenly from the air and landed smoothly on Masaki Keigo's shoulder. This unexpected entrance shocked Ultraman Tiga, who was Daigo, momentarily rendering him speechless. It really is you. Daigo communicated with Raven using mental waves. Daigo, it's been a long time. When are you going to offer up those 2 servings of fries and ketchup? Unfortunately, I'm not here to reminisce with you this time. Big Guy needs to gather information on Ultraman's battles, so you are not defeating little Masaki here so easily. As Raven spoke casually, he injected power into Keigo's body through channels of energy that this world's science could not comprehend or measure. This caused his flashing red light to turn back to white. Vitality surged within him as his transformed form resembled lightning moving through a conductor. What's going on? Munakata, from a distance, widened his eyes when he saw this unexpected turn of events unfold before him. How did that evil Ultraman's light return to normal? Look at that evil Ultraman's shoulder. Horiai's eyesight was sharper, and he immediately spotted Raven perched there. Although I'm unsure of their relationship, that bird seems connected to evil Ultraman's sudden regain of power. We can't let this happen. We need to help Ultraman, Guts, attack. Munakata shouted over the communication channel. They were now facing one more, unknown threat. Attack that bird. Support Ultraman Tiga. Understood. Understood. The team members raised their laser guns, moving in formation and firing at the Raven, standing on Masaki Keigo's shoulder with the accuracy of trained soldiers. It seems your teammates don't welcome me, Raven said, feigning sadness with theatrical flair that masked his deeper amusement at tiny ants shooting Nerf guns at him. Then I'll be leaving. Why are you doing this? Daigo asked, his voice tinged with confusion and increasing worry about the consequences. Everything is for humanity. Raven effortlessly created a spatial rift, as if walking through a doorway, with reality bending to his will. Hold on, you have to tell me everything, Daigo shouted at Raven as he was about to enter the portal. Just when he thought he wouldn't get any answers again, Raven stopped. He stopped, maybe he's not so bad, Diaga thought, pondering whether he should have asked more politely, considering how this Raven appears to enjoy theatrics. Before spreading his wings and entering the dimensional portal, Raven remembered something he had almost forgotten to do. "Wait, are you going to tell me now?" Dago asked, his voice calmer and more polite, but Raven ignored him and fired a beam of light at his body, which entered Tiga's body as energy flowed smoothly between them. This restored Tiga to his peak condition. This time, there was no doubt that Raven was genuinely helping him. He should have just asked politely earlier. Dago, feeling his strength restored, looked at Raven attentively, waiting for him to explain everything. "Fight well, both of you. We need more data for humanity." After his dramatic display of power, Raven again opened a portal and disappeared into it. Dago in Tiga form looked at the empty air, clenched his fist in frustration and confusion at the stupid bird messing with him as if it were a game. "What the heck does that stupid bird want from me? Damn it, I'm such an idiot. What was I even expecting?" The Guts members on the ground were also stunned by this turn of events. They looked at evil Ultraman, then at good Ultraman, finding it hard to understand what had just happened and why, and what that bird was. Wasn't that Raven helping the evil Ultraman just moments before? Why would he also help Ultraman Tiga recover his power? Is that bird playing double agent here? While Tiga and his team were lost in thought, Misaki Keigo, having regained his strength, paused for a moment. He observed Tiga, who was not paying attention to him. After waiting until he was in a good position to strike, he suddenly launched his first move from down at Tiga's face. Surprise attack motherfucker. Tiga was hit directly in his chin, causing him to almost fall down. Meanwhile, Misaki kept attacking him, but Tiga quickly retaliated by fighting back against Misaki. "You coward!" Tiga roared back at Misaki. "Not my fault you got distracted in the fight, idiot," in this battle. Both sides used all their techniques, holding nothing back in their struggle to defeat each other. Light-based skills emerged endlessly, each attack more devastating than the last, energy crackling between them in displays that lit up the darkening sky. The battle unfolded across the mountainside, with two titans locked in combat, causing the earth to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Each blow from their enormous bodies sent shockwaves through the air, and their beams of light carved trenches into the mountain terrain. "You are a little coward. I already defeated you to the ground," Dago said, frustrated at this evil counterpart of him. Misaki got even angrier at this shameless bastard who ambushed him when he was at his weakest. "You did not beat anyone, idiot. If you have guts, fight me properly now." This was no mere test of strength. It was a collision of ideologies, of two different paths toward humanity's future. "I already defeated you. I don't need to prove anything. Why don't you surrender now? I promise I will spare you from another defeat," Dago said, as they made distance between each other. Misaki looked at him. This cocky bastard had just ambushed him once, and now he thought he was some big shot. Oh, he will teach him a lesson while everyone in the world watches. "Oh, you want to spare me? How about you spare me your chit-chat, you backstabbing bastard?" "I am no, Aga fine. I will beat you up again, you lying coward." Tiga finally gave up. He could not convince someone so deep in delusion. He had clearly defeated him before. So why was this idiot making it difficult for everyone? "In your dreams, idiot." "Coward." "Idiot." And of course, it was also a battle of trash talking. What was fighting if you did not beat your opponent at trash talking? Raven narrated to his friend, in the laboratory, while watching the whole fight. Both Emperor and Valdor looked at him with blank expressions, showing no response to his exaggerated and bizarre account of a simple brute fight. What? Every superhero fight needs some trash talking. Raven looked at his companion, who clearly didn't understand the power of beating someone in trash talking. But seeing both of them looking back at the fight, he just gave up. There was no point in explaining things to a brick wall. Chapter 108, Reality versus Ideal. Keigo Masaki crossed his arms like a crucifix, unleashing a world-shattering beam that instantly pierced through countless dimensions and shattered the eternal river of time. Ultraman Tiga let out a soft cry, his hands rotating to form a shield of law, completely nullifying the beam into nothingness. Keigo Masaki spoke coldly, his manner supremely confident. "Even if this is my first transformation, I am still invincible in this realm." Back in the laboratory, Raven explained the battle between the two Ultramen to Emperor and Valdor with theatrical flair. "We can see for ourselves, you don't need to explain in such detail," Valdor suggested quietly. "What do you know? If I don't embellish it, how can the audience imagine such a scene?" Raven glanced at him dismissively. "But you're exaggerating too much," Valdor complained. "Embellishment, do you understand? I don't want to talk to a big corn cob like you." Raven ignored Valdor and continued enthusiastically. Ultraman Tiga responded calmly, moving like a divine bird at extreme speed, breaking through space-time restraints and unleashing another killing move. All Ultramen on Earth have 3-minute time limits. Once their energy is depleted, they must retreat. Even these giants faced this basic restriction. The battle between the two Ultramen quickly reached its conclusion. Keigo Masaki lost by a narrow margin, knocked to the ground. Light faded from his body as he returned to human form and collapsed unconscious. Ultraman Tiga looked around at the destruction their fight had caused. Realizing his own time was running short, he flew into the sky, ending the battle. The first thing Daigo did after transforming back was rush to the unconscious enemy Ultraman's host. But by the time he arrived, Raven, Emperor, and Valdor were already there. "So it really is you guys." Daigo immediately drew his gun and aimed it at the group. Raven used spatial movement to appear on Daigo's shoulder, tilting his head curiously. "You still owe me 2 portions of fries and ketchup, don't you? Not only do you not pay me back, but you point a gun at me. Are Ultraman hosts all this rude nowadays?" "I'll pay you back," Daigo said firmly, "but right now I'm arresting you. I won't let you cause any more trouble." "Sorry, but you don't get to decide what's justice and what's evil. See you next time, Daigo." As Raven flapped his wings, Daigo felt dizzy. His legs gave out, and he collapsed unconscious. When Daigo woke up, the Guts team members were gathered around him, looking concerned. Raven and his group had long since disappeared. "I have to find you," Daigo clenched his fist, making a silent vow. "I'll definitely stop whatever you're planning." In Cytec Corporation's private medical room, Keigo Masaki slowly woke from his coma. The first thing he saw was the Emperor standing beside his bed. "My lord," Keigo tried to get up to salute, but his body was too weak. He couldn't even sit up properly. "Your physical condition remains compromised. Continue recuperating." Emperor's voice held neither warmth nor criticism, simply the measured tone of absolute authority. "I'm sorry I lost," Keigo said, shame evident in his voice. "Victory and defeat are transient concerns bearing no relevance to our greater purpose." The Emperor regarded him with analytical detachment. "However, this engagement has revealed a critical deficiency. Your psychic fortitude proves insufficient to channel Ultraman's power properly." The Emperor's gaze remained fixed on Keigo as he outlined the options. 2 paths present themselves: relinquish this power entirely, or submit to technological enhancement of your mental resilience. "I will not give up." Keigo's words came out with desperate intensity. "Guiding human evolution and helping humanity survive the coming darkness has always been my goal. I choose to strengthen my spiritual will, my lord." "Then you shall undergo the Thought Steel Seal process." The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. "This modification will constrain certain behavioral patterns while restructuring cognitive processes. The result shall be unprecedented mental fortitude and effortless mastery over Ultraman's capabilities." "Then let's do it, my lord," Keigo said with determination. "As long as it lets me fulfill my lifelong dream, I'll spare no effort, even if it means sacrificing everything." The primary challenge with Thought Steel Seal technology was its demanding computational needs, particularly the requirement for processing systems that could map and reshape each neural pathway in the human brain. Fortunately, Cytec Corporation, the world's leading company, had the resources to take on this task. The improved Thought Steel Seal device, upgraded with the Emperor's psychic technologies, was completed swiftly. Unlike earlier versions that targeted only biological elements, this system now also influences the metaphysical core of consciousness. Keigo Masaki naturally became the first subject of this change. Once concepts like protect humanity, serve the empire, and absolute loyalty were embedded into his neural network, He no longer had any uncertainty or doubt that could be exploited. All of his previous hesitation, doubts, ego, and arrogance were replaced by relentless conviction. His next transformation into Ultraman showed perfect synchronization. There was no loss of control, no wavering of purpose, just perfection. The initial trial proved successful. The Legion construction project can now begin. The Emperor thoroughly analyzed Keigo's post-modification condition. He was pleased with the results after running all tests and verifying everything crucial for the future. He then began implementing this on a large scale, expanding it from a single person to an entire army. They already had the genetic templates of the ancient giants, which could be used as the basis for enhancement seeds compatible with the biological systems of regular soldiers. These modifications would equip the soldiers with the necessary enhancements and genetic abilities to effectively harness Ultraman's power. During this period, Daigo was occupied, using all available resources from the TPC headquarters databases to research Keigo Masaki and Cytec Corporation. After weeks of investigation, he finally obtained some leads. Although minor, he preferred not to take any risks. The next day, he employed Tiga's abilities to breach the underground laboratory, where he uncovered that the Ultraman creation program was currently active. Daigo cautiously surveyed the laboratory and noticed several sterile chambers filled with a mysterious liquid. As he leaned in for a closer look, what he discovered filled him with horror and anger. He then observed the facility's surroundings, where multiple large-thought steel seal machines and production lines were busy manufacturing transformation devices in quantities indicating military applications. Daigo had found what he was seeking. Cytec was conducting terrible experiments on humans. Once he returned to his team, Keigo Masaki would be exposed, and even Raven and his friends wouldn't stay hidden for long. Just as he was about to leave, a slow clapping sound echoed from behind. Well, who would have thought the Ultraman had a habit of sneaking into restricted private properties? Keigo Masaki appeared behind him, walking down the stairs. "What are you doing to these innocent people, Masaki? What are your evil plans?" Daigo didn't get into an argument with him and kept his focus on gathering more details. If he could find out more about what was happening to these people, he could help them better. Masaki replied calmly, "Oh, them? Nothing much. They are just going through a simple process of gaining more control over themselves. Once it's done, they will know no fear, no hesitation, no ego, just the most efficient protector of humanity. That will be their only purpose." Honestly, they didn't care much about exposing the plan at this stage. They had advanced very quickly in little time, and now no one in the world could oppose the Emperor and his forces. "Are you serious? How can you use technology to force people to go under brainwashing? Don't you feel anything about what you're doing?" Daigo's voice trembled with barely controlled fury. "Brainwash? Force?" Keigo Masaki approached him, repeating his word almost mockingly, his expression serene despite the accusation. "No one is forcing anyone. Everything here is voluntary. And we are definitely not brainwashing anyone to become our super slave. This process gives these good people firm control over themselves. As I said, no fear, no hesitation, no ego, no bias, just pure warriors of justice and protectors of humanity." Daigo pointed at the thought steel seal machine, his anger flaring. "You're treating people's thoughts like computer programs you can modify. Is there any more terrifying evil in this world? All of you will go to hell someday." Raven, who was perched nearby, silently watching them, scratched his head in confusion. "Oh my, Daigo is so angry, but he is still blessing us by saying we'll go to hell. As expected from someone chosen by Ultraman Tiga, his heart really is kind." Raven's word left Daigo speechless for a moment. Since when did being cursed to hell become a blessing? What kind of Mannix was he dealing with? At that moment, a man with resolute features and a soldier's stance descended the stairs, exuding discipline and conviction. He directly approached Daigo and inquired, "Are you Ultraman Tiga's host?" "And you are?" Daigo looked at the unfamiliar figure. Although he could tell from his bearing that this was a man with a military background, he didn't know who this person was. "My name is Takeshi Koda, and I'm also an Ultraman host." Takshi showed a spherical transformation device that gleamed with technological precision. But I'm not as lucky as you. I gained the ability to control Ultraman's power through genetic seeds and the thought steel seal. This is wrong, you should not do this. They did evil experiments on you. Dago looked at the man in front of him, hope flickering in his eyes. This man must have gone through countless experiments to become an Ultraman artificially. He hoped to show this man the right path and convince him to join his side, helping to stop this evil plan. Without a righteous heart, wielding Ultraman's power will only bring disaster, he warned. What is a righteous heart? Takshi asked with genuine curiosity. We implant thoughts of protecting humanity in ourselves and work with all our strength to achieve that. Is that wrong? It shouldn't be like this, Dago pressed. This machine is stripping away your thoughts, emotions, and what makes us human. Without them, you will have no thoughts of your own and will lose yourself. What's the difference between you and a machine? Takshi stayed completely calm as he replied, I need to correct you there. The thought steel seal doesn't erase our thoughts, it only strengthens our beliefs and helps us resist temptation. You possess those ancient genes, which make you genetically inclined to learn quickly, be focused, and unusually kind-hearted in our time. That is your genetic talent. He continued with quiet conviction. We have no special genes or abilities. However, what we do have is the conviction to protect those we love, our family, our friends, our community, our country, and our world. But unlike us, you can fly in to fight some monster and fly away. You don't have to answer to anyone, no reporters, no higher-up, no one, and people call you a hero for doing that. On the other hand, we are called criminals and monsters if we don't do that. We tell ourselves over and over to work hard, be disciplined, and become better people, but base desires always tempt us. We often live with regret and self-blame. Even if we gained Ultraman's power, we couldn't fight our dark side. But the thought steel seal helps us reshape ourselves so we can move forward without wavering in our purpose. Takshi's voice carried no defensiveness, just absolute confidence in his beliefs. You can mock us or judge us from your moral high ground to feed your hypocritical ego that seeks to be seen as good and normal. But we don't see ourselves as wrong because we have become better. That's not the point, Dago shouted. Becoming better should come from within, with your efforts, not from external forces, especially not this kind. Can a beautiful rose bloom in a barren desert? Takshi didn't continue there. Instead, he asked a question. The desert is barren, it has cactus. How can there be roses in there? Dago was confused. He didn't know why he was asked such an obvious question. Exactly my point. A barren desert can only grow cactus, while roses only grow in warm, rainy mud. Takshi laughed, but it carried understanding that comes with age rather than bitterness. I'm that cactus, and you're that rose. You have your worldview, and we have ours. Why do you say we're wrong and you're right? Is a cactus evil just because it has only thorns and no flowers, unlike the rose? That's not the point, Dago persisted. Ultraman's power is meant for protection, but you're treating it as a weapon. Ah, yes, the moment it becomes uncomfortable for your worldview, you disregard the entire point. Tell me this. A gun can be used to kill innocent people, so why don't humans ban guns completely? Takshi's rebuttal came swiftly. When you use Tiga's power for protection, you are righteous, while when we do the same, you insist we are using it for evil and destruction. Why? What makes you so sacred? What gives you the right? Who even are you to raise fingers at us? Why is it that you, and only you, can decide who is using it for righteousness and who is not? Dago didn't have anything to counter Takashi's argument, but he had firm faith in his belief that what was happening here was wrong, so he said with absolute conviction, if you truly want to protect humanity, you'll also gain the light's recognition. There's no need for such twisted methods. Takshi smiled with understanding tinged by pity, like looking at a naive child indoctrinated by normalness of a disgusting, hypocritical society. I pity you, boy. You are just parroting what you have been told since you were a kid. You never really were allowed to think by yourself. You live in a world of sunlight with family and friends, a good community. You knew channels only talk about progress, and no actual reports on tragedies that have occurred. You are so detached from the ground reality of people that you think the whole world is bright. There is never a lack of people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. I've seen young men and women so noble they're like suns you can't look at directly. Takashi's voice grew more intense. If he had not gone through the seal process, he might have been shouting now. Even then, the sorrow in his eyes, reflecting memories of people young and old he once knew, was clearly visible. But did they earn the acknowledgement of the light? No. I have seen resolute men stand against tyranny, soldiers fighting until their bullets ran out, until every inch of their bodies was riddled with holes. Fathers enduring hell to raise their children, mothers making countless sacrifices, sacrificing their dignity and respect in society for their children. Firefighters risking and losing their lives to save others, doctors sacrificing everything to protect their patients. Countless others have fought to defend their homes and innocent lives with their last ounce of strength. Did they receive recognition from your light? No, they did not. Takeshi's words carried the weight of his own life's hard experience. So many noble people, why did only you gain recognition? Because the prerequisite for gaining the light's recognition is possessing those damn genes. This world is unfair, just like there are so many hardworking people, but only a few of them achieve the success they desire. The challenge in his voice was unmistakable. Or are you saying only people like you are qualified for Ultraman's power, and we all should just accept our lot as supporting characters in your heroic story? I never thought that way, Dago protested, but his voice was shaking, standing for the first time against a man who was showing him the mirror of reality instead of hollow words he didn't have any counter to at all. I just believe humanity can overcome everything with its own strength. We don't need to do this to people. Then why don't you give up your Tiga's power and fight like a normal human you believe in? Takeshi pressed. Answer me, when you will see GUTS members in danger, when you will witness innocent people being hurt, can you guarantee you still won't use Tiga's power? That's not the same thing, Dago wanted to say that, but felt his argument was weak and hollow, nothing more than hypocrisy. Takeshi's voice carried patient certainty. Boy, having a sword but not using it, and not having a sword at all are two different things. We possess Ultraman's power, but that doesn't mean we'll do evil. You speak and give speeches about humanity, but we are the humanity you speak of, and I tell you we are just seeking a safe way to use this power and protect ourselves. You don't want us to weaponize Ultraman's power. But can you make those monsters and evil gods who want to destroy this world abandon their invasion? Dago was left speechless. Although he wanted to argue, no counter-arguments came to mind. Defeat showed on his face, and he avoided eye contact with the man in front of him. Ultimately, he couldn't say anything and turned his head to the left, lost in thought. Don't be so sad, little one. Raven landed on Dago's shoulder out of nowhere, his voice surprisingly gentle, his feather gently patting his head in comfort. Tiga's combat power was excellent, making it strategically necessary to persuade him to join their cause. If they encountered the land of light and conflict broke out, having Tiga switch sides would create massive complications. I have nothing to say, Raven. I lost completely, not a fight, but my belief that I thought my whole life was right. Dago's voice carried the thoughtfulness of a man realizing the reality for what it was, and not the flowery dreams that society, with its so-called normal people, wrapped it in. Diaga looked up and said, "Oh, yes, I'll get you those fries. I owe you whenever you want, just tell me." Justice and evil are just definitions people create, Raven observed casually. Why must everything be divided into just and unjust? It's better to think about how to make people happily eat delicious fries and ketchup. Are you trying to promote that so-called god of fries and ketchup again? Dago asked, with a flicker of his old spirit returning. He was well aware of this new religion and club dedicated to the god of fries and ketchup, especially since social media was flooded with memes and people posting videos about how good the new religion club was. Do you see a problem with that, Dago? People always like to distinguish between hell and heaven to divide justice and evil. The problem is that there are many kinds of justice and many kinds of evil. From different perspectives, it looks different. Raven's voice carried genuine thoughtfulness despite his whimsical nature. No one can clearly tell whether what they're doing is just or evil. Humans slaughter cattle and sheep. Are humans evil? Are you going to punish people who work in slaughterhouses? From another perspective, when monsters slaughter humans, are they truly evil from the monster's viewpoint? They might think, I just want to fill my belly or have some fun. What bad intentions could they have? Chapter 109, The Gate of False Angels. Raven looked at Dago with genuine thoughtfulness. His expression was more serious. The line between justice and evil is quite blurry, my little friend. Rather than waste time with questions that have tormented philosophers since the dawn of civilization, he paused. A slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it would be better to ensure that every soul in this world gets to experience the simple joy of perfectly crispy fries paired with the finest ketchup. Dago looked at Raven in bewilderment. He didn't know what to say. Everything he once considered as absolute truth now felt as alien as the monsters he fought daily. What truly is justice? Where did righteousness end and tyranny begin? If the universe refuses to reveal its grand design of true justice, Raven continued with conviction, then place your faith in the benevolent god of fries and ketchup. This deity asks nothing from mortals except that they partake in the greatest joy of golden potatoes and crimson sauce. No matter their origin, no matter their past, every being deserves to savor that perfect moment of culinary bliss. Raven curled his wings, placing upon his hips his beak raised high with theatrical grandeur, as he swore his oath before the confused pilot. A god whose only commandment is the pursuit of happiness through fries and ketchup, Dago whispered to himself, the words tasting strange on his tongue. The corruption is complete, Valdor observed from his distant vantage point, massaging his temples with resignation. He recognized the signs. Just like that, another soul has been lost to Raven's peculiar brand of enlightenment. After Dago returned from Cytec Corporation, he wandered the GUTS headquarters like a ghost for several days. His teammates watched with growing concern as their normally cheerful friend was often lost in thought. Then, one day, he suddenly announced his conversion to the fries and ketchup religion. The doctrine was elegantly simple. Ensure every living being could access the great joy of perfectly prepared fries complemented by premium ketchup. Those who would deny this fundamental right were designated as enemies of universal happiness. On another note, as the days lengthened into weeks, the monster incursions intensified with disturbing frequency. The cult movements, secretly supported by the Kyriel infiltrators, started appearing in all major population centers. These astral entities had earlier led a terror campaign against Ultram Antigua, taking their physical form as the Kyriloid to carry out coordinated attacks that pushed human endurance to its limits. Only after Tiga arrived to save the day and defeated them did they retreat to tend to their wounds and refine their plans. They have now returned, armed with patience and careful preparation. Their opening gambit was very effective. Legends of divine angels began spreading through the cities like wildfire. Thousands of fanatical believers gathered in public squares and sacred spaces, proclaiming with feverish certainty that divine judgment was approaching. The culmination came when reality itself seemed to tear apart, and a colossal figure split the sky above Earth, revealing glimpses of something vast and terribly beyond. Within that cosmic wound, the silhouette of a four-winged seraph became visible, its pure white form radiating false sanctity. These apocalyptic events caused shockwaves worldwide, creating ideal conditions for all types of extremist ideologies, from the most foolish to the most diabolical, to take hold and spread boldly. The Kyriel boldly took control of the broadcast networks of every nation, issuing their ultimatum to humanity with their self-proclaimed authority as gods. Listen carefully. The judgment of the infernal realm is approaching. Every sin that humanity has committed will receive its rightful punishment. Submit to the supreme authority of Almighty God Kyriel, or witness the annihilation of your species. The dimensional rift continued to expand with each passing hour, revealing more of the hellish gateway shrouded in darkness. As the portal opened wider, sounds began to emerge that defied human comprehension. These were the screams of long-dead civilizations and the laughter of vile entities feeding on their suffering. Soon after this revelation, GUTS launched its desperate assault. They used their most advanced aircraft to fly close to the rift in the sky. But when they returned, the plane was barely working. The pilots inside were murmuring in hushed whispers, trying to explain horrors beyond description. Even Ultraman Tiga, the Earth's greatest protector hero, got defeated by the Kyriloid, the Kyriel's ultimate combat manifestation. In this dark hour of humanity, Cytec Corporation took control of the global communication networks. Masaki Keigo stepped before the cameras. He had finally found his purpose in life. He once sought to become Ultraman through artificial means, but now he had something far more valuable: genuine conviction. He presented his transformation device, shining with all the light, broadcasting this outstanding achievement of mankind. Everyone, I present to you this marvelous invention that will transform your understanding of human potential. We no longer need to wait for salvation or protectors from distant worlds. Humanity can reach the top through its own effort and become its own protector. It is our destiny to inherit the stars. The device blazed with brilliant radiance as Masaki Keigo underwent his transformation. Behind him, 20 carefully selected warriors, the finest specimens of human courage and determination, activated their own devices together. 21 giants of light materialized simultaneously, their towering forms casting long shadows across the battlefield. The sight of 21 giants, just like Ultraman Tiga, sent shockwaves through the Earth's population. Today, humanity didn't just witness a miracle, they became the miracle themselves. The Kyriloid, who was drunk on its own supremacy, now stared in disbelief at the assembled host of giants. Its alien mind couldn't figure out how such an impossible thing could happen. This violated every law of cosmic order. How could a single primitive world spawn so many giants of light? Recognizing the power shift, Kyriloid spread its massive wings and attempted to retreat to its dimensional realm for safety. However, Masaki Keigo intercepted its escape with a powerful attack, using an Ultraman flying kick to send the demon crashing down to Earth with great force. What followed next could only be described as a one-sided beatdown. All 21 Ultramen took their time beating the living shit out of this alien filth in their own way. Additionally, it was a good PR move to increase favorability. Daigo, there is no need for you to stand alone as a beacon of light against the darkness. Raven materialized from thin air, sitting upon the shoulder of the weakened Tiga. Only when humanity claims their birthright as beings of light shall we triumph over those who want to enslave us. My child, rise and join your brothers in arms. You have never fought alone. You failed to see the army that stood ready beside you. Light flowed from Raven's form, merging with Tiga's rapidly calcifying body. The petrification reversed itself as vitality surged through every fiber of the Ultraman's being. Tiga leapt to his feet with renewed vigor, landing among his fellow giants with the satisfaction of a warrior finding his proper place in the battle line. I will give this chance to, as you were the first, Daigo. Masaki Keigo's mental communication carried absolute trust. Several Ultramen seized the Kyriloid, their combined strength rendering the once mighty entity helpless as a pinned insect. The demon's former arrogance evaporated, leaving only pathetic whimpering. Tiga extended his arms, power gathering between his palms like captured starlight. His hands formed the sacred L configuration as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Zephyrian Ray, obliterating the Kyriloid in a cascade of purifying energy. Come on, Daigo, it's time to move now. Takeshi's voice resonated within the Ultraman's consciousness. Where are we going? Daigo inquired. Destruction has never been the exclusive right of our enemies. The time has come to show those aliens humanity has no equal when it comes to destruction, Takeshi declared with cold certainty. The assembled Ultramen transformed into pure light, streaking toward the gate of hell like vengeful comets. The infernal portal continued its ominous expansion, revealing more of whatever cosmic horror lay beyond. A monstrous head emerged from the dimensional threshold, its features radiating malevolent amusement as it prepared to mock the futile struggles of lesser beings. Pathetic humans, the entity began, its voice carrying the authority of eons. But its words died in its throat, as 22 streaks of light struck at its ugly face with an unimaginable force. Wait, where did so many giants come from? No, something had gone terribly, catastrophically wrong with his calculations. The creature's multifaceted eyes dilated in shock as it beheld the approaching host of light beings. Its vast intellect, used to mocking predictable limitations of lesser species, struggled to comprehend this unprecedented development. Before the entity could formulate a response, the massive gate of hell shuddered under tremendous impact. The assembled Ultraman arrived with powerful momentum, kicking the dimensional barrier wide open. One of the giants seized the creature's prominent horn casually. Despite its colossal mass, its body was dragged through the portal like a common criminal by the Ultraman. "You dare! Do you know who I am?" The creature tried to use its malevolent authority. But its words were cut off in a strangled gasp when an Ultraman's fist struck its midsection. The impact was so powerful that it could shatter mountain ranges, causing the entity's misery to double in pain. It was unlike anything it had felt since the early days of the universe. What followed was not a fight, but a show where the contrast between human strength and the pretentious falsehood of the entities became clear to all viewers watching the live telecast. Raven, perched upon Emperor's armored shoulder, observed the cosmic bullying with no interest. "Og, it looks like we are watching bullies ganging upon the weird kid of class rather than Hero beating the demon big guy," he murmured, though his tone suggested mild approval rather than genuine disapproval. After the thorough application of righteous gang violence, the creature lay motionless on the ground. All of its previous majesty was gone as it lay on the ground, not daring to get up, just lying there, whimpering pathetically. A trembling appendage reached toward its tormentors in what might have been supplication. Raven employed his spatial manipulation abilities, vanishing from the Emperor's shoulder and materializing beside the fallen entity. With theatrical flair, he began providing live commentary for the global audience. "Behold the mighty Ultraman, ganging up on a poor, defenseless elder. Such ungentlemanly conduct. Truly, they show no respect for their elders and betters." The bird's expression shifted from one of pain to one of absolute indignation. This humiliation went beyond simple physical defeat. To be mocked so openly while prostrating. What did they take the monster to be? Monsters also have dignity. Did this universe lack any sense of justice? Where was the Monster Rights Council when it was needed most? Rage proved a more potent stimulant than pain. The entity forced its battered form upright, unleashing a roar that previously could have shattered dimensional barriers. But now it only came as the whimpering of a cat, announcing its refusal to accept such humiliating defeat. The ancient evil stirs again. In its fury, it taps into power reserves accumulated across cosmic eons, preparing to unleash devastation that shall remake reality itself. Raven, naturally incapable of allowing dramatic moments to pass without his exaggerated commentary, resumed his role as narrator of cosmic events. Yet behold, 22 champions of light stand arrayed against this primordial threat. Their techniques transcend any mortal understanding. Each strike is capable of breaking the fundamental forces that bind creation together. The creature's heart is overflowing with bitter resentment. As it roars in defiance to the very stars, its essence bleeds out upon this sacred battleground, helpless before the righteous fury of the united humanity. The entity attempted to launch another assault, but it found that standing required more strength than it currently possessed. Terror and fury boiled together in its ancient consciousness as the Ultraman closed the distance around it, promising another gangbang. It could only curse that Raven, whatever realm had spawned his insufferable commentary, deserved nothing less than slow consumption by the hungering void. The global broadcast of this cosmic humiliation sent mixed reactions through every population center on Earth. Several cults that were shouting about "judgment is coming" fell silent and tried to run away as their supposed angel received the beating of several lifetimes on a live telecast. In just a few minutes, divinity itself had become a cosmic punchline. The creature's destruction marked the true beginning rather than the end. The gate of hell swung wide, revealing the realm beyond to everyone. The 22 Ultramen gazed into that abyss, their enhanced senses detecting forces that would have driven any normal person mad. Darkness itself moved with predatory feeling, while an aura of concentrated malevolence flowed out through the portal. Forward, everyone. Let's end this chapter of tyranny once and for all. Masaki Keigo strode through the portal first. His fellow Ultramen followed in tight formation, their combined radiance pushed back the shadows. 22 champions of humanity pierced the veil between worlds. Their forms are radiating the glory of stars, their eyes burn with the fire of righteousness, displaying majesty that puts the so-called gods to shame. In this ultimate confrontation, they shall tear out the very roots of this dimensional cancer. Countless souls across Earth watch this battle unfold, their hearts suspended between dread and hope. Already the vision takes shape. A saga written in light and shadow, 22 Ultramen waging total war against the source of this cosmic plague, vowing the complete extinction of the Kyriel pestilence. Raven phased through the portal behind them, maintaining his psychic link to relay battlefield intelligence to Emperor and Valdor, who remained positioned in the primary dimension. Both veteran warriors could only shake their heads in resigned acceptance. Raven's theatrical tendencies grew even more absurd with each passing campaign. Beyond the gate of hell lay a dimension that existed as the antithesis of creation itself. In this realm, light came to die and hope was merely another form of sustenance for the entities that dwelt within its boundaries.